Oh, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorite comic book artist, Adam Friendly.
Very sad day. Very sad day. Sad day today.
Why is it
Someone's going
sad?
down. What's
Oh,
happening? Someone's on their internet deathbed. Oh my
oh, I don't know.
goodness.
I don't know. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Sammy requested at some
Uh-huh.
point in the stream that you replace Blunty Fly's blunt with a teacup.
A teacup, like he's a teetotaler now?
Well,
Okay.
because this is all about the Destiny tea.
Oh, okay. There we go.
The
That's a good
Destiny
idea.
drama. Okay. So this is the plan for the stream. A lot of people were like, "Oh my god, you guys have to go over the Destiny drama. You guys have to go over." I was like, "Okay, fine. We'll go over it. We'll take a break." I know everyone's probably newsed out for the past
Oh,
couple of
definitely. Yeah.
the
Last
past
week
couple
was
of weeks.
pretty hectic.
Yeah, there's a lot of current event news just coming at us nonstop. So let's take a nice little break from that. We'll talk about something a little bit more
Mhm.
fun, I guess, depending on who you are involved in the story.
Frivolous, as long as you're not involved in the lawsuit, right?
Yes. Right. Yeah. Fun and horrible, I guess, at the same time. And so this is the plan, I think, for today. I want to read Pixie's Substack. Well, actually, okay, here, let me give you just like the brief rundown if you have no clue what's going on here. Okay.
Yeah.
Big
The Cliff
streamer.
Notes.
Yeah, Cliff Notes. Big streamer Stephen Kenneth Bennell II, also known as Destiny. Uh apparently, apparently,
Allegedly, is that are we at the
allegedly,
allegedly point right now?
well, I don't know. I believe he admitted to some of this. Had sex with someone named Pixie, and they had recorded some of their encounters or taken pictures or something related to that interaction. And supposedly without her knowledge or consent, Destiny then shared those nudes with a young woman on Discord in order to try to elicit sex from her, maybe, or something, or maybe just to brag. And eventually this leaked to the public, and now Pixie is very upset by all this and is suing Destiny.
Right. As you would be. Like she didn't go into this thinking, I'm gonna be a porn star, right? I'm gonna
No,
launch my
no.
OnlyFans. She was like, I want to be an attorney.
Right,
I
right,
want to have
right.
a life. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. And so now it's a big, huge drama. Basically, almost all of Destiny's streamer friends and orbiters have abandoned him. Uh,
Hmm.
you know,
Except for
Destiny.
Pisco. He's there till the bitter end.
To be fair, that's not actually. I don't think that's accurate.
Oh,
I
that's not
believe it's.
true?
I believe
Oh.
it's not so Yerdite, and
Oh my god. Wow.
is
Okay.
is the only one, and I think some other possibly unnamed person are stuck by Destiny so far.
Hmm.
Everyone else has run for the hills, have like rats, fled
Pisco
the
isn't
ship.
secretly opining for Destiny to get off this so he can go back
No,
to the orbiter sphere.
no, I don't. Well, I don't know. Maybe, but we won't know, right? Until like a year later, we'll see where everyone shakes out here.
Okay.
So Destiny finally he finally had a very he had like an hour long reaction to this, him being sued, where he had like a little mini manifesto, which we're gonna watch. And it's kind of crazy because obviously the conventional wisdom is that whenever you're getting sued, you shut the F up about it and you don't say anything. And it's not like the whole Destiny or Nick Rekieta strategy of going on YouTube and talking about it for extended lengths of time. But so we're gonna watch that. But before we watch that, I want
Well,
to
hold on.
read.
Why would you not talk about it? What's the problem with me talking about it? Look, I got a big mouth. I like to blab. Why
Well,
uh why shouldn't I just go talk about this?
generally the idea is that you'll end up making things worse for yourself. It's like talking to
You
the
will?
police without your lawyer. Yeah.
No, aren't you sort of winning people over? Don't you want to jump on your YouTube channel and say, "This bitch did me wrong.
I
I'm
mean,
innocent. I'm the victim."
maybe that will help maybe it'll help
Uh-huh.
you salvage some of your fans, right? But I don't know if
Uh-huh.
it's going to help in the actual court case. So
Okay.
maybe,
Oh,
maybe,
wait a second here. There's so a jury might be involved someday, right? Like
maybe,
12
yes.
12 members of the community are going to sit around and watch me on the live stream calling this woman a bitch.
They might not appreciate you making yourself the victim in the revenge porn case, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I could see where that might not look good. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh.
in his little in Steven's response video, he cites Pixie's Substack as like this crazy incendiary thing. that seemingly changed like his reaction and the way that he was going to handle this. So I figure we will read Pixie's Substack. So if see if we can like kind of get in to the mindset here to figure out what was so crazy about the Substack.
Do we know what his reaction was going to be before the Substack? I mean, you make it sound like he was going to play nice until the Substack
Well,
dropped,
he
and then he was
talks
like,
about. Did you
"Okay,
watch?
gloves off."
Have you watched his video?
I have not watched his
Okay, so he talks
full
about it.
video.
He
Yes.
talks about it, right? It
Okay.
seems like he was trying to work from his telling, and we'll watch the video. It seems like what he was saying is that he was trying to work out something behind the scenes, and then obviously everything
Hmm.
exploded.
Right.
And
Yes.
so now he's like, I have to fight now.
Okay.
And then maybe at some point, Sean will come on and join us,
Yes.
potentially criminal, because he went on Chud Logic stream and he talked about the case, and Destiny responded to Sean and basically was insulting the Sean. So I wanted Sean to watch that clip so we could have a little streamer inception party to have Sean react to Destiny reacting to Sean. I figured that'd be
Right.
fun.
That'd be great. Yes. So look, Sean may show up in the chat, and if he does, I have my DMs open. I haven't sent him the link, but just speak up, Sean, and we'll send you the link. You can come on in anytime.
Right. Right. And right before we start, thanks so much, Rico Zoro, for $20. Says the comic is certified fresh, great characters, world building, laughs, action, satisfying ending with threads left to tie up, including the two protagonists' main goal. Got to be book number 2. Don't pull a George R. R. Martin on us. Well, thank you, Rico Zoro. That's very kind of you.
That
It's a
is
very
very
kind
kind.
review.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sitch and
Make
I have already roughed out a book too that is great. Lots of
yes,
laughs while we were doing it too. So
yes, and yes. Make sure you if you haven't already, make sure you order a copy of our comic book, Supervillains Anonymous.
yes, yeah. And if you have ordered a copy, make sure your address is correct on Indiegogo. So we're sending out packages like mad. I think there's only
Yes,
about 500 left to send out. So
yes. Okay. Now, Pixie Substack. So just so we can get the context here.
mhm.
This was from January 20th. I will be suing Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II. On November
Nice.
29th, I learned that the streamer Destiny had non-consensually shared pornographic content of me online. My dignity, peace of mind, and hopes for the future were stripped away in a mere matter of seconds following the betrayal of someone I previously trusted. I'm at least the third person he has done this to. I hope to be the last. I will not be commenting on the experience of the other woman he has hurt, as it is not my place or story to tell. I will, however, share my story in the hopes of preventing this from occurring again. I've known Destiny for around 5 to 6 years now and often find myself in heavy disagreement with him. Despite this, I do my best to see the best sides of all people, trying my hardest to spread positivity and create understanding where I can. It's corny, but I want to meet people where they are and focus on which way we can build bridges together towards a better future for everyone. Some people call this a fault of mine. They claim I am naive and should be more careful. Those people are right. When I was 19, over 5 years ago, I was extremely sexually inexperienced and sheltered, being severely terrified of leading someone on or sexual assault. I thought I could treat Destiny, who I had multiple long conversations with regarding, I thought I could trust Destiny, who I had multiple long conversations with regarding consent and boundaries. Is that kind of weird that you have like long conversations with a friend who you're not in a relationship with on sexual consent and boundaries? It just seems weird to have. I
I
don't know.
mean,
It's just very
from
strange conversation topic.
from a female perspective, like red flags would be going off all over the place. But from a male perspective, that's like foreplay, right?
Well, that's what I mean. It's like the most obvious thing on the planet. It's like, oh, hey, baby, let's talk about your consent and boundaries, even though we're
Yeah.
just friends. I don't know. It's weird, very strange, but okay. So you can imagine my surprise when I discovered he distributed pornographic content of me without my consent. Yes,
Okay,
you read
look,
that.
declarative right there.
Yes, yes. Yes, you read that right. Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II sent pornographic content of me to a random 9-year-old e-girl Discord kitten whom he had never met before, and then she published it to the whole world. Now, I believe the accusation is that someone else either hacked her account or had access to her account. At least that seems to be the theory that Destiny is forwarding, not that this individual person was the one who released it. Rest assured, despite never having met her, he at least spoke to her plenty of times on the phone. Well, that's useful. Of course, this is what he says happened. I think it's just as likely that he used her as a proxy to widely distribute this material while claiming deniability. Now, that's the only thing I think in this. I I'm skeptical of that idea, right? That would be pretty psychotic and self-destructive on like a very high level.
Yeah, I don't think Destiny was like, oh yeah, let's deliberately distribute this stuff through this third party.
Right, right.
That doesn't seem.
Yeah.
Look, I think when this first came up, I said, well, maybe he shared the content so that he could get laid as a way to
Right.
get
I think
laid,
that's what
and
everyone
that turned out to be
thinks.
correct. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Right, right.
So
Yeah.
you're not interested in distributing the content. So I
Mhm.
think that's a stretch.
Uh,
That's just my personal take,
right.
though, right?
I think that's probably accurate.
Yeah, I think so too.
I do not understand why Destiny would knowing and willingly put me in a position where I would receive nonstop sexual abuse and harassment.
To get laid.
Yeah,
Come on, that's why, right?
exactly.
Seems obvious.
Well, it seems obvious to men. Okay.
Oh, I know.
If
Remember
we,
when we used to teach women about the evils of men?
I know it's
Yeah.
terrible. If we believe him, he was trying to impress a barely legal teenager using my body and my privacy. The betrayal, coupled with hundreds of messages I received filled with sexual harassment and abuse, have left me feeling hopeless and devoid of all happiness.
Which
The only thing
hold on,
is,
which is worse here? Which of those two narratives is worse? Like he's trying to get laid by some barely legal teenager, or
mhm.
that he's distributing it through this barely legal third party. I
I
mean,
mean,
it's like a toss up, right?
they're both terrible, right? It's like, oh, I don't care enough about, I'm literally just using you to get sex from somebody else. That's pretty bad. Like that's obviously pretty bad, but I think like intentionally trying to send it out is worse
Right.
in
Yeah.
terms of like how you would
Just
perceive
by
it.
a whisker though, right?
It's pretty
I mean,
close,
they're
right?
pretty bad. Both of them are terrible.
From a moral perspective, obviously, I
Yes.
would assume legally, if you do it intentionally, it would be much worse. But
Right. What if he was shooting for both? Oh my
well,
god.
then that's impressive. The betrayal coupled. Oh, I read that one. The only thing that has kept me going is the hope that I can bring this man to justice.
Wow.
Look at that, and
Social
have
justice.
him face legal consequences for his actions. For the past month, I've been speaking to lawyers about my situation and what to do, and I've decided this is the best course of action. I will be suing him for violating U.S. Federal Code 15 U.S.C. Statute 6851, civil action relating to disclosure of intimate images and for publication of private facts in Florida. I will be seeking emotional and punitive damages for his actions. I've been
Is it
told that
could there be a criminal action on this statute? I don't
um
know about the law of can
right.
be pursued civilly or criminally, correct?
Yeah. Well, I mean, she can't. I mean, she could, I guess, try to bring charges, press, the
Right,
state to bring
right, right.
charges, right?
Yes.
I
Federal
believe.
prosecutor would have to if it was criminal, federal prosecutor would sue, but it would be on the same legal code, same federal code, right?
I don't know if it's the exact same code.
Okay.
Um,
We'll ask Sean when he gets here.
we'll ask
Maybe
Sean
he
when it
knows.
comes on. Yeah, I do believe. I don't know the federal laws. I believe in Florida, there are state laws against revenge porn, which this would fall under.
Right.
So,
Oh, okay.
and I believe
Interesting.
now we heard, I don't know if if there's been any movement on this. I believe Sherry claimed that she was going to try to press for criminal charges, but I don't know if that ever went anywhere yet. So
Right.
I've been told that a court case like this could potentially cost over tens of thousands of dollars. I am terrified. I mean, this guy talks about potentially suing Hassan as if for fun, and Hassan actually has resources to defend himself. I cannot imagine what he might try to do to me in this process. Sometimes I wonder if he does this as an intimidation tactic. I wonder if he's purposely trying to put fear into my heart when he casually talks about throwing money into a lawsuit with a multimillionaire who can fight back, as if it's an indirect flaunting warning over his capability of outspending me in whatever legal case I throw at him. At the request of my friends, I've been encouraged to link my Give Send Go regarding this case here in hopes that we can raise enough for me to legally succeed. So I guess when Destiny's talking about like how crazy it is, he would be referring to like the intentionally leaking the porn. He'd be referring to the concept of like she seems to be claiming that he would talk about suing Hassan for fun is like some way of him like really attacking her,
Right.
right? So
Yeah, that he doesn't care about legal litigation. It's just once you get caught up in one of these things, it is a nightmare
Of
because I
course.
believe both parties are suing for attorney's fees. So, like, even if you are the one bringing the case, if you lose a case, you could be out for attorney's fees, which is just massive. So, I
Right.
don't know how
Right.
much money she's raised.
I
So
do.
that plays in.
So according to her Give Send Go, she has raised $50,400
Okay. Well,
out
look,
of 130. I'm actually kind of shocked. I would have thought that there would have been like all the I would have thought like Hassan himself would have been like, here's 10 grand, here's 20 grand. I'm kind of
Hassan probably
surprised.
doesn't want to do that because as soon as Hassan gets sued, it will encourage other people to dump in on his lawsuit as well. So that's
I
probably
say
what
maybe.
he's thinking. Yeah. I mean,
Maybe.
maybe
Yeah.
he could give anonymously, right? I don't.
Right.
That's not a lot of money in terms of legal fees. These legal fees can stack up pretty fucking quick. So,
Yes.
and this is the thing. Nobody you're constantly losing sleep over this stuff if you're involved in this. Nobody
Hmm.
likes this legal stuff. Unless of course you're a billionaire and you can like you don't even think about it cuz the money's not a problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Whoever the next Joe Rogan of the left is, it cannot be someone that crosses sexual boundaries, violates consent, and puts women's well-being and safety at risk. It cannot be someone who puts women in positions that where they will be sexually abused and harassed. It concerns me that Destiny has been interviewing potential DNC chair candidates such as Mariana Williamson or Martin O'Malley, who have no idea of what he's done. As time passes and he tries to position himself to have interviews with increasingly powerful figures such as Zelensky, well, looks like Zelensky dodged that bullet. I can't help but be filled with fear that Destiny might continue to succeed despite facing no repercussions for his actions. The Democratic Party wishes to succeed in the future. It cannot be a party that accepts the sexual exploitation of women. It cannot be a party that allows men like Destiny to break into the mainstream, for allowing him access to such spaces would be a direct endorsement of his behavior.
See,
I have
now
been
this is the part that makes me think Destiny. This is the part that really gets to Destiny because she is stepping into what his future plans are. So, from Destiny's perspective, this has to be the worst part of it.
right. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, he talks about that he contemplated like retiring after this because
Destiny,
all the
Destiny
heat from
said
all
that.
this. Yes,
Oh,
yes.
really?
Now, obviously, he's decided not to, but
Well, this is the trajectory that his fans most want him to go on. Like this has been his trajectory for years now.
you think? Wait, you think his fans want him to go on this trajectory of getting sued?
No, go mainstream. Joe Rogan to the
Oh,
left.
gotcha.
Look,
That
and
makes
I
sense.
also
Yes,
wonder how much of this was talked to because Pixie was obviously in Destiny's inner circle, right? So they probably had conversations about this stuff, about
yes.
how much change he could bring to the world if he just had more power as some DNC operative, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I've been told that the payout might not be worth the harassment and the attention I will receive. In an ideal world, I would do this privately, but I've been told there's no realistic way the court will grant me anonymity. This means my only option is public. I've been told by a variety of people to not go public. I've been told by some people that Stephen really does feel sorry, but I'm not inclined to believe them, especially taking into consideration his actions regarding me. Regardless, what Destiny did is unacceptable, and I believe he will do this again unless he faces justice. Let me be clear, Destiny has violated federal law and his transgressions against me, has violated my consent, and is directly responsible for the sexual abuse I have received. I am terrified. And then they have some links. Okay. So that was her Substack. That apparently Destiny reacted very negatively to. Now I sent you the link to the criminal complaint. I want to read a couple things from that before we watch the video, just to see what some of the fact allegations are that are being alleged here and what some of the counts are against Destiny.
Alrighty, I'll bring it up.
Okay.
Sean's responded in DMs too, so I'll send him the link as well.
Nice. Very
But you
nice.
can go ahead and start
Okay.
reading as
Yeah.
I
So if you go to
try to
page,
bring it up.
whenever you bring it up, if you go to page 3, starting at
Mm-hmm.
11, says approximately 2 years later, on September 12th, 2020, after multiple conversations about consent and boundaries, plaintiff engaged in sexual relations with Bunnell. Plaintiff was inexperienced and had only had physical relations with one other person prior to Bunnell. This was the only time plaintiff and Bunnell had sexual relations. During this one occasion, Bunnell recorded videos of plaintiff and him engaging in sexual conduct. That is pretty crazy. You've only been with one person before. You're only going to do this guy one time, and they're like, hey, let's record this. I mean, I wouldn't consent to that. It's kind of weird, but okay. Unbeknownst to plaintiff at the time, on or about October 4th, 2022, Bunnell disseminated through electronic means one of the videos to a 19-year-old woman using the screen name Rose. Rose was a random fan of Bunnell on his Discord platform that reached out to him on Discord. Bunnell had never met Rose. Despite knowing nothing about Rose, not even knowing her real name, Bunnell intentionally shared the video with Rose without plaintiff's knowledge or consent. That's pretty wild. On or about November 29th, 2024, the sexually explicit video of plaintiff that Bunnell had shared with Rose was uploaded to the website, blacked out. I assume they mean Kiwi Farms. That video was also shared on multiple other pornographic websites, including blacked out. The caption on the video identified both of them. Shortly after the video was posted, various friends and random followers of plaintiff informed her about the dissemination of the video. Some of the messages are very accusatory. I don't know what that means. She is shocked, humiliated, and mortified by the dissemination of the sexually explicit video. As of today's date, the video has been viewed on blank site over 10,000 times. It's been viewed on another site over 58,000 times. Jesus Christ. Okay, let me jump down here to 16. On the evening of November 29th, 2024, plaintiff sent a message to Bunnell on Discord expressing her horror that he shared the video of her. She asked him if he sent any additional pornographic videos to anyone. He admits his guilt, responding, quote, there shouldn't be, no. I'm so sorry. There's literally no excuse. I'd had phone convos and stuff with this person. They are fairly close to me. It's worthless to say at this point, but I'm super sorry. That's literally no excuse. Then asked him to delete any and all videos that he has of her. Okay, so I guess that's just, that appears to be an admission of sharing the video, right? So that's not even a question that Destiny's even denying at this point.
Did she say that this was her first time? That this was like her first time having sex?
This was her second. This was the second person she ever had sex with. The first time she had sex with Destiny, and I think the only time she had sex with Destiny.
Oh, she's had sex twice, and this is the first time with Destiny.
She had one boyfriend before this that she had sex with.
Gotcha. Yeah.
The leak of the video goes viral and is being. Oh, hey Sean, what's up?
Hey guys.
Howdy.
Okay, let me read a little bit more of this, and then we'll talk. Well, actually, why don't you tell everyone who you are before I continue?
Oh, sure.
Let me bring Sean up first. You continue with the thing. Sitch,
okay, never mind. Ignore
we can do it.
On the evening of November 29th, 2024, plaintiff sends a message to Bunnell on Discord expressing her horror that he shared the video of her. I read that one. The leak of the video goes viral and is being discussed by thousands of followers of Destiny and Pixie on various platforms, including YouTube, Discord, Reddit, and Twitter, X, and blacked out. Plaintiff begins receiving hundreds of insults, harassing messages, many following the discussing the leak of different accounts falsely claim that plaintiff exchanged sex for personal growth and favors from Bunnell. Plaintiff feels increasingly humiliated, mortified, and depressed, and starts feeling suicidal. On about December 11th, 2024, she starts writing suicide notes. Plaintiff's messages Bunnell and tells her that she is, quote, just tired of living anymore. It's a matter of time until my family discovers what happens. I feel like the best thing to do is for me to delete myself and schedule a post just detailing my feelings on what happened to try to ensure a situation like this doesn't happen again. Plaintiff then unfriends Bunnell on Discord so that she cannot receive any messages from him.
This is horrifying.
That's pretty bad.
This is horrifying.
That's pretty bad.
This is not the comedy part of the show. This is
not the comedy part. No.
Terrifying.
On or about December 13th, plaintiff meets with Bunnell's close friend and business associates, blacked out, but I believe that's not so erudite. Plaintiff tells her about her.
It is.
Yes. Plaintiff tells her about her. I don't think we can say the S word too much because YouTube gets mad. Plaintiff tells her about her deleting thoughts, that she cannot bear the humiliation and harassment she's enduring, that she wants to ensure Bunnell never does this to her or anyone else again. Turner tells her she will talk to Bunnell and tell him what they discussed. On or about December 19th, 2024, they ask plaintiff Bunnell if he's communicated with her, added her back as a friend. Destiny responds as negative. Pixie responds negative. Plaintiff continues feeling depressed and deleting. The leak of the video is still a viral topic of conversation with people making horrible accusations about the plaintiff. On the morning of January 2025, two videos on YouTube were posted by two different streamers discussing the Pixie link. The video includes screenshots of private messages of plaintiff discussing the situation with friends and claims the plaintiff took hush money, only cares about money, and does not care about the other victims of the defendant. These videos have been viewed by thousands, including one which, as of today, is viewed by over more than 90,000 people. The majority of the posts of people assume that Bonnell shared the videos with Bonnell's consent and knowledge. On or about January 20th, in desperation, Pixie goes online, announces that Destiny shared the videos without her consent or knowledge, and that she will be seeking legal recourse. That was the Substack I just read. That same day, Bonnell Destiny responds on various platforms, including Reddit and Imgur, and falsely claims the video leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization. This claim directly contradicts his November 29th, 2024 explicit written admission to plaintiff that he knowingly intentionally shared the video with Rose without plaintiff's consent. Well, wait, doesn't he, when he says the leak happened without my knowledge, doesn't he mean like not giving it to Rose without his knowledge, but that Rose or whoever had Rose's account leaked it without his knowledge, right?
That's what he's trying to argue, but it's the idea of but for. Had you not done this, this would not have happened.
Of course.
So right. Yeah, he's really trying to downplay, like he's trying to argue his interceding events, but it's you did this, and yes, things went out of control. That's why we don't do these things. But yes, he's trying a couple of different strategies here.
Okay. On or about on January 20th, right after the plaintiff announced publicly that she would sue Bonnell, one of his followers reached out to the plaintiff and told her that Bonnell had sent the video to her sister about 2 months earlier. Oh my God. Wait, does that mean, so someone else reached out to Pixie and said, oh yeah, my sister got that same video?
That's the way I understand it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's terrible. The follower informs plaintiff that she believes Bonnell still sending her sister sexually explicit videos of other women without her consent. Oh my God. On January 21st, aware of the impending lawsuit and potential criminal investigation, Bonnell starts destroying evidence, including deleting messages between him and the plaintiff. Wow. On January 23rd, Bonnell receives a letter from plaintiff's counsel informing him of plaintiff's intent to sue and demanding that he preserve all evidence. On or about January 23rd, Bonnell begins to publicly harass and defame plaintiff. He posts in his group chat called DGG with multiple people that plaintiff Pixie is just after his money. On or about January 23rd, Bonnell also posts on his website, DGG, and his chat that Pixie and the people behind her just want money, so there's no point in going after the hacker. He's probably some broke loser anyway, so they aren't even mentioning him. Over 1,000 people have potentially viewed this defamatory post. Now, is that going to come back later? Because isn't he trying to sue Kiwi Farms now? Or are they trying to go after the hacker now?
I mean, going after the farms, Section 230 is going to cover them. And I'm not just saying that because I'm on the farms. I'm not saying that because I talked to Noel. I'm just saying there's literally nothing. This is like if ABC News eventually got a hold of them or insert whatever. The issue is he put these in a situation where they got out.
Right.
So, that's why you don't do this, is because eventually something happens. Either somebody accidentally overshares or, somebody gets hacked. That's why there's a reason why we don't normally encourage this stuff.
Well, and even if it was wrong, like illegal for the material to be on Kiwi Farms or any other website, that would not absolve Steven of his actions.
Well, the only way, if this is a situation where there was, complete consent for it to go around, then whoever stole it's guilty of something. Yeah, but in this situation, there was never any consent. So, once you kick off the chain of events, you don't get to say, well, I didn't think this was ever going to happen. Like, there's no way I could have foreseen this. It's like,
right.
Your first.
How could you not foresee this?
Well,
holy
that's
shit.
True. That's true. I mean, yes.
Gotta be a dipshit.
Well, the argument is like, I didn't know this was going to happen, but it's what a reasonable, your intent is inferred from how reasonably foreseeable were your actions, and like, would a reasonable person see that as an actual outcome that could happen? There's a reason why people don't send nudes around, because there's a chance they'll get leaked. There's a chance other people might see them. You don't want other people to see them. And especially nowadays, this is 2025. If this was, for example, when I was in high school, this is like 2003, we had a digital camera, and I grew up in like a very rural school district. So the computer lab had a digital camera, and some kids had checked it out. And at some point, the IT guy was just making sure everything was good to go with all the equipment, and was just checking the camera, and saved in like the eternal memory were a bunch of naked pictures.
No.
But you wouldn't think about it. They pulled the
Right.
card and they thought they deleted them. It's 2003. It kind of makes sense. You didn't realize the internet's forever in 2003. We're in 2025, and Destiny's been on the internet forever. So he's going to have a lot of issues too of saying, "Well, I didn't know this could happen, or I couldn't foresee it."
And he's like famous. He knows
Yeah,
people are going to want to conspire to leak videos that he's in.
Right. Right.
Like it's a 100% guaranteed. I don't see how you could say, "Oh, this will never leak out." Like what?
Yes. Half the internet hates me for one reason or another, deserved or undeserved. Yes. Why would you?
Yes. Oh my
Well,
god.
Yes.
as I've said, we know when you're horny, you don't think with your brain. Okay.
Well, look,
Obviously,
if
dick
he was
takes
on
over.
drugs when he shared these, that makes the most logical sense to me, obviously.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's that I not guilty by reason of gooning is not a defense.
I don't think that works. Okay.
He leans up on the jury box. Just, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you about this. You guys ever heard of gooning? Like, let me tell you what, if you haven't tried it.
Okay. Bonnell's attempt to divert blame from himself and cast blame on an alleged hacker is directly contradicted by his own prior explicit written evidence to plaintiff that he intentionally shared the videos and by his text message with Rose in which he tells her about the video with the young girl that he will send her. Bonnell continues defaming and harassing plaintiff on his website. In the DG chat, he implies that plaintiff is trying to milk him, that she is not going after anybody else that might allegedly have been involved in the leak of the videos because she can't milk as much money out of that target. Potentially over 1,000 people have seen this post.
God, this is so bad.
Well, I said this when I first went through this. For Pixie, the amount of and here's the thing with this intentional infliction of emotional distress, especially, it's not just what he did by releasing the images and sending them around at first, but his actions after everybody found out. So since the November reveal date, what he's done since then is all going to be considered part of the intentional infliction of emotional distress.
Right.
That that it's real. Like we know there's no hacker. If there was, he'd be waving around proof of all of this, or there'd be something to it. I mean, he had time to write up a 4,500 word essay, and it's been how long now? Almost 2 months since this happened. Actually, almost 3 at this point. Like, okay, so where's the proof? Like, do we have proof of this? Like, where's the person saying I got hacked? And do we have proof of the hack? And all these things. And instead, it's just, basically he's come out and said like, well, she is a hoe and, this stuff just happens. It's like, I truly feel bad for Pixie. I may not agree with her politics. I may, whatever, but what's happened to her is just absolutely horrifying.
Yeah.
And it's nobody deserves this. And I know you're using the redacted thing, and that really, I guess I'm concerned who put that out there, because if you go online, it's all like the actual one from the court is not redacted.
Right.
So I don't know who even put that out there. Is that somebody trying to be nice, or is that someone kind of sweeping for Destiny by, blocking out not so erudite, just having like blocking all of that out? It's like, no, she's listed in the complaint as somebody who talked to Pixie.
Right. I just Googled
I'm not
the
blaming
PDF.
you,
It's like the first one that
Yeah.
came up. So
Yeah, no, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying, like,
listen, I'm doing some
worries me.
hardcore sweep. Destiny's actually paying me to do some sweeping, so get ready. Okay. Now he might not get his money worth from the stream, but I gotta let everyone know. In or
No
around the end.
refunds.
Yeah, exactly. No refunds. In or around the end of January 2025, approximately 15 women reached out to the plaintiff to tell her they had received sexually explicit images from Bonnell of other women without the other women's consent. Jesus. 3 of these women also tell plaintiff that Bonnell deleted their chat threads after January 23rd. Okay.
Oh my God, this is horrifying.
Yeah.
So what is that going to look like if the whole like deleting evidence thing?
So what gets to happen is it's called an adverse inference. Judge, it becomes a jury, especially if they can prove it, and let's say it goes to trial. There's an adverse inference the judge would read, and we get done with the trial, and he would read to the jury. It has been proven that the defendant has, deleted messages and destroyed evidence. You have the right to assume that evidence would have been utterly devastating to him.
Wow.
And fully acknowledge his liability. Because if you destroyed it, then there's a reasonable presumption that you did that because it was going to destroy you.
Right. So they're not telling the
Wow.
jury to inference that. They're just saying you can inference that.
Well,
if
you
want.
can't force them because the jury can always do whatever they want.
Of course.
But the jury has the right to look at that and say that alone is enough to show his guilt.
Gotcha. Okay.
Among other things, but presumably there'll be a lot more evidence to
Right.
do things.
Upon
That's assuming they
information,
get to trial.
right. Upon information and belief, multiple women, including Melina Gorsan and Stasia, screen names, have recently come forward and publicly alleged that Bunnell has released sexually explicit videos of them without their consent. Upon information and belief, these images were then posted on different pornographic websites without their consent. A woman with the screen name Cherry recently found out that Bunnell had secretly made unauthorized audio recordings of their sexual interaction and then had distributed to multiple people without her knowledge or consent. Bunnell has retaliated against Cherry by publicly posting private messages during a time where she was suffering a mental health crisis. On or about January 23rd, Bunnell begins a smear campaign against plaintiff and tells his followers that plaintiff is only interested in getting money from him. Over 1,000 of his followers could have seen his post. He also tells his followers that his only crimes are being too much of a gooner. The word gooner is slang for someone who is deeply engaged in excessive adult X-rated content consumption, sometimes in a compulsive or obsessive manner. Thank you. On or about January 20th.
You have to.
I know.
You got to explain it. And now some boomer judge knows about gooning.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm a normie. I'm glad there's an explanation in there. So
yes. On or about January 24th, another female political streamer talks about Bunnell's sharing of the video. She informs her followers that Destiny has recorded a conversation with her without her knowledge or consent. She alleges that after their personal relationship deteriorated, he became publicly hostile towards her, and then later he posted to his followers that he has a recording and he could publish it. Then on February 9th, after posting a link to a clip of her talking about his sharing of the video, Bunnell retaliated against her by posting sexual text messages between them to his community chat group. Okay, I don't feel like any of this is going to help with the court case. On or about January 26th, Hannah Brooke, a follower of Bunnell, contacted plaintiff, informs her that even after the video was publicized on November 29th, Bunnell offered to send the videos to her. What? A few days later, after a follower posted Brooke's direct message with Bunnell, after the messages go public, Bunnell deletes his message with Brooke in an attempt to cover it up. Defendant has admitted that he disclosed the video. Yeah.
Were you saying you don't see how it helps Pixie?
No, I don't see how to help Steven.
Oh, yeah. No, I was going to say, because it's a
pattern. Oh, no, it's Annihilate. This is really great for Pixie.
It's pattern, practice, SOP, yeah.
Yeah, no, this is really bad for Destiny. Defendant has admitted that he disclosed the video to Rose. There's evidence that he also disclosed it to other people of the plaintiff's consent. The defendant could have and should have expected the video would then be publicly disclosed and disseminated to hundreds or thousands of people online, which is exactly what foreseeably occurred. On January 30th, Destiny admits that he had been actively deleting evidence of his wrongdoing, specifically his messages with multiple women who have claimed that he shared sex videos with them without the participants' consent. He admitted to that. Jeez. On or about February 8th, Bunnell posts on X that he agrees with another post that claims the plaintiff is extorting him. On or about February 9th, Bunnell makes another defamatory post on X telling his followers that plaintiff only cares about getting money from him. He also informs all his followers that the video can still be seen on blank. The post has over 1 million views as of this date. The videos disclosed by Bunnell were of private nature, were not intended for public distribution. Defense actions have caused plaintiffs severe emotional distress, humiliation, reputational harm. Plaintiff's career as a political streamer have been adversely affected. Her aspirations of being elected for office have been greatly diminished. Okay. Now, I believe there's 4 counts here. Count 1 is violation of Florida statute 784.049.
The first one's the federal case. The first one's a federal charge.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading the wrong one. Violation of 15 USC 6851, Intimate Image Protection Act. Okay. Second one is what I just read, sexual cyber harassment. The third one is intentional infliction of emotional distress. And the fourth one is invasion of privacy. Okay, so before we get into those counts, Sean, tell everyone who the F you are if they don't know already.
Well, it depends. Apparently, if you watch Nick Ricada or Destiny, I'm some fat lawyer guy. But yes, I am fat. I'm a lawyer guy. My name is Sean. I'm an attorney in Ohio. I work over in the eastern parts of Cleveland, and I run the channel Potentially Criminal. We talk about all kinds of stuff, obviously criminal related things, but a lot of stuff that's got legal related topics, and yeah, it's kind of how we do it. You find me on YouTube. You find me on Twitter, and on Twitter I talk about a lot more things than just law. So
you do criminal law, or
yes?
Okay.
Yes.
And Sean seems to be a fan of the show. I think he gave our comic a shout out on his own live stream a couple weeks ago, which was very nice of you. Thank you, Sean.
You guys worked really hard on it. It took you guys a while, and you guys delivering on it. So yeah. Congrats.
Yes. Yeah.
That's not always a common thing in the comic world now.
Yeah. So. People were skeptical that we were ever going to deliver, but we finally did it. So we were never skeptical. We always knew we would. So, but I had a question that came up before you joined the stream. So these code violations, can they be pursued criminally or civilly?
So it's not, if it's under the federal code or in the United States code, it would be under Title 18. So it'd be like 18 USC, whatever. This is just acknowledging a civil right of action. So that's because of this federal law, they're allowed to sue in federal court.
Okay.
So that's why they're doing this.
Is there a separate body of law for civil cases and federal cases?
I mean,
and criminal cases, not.
So there are charges for like disseminating sexual images of people. For example, Aaron Imholt for the Steel Toe Morning Show was part of the Nick Rekieta saga. He got charged with that. I think Florida has it. A lot of states do at this point of unlawfully and improperly disseminating sexual images. So they could pursue that. But at this point, I think the police might look at this and say, well, the civil side of this is being handled. That's good enough for us.
Well, my real question is, all of these laws, they can be charged criminally or civilly. Like a civil case is basically just asking for some sort of monetary compensation. A criminal case is we're going to throw your ass in jail.
Shu, no, I am not Jewish. Sorry.
Oh my God.
No, not
Very
a lot
important to disclose this as a lawyer.
Not a lot of Irish Jews running around with the name Sean.
Right.
Interesting.
So I mean, theoretically that could happen, but I don't think it's going to.
Okay.
But I also go back to the idea of, can we address something without giving somebody a criminal case? Can we address it without risking them going into a cage somewhere?
Well, no, I'm asking because like oftentimes we see cases that are pursued criminally, like famously O.J. Simpson was pursued criminally and got off, and then the family sues civilly, and then they have they're actually successful because there's some different level of criteria for assessing guilt in civil and criminal cases. But the body of law, do lawmakers come up with laws that are only apply to criminal actions and only apply to civil actions? Or is it pretty much any law can be charged criminally or civilly?
I mean, when you think about it, like this idea of like disseminating sexual images, that wasn't a thing 20 years ago because that wasn't a problem.
Right.
So if before that, it would have just been invasion of privacy, intentional infliction of emotional distress. And then the law had to catch up, and then we had to create a new law for something that didn't exist before. But like, he can't be charged criminally with inflicting emotional distress. He can't be necessarily charged specifically with invading privacy. That would have to be,
those laws are only for civil cases then.
Yes.
Okay, I understand. That makes sense.
Yeah, and the thing is with these, sorry, let's stop there.
No, continue.
Okay.
Yeah, keep going.
So the way it works is with these first two charges, the statutes, they kind of shadow each other. There's a state level version and a federal version. There's some concerns that there's some First Amendment issues of constitutionality around them. That's a longer discussion. So let's presume those get thrown out, and they can. She still has a very good case for intentional infliction of emotional distress and invasion of privacy. Those are common law torts that they aren't statutorily codified or created, but it's something that through common law we've recognized as an action you can do. So, intentional infliction of emotional distress has been around forever. So is the invasion of privacy. So even if theoretically Destiny were to kill the first two counts, it's the second two counts that are really, really dangerous, because those are ones that have withstood the test of time.
And the first two counts, what are the first two counts exactly?
So, the violation of the Intimate Image Protection Act. There are people who do a lot of the First Amendment law. They think that I've seen some arguments that they made that this could violate the First Amendment or be too, it's a little vague and a little overbroad.
Like the law itself?
Yes, the law itself, the way it was passed. So
gotcha. Whoever
wrote it was too broad at the time, and because of that, it has to be struck down. So that's theoretically something could happen, but if that happens, it's not like he wins because he's still got the other two things out there.
Right. And okay. So then you're saying the third one, so intentional infliction of emotional distress. Now the
Mhm.
intentional, is it intentional or is it just reckless or is it both?
Well, it's intentional, or it's intentional and willful, or it's so reckless
Mhm.
that it's beyond belief any reasonable person would do it. So this is clearly not reckless conduct. It's clearly intentional.
Well,
And
the
as I said,
response would be intentional, right? Like all the stuff
yeah.
after the fact, but then
Mhm.
the leaking itself would be reckless, would
No,
it
I
not?
consider that intentional. He intentionally did it. He's like, here, you want this video, and he,
Oh, gotcha, gotcha.
Discord
Right.
log of giving it to Rose.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
here you
Okay.
go.
Right.
I know
I
what
didn't.
this is. Here's me and a chick, and boom, you're done.
What would the yeah, but is it if it's not done with the like if it's not done with the intent to harm Pixie, right? Does that matter?
So at that point, I think you could argue the harm, and would a reasonable person consider that harmful?
Hmm.
Because I'm sure if Pixie was standing right there while he's doing this, she'd say, "What are you doing? Don't do that. I don't want other people to see me naked. I don't want other people to see what's going on." So I think she would be able to clearly say, "No, I didn't want that. I didn't want him to share with anybody."
No, right. But I guess what I'm asking
Mhm.
is, does it matter? Like if you say, well, I was doing an action that would only be harmful if they found out about it. I didn't intend for them to find out about it, so therefore I'm not intending emotional
Well,
distress.
once again, it's the foreseeability. Like,
Right.
is it foreseeable that they would find out at some
Gotcha.
point?
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
even then, if like, let's say the court were to buy that, his actions afterwards were clearly
Yeah, yeah,
intentional. And but
that
no,
would
I would
be
argue that you're gonna no, I think that's a very good argument. That's the argument I would make. There's a lot of other arguments you could make that I'm not gonna tell Destiny because he's not paying me. But there are things that could be
Destiny,
done, but
reach out to Sean. Okay, he's
not at
got
this
arguments
point.
for your defense.
Not at this point. But there's a lot of issues he's going to run into because it's the foreseeability of this is why we don't do this.
Hmm. And then the last count is just the invasion of privacy, which
Mm-hmm.
I mean that just seems to be on the nose, right? There's no was there
Yeah.
is there a defense of that?
I mean, you would have to show that there was no expectation of privacy in making these, that she had no expectation of privacy in these getting out. And that's, I don't know how he's going to do that.
Especially when he said that it was in like what he did was in like wrong. He already acknowledged
Yeah.
that it was wrong. So okay.
He's acknowledged it was wrong. And I know he tried to do in his manifesto, like, oh, well, she may have done this before with other people. That doesn't excuse your conduct.
Right.
So,
Right.
and as I said, basically, you could sum up what he did in his thing, and the summary of it is, well, Pixie's a hoe, and she's actually not like pure and as driven as this. She's not as innocent and as pure as a driven snow. Like,
Right.
that
Right.
doesn't make it any better for you what you did, even if
Mhm.
that's true. Which, and at this point, there's no reason to believe Destiny about any of that. So,
Right.
none of that helps him.
Right. Okay. Send Sean the watch together link. I don't know if you saw because Destiny reacted to you on Tud Logic stream.
Oh yeah, I know. I watched it last night when I was working on my
Okay.
models.
I want to watch it and have you react to the reaction. We'll have a little reactception
Okay.
party here. So
I can do that,
see
yeah.
we can
I
see
usually don't
who's
send out the watch together immediately because sometimes they
yeah,
join it.
causes
I should have known
problems.
Sean would be fine. Sean would get it. Here, I'm DMing you a link, Sean. You've used watch
Okay.
together before, correct?
Uh,
Okay, well that doesn't
think
sound
so.
promising.
I don't know. Real quick
It's very
though, hold
simple.
on. Adam, I just saw in chat somebody was asking. Yeah. So Stargate was. Is this what you were trying to say? Does every federal crime have a civil cause of action? Is that what you're trying to ask?
I guess I didn't.
Okay. No.
Yes.
So yeah, for example, under wire fraud, if
Well, let's
I
read.
commit
Can we read a
wire
super
fraud
chat?
against you, you don't have the right to then sue, like under that, sue me for the money I stole from you. You would have to sue me alleging fraud separately,
Oh, okay.
if that makes sense.
Stargate for $5 says, fellow attorney here, Adam, what you are asking is whether every federal crime statute has a civil cause of action. Generally, no, the statute has to say. So that makes it sound like some statutes are inherently civil and some statutes are inherently criminal. So
Yeah, it's going to be one or the other generally.
right. I guess, yeah, like infractions, parking tickets and stuff like that aren't usually criminal, right? Those are civil.
Well, I mean, they're considered traffic infractions, and they're criminal in the sense that, like, for a speeding ticket, you're signing for a bond, and if you refuse to sign, they arrest you because
Then it
you're
becomes
refusing
criminal.
Well, no, at that point, even then, when you sign, you're posting a bond, so it's still technically a criminal type of offense.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Look, I knew I should have went to law school. This would be a bunch easier for me to understand. But
What if when they hand you the speeding ticket, you say that you're not driving, you're traveling? Does that work?
Yes,
oh yeah,
yes, you cracked the code. You cracked the code.
Okay. Okay, that's the magic words there.
Yeah. All right. Here,
Sitch and I are both sovereign citizens. I don't know if you know that.
You're free men traveling the land. I respect.
I'm a sovereign Sitchin. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about.
So look, I sent you the link to the Watch Together.
Yes, I'm here now.
Sweet.
Okay.
I guess I got to bring up the Watch Together, right?
That would be nice. Yes. Okay. So there's some impugning on your legal chops here. So I want to see if who's right here, if Destiny's right or if you're right about these legal issues. Now, after this, we're gonna watch Destiny's his manifesto to see how that all pans out.
Anything you can tell us about the actual legal part? So many people saying different things about what needs to be proven in court for you to be held liable. I can't really talk about. I shouldn't talk about like the actual claims at stake, other than like it's all bullshit. I've watched a lot of. There was some guy. What's his name?
That's fair. He can do that.
I don't know. There was some guy.
Saying it's all bullshit. Perfect. It's wrong. Right. We'll prove it out in court. Great. He's got money. Like, have a PR person do this. Have your attorney do this. That's how you handle this. If you could afford to do it.
I don't know how much money Destiny has. I've heard that Pixie was asking for 15 million.
Yeah.
Which does Destiny have 15 million? I mean, 15 million.
I doubt it. I
doubt it.
But that's
fucking
money. You know what?
Well,
you know what? Well, I want 15 million. Okay. Well, you can come down from there though. That's kind of the whole art of the deal thing. You ask for a lot and then, well, I don't have that. Okay. Well, what's your counter? And let's say he offers 7, I guarantee you Pixie would say deal.
I think that's a good negotiation tactic as long as the first offer is credible. Like if you say $15 billion, all of a sudden you're not making like a credible negotiation. So then it's like, whatever. Yeah. I think that kind of offer can hurt you. And I wondered if the 15 million was hurting her because it was such a ridiculously high number.
I mean, I guess I'll say it like this. She literally she holds the high ground, Anakin. So, there's no way. I mean, she can do what she wants. Fine. You don't want to do this. I'll go to trial.
Right.
Destiny's the one who's got to settle, not her.
Yeah.
So, I mean, sometimes that's a way of also saying, I don't want to settle. I want to go to trial. I want to make you suffer. I want to grind you down.
Right.
That might be part of it too.
So if at any point he says something you want to respond to, you just pause the little video and then jump in. I just want to read someone in Destiny's chat on this video says, Destiny, you need to look at yourself as LeBron James in the politics world. Don't let these leeches think they have your attention. So
wow,
I could see still some hardcore simping going on here.
In a suit who's been doing things. Most of the legal analysis is just really, really, really bad. I don't know. Again, I don't know what it is about lawyers. It's like worse than like people that call themselves like soft, like I'm a full stack dev. And it's like, what the fuck do you mean full stack dev? And it's like, well, I made a website once and on WordPress and I know how to get information out of a database sometimes. Okay, very full stack. Like just the most random shit. The lawyer people are the same thing. Some of the commentary is so bad. Like it's actual, the legal mindset guy. Yeah. I don't know if these guys just don't do criminal law or if it's just lawyers in general are fucking retarded. I mean, they are some of the worst people that I've seen.
Can we pause?
They are some of the...
We're not doing criminal law. It's a civil lawsuit. I do a lot of criminal law. The criminal law has no application to Pixie suing you in federal court for a civil lawsuit. So, okay, thanks, Destiny. Like, what's your point? This is not
right.
Looking at it, he makes it sound like, oh God, it's your knowledge is just something you could get off of Wikipedia. Yeah.
The other thing too, though, is with the law, once you've done enough of it, it's just the facts that are different. the law is the law, and then even then, most of the time, applying the facts and the law, you generally get the same results. It's fairly predictable. So this idea that this is some unique thing, no, you're not. This is not a unique case. This is not snowflake charting territory where there's going to be earth-shattering legal precedent set. No, this is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's cut and
This is
dry.
kind of like Nick Rekieta's thing. Like, it's pretty straightforward. Guy gets caught with a bunch of cocaine. Like, okay, that happens all the time.
Right.
Worst people that I've seen on the internet, just in terms of like general knowledge. Like, the answer, the real answer is that when you graduate school, you just won't remember everything from school, which is fair. Like if you graduate, or I should say tort, I shouldn't say criminal. Well, no, because some of these things are supposedly criminal. When you graduate school, you don't remember every single individual thing from school, which is fine. But for some reason, every lawyer pretends that they do. Like, oh yeah, like I can give you the full breakdown on this. And it's like, what do you do for work? And it's like,
we do the law.
Nothing.
Like we do the law. So yeah, I don't have to remember it from school. I deal with it, so I experience it and remember it. Like there's.
Do you try cases in front of judges and whatnot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
you represent defendants? Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I've been over the top multiple times. Yeah.
Criminal defense. Yeah. Any? Yeah. Are you going to go into the prosecutorial side? Do attorneys do that? Flip sides?
Yeah, sometimes they do. I did that for a little while because I thought that's what I always wanted to do, and I realized.
Oh, really? You were a prosecutor?
Yeah, I was an assistant prosecutor for a couple of years. Yeah, didn't like it. I mean, it wasn't my bag.
Prosecutors are generally elected, so they have other attorneys under them that do the legwork on the cases, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I worked in one office that was really small. There were 5 of us total, including the boss, and he did a lot of work himself too. So it all depends. But yeah, I was an assistant prosecutor in 2 separate places. I experienced at that. Yeah, I've done a lot. I'm, probably at this point now, COVID really kind of ruined it. But, I've had like 30 criminal trials so far. And that's not counting like misdemeanors and other things out there. Civil things. I've had a bunch of dealt with civil cases and civil things, from the beginning. So this idea of like, they remember it because we do it all the time.
Now, how many litigants do you think Destiny has represented or prosecuted?
One himself. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Every day.
Although I love how in the thing, everybody's screaming about YouTube lawyers. And I'm like, but like, are you going to say that about every single lawyer that's on YouTube? Because I'm pretty sure there's a couple lawyers in the Destiny orbit. Like
Pisco. Yeah. How many people has he represented?
No, I'm just pointing out like those same people. Like if somebody said, well, what about Pisco? And they've been like, oh, okay, well, he's different. It's like, well, no. I mean, like Pisco's very competent. Like that's the thing. Like I think he has he's practiced. I don't know what it is he does, but he seems pretty decent at it. So I just think it's hilarious in the chat here on the side. They're like, just reading about lawyers, and I'm like, Legal Eagle, Pisco. God, what's the other one's name? It's a girl. She is very much on the left. I'm trying to remember her name.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But there's a bunch of them. It's like, like, what about them? And I'm sure that they'd be like, well, that's different. I'm like, okay. But yeah, like, we all practice all the time. So we remember these things. We go over them. We redo them. It's just like an engineer. Whatever he learned, he does all the time.
I just think it's silly to make yourself out to be smarter than someone who has actual experience doing anything. Like obviously someone that has experience is going to have more wisdom on any topic than you yourself.
Well, to be fair though, I mean, just having a training and an education doesn't make you infallible. So there might be like, I'm always willing to say I might be wrong. I could be wrong.
Sure.
I mean, if I'm wrong, I'll say I'm wrong. But yes, just jumping into this, like, he's doing the he probably would get really mad if I point this out here. He's doing what he probably thinks a lot of conservatives do, saying, oh, the doctors and all their fancy book learning, what do they know?
Well, he's saying as long as you're on YouTube. If you're not on YouTube, then you're competent. But if you're on YouTube, it lowers your IQ by 20 points.
And I guess welcome Destiny welcome to YouTube Destiny, I guess.
Right.
So sorry.
And even remotely related for decades on any of it. Yeah. Are you cooked? I'm already cooked. I am as done like weeks ago. I'm as done as I'm gonna get. Like that's it. Like that's everything else now is just annoying shit to deal with. But apparently that's not true, because if you ask all the lawyer people, apparently the FBI and the DOJ is about to come down on me and bring some crazy shit, I guess. Trump himself, the Attorney General herself is going to come and arrest me, I guess. Yeah.
You don't think he's going to face criminal charges?
No, and I still don't think like, we got enough criminals out there. We don't need more of them. Like, let the civil system handle it.
I thought you were some kind of right-wing lock 'em all up. Look at you being soft. Okay.
Yes, I am counter-reactionary in a lot of things. Yes, and I, spool up the rotors, and all that. But yeah, here, no, I really don't think that's necessary.
The lawyer Chet had on suggests you had no legal team at all. On what basis? What is he even a American lawyer or?
Yes. Yeah, you're
wait me. Now I'm curious.
Sorry, Sitch.
You can pause it.
You're really sorry.
No, you're
releasing your own statements. You keep talking about it. You mentioned he used a name that I'm not going to say, but he said a name during one of his streams that's not some of the other women that are out there that we know their names of. He might have used the name, like Pixie's real name, in a stream.
That's not cool.
Like, I don't know who it is. Like, there's a lot of, I don't know what the name is. Like, I don't know who that is, but it's a name I haven't heard before. So it's like, why? Like, you have to stop talking about it. Go and scream about Trump all day. That you can make enough mileage out of it. You say, I'm not talking about pending litigation right now. You've got a couple $5,000-$6,000. Have a PR person write up something for you. Do something. Don't do this yourself. I can sit in my driveway and redo the brakes on my car. And guess what? If I sit there and pump the brakes and they don't work, I could stop, refix it, and then it'll work. You doing this, you're diffusing a bomb. Either you succeed or you fail.
Right.
And now, if you fail,
your argument is you're saying you don't think Destiny has any lawyers or counsel because he's just doing a bunch of stupid things for the case, right?
Yeah, there's no way an attorney would be like, oh yeah, this is a good idea, go for it, King.
Well, could he have lawyers and they say don't do this, then he just does it anyway?
Yeah, sure, but I'd like to think he's smart enough to understand, like, you're paying me money and I'm giving you my advice. Please heed my advice.
Right. Because he makes it sound like in his manifesto video, I believe he makes it sound like the lawyers are like A-okayed him talking about all this stuff, which just seems crazy to me.
It is crazy.
YouTube drama is basically Kiwi Farms and Left-Wing Flash. Yeah, basically YouTube drama. It's just like a ton of like Zoomer socialist, commie, tanky, weird shit. Yeah. What do you mean by cooked? What can actually happen? The worst has happened. Like, it's all the stupid just everything. Wait, I'm curious for a link for this chud lawyer guy.
Just why talk about this? You have the perfect excuse. You could just tell chat to fuck off. Say, listen, I'm in a legal entanglement here, and my lawyer told me not to say anything. So let's talk about Donald Trump, right?
Yeah. I do like to call myself the chud lawyer. I like that.
Wasn't that because you went on irrational
I think that's what he kind
Chud
of
logic?
I think that's what he meant, but I like chud lawyer. I'm like, that's a good one.
The chud lawyer.
There you go. You change your channel name.
Yeah, I don't understand what is to be gained by talking about this, or why you would want to talk about this, unless his goal is really just reputation destruction of the other person. It seems like his political commentary career would be more back on track if he just said, look, I can't talk about this. Let's talk about other shit.
Well, if he's getting all this internal pressure from his own community because people want a defense and he's just getting attacked by everyone, he's not defending any of the accusations, right? Then doesn't it just plant the seed in everyone's minds that all the worst things are true? So he's like, oh, I got to defend myself. I have to put out a counter narrative.
The best course of action would just be produce good content, debate conservatives. Don't talk about it. Like, his content didn't rely on this trial drama before. Why should it rely on it now?
Right. That's probably, I agree with that.
It's like, it makes absolutely no sense. It makes no sense. Does not seem smart for someone who thinks himself as smart as he does.
No, it's funny because we learned Destiny.
Okay, here it is. Look at this. Oh, nice.
We're in full report mode regarding Justical and Smelly Gene. Listen, if you see people breaking rules on other Discord servers, you should absolutely report the fuck out of it, of course. I want to make Discord a better place. Wait, I'm just curious.
Oh my God, he's sending people to mass report Discords now? Really?
Yes,
Is that something Destiny does?
apparently.
Wow.
I don't know what he's referring to, but apparently.
Where he makes that claim. I mean, like, I can't watch most of this because he's going to say crazy shit, and I probably can't. I don't want to comment on like claims specific to my, to the whatever bullshit is going to last forever. Dumb. What am I looking for?
Your gooning folder?
Pacer filings, because that's the federal court stuff. I'll send you a link. I don't know if you've ever used it before. You can find the federal court thing where everything that gets put, it's all done electronically. So the day it happens, it's up. We'll see if an attorney enters an appearance because he's got 21 days to respond from the 18th. In between that time, if he retains counsel, they'll enter their appearances. So we'll know if he's got a legal team. We'll know what's going on. But right now, I'm assuming he's probably full of shit. I don't think he's got a legal team because I just can't imagine it at this point.
Why does Chud look like he's being investigated by the feds? Like, what's going on?
Why do you look so nervous? Yeah, that's a good question.
I don't know. Chud didn't seem that way to me when I was talking to him. So
I like Chad, but
Yeah, I like Chud
also-
too. We haven't had him on in a long time, but it's
You
funny because his eyes are like darting around.
I know.
I think he was reading because his chat started going like a machine gun for a little while.
Right,
Right.
yeah.
Also, I realized you guys look like the "Don't ever talk to my son again" meme.
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, that, like,
Maybe
that's not to say. I mean,
like, why couldn't we imagine that? What is his rationale for this?
but I don't know. It's,
it wouldn't be the first guy.
Because you're acting.
I mean, to be fair, when Pixie said I'm gonna get legal counsel, I thought, don't talk about it, be about it. Everybody says they're gonna sue somebody, and clients are like, oh my god, they said they're gonna sue me. I'm like, nothing you can do until they do it. So right now, until they do it, they're just talking shit, and then some.
Is he not a real lawyer, or that's, I don't know if that's not true that there's nothing you can do until somebody files a complaint against you.
Real lawyer means you agree with Destiny, just so you know his definition.
I mean, what is he? What did you say?
Real lawyer means that you agree with Destiny. Otherwise,
Yeah,
you're not a real lawyer.
I mean, this idea though, like somebody says they're going to sue you. Like, what does Destiny think you do? You go, no, I'm going to sue you first. Like, there's not maybe anything you could like counterclaim them for. I mean, somebody says they're going to seek legal action. You're like, okay, cool. Have a nice day. You do that. Like, what are you supposed to do? Go, nuh-uh, or, make a phone call and, find like, Mike Ehrmantraut, or what is that the name of the guy from Better Call Saul, and tell him to go like snuff someone out? Like, there's not a whole lot you can do in a Destiny situation. Notice what he didn't do. He didn't do anything. Pixie said, I'm coming after your ass, and Destiny didn't do anything. So that kind of tips the hand that there wasn't anything to do. Destiny didn't have a cause of action himself to launch. He had to sit there and wait. And then he had to basically hold his breath and wait. Maybe she files, maybe she doesn't. And, that's, I just don't understand his thought process here.
Could he sue the hacker?
You're going to have to find him. And, like he says, he thinks it's some loser who's got no money. What's that going to do?
Right.
I mean, yeah, he could sue him, but it's like, you caused a problem too. It's like, but had you not done what you did, Destiny, this hacker would never have been able to do what he did.
Right.
So I mean, like,
go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
no, I'm just saying, like, I did. This is just, I get it. I'm very abrasive, and he probably saw me the night before talking about total orbiter death, and that the Destiny orbiters are gonna have a Kessler syndrome when Destiny destroys, and all the orbiters get knocked out, and it's just completely destroyed over there. Do you guys know what the Kessler syndrome is?
No.
So it's the idea that if you put enough space junk up in orbit, like you destroy a satellite, it creates shrapnel that flies around the Earth, and it destroys all the satellites. Kind of like what happened in Gravity.
Okay, I gotcha.
So like when Destiny goes down, all the orbiters crash and burn.
I mean, they're kind of doing that a bit already. So
yeah, but when he really goes down, like it's gonna be total failure.
I honestly don't believe he's gonna go down. I just think Destiny makes good content. People like his content, even though they obviously don't agree with his moral compass. I think most people, if not all people, are completely against this, what he did. So
Yeah.
I just think if he continues to make content, obviously he's not, you don't think he's going to go to jail for this, right?
No,
I mean,
no. But it's the idea that, and you guys were kind of mentioning this, he was on the precipice of becoming mainstream.
Yeah, that's what he's been working for.
And that's gone now. And that's kind of what I mean. The orbit is toast with that. Like if you ran into, like, you know, I know Chud was, you know, like he mentioned, like, well, he kind of got to start there. He broke away from that. But anybody who's been there with him for a long time and who still is with him until it happened, a lot of those people, you're kind of tarnished. It's kind of like, it's when you're tied to somebody who's got a bad reputation now, he kind of destroys your reputation and tarnishes it.
Right.
So that's more what I'm talking about. Like, he's kind of destroyed this, and he probably also destroyed it for people, you know, more and more. Like, there's any right-leaning streamers who are trying to get in those similar situation, because he's kind of ruined it for everybody.
How long before Piers Morgan brings this up next when he comes on Piers Morgan's show? Because I think that's inevitable.
Yes, at some point it will be.
Yeah. Piers Morgan is going to do a little sneak attack on him. Start giving us some Andrew Tate type questions.
Yeah. So sorry.
Stupid fucking thing to say. Okay.
Sometimes they do, and then a lot of times they don't. And I kind of thought, honestly, I thought Pixie was going to pull the Keffels and just off into the wind with the money. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess I'll sue him. I'll get to it. And that never happened either. So, I mean, I think that's what a lot of people are expecting. I think that's what Destiny was hoping. And Pixie decided to, you know, do what she thought was right. And I'm glad she did it, because I can only imagine if there's 15 that have come forward, how many more.
Look at that. Sean, defamation right there. You thought she was going to take the money and run. You bad boy, you. Of course she's going to follow through with the lawsuit. How dare you, Sean?
Out there, how many more don't even realize it happened to them?
That number is, by the way, not even remotely close to what people think it is saying, but okay.
There's actually another clue to your little theory here.
Pause it. So
you can pause it, Sean. You can press the button.
Oh, I can? I didn't know I could. Sorry.
There's a little, but you have to press the pause button in the bottom corner. You can't press on the video like you do on YouTube.
Okay.
It won't work.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
See this pause? Here, pause it for us. Show us that
his legal team or lawyers.
Okay.
Oh, success.
Impressed. Okay. Anyway.
Give myself a hug.
I know.
So this is the problem when you say things. He's not even thinking about what he's saying. That number is not as high as you think it is. So that implies there is a number.
What's the number?
What's
the context?
When I said the number of women who had their images leaked, and I said it's at least 15, it's probably even more. And he says that number is not that high.
Oh my God,
right, but that means that that's an acknowledgement.
That means
there is
like,
a number.
I didn't murder 30 hookers at the truck stop. You're grossly over exaggerating it. That implies I murdered hookers at the truck stop.
Oh my God!
Like this is why you don't talk. You're answering it. You're trying to say, oh, you know, and I get it. He wants to dunk. He wants to, you know, you got to get some dubs. You got to score some points somewhere.
Right.
And okay, great. You think you scored a point, but in the meantime, you're very much exposed. And now I'm sure in a deposition, I'll say, that's not what I meant. Or if he's reviewing this, I didn't mean that. Okay, well, what did you mean now? And this is why you don't do this. Your words will be used against you. My job is to sit there and just go, well, you didn't. He's just leaving himself open to problems. So.
Right.
Remotely close to what people think it is saying, but okay.
There's actually another clue to your little theory here, and that is that at one point Destiny says something like his legal team or lawyers didn't expect Pixie to file a lawsuit. I mean, is that a reasonable expectation from like a legal perspective, do you think, or was that a bit short-sighted, naive?
I don't think it's wrong to think that that's impossible. But yeah, there's you're kind of stuck though until it happens. They said they're going to sue me. I mean, it's very much. You get out you have to wait till they launch the attack. So there's a lot of times where it's just don't make things worse, and then if they attack you, then we'll respond. But there's not a whole lot you can do till she starts, you know, loosening arrows at you. Which I mean, ultimately that's really just the nature of it. It's, you know, she gets to throw the first punch.
Sure. Okay. This is something that Mario kind of briefly mentioned, because I actually spoke. Mario helped me out tremendously with something previously in regards to the DMCA thing, which I'm very appreciative of.
Yeah.
But he sort of alluded to there maybe being some sort of free speech aspect, like a First Amendment thing. And I'm wondering, is that an interference with some of these statutes that are governing this revenge porn stuff? Or
so the federal statute. Why is he? I just don't understand. Why is he grimacing at the idea of, oh, some of these statutes might be unconstitutional, and he's like, how dare they? It's like, that's a good thing for you, man. I listened to it. I was not watching. I was listening as I was working on my model tank. So,
Oh, nice.
yeah, I learned how to panel wash last night with oil paint. It was a lot of fun. I didn't get to see his reaction, so this is kind of new to me still. In the state statute, they pretty much mirror each other. There could be some First Amendment concerns there, but for Destiny, let's wipe those off the map, because there's 5 counts. We'll get rid of count 1 and count 2 of the complaint. Fine. He intentionally inflicted emotional distress on a woman. He violated her privacy. And what's the 5th one? Just
as a quick thing, anybody that is even uttering anything having to do with revenge porn related to me has absolutely no idea what, they don't know anything about what the elements are of any of the underlying crimes that they're alleging. They don't know what, like, malicious intent means. There's also 2 other terms if you're bored. Things called proximate harm and foreseeability are also like, these people are just fucking
yes, proximate cause, but for. Where can we trace this all back to? If somebody had not done something, how would this have all stopped? Where does the chain go?
Well, it goes to Destiny, right? Obviously.
Yes, that's the proximate harm. That's the proximate cause of all of this. Like, you started this.
So, yeah, so proximate cause, well, you said it earlier. Proximate cause was what exactly?
I mean, but for Destiny doing this, like, he is the direct cause of this happening, that they're directly linked to the injuries.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a direct link. This idea of, oh, well, the hacker came in. Okay.
So he's trying to say the hacker is.
Yeah, he's trying to claim that's an intervening cause, and it doesn't work. Right. But he's trying to claim like, oh, it would just been all literally, like, oh, it wouldn't have been that big a deal. This dirty hacker and the dirty Kiwi Farms, they're the real bad men. It's like,
well, even if it hadn't got leaked to Kiwi Farms, if he just shared it with the Rose person, I mean, that in itself is illegal, right?
Yeah, there would be an invasion of privacy probably, but it wouldn't be as egregious or severe if it hadn't blown up the way it did.
Of course, right.
And if it had to blow up the way it did, I think a lot of people would say, like, just try to shake him down for a little bit of money and move along. But because literally, like, the worst possible thing happened, I think she's very much in the, getting that bag mode.
Okay, because I think he's going to try to treat it, reading from, like, when he was talking about reading his, like, little manifesto, is that he's going to say, like, oh, I'm only liable legally for sharing it with Rose. I'm not legally liable for anything that happens after it. Sounds like that's the argument. That he's gonna try to make.
If that's the thing you do, you try to limit your, there are intervening causes. That's exactly what you're going to have to do.
Right.
But
right.
I don't know if anybody's going to agree there's an intervening cause.
But even if he makes that argument legally, I mean, from his reputation wise, it's still, I mean, that's not really like a reputational defense. It's like,
no,
nobody. I still lied and shared it with some girl I was trying to fuck. I mean, it's still pretty bad.
The court of public opinion will not care.
Right.
They're going to see it the way they see it.
Right.
Also, now I understand what people are saying when I was flipping off the screen, because I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah, what are you doing?
clueless. Oh God, I can't. Like listening to retards talk about my legal cases is one of the most frustrating things. Holy shit!
To be fair, I am retarded, so that one's fair.
There's a
Destiny point. Put it on the board.
It's actually so retarded. I'm good. Well,
do you think it's possible that he does have lawyers who are feeding him like BS about how, like, oh, you're gonna be fine, this is all bullshit, blah 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 blah, and he's just sort of like regurgitating that?
Man, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I could see him hearing something and then kind of running with it. That's a normal thing.
Because I mean, it's hard for me as a layperson to look at this and say, okay, you've done this crime, you've admitted to doing this crime.
Yeah.
Like, how do you act like it's just such a nonsense thing? They're just gonna hand wave it away, unless this is part of the act for his audience.
I think he believes it. And I think a lot of people at the end of the day want to say, like, well, I didn't do anything wrong. The hacker caused the problems.
Right.
So I think that's more of just kind of like layman coping that, like I didn't do anything wrong. Like if I did, it was just a little thing. Whereas like if he had it on his phone and a hacker stole it from his phone, yes, now he could say that's an intervening cause. Like I never did anything with it. Someone stole it from me. That would be effective. That would be something he could hide behind and say, I didn't do anything wrong. This other guy did something wrong. Here's the bad man. But that's not what happened here.
Right.
We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Do I really want to watch this shit? I feel like I'm just gonna get triggered.
Because Destiny really was. He was grooming these women. He was trying to get them into to his thing. Like, and you bring him into his circle, and he woos them, and then
like all of this stuff. These are all just like Kiwi Farms narratives that just get like perpetuated.
Okay, then how do you get all these women in your circle, and how do you end up with all their naked pictures?
Well,
'cause that's not a normal thing.
It's just they just like him so much. What do you mean?
Yeah, he just sits there and gets random nudes from women.
Yeah,
I guess.
Well, no,
he's a consent expert. You haven't
he's
heard?
a consent. No, I think the argument would be like, I'm just such a smooth operator that I get it. I'm not grooming them, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Okay.
Yeah.
Is a grooming charge unfair, Sitch?
No, I think it's probably true.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's the argument's gonna be.
No, I understand. Sitch is he's trying to be good faith carrier right now.
Look, even if you're, grooming, they say, we're grooming this person for president of the board. Like it doesn't necessarily mean we're grooming them for a bad position, right? Grooming them for a position in Destiny's harem, he probably thinks that's a prestigious position.
It's an honor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. He's part of
but
the
he is still
he
is grooming them.
Well, this is like, when this all came out, we first talked about this. We watched Abba's response, which I think was completely correct. It's like, if you keep getting into these situations where you're, quote, doing open relationships where everyone is consenting and it just keeps blowing up into these horrible circumstances, like, okay, it comes to a point where obviously, you should stop engaging in that behavior, right? It's like, and I said it's the same thing like the BLM, riots. I'm like, okay, if you're protesting for something that you believe is a good cause, but every night it ends in a riot, at some point you're like, okay, I am culpable for what's happening here. I should probably stop doing this action.
Yes. Yes, you only get to do the shock Pikachu face so many times before.
Exactly. Right.
But yes, it's almost like there's a philosophical point of like monogamy is like something that is hardwired into us for a reason. Huh.
Right.
Well, I mean, there is a conversation about personal responsibility too.
Well,
I mean, you can be ignorant of the fact that this is where these relationships are going to lead once or twice, right? Like when you're into the 7th or 8th like situation.
Well, that's what I mean by the shock Pikachu face. Like,
yeah,
you can only
exactly.
Be surprised.
Exactly. So then you are willfully ignorant and you just are running away from any sort of personal responsibility for this. You're saying like, oh my God, they knew the score. There was a consent, they gave me consent that was clear. Yeah. But you have superior knowledge in the situation. So, which I do think Destiny does have superior knowledge in these situations. Obviously he knows like this girl is going to want some sort of exclusive relationship with me sooner or later. And things are going to fall apart.
Then see, he lucks out, with Pixie. Doesn't appear, well, at least to our knowledge, that there was some sort of like Lauren Southern-esque situation developing. And then he fucks it up by giving her nudes out.
Yeah, look. That's terrible. Do you think he's going to get nudes from anyone now?
Probably.
Probably from the hidden camera?
No, well, okay. No, but I'm like, you're going to find, there's a sucker born every minute. So it's not like this.
I see what you're saying.
Right.
It's like the guy who murders his wife and goes to prison and women are like, oh, I want to marry you. And it's like,
you're like, well, what?
Yeah. And there's a bunch of women obviously now that have OnlyFans that, their nudes are out there anyway. So they're not really at risk. Yeah. Okay. Look, like I said, life goes on. He's going to take some sort of financial hit. I feel horrible for Pixie, obviously, because she got caught up in this, but and it seems like she's naive. So just young and naive.
Yeah. And for her, this is you know, like he tried to go on and talk about the extorting thing, and I don't know if you heard me when I said this. Yes, you give me money because you wronged me is not extortion. That's what we are trying to, like, her lawyers and trying to settle this, but you know, we encourage that in society.
Yeah.
Because the alternative is Pixie's dad finds Destiny and beats him with an axe handle. And we don't want that in society. That's why we have courts.
Right.
So,
yeah.
you know, running around saying like legal stuff is an extortion, it's like extortion implies there was no right for her to demand money from you. And when you say there's no right for her to demand money from you, I did nothing wrong.
Right.
And that's clearly not the case. So once again, all these words can be stacked up against you at some point. Because him in a deposition, what did you mean by this? And he's not going to be able to IP ban the opposing counsel in the deposition. He's not going to be able to bust out Wikipedia. He's not going to demand, you know, do you have sources for this survey? Do you have like a study to back this up? He's going to have to sit there and answer questions.
Isn't remorse a certain component with juries too?
Certainly. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I mean, yeah, I mean, but if like the way he's acting, he's not acting with any,
Oh yeah, well,
you know,
remorse is
yeah, it's
like
gonna
off
be-
the table.
Yeah,
at this
that's where you get
point.
punitive. That's just where punitive damages come in.
Right.
Not only are they can they make Pixie whole, but they can punish Destiny because he is, you know, punitive damages are the asshole tax. The jury
Yeah.
says you're such an asshole. We need to punish you extra.
Oh my god. Well, we'll see how that shakes out.
Yeah.
I guess we're going more towards the punitive direction.
Mm-hmm.
Infinitely. It's just like the most cringy, like it's not like I have to be in these people's eyes, I have to be like a serial rapist, Harvey, whatever. Like there has to be some way to explain something, because either they feel like I should be a virgin, or they're sad that their viewership sucks, or they're sad that nobody, you know, vibes on their content. Like there has to be.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm thrilled I got to 25K in view subscribers. So no, I'm actually pretty happy with where I've been going.
Yeah,
So
we've got over 2,000 people watching the live stream, so shout out to you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I love it. It's like, oh, they got to be. It's like, no, I'm actually pretty happy with what I do. This is like a side thing for me. I enjoy doing this for fun.
Right.
So I mean,
This
ain't
is
my
a
bag.
common Destiny response. You're jealous. I'm so,
Yeah.
so Destiny's saying he's so successful. You're not as successful as him. So
Yeah.
Wasn't this
look.
his complaint about Hassan? This is like one of Hassan's response tactics.
oh, it
Oh, wow.
is.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah. Shut in 15 years. Okay, I like that comment. Yeah, that's good.
Just jealous.
Oh.
Terrible.
Like some reason, there's got to be something to explain. It's like that's the one we're going with. Like,
Oh, I have this power and I have this access, and it all, like you said, there's a system to him doing this. It's a pattern. But he's not the first guy to ever do this with women. You know, or you know, whatever relationship people are in. It's not a brand new thing to him. So.
Well, listen,
again,
I don't know
maybe-
how long you've been myself for. This is difficult for me. I used to be a Destiny orbiter back in the day. Okay, so this is very tough for me.
Well,
to
I
hear
know
these
a
things.
long time ago, but like I said, I really respect you. I really respect how, you know, watching you over time. So.
one thing I will never make the mistake of ever again, and this includes basically every single streamer friend in my life, that I will never, ever go out of my way to provide charity for any of these people. Because I remember when, like Chud Logic was getting dogpiled on some, what were at the time like bullshit allegations or whatever. I think I was because I'm one of the only people who will come out if somebody's actually getting dogpiled and be like, this is some bullshit. And I came out for Chud. Never, ever again will I waste my time doing anything like that.
This is so self-serving, because Destiny will only give you charity if you get on your knees and suck his dick. That's the only fucking charity he will give you. If you show like the slightest, just a wind of pushback, fucking charity goes out the window. So that him talking about how, oh, fucking charitable he is, a charity god over here, is fucking laughable, totally laughable.
Well, notice he said he's not going to give people charity anymore. He didn't say he's going to not share nudes anymore.
Oh yeah.
Maybe that's his charity. Maybe that's his charity.
I hope he stops sharing nudes.
It's so hilarious.
The Secret Santa giveaway. He's gonna cut the heads off the nudes, and then it like shares.
There
them
you go.
around.
So, oh my God, it's so gross and crazy.
Because the thing is, when you say grooming, I have a resistance to that, and I have to think, okay, is this just some sort of latent DGG defense mode kicking in? But I think, I guess the thing is for me, is I always categorize grooming as in regards to more so children. Do you know what I mean? And it's quite a strong word. But I think I can see what you mean. It's like there's a system at play, bringing people in, they come on stream, there's a sexual...
How is KF able to exist when it only exists to mass harass people? I mean, there's nothing illegal about harassing people.
They do not harass people. It's a curation site that stores information. It's like let's be real. Like we're talking about harassing, and there's a site I could think of that went and harassed the shit out of Pixie right now. He won the farms.
Who could you be talking about?
Yeah, I mean, we're just saying here, like.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing really even illegal about doxing people, so.
Relationship.
We can say it. He's.
Oh my God. This is like the evil arc here. Is he like Destiny's promoting doxing people now? Is that what he just said? It sounded like it.
No, I think he was saying because they dox people on Kiwi farms. He's saying that's not legal.
Oh, okay, that's better.
Yeah.
That's better. Okay, woof.
He Harvey Weinstein.
Didn't Destiny also cut off Chud because he wouldn't fire his editor? No. What? The issue that I had with Chud, also, I never cut anybody off. Sometimes I just won't do content with people anymore. But the issue that I have with Chud Logic is that Chud Logic hosts.
That sounds like you're cutting people off. Just for clarification.
The Kiwi Farms equivalent of on Discord, which is Spicy Chat, which is basically another group of people that are obsessed with me and talk about my shit way too much. But it's just like a crazy, it's like a Kiwi Farms light, except it exists on Discord, and that's like a community that Chud Logic hosts that I didn't want like any closeness to. So I created I think a little bit of space. I didn't ever want to talk to DK. I don't think I cut Chud Logic off because of DK. I don't remember, but Chud might have cut me off because of DK, but
these women basically. We brought him in and tried to do we all know apparently the consent issue is a consent issue for Destiny. He has consent accidents apparently. If everything Pixie says is right, like it looks like there's an issue with him not understanding you can't do this. But he does. He uses his power. He uses his prestige. And I know you're not this, but people, Vosh would love this because Destiny's using.
Like I like how there's never ever been a shred of evidence ever pointing this out in any way, size, shape, or form. But it's always like the predominant narrative, largely because Kiwi Farms pushes it, and everybody that.
We literally have your own words talking about you doing this. We have evidence of it.
Yeah, what is he talking? What is he talking about here?
I think he's like, well, there's no previous evidence of it. I think is what he's trying to say. I don't know. I really don't know because this is the problem. When you start talking, like he's going and going and going and going. This is why you don't talk about it.
Right.
So, it's when that jaw starts wiggling, it starts waggling too much, it might fall off, and got to be careful.
Hates me, loves to slurp it up, but like
using his power in a position of power, and it's all about power and who controls the power. And this is really one of them. And sure, he sweet talked these women. It's like, oh, I love you. You're great. You're cool. I'm just a silly little gooner. And he used all of that and then took advantage of it. I mean, this, manipulating women like this is not the. That giggle tells me he's like, okay, yeah, that's kind of how I did it.
This is wisdom, man. I think you nailed it. I think you totally nailed it. The giggle was like, yeah, it works. That's what the giggle was.
He's like, yes, you boiled it down to like the 10-second pitch. That's where I try to tell people. If you look at what's not being said, that could tell you almost as much as what's being said.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He's not the first guy to do this.
No, sure. Just on a side note, with your own perspective on this, are there like debates where you've had like very fractious disagreements with Destiny that like people might try and point to say, well, you're biased against Destiny, you hate the guy?
I've never been on with Destiny, so.
Okay.
I mean, like, I'm sure there's a lot of things we disagree about fundamentally on a political level and maybe philosophical level, but, I mean, like, I'm sure he likes drinking water. I like drinking water. He likes oxygen. I like oxygen. I'm assuming he likes cats and dogs. I like cats and dogs. So there's some common ground.
Sure. And this is something that I really, I've tried to wrangle my head around as a fucking layman. But it's like, this idea of you can't talk about something, right, to me seems absurd on the face of it because celebrities will always deny wrongdoing. If
you're unaware, this attorney has a KF account and is active in your thread. Oh, what's his name on Kiwi Farms? I probably read stupid posts by him before because there was a lot.
Yeah, literally, I'm under. Well, I have my like legit KF account. No, I ain't telling nobody, but I have potentially criminal. I have a verified account there to comment on certain things when it's necessary, because people were. But yeah, like you, I'm not hiding there, Destiny. You could find me. You could find me.
It's just funny because it does. How much you love or hate Destiny doesn't change the facts of the situation. So
yeah, and I'm willing to admit, like I personally I don't like his political positions. I don't like what he does. But, that doesn't really change anything here. And I'm willing to admit that, could that cloud my judgment? Theoretically, maybe. But I don't see where I've done anything that's clouded my judgment in regards to that. And if there is, I'd be happy to correct it.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of stupid legal analysis in the Kiwi Farms threads as well. I just assumed it was all non-lawyer people. But again, lawyers.
Oh no, they just saw the MAGA hat in the back.
Uh-oh.
Well, it's funny because they missed the Trump thing over my shoulder.
Mhm.
Oh.
Can be retards. So
Here of you can't talk about something, right? To me, seems absurd on the face of it because celebrities will always deny wrongdoing if they're accused of something. I feel I've tried to wrangle my head around as a fucking layman, but it's like this idea of you can't talk about something, right? To me, seems absurd on the face of it because celebrities will always deny wrongdoing if they're accused of something. I feel like without question, Neil Gaiman did it, and other examples.
So I already explained this. I don't know if this video went up before or after, but I mean, if you've seen now my statement and everything, now you understand where that came from. Because for me to talk about it means that it's going to be really brutal for the person on the other side of this lawsuit. And it would be nice to avoid that and give them more space to make a statement. But obviously that is not possible because that other person decided that they would rather.
Which this kind of implies like you were willing to work with her till she did the lawsuit. Then you're like, fuck it. I'm like, I thought you cared about wanting to do the right thing still. Like none of that made sense to me. This whole idea of I wanted to give her space. She had told you days and days in advance, we are suing you. We want to do settlements. So this idea of I was giving her space and time doesn't make any sense at all. Like he knew a long time out. Like, oh, we had negotiations. They quit talking to us. That's kind of a sign that something bad's about to happen.
Yeah,
So
about this file.
Yeah. It's very much, when the enemy quits transmitting on the radio and they start they quit moving around and you can't see what they're doing. That's a bad thing.
Oh, no.
Right.
And Destiny just stand there in Foxhole like, oh, that's great. It's quiet now.
Well, I assume he or his legal team anticipated this, but he's just framing it, and we're going to watch it in a second after this. He's framing his manifesto like, oh, I wasn't talking about it because I was so, trying to be charitable to Pixie. I'm such a nice guy, right? I was trying to actually help the person suing me.
Yeah.
That is what gets under my skin. This idea that he constantly signals that I am so magnanimous, like I am so good. I am just the avatar of goodness when he's doing really creepy shit. It's like, it's the hypocrisy, Sitch.
Me do the other things. It's like, okay, well, fuck it then, I guess. But that was the reason why. The more that you attack,
wouldn't it be a better look, Sean, if the person actually didn't communicate and constantly said, I don't want to communicate because I don't want it to get any worse for her. We'll let it play out however it plays out. If there's some sort of settlement, I'll be happy to pay it. Well, I guess you're leaning into an admission of guilt there, so maybe that's not a good strategy.
I mean, he already offered to do that where he's like, she deserves some therapy out of this. And if she approaches me with a number that I find acceptable, I got no problem squaring her up. He's already done that.
Okay.
So he's already made that admission previously. So yeah, but yes, offering to settle. If you do that and it's not protected in the right context, it is considered that it's a statement that could be used against you. Now, there are times under the rules of evidence that certain settlement statements and certain discussions that are had about topics or settlements or plea offers can't be used for an evidentiary purpose. But you've got to be very explicit about it. But Destiny just talking about that on Discord, that's fair game. So
is there any time that you could think of offhand where someone just comes to you with something that you've done wrong, you've done wrong, and you offer to pay them off? I mean, is there any context where that couldn't be used against you?
Oh, can you say that again?
Like,
Sorry.
is there any situation where he could be like, Pixie comes to Destiny in private and is like, oh my God, I can't believe you leaked, these nudes. And Destiny offers to pay her. Is there any way that he could do that without it being automatically oh my God, look, this is an admission of guilt?
No. I mean, if it's done through counsel and it's done properly, yes. But
right, I just mean in private.
Him just freeballing it, no.
Okay.
No,
so listen, guys, if you ever wrong someone,
yeah, don't
ever offer to pay them. Please speak to a lawyer.
Now, if they come to you and say, I want some ridiculously lowball amount, let's say Pixie came and said, I want $1,000, Destiny should say, okay, give me a day or two to get it out of the bank. And in the meantime, run and find a lawyer and say, I need you to write me a waiver for any exclamations. By signing this, she's exclaiming any and all liability going forward. Boom,
Right.
done. That would be the way to do it. But otherwise, no. This is not stuff you should do on your own.
Sean, what is the proper posture here for Destiny? So he doesn't look like a scumbag. So he looks like a nice guy with some remorse without being an admission of guilt.
I mean, it's really hard to do that.
Right.
Because, you might use a PR team. There might be ways around that, but he is not. None of what he's done so far has hit that on the mark.
Oh,
so,
yeah, no.
Yeah.
This is
No,
like way off
part
the
of the reason
target.
is this is why you don't talk. Sorry, I can't talk about this right now. Let
Right.
other people do your talking. Talk through your filings. You don't have to just completely be radio silent, but there's ways it can be done. And crisis management is a thing. There are entire organizations and people that do that. You don't handle crises on your own. Well, this is a crisis. You don't handle this on your own. You don't decide you're going to be your own PR team.
Right. And that's what seems to be going on here. Seems like Destiny's just being his own PR team.
Attack the other side prior to any kind of stuff being filed, then the less maneuverability both sides have before any actual complaint is filed. He's not going to say that over here.
This guy does family law. I would jump out of a window if all I did was family law. Oh my God. I would kill me. I would hurt myself if I did that.
You?
Somebody in Destiny's chat says this guy does family law. It's like, buddy, I would. They'd find bite marks on a pistol slide if I only did family law. God,
I'm sure you
awful.
see a lot of this kind of stuff in family law, though.
Oh yeah, no,
seems obvious.
I practice that. I do domestic relations, custody work, and stuff like that. But oh my God, I would go insane.
Seems like a lot of family law cases. Probably
Does it? I hope not.
Yeah, because it's like a nasty divorce or something like that.
Yeah, that can happen too. But I would just, oh God, it would drive me insane. No, criminal law is far more like calming than family law. It's far more easy.
Wow.
Yes.
That says something about society. I don't know what it says, but it says something.
There's so many times where you just sit in there and you're just like, I hope the building collapses on everybody in this room right now. And the world will be better off.
Because everyone on both sides is just awful. Is that?
Yes.
Yeah, gotcha.
Guys, what is the most prevalent? Like, where are the most cases? How does the caseload break down for private practice attorneys as far as family law, criminal law?
It all depends. I mean, there are a lot of attorneys who just do family, like.
Well, I thought because that caseload is quite high. That caseload is quite high. That's why I thought a lot of guys do family law.
Well, it's not the caseload's high, but it's because generally people have money, and you can, when people are mad, they will spend obscene amounts of money just to screw over the other person.
Of course.
Yeah, and it's true. And you will, there's times where like I know you people are fighting over things in a mediation. Like a married couple will fight over things at mediation. I've seen a mediator walk out, get a newspaper, and be like, "Look, here's how much the thing actually costs if one of you goes and buys it new." Like you're fighting over something that's worth $300.
Right.
Yeah.
And something like
it's a sentimental value, Sean.
Yeah, it's a flat screen TV.
It's the principle of the thing. Damn it.
I agree. If you're fighting over the Dale Earnhardt commemorative plate collection, I understand you want to protect that. That stuff's serious.
God,
sure.
you are white.
The reason why. The more
you got something against Dale Earnhardt?
I'm just kidding.
I thought you're a real American. Sitch.
He's an American hero. Okay, someone who watches Zero Racing.
The other side prior to any kind of stuff being filed, then the less maneuverability both sides have before any actual complaint is filed. He's not going to say that over here. He's going to say, "Oh, if he's innocent."
Like, what is the story there, and how does it fit into how Destiny's claimed that himself?
Yeah, no, I would never say that. If you're innocent, you say you're innocent. No, if you're innocent, like the strong move quiet, the reeks start riots, to quote Memphis Bleak. That's how you handle it. You don't come running out there doing this. No, if you got a plan, you work your plan. You don't just come out and scream, "I didn't do it, I was innocent." Like, no, that's not what you do. Because anybody who does that, nobody believes you.
What is Destiny's plan? I mean, he came out with a manifesto and all this stuff. What's the plan?
I don't know what his plan is. I think he thinks like this is just going to go away, or if he calls Pixie a hoe enough, or say like this is, the Kiwi farms, and at some point, I don't know. I don't know what he thinks he's going to do.
I can't like imagine
He's
that
in a
playing.
situation he's never been in before, that his normal tactics will not work.
If you've ever done jury duty, if you know the situation, I can't imagine like these kind of things playing well in front of a jury. And I would constantly be thinking, oh man, this is going to look bad in front of a jury.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
He's just, I'm guessing here. It's the only thing that really makes sense. He just basically saying, I'm going to eat whatever the cost of the case is, the settlement, or it actually going to trial. I'm going to just eat that in favor of trying to salvage my streaming career more by defending myself, by, throwing all this shade at Pixie and all this other stuff.
That makes sense. So if he's just saying, look, I'm going to get annihilated in the jury trial, they're going to throw the book at me.
Right, I'm just going to eat
and
that.
I'm just going to eat all of that, and I'm going to try to save my streaming career. That makes total sense.
He probably thinks he's going to lose. He's either going to have to settle or lose, I'm guessing.
Oh, I think he thinks he's going to win.
Okay, so you think he's just full-blown delusional?
All this misdirection and Pixie did this, Pixie did that, blah blah blah. He's coming at this because he's never had to deal with it, and this is the thing I don't think he understands. This is not a Twitch debate.
I mean, wouldn't
he's a guy, he's a figure skater trying to play lacrosse.
Wouldn't he talk to lawyers and they'd be like, okay, this is all fine if you're trying to smear a reputation for your stream, but like this doesn't matter in court?
Yes, and he wouldn't be the first time those attorneys had a client who's a complete idiot.
Gotcha.
Like, oh, what about this? What about that? It doesn't matter. Right. But it does matter. No, it doesn't. Like, that happens like every day.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah. What do you mean as far as Destiny not talking about something?
Well, okay, so just a little bit more. So Destiny has said, at points, I can't talk about this because it could negatively impact my legal case, but seemingly has spoken about it repeatedly.
Yes. People keep saying this, spoken about it repeatedly. The question is not speaking anything about anything whatsoever. It's making specific claims about the actual claims of the lawsuit. Like, I'll say shit like, oh, I think these people are being greedy or whatever. Like, oh, I thought you couldn't talk about it. But no. That's not addressing the specific.
You are making claims about it, though, Destiny. You're arguing that this is all frivolous. You're arguing that their motives aren't true. You're arguing that, by talking about it, you're talking about it. That's why you can't talk about it.
And why does that matter from a legal perspective?
Because this is what he does. We've gone over like, the number's blown out of proportion. Well, so you're playing there's a number.
Right.
This is why you don't talk. It's the same reason why there's a YouTube video of some like law professor talking, and he says like, why you don't talk to the cops? So Sitch, you get hauled in, there's the house next door to you, there's a triple murder. And they bring you in and they think you did it, or they're asking about it. And you're like, look, I've never done anything wrong. I've never touched a gun in my life. I didn't, and they'll be like, we didn't tell you anybody got shot. Now, in your mind, you're thinking that's the only way you can kill 3 people is shooting them to death. And that's a logical thing. But now you just said something where they're like, we didn't tell anybody there was a shooting. And I've never touched a gun in my life. Well, on Facebook, there's a picture of you shooting guns repeatedly. This is why, because you're going to say stuff, you're not thinking it through properly.
And also if he's going out there and he's attacking Pixie as, being a money grubber and all this stuff, I mean, that adds on to the intentional emotional distress angle of the whole case.
It's still an ongoing pattern of conduct. It's a course of conduct. And then it's just, these are all statements that, is it true you said this about her? No. Click play. Is this you, sir? Yes. Okay. Play. Did you say this? That's why you don't do this. That's why you don't do this. This is why somebody else does it for you.
Right. Well, and then also if he's streaming about it, it adds to her, because part of her complaint was, that he's sending this, like the mob of people after.
Yeah.
This
is why someone else does it for you. Like, there's times where like,
okay, hold on. I'll be right back. I have to let Sammy in. You guys keep going.
Sure. I could do the brakes on my car, but I won't rebuild the transmission on it.
Yeah, your limitations.
Yeah, I'll put a Band-Aid on. I won't give myself an appendectomy.
Yeah, I saw one clip where Dustin was talking about how no one would talk to him. To only 2 people would talk to him, and that's got to be isolating because he does.
Mhm.
Like I think he was respected within
Mhm.
the progressive sphere. Like he could call up David Pakman and or text David Pakman and have
Mhm.
a conversation with him, or I mean, obviously Jank has done a bunch of debates with him.
Mhm.
I wonder if that is just not feasible going forward. Like
Oh,
I
I'm
don't
sure.
think Ben Shapiro is going to have any more conversations with him, or Jordan Peterson is going to have any more conversations with him, right?
Yes. And I'm sure that's true. And I'm sure getting isolated is not fun. I'm sure that like all the people you thought were your friends, in the meantime, they've siloed him because he's radioactive right now, and you've got to cut your ties and make distance yourself from him. Yeah, it's cold out there when you're by yourself. But
Yeah.
this is, that's
Well, this is why you don't do stuff like
yeah.
this because you make people look bad, right?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And this is it's soldier time, and you got to be a soldier.
Right.
You can almost argue a foot soldier, but like this is you're Hannibal. You got to march through the Alps, man. There's no way, there's no turning back.
Yeah, that's why I think just making content would be the best course of action here. I'm actually surprised that he's not just doing that. That he's spending so much time addressing these allegations. But I mean, that's a common tactic when people decide to represent themselves, right? They think, look, I know the case better than anyone else. The law is not that difficult. I can do this. I can take care of this. My attorney's not going to do it correctly anyway. So
I can easily see that, but it's and for Destiny especially, I mean, being around the internet for like the past like 35 years, you could, well, actually I shouldn't say, I said it before, but 30 years now. You see how many people like do, like there's ways to handle it. One of the ways to handle it is just flat out ignore it and chug along. And that's actually like one of the more successful tactics, whether you did it or didn't do it.
right.
And he's sitting there digging in, and it's like, man, let someone else do it for you. That's the thing. I'm not saying he shouldn't talk. Let someone else talk for you.
Well, that's another thing. You are creating a story arc here that people are going to be hungry to see a resolution for. Where if you just said, look, I can't talk about this, and claimed, I can't talk about it because my attorney doesn't want to talk about it. I don't want to make things worse for all parties involved. You come out looking like the good guy, right? As good as you can in the situation, obviously.
Yes. Yeah. And I mean, I guess when it comes down to somebody like Destiny, who's very polarizing, the people who are going to believe you and back you are already the people who are going to believe you and back you. You're not going to convince the people who aren't backing you and the people that hate you. There's nothing you're going to say where I'm like, oh, okay, this makes sense. Like if you start throwing out receipts, sure. Like real receipts. Like,
but they can't help you in the legal entanglement, though.
I mean, if there's something that really shows like Pixie gave consent and this was all legit and everything was okay, sure, that would definitely help, because that would implode all of this.
Oh yeah, okay, that's interesting.
I mean, but if you had that smoking gun, you're gonna throw, like, you this is not you throw that card as soon as you have it. You don't wait, because the longer you wait, the worse the damage gets. So like when it's time to play that, like it's a get out of jail free card, man. And just you drop the mic right away. You don't wait till the end to drop the mic.
Right.
Okay,
to claim like a law
finish this. Let's finish this video off.
lawsuit isn't just like, how bad of a guy is this guy? Okay, he's super bad, and now anytime he says anything, it's going to make him even worse. No, it has to do related to like particular causes of action that are going to be, if it ever gets this far, which who knows, like.
And I'm guessing,
as an attorney, you mean like right now where you're intentionally inflicting emotional distress? Yes, you are wrapped up in this still. Your statements can be used against you.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I mean, any attorney worth his salt is going to tell you, you better have lips like a statue. Do not talk about this. And Destiny's gonna, if I was Destiny's attorney, I'd be like, you got the Trump stuff, run yourself ragged over Trump, just keep ignoring it. Do not talk about it. It's the best answer for him. But he can't. He's already talked about it a ton as the situation has unfolded. But yes, from here on out, he should really shut up and not talk about it anymore. Talking about it will not help him. He's not going to talk his way out of it. All he's going to do is make it worse.
Look, you gave him the same advice I gave him. Lean into the TDS. Just
That's what makes him the money anyway.
that's your brand. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Just lean into it.
Why? Okay. I don't know why I'm going over this. Let's say theoretically, let's say that I sue somebody for, let's say that I find a white person and I get my black friend to sue that person for, and I'm going to say, hey, I want you to accuse him of calling you the N-word 450 times while raping your whole family. Okay. Go ahead and sue him. Right.
See, look, these are the kinds of hypotheticals I just see in front of a jury. And the jury is always like, you know, some wife, some grandma,
Yeah.
like some car mechanic.
To be fair, is Destiny arguing that's frowned upon conduct in society? I'm just trying to clarify.
I would hope.
Only
I would
is
hope
it
so.
4? Is it if it 449 times you say it? Is that okay?
Right.
Oh, man.
But no, yes, Destiny, and there are ways you could fight it. Your attorney could come out and release a statement saying, this is all bull. This is all garbage. This clearly didn't happen. This is nonsense. You know, it's not true. You know, whatever he wants to say, you don't have to say anything.
Mm-hmm.
My lawyer released a statement. Please refer to that. But also when we clearly know it's not true, you know, like still don't want to, but like you could, it's not that damaging at that point. But you're arguing none of this has ever happened. You haven't gotten to that point. And I haven't heard him say these are clearly baseless and frivolous things. Because if he really did that, he wouldn't need 4,500 words to say she's full of shit and a liar.
Right. Yeah. No manifesto necessary.
Yeah.
That process could take 1 to 3 years, depending upon everything from start to finish. If the person's cap, theoretically, for damages on some particular action is really low, or if it's not, if the on the merits of the case doesn't seem very likely to succeed, the idea that like as a famous person, now
your cap is really, your ceiling is super high here though, brother. You're not talking about only losing like $10,000. You're looking at like millions.
You think so? What do you think the settlement would be, Sean?
Oh, I'd settle like, I mean, if Destiny came to Pixie and said like $3 million, $4 million, I'm sure she'd take it.
So 15 million is high, but
15 million is super high, but like,
Yeah.
you know, do you really want to go in front of a jury? Because they are going to break it off in you.
Is 15 million, is that plausible?
I mean, I could
don't
see
know
like I could see $9 or $10 million.
I don't know Destiny's finances. Like he always talks
that
about
doesn't
how
matter.
he's wealthy,
That
but
doesn't
15 million is like
that doesn't
oh my
matter.
God.
That doesn't matter. He's gonna have to do streams to pay Pixie. Like
She's
that could
gonna
end up happening.
garnish his streaming revenue.
Yeah.
Did he get a big streaming contract from Kick or one of these other platforms? I don't
think he
know.
would take money from Kick because Kick's all mean and nasty.
Oh,
He's on Kick.
Didn't he used to at some point?
I thought he got some streaming contract that was obnoxious, but I could be wrong.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, look, I get it. The judgment could bankrupt him easily. And I guess they don't even take that into consideration, right? How wealthy the person is.
That's not the jury's problem. It's
right.
How bad was your harm?
Right, exactly.
Because you know, if you did $1 million worth of damage, and you only
of
$20
course.
to your name, it's like it's too bad.
Wow.
Now, if you're not a famous person, if you're just an ordinary person, then yeah, you generally don't say anything. But as a famous person who stands more to lose from the bad publicity than from anything a court could do, there are reasons why you might make a statement, which should be incredibly obvious if you know anything at all about dealing with celebrities or tort.
Yes, and then why aren't you doing what the celebrities do?
Well, he is making a statement, but he's doing it on the cheap. He's doing it himself.
Yeah, if I am a celebrity, okay, then act like a celebrity. Hire a PR team.
He should have Pisco come out and deliver his PR statement for him, right?
Pisco
or Mr. Girl.
Well, I mean, like, I don't even mean like to make fun of it. Like anybody else, like work with it. Like you say, you have a team of people. Then use your team of people.
Not So Erudite could do it. She could come out and deliver the statement.
I mean, like anybody in his orbit should be careful because like anybody's orbit could probably get deposed out of this. Like, what did you know? When did you know it? Like, not so Erudite's going to get deposed probably because I mean she's clearly listed and involved. But like,
Oh my
yeah,
god!
there's
Holy shit! They're subpoenaing bitches.
that's going to happen. Like, I mean, this is a lawsuit. There's going to be depositions. There's going to be discovery, demands for emails, demands from other people, like demanding all this crap, like all your communications with the orbiter, like any communications with any person about Pixie.
Now, Sean, how much
Emails,
shit can
text
we talk
messages.
without getting subpoenaed? Because Sitch and I, we don't want to go anywhere.
I would love. What do you mean? I'd love to talk shit
Yeah.
to a
Well, no,
lawyer about
yeah, but we don't
Destiny.
wanna-
What do you mean? I mean, I don't have any information worth anything, but
Well, you're closer than me. I don't want to fly out to Florida to fuck with you.
You could do a deposition over
Could be
video
de-
nowadays.
Oh,
That's
okay.
that's a common thing.
We're talking shit.
Yeah, and the
Shit
great
is
thing about
on the
a
menu.
deposition is you have litigation privilege. You can defame people in a deposition because you're
Nice.
you're under oath. So
Oh my god,
just like being in a courtroom.
heaven.
And at best, it has no effect, but that's going to be really, like, that's the best case scenario. The more likely scenario is he's not going to help himself, and the more you talk, those are now more things that her attorneys, they get the download, they can hold on to, and Destiny tries to goes, I never said that, play. And then this is what you just said, and now he's going to have to explain that. So that's why you don't talk about it. The more you talk, the more, our job is to figure out how to use your words against you, if we can.
Sure. Can you just explain this discrepancy? Because you're saying that a legal person will say, don't speak on this. But then, like say, Neil
These
gets...
don't even seem to be good faith attempts to disagree with you. No, it's just like another character assassination arc. This is what everybody does. Whatever, anything to
statement, releases a statement and says,
I mean, if you did the crime, man, it's not a character assassination arc. There might be a bit of Schadenfreude going on, but we're not making
Yeah.
shit up, right?
Yes.
I've never done anything non-consensually. So how does that spin out?
I'm sure he probably cleared that through PR and a legal team.
Right.
But he's also not online, or he's not in the media all the time. Like, he's not talking all the time like Destiny talks 5-6 hours a day,
Right.
every day. And if it's a limited thing, that's sometimes. But even then, a lot of attorneys will say, "Sorry, we're not saying nothing." Sometimes that's a better idea. But for somebody like him, PR might be involved, and they might have their own ideas. But there's no guarantee that's the right answer either. I mean, I've never had to deal with somebody that big, but I always tell my clients, like, just shut up. You gain nothing by talking.
Oh, hey, good job. You've never dealt with any large clients before. Then that's fine. Then why opine?
How many of you dealt with Destiny? You're like,
He's
I've
been on
been,
our
like,
stream, and what
I-
are you talking? Oh, how
There you go,
many
yes.
large clients
yeah, like
has he?
he's like,
dealt
well,
with?
I
Yeah.
know what I'm doing. It's like, no, you don't. You're literally you're freestyling this, man.
Right.
But like, I've seen how it's done. Johnny Depp didn't come out and release statements. Guess what Johnny Depp did? He had a PR team. Amber Heard had a PR team. Baldoni has a PR team. Blake Lively has a PR team.
He's trying to make himself out like he's a large
I'm a
client.
celebrity. Then act like a goddamn celebrity.
It does
Don't
seem
be a
like
dollar
he's
store
trying.
celebrity. Be about it.
It does seem like he's trying to do the PR on the cheap. So,
Yeah,
which makes me
that's-
think he doesn't have that 15 million, and that 15 million is laughable. So,
Oh, I'm sure he doesn't have 15 million, but I'm sure if Pixie got if Pixie demanded 5 million, that's probably more than he's got or all he's got too.
yeah, he might have 5 million. I don't know.
Yeah, he might.
I don't know
might.
if he has any assets like a house or anything like that.
I think-
so.
He's got a condo. I think that's where he lives, isn't he?
Yeah, but he might just rent it. I've seen streams of him talking about how owning property is ridiculous and that you should just rent. So,
Well,
yeah, I don't know.
Then why opine on this?
The people who believe you are going to believe you. The people who don't believe you aren't going to read that statement and go, oh, well, he said he didn't do it. I guess he didn't do it. No, that's never going to convince anyone.
Sure. So from your perspective then, as a legal expert, you would say that it's unlikely that the legal team are going to be satisfied or happy with how he's talking about this.
I mean, I'm sure they probably, well, that's assuming he has a legal team. I mean, what does he have? Who knows? That's the bigger thing there. He says he's talking to his team. I mean, are you really? Like, that's the other issue. Because I can't imagine any attorney who's watching this and saying, oh, this is good. Because watching him talk about this is terrifying.
Yeah, look, if you're on his legal team and you know that you have to defend this guy after all of this stuff, how badly do you want to be on his legal team, on his quote unquote legal team, Sean?
are his checks are the checks depositing?
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Fine.
Yeah.
It's not my ass that's getting lit on fire.
So, but there's going to be some sort of retainer involved if you're an attorney taking on this case because of all the risk, right? Like if
For
he
Destiny?
if he gets a
Oh, yeah,
$15
100
million dollar judgment on him, like how are you
Yeah.
getting paid as an attorney?
Well, you get paid up front.
Oh, okay.
Billable hours. Here's your bill, sir. Please pay.
But what kind of
this month.
attorney is going to bill him like a $500,000 retainer and say, "Oh yeah, you're going to lose this"?
Any attorney who's halfway decent has probably already told them, this doesn't look good. And then as they get discovery, they're going to say, look, this is really bad. You should probably look at settling.
Right. So then you're just paying the attorney to negotiate the settlement, right?
Sure. Yeah. It'll be damage mitigation for him at some point, but maybe it already is, and he's just ignoring it.
Look, if I'm shopping around for attorneys, I'm in a similar situation. And every attorney's telling me, "Oh yeah, you're going to lose this case. You're going to lose this case. You need to give me $100,000 retainer so I can help you lose this case." I'm like, why am I paying you $100,000, right?
Yeah. Well, it's about managing the harm.
Right.
That's why they're there. They're, it's to put you in the best possible situation. That's what their job is. It's to protect you as much as possible.
Right.
Because he starts trying to negotiate, you're negotiating yourself. People get worked up, and he's gonna get all fired up, and he's just gonna, he's gonna shoot himself in the foot.
So the attorney would argue that they can save him maybe $1 million in damages. Like if you handle this yourself, you're going to get a $5 million judgment against you. If you have me help you, we're going to get that down to $500,000. That is the argument that the attorney makes.
Probably something like that. It's just it's not going to get any better. The longer you wait, the more you're gonna suffer, because the longer you wait, the cost of settling, Pixie probably will raise her threshold more and more and more and more the longer you screw around.
Right.
So, I mean,
right.
Let's just check. Yeah.
Well, she started at 15 million though, so obviously.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the idea. Maybe she's just not willing to settle. Like she wants him to suffer. That could be an option here. And I'm looking at Pacer right now. There are still no, because it's all electronic. Nobody's entered an appearance for Destiny.
He's got so when their lawsuit is filed against him, he's got to have an attorney file a response to that lawsuit, correct?
Well, he could file his own response.
Okay, but that's probably a bad idea, right? It's probably a better idea to hire.
It's a horrible idea.
It's probably a better idea to hire an attorney, since you're not an attorney, right? This isn't a Nick Rekieta situation where he's actually an attorney.
Well, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Sure.
He would hire an attorney to file the response. What do you think that would run him? Just in your guesstimation.
I mean, well, just filing the response alone isn't what an attorney would want to do. Like, I'm representing you on this, but they're
going to ask for a retainer.
Yeah,
they're going to say,
I'm
put
sure
this
they're
much
going to
money.
probably ask for probably 25, 30 to start. I mean, minimum.
Okay.
I bet it's probably more like they want 50 down, and we'll start working on it.
So $50,000 retainer just because you share some nudes with some OnlyFans model. Well, that's like a this is not a parking ticket type situation.
No, $50,000. Like that retainer and that attorney's probably $450, $500 an hour. There might be an associate working on it who bills at like $400 an hour. You got a paralegal probably bills like $250 an hour.
Right, and
$200 an hour.
In this
situation, that $50K just.
Yeah, so in this situation too, they're telling you, yes, you're going to spend this $50K, and that's money that's gone because you're going to lose this case.
Yeah, a lawsuit, even if you're prosecuting a case, generally speaking, a lawsuit, you take a bunch of money, you stick it in a pile, and you light it on fire, and then maybe you have to throw even more money in the pile, or maybe you get some money back, maybe you get nothing back. That's how a lawsuit is. And yeah, if Destiny doesn't, I don't see any counterclaims for him to have. So yeah, he's basically on the defensive here.
So how long does he have to file the response? Because I know there's a deadline on the response. If he doesn't file a response, then it's like a summary judgment, right? He's automatically.
If he doesn't respond, it's called a default, because if you don't respond, Pixie then come in and say, look, he didn't respond, and the court will say, all right, well, they have a hearing and they come in and they present their evidence, and the court says, okay, yeah, he's not here, so this is deemed true. And then, show damages, and, that's when they move on to like, what is she entitled to under the law?
Oh my God. So we could just get a judgment.
Yeah, but he's gonna have somebody, but nobody's been no one's here yet.
Mm-hmm.
And if he's got a legal team, that means you're talking to attorneys. Like, where are they?
Well, look, my
That's
buddy
kind of
Sitch
more
is
of
pretty
the-
good at this stuff. Destiny, if you want to hire us, like we'll work on the cheap here. We'll file your response for you.
Yeah, we'll do it for
Everything will be
half.
yeah,
half
everything.
whatever the lawyer wants. We'll do it for half of that. Okay.
Actually, we'll do it for like $500, just flat rate. $500.
Whoa,
We'll
whoa,
file.
whoa! I'm worth more than $500. Okay, what are you talking about?
Sitch,
you can
just think
write,
how
not
much
true,
fun.
not true, not true.
Just think how much fun we'll have filing that response, Sitch. Look, there's a lot of entertainment value.
Okay, I guess you know what? I didn't think about that.
in
You're right.
following and filing the response.
It'll be
You guys
worth
I think
the
we could
lows
probably
alone.
make it up on super chats alone.
Right.
You're gonna
You and I file
If we can
response.
stream filing the response, writing it and filing
Yes.
it, we'll crowdsource it to the chat.
You
Okay,
can-
it'll be like
That's
a
right,
choose your own adventure filing with the chat weighing in.
your filing can be done with panels.
Yeah,
There
so
you
think
go.
of how much money you could save. Destiny, you're $500 out of pocket, okay? And we're
Right.
basically working pro bono here.
Exactly.
Yes,
It'll
this
be
is
great.
So somebody's saying, is this going to be live? Well, I don't know if he means YouTube, but no, this won't be live streamed. It's in federal court. They don't allow cameras. So
So
What is up
sad.
with that?
So
that's
sad.
by federal law.
Trump? Why can't you fix that, Trump?
A lot of the things he could fix that would require, I think, modifications to the Judiciary Act. So
When has the law ever stopped Donald Trump from doing anything, Sean? Okay.
This is like a painful monetary situation, even if you do have money. It's
Yeah.
$50,000 just for this
mhm.
this mistake. Oh,
Well, this is
Well, it's gonna get worse.
so
Mistake.
brutal. So brutal.
If I'm trying to defend him.
That's interesting actually, because there's one point in his recent,
that's
like
a nice
yesterday's
way
stream,
to
when he
put
spoke about this a bit more,
mistake.
and I think he said something like, "I've gone with a more aggressive legal team." Like,
Just-
does that mean anything to you?
I like that.
I mean, he may have tried to get some attorneys who are like hard
Yeah, no,
chargers and
this
fire
is-
breathers
This is why this
But
stuff
we'll go
is very
online
serious.
to the Pacer
And
filing.
if he was just some random YouTuber that didn't really have any money, this probably wouldn't have been a big deal because nobody would have cared.
well,
But when
look,
you got the money, you put a target on your back.
of course, and you well also look. He's like I said, he's famous. That makes the video that much more likely to leak. I don't see how you don't see that.
And that's where, I mean, he does see it. He just won't accept it, I think, is his issue.
Right.
So,
Okay.
And that's just, and maybe Destiny just lives in denial. I don't know. Maybe, like, who knows really why he doesn't believe it.
If he gets a ridiculous judgment against him, $10 million, $15 million, and he has to claim bankruptcy, do you think that hurts his streaming career?
I mean, it looks really bad at that point.
Okay.
I mean, it looks really, really bad that you're, basically on the run like that.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I think then it becomes an issue of, because it's an intentional tort, you're not always able to discharge intentional.
So he
tort
can't even claim
judgments.
bankruptcy.
Not always. Not always.
Right. Wow. I did
Most
not
things are
know a lot about
dischargeable.
this case until we started doing this live stream. I've just seen bits and pieces here and there.
That's the federal court stuff. I'll send you a link. I don't know if you've ever used it before. You can find the federal court thing where everything that gets put, it's all
Like I
done
say,
electronically.
here's
So
one
the day it
small
happens,
super
it's up.
chat towards the
We'll see if
retainer.
an attorney.
You got to pause it, Sean. We can't hear what you're saying.
Oh, sorry. What are we?
That's
Pause. What? We're done. I thought.
No,
Oh,
what?
Enters an
Hear me?
appearance because
Did
he's
you
got 21
close?
days to respond.
Oh shoot! Yeah, I did. Sorry.
Oh,
I
like,
was
what's
wondering.
happening?
I
Get
keep
out.
pressing play on the watch together, and I guess you left. Get back in there.
Get back in here.
From the 18th. In between that time, if he retains counsel,
All right,
they'll
I'm
enter their
back,
appearances.
sorry.
So we'll know if he's got a legal team. We'll know what's going on. But right now, I'm assuming he's probably full of shit. I don't think he's got a legal team because I just can't imagine it at this point.
Destiny looks very upset at you saying he probably doesn't have a legal team, that he's lying about that. Destiny seems very...
Yes.
Why would he not though? That seems such like a retard move.
Because it's so fucking expensive, Sitch. Nobody
It's
wants
less
to...
expensive than been fucking eating a $15 million judgment.
Yeah.
I don't know his financial situation. Maybe all of his money's tied up in the market or something. Who knows?
Maybe he got
Yeah,
rug
Maybe
pulled
it's
by
in
Libra.
crypto. Yeah. Maybe he just bet it all on Libra.
He put it all in. He put in Boogie's crypto coin.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's how Boogie got out of this. Boogie got all Destiny's money.
Sitch, I'm like, oh, just imagine writing a check to an attorney for $50,000 that is like money goodbye. Like you don't even have any chance of getting it back again. And it's probably half, if not a third, a tenth of what you actually have to pay.
Well, watch. So when we listen to his manifesto, he says what his offer was, and it's such a crazy lowball. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah, you'll see.
And I will just say though, yes, it's going to take his team time to respond. And with that 21-day window, you can ask for extensions of time. The courts liberally grant them so they can have more time to respond to things. But the idea that your attorney doesn't enter an appearance saying, "Hi, I represent Destiny," that doesn't affect any of the timelines.
Is that something that usually is done fairly quickly?
Yeah, that's my question.
I mean, there's no reason not to. Like getting it on there, getting on the record. You know, now the court knows there's another like counsel's involved. That puts the other party on notice. Counsel's involved. You know,
no, but I mean, like if he theoretically, if Destiny already had lawyers before that was filed, you'd expect that appearance thing to be filed in like what, a couple days, a week, like.
Yeah, I already expected to have been filed. Like, we got to get on this.
Okay. Yeah, strategically, I would want to have an attorney lined up, like ready to go. Maybe we don't have to do anything. Maybe she doesn't file a lawsuit, but I would have the attorney ready. Like as soon as something was filed, I would want a response like 15 minutes because that's going to look better than this. Like, is he going to respond? When's the response coming? What's the response going to be? I mean, that looks professional, right, Sean?
I mean,
that's what you want to see.
If you respond immediately, doesn't that mean that you were expecting to get sued? So that makes you look
she
more
says
guilty?
on the
but
she's going to sue.
We're going to sue you, and then we have settlement discussions, and the settlement discussions.
No, right, but I'm saying like I think he's going to be like, listen, I'm so innocent here that I didn't even. You know, I so didn't expect you to sue me because I was just going to work this out with you, right? That's how innocent I am.
Oh, man.
Maybe, but then still, like, you're just attorney enters an appearance. It's not a big deal.
I got you.
Although I love in the chat, they're like, somebody found my website and they're like talking about how I practice historic European martial arts. I'm like, never claimed to be good at it. It's like, I'm an outdoorsman. I don't have to walk around to shoot deer from a blind. Like, I'm not Jim Bridger. I sit in a blind and shoot a deer. Like I'm like, you guys are reading way too much in what you think.
Oh, you're what the little Hema people, right? With the little armor, run around, you like hit people with swords and stuff.
No, that's like, I mean, that is Hema, but you're kind of thinking of like that's like SCA. No, this is kind of think of like Hema as like Kendo, except it doesn't have all the crappy rules.
Okay. Yeah. So you hit people with pikes? I don't understand.
No, so the European martial arts, like, have you ever seen the old medieval texts where like the guys are like stabbing each other with swords at the same time? It looks all poorly drawn.
Yes.
It's just the idea of like, okay, well, instead of learning how like Japanese, like, you know, learning the way of the blade, you know, you can learn how would you use a pike or a quarterstaff or like a long sword or an arming sword and shields and all that stuff. Yeah, it's another study in martial arts.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I think just from a PR perspective, it looks better to have a response immediately than to go out and talk about your legal team that may or may not exist and let other people speculate.
I mean, I don't think that's necessarily the incorrect thing here, but just, yes, he's talking about my team, and my team's been working on things like,
right.
Where are they?
Yeah.
Because that's always a hint
you
to me as
speculating right now is bad, and it looks horrible.
Well, that in my experience as an attorney, when I'm we're dealing with another party, like, well, I have a legal team. Who are they?
Yeah.
Because like I need to talk to them, because if you're telling me you have an attorney, I have an ethical obligation to talk to them, not you, because that violates the rules.
And also there could be some conflict of interest. The attorney could be your brother or something like that. You need to know.
Yes.
So you can avoid anything like that as well.
That too. Yes. Making sure there's no conflicts of interest, but yes, it's just more of the idea that if a party's represented, you have to speak to the counsel.
Right. Yeah. No, I get it.
So yeah, just when he keeps on saying this, like, well, then who do I talk to? And he's like, I'm not telling you.
What's the date so we can keep it on our calendar that the response will be tardy?
Let me see here. So it was filed on the 18th. Hold on. Date in...
So the 18th was a few days ago now? 3 days ago?
Yes.
5 days ago? I guess it's the 23rd now.
Yeah, but it's from the 20. Well, it was filed on the day 18th.
Okay, well, here, let's finish this up.
This will be our
Doing,
character.
while you're doing math.
This will be our
I mean,
character.
like,
maybe
that sounds insane. I mean, but I don't know. It's
he wouldn't be the first guy. I mean, to be fair, when Pixie said I'm gonna get legal counsel, I thought, don't talk about.
Yeah, I guess the last thing I'll say, a lot of these guys are, fuck. No, I don't want to sound like an elitist. What's the term, penny lawyer or whatever?
Okay.
Lawyers are like restaurants. If you go into a restaurant and somebody hands you a menu and they have like 700 different items to choose from, none of them are probably going to be that good. If you go to a restaurant and you want a really good restaurant, they probably specialize on a certain type of food. It might be the case that you're at one restaurant that specializes in steak, and then you want really, really, really good sushi. You probably wouldn't go to the same steakhouse and see what they have on the sushi menu. You'd probably go to a place that specializes in sushi, unless you're going to IHOP or Denny's or something.
See that, Sean? You're
Yes.
the Denny's attorney here.
I-
Now, Destiny's
Yeah.
legal team
Yes.
that he's obviously filed his
Purpose.
$500,000
Purpose.
retainer with.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They are the sushi, the sushi of attorneys. So you need to shut your trap, Sean.
Okay.
The
well,
golden
who are
corral of lawyers over here.
they? Yeah.
Look, 500 flat fee. That's pretty reasonable,
Yeah.
Sitch, don't you think?
We're
I
the
would
Taco
love-
Bell. Okay, he needs sushi,
Yes.
and we're the Taco Bell. So I don't know.
I mean, and the funny thing is here though, like this idea, like, does he understand? Like most attorneys in America, even
Mhm.
the big ones, like yeah, they specialize in things, but they have a lot of different things they do. So
Sean,
like,
Sean, will you go in with us on the response? We'll cut you in, okay? You get a third of the $500. What do you say?
a third of the $500? Oh boy.
Come on. It'll be
Wow,
hilarious.
wow, look at this guy, this rich guy over here.
It'll be
Jeez.
hilarious. It will
He's
be
being very-
hilarious.
He's being very generous with your money, Sitch.
I know. Listen,
Well, we
I'll
haven't
give,
nabbed,
I'll give
we
away
haven't
a
nabbed the
third.
deal yet.
I'll give
Yeah.
away a third to you,
Look, and
Sean,
you will be
okay?
the only
appreciate you.
legitimate attorney on this response. It'll be great.
Right.
I mean, it's funny though, he talks about all this, but this is like so straightforward that
Mhm.
this isn't going to require the greatest legal minds ever for Pixie.
Oh
Like,
my
that's the
god.
thing. Like,
She can
this
hire
is
a Denny's attorney and destroy him, is what you're saying.
Tanny's attorney.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in
Denny's
his
attorney.
analogy, yes.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. You can hire. Or as if you guys remember the Duncan and Nick Ricay thing, she can hire a strip mall lawyer.
Mhm.
It's like, yes, this is like the truck driver who was drinking, texting on his phone, and was an illegal who didn't have a CDL. Yes,
Oh my god.
and gets in the car accident. Yes, this is a pretty straightforward case.
Wow. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, before we start this, the manifest, let me read 2 super chats. J-Mac, thanks so much, Circuit Fire. Dad, J-Mac for the $20 says if Destiny is on drugs, allegedly, wouldn't it make sense he was making bad decisions? People on drugs usually don't make good decisions. Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's not a defense. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense.
No. Someone spiked his Adderall. Okay, he didn't
Yeah.
know.
Mhm.
Potato, thanks so much for the 200 knock says in trial, how much could a jury demand he pay?
A lot, millions.
There you
There are
go.
some limits in Florida. They do have tort reform, limiting damages, but they can make him pay quite a bit in the meantime.
Okay.
A lot of zeros. A lot
Right.
of zeros can be hanging out there. So
Okay. So this is Destiny's manifesto addressing his lawsuits, where he tries to make himself to be the victim here. So we'll see if that works. Let me know in the chat if you guys think that's a good strategy.
Well, hold on. If he paid a retainer to an attorney to represent him of $50,000 or more,
Mhm.
do you think he would be doing something like this manifesto thing?
I would hope to God no, but I could see him paying the money. He's not the first client ever to retain counsel and just start doing retarded things.
Okay. Look,
telling you-
this move is like money is no object. Like if you're paying 50 grand to the attorney and then you're doing this, you're like, okay, I am swimming in cash. That's the way I think. Go ahead, Sitch.
Oh, so I think so. We have the 2 possibilities. One is that he thinks he's going to lose, and he's just trying to create the the BS rationalization for his fans through this, and the second is he is Eric Cartman himself into believing his own bullshit, and is like, I'm going to manifesto my way out of this lawsuit.
I'm
Right.
leaning towards Eric Cartman, to be honest with you. The more I learn
Okay.
about this, the more it just seems like,
Right.
yeah. I look, and I don't know his financial situation, so I mean, if I had what people perceive Destiny to have as far as finances go, I mean, I would shut up and hire the best attorney I could afford, and be ready to fight this in court, not on my live stream. And then I would shut up and I'd say, okay, well, I really need to let my TDS run wild because that's where the money is. I need to start growing that bank account as much as I can, because now I have a mouth to feed, my attorney.
I mean, I would have just shut this up and settled. Would not have fought this.
Yeah,
anymore.
and then every other person out there that, let's say that Destiny says these people don't exist, but if they do
I
exist,
see.
if those women do
Right.
exist, they're all sitting there sharpening their knives too.
The vultures are coming.
That is a good point. Yeah.
That's
so
a good
he
point,
said,
yeah.
he's like, I could settle this. She's for $5 million, but there's like 7 other women, and 5 million times 7. That's like $35 million.
Well, remember, a lot for Destiny right now is just the campaign that's been waged against Pixie really jacks up the problems for him. So
What if
Right.
Nick Fuentes comes out and sues Destiny for revenge?
Like,
porn?
I
Wouldn't
brought
that
that up
be
too.
like
I brought that
the
up.
most epic thing ever?
I brought that up. I so hope that happens. It'll be so funny.
That's not
Wow.
gonna happen.
The best
I
arc
wish.
ever.
I wish, but that's a dream.
Why write this?
Oh, okay. Here, the answer.
Yes. Why write this? Why?
On January 20th, 2025, Pixie created a Substack post.
Oh, also, if I'm Pixie's attorney, I'm subpoenaing. I want any and all in Discovery. I want all. You said final statement, so give me all the drafts previously.
Oh my God.
This is why you don't do this.
Oh my
This
God.
is why you don't do this, Steven. You're
Google
like,
probably saves every change too.
yeah, I want everything in your Google Drive now. Thank you. Like, this is why you don't do this.
Oh my God. That's so fucking.
Remember, this is why the PR team does this.
Yeah.
Vanessa saying, "Oh my God, you
Which
can
you
do
can
that."
see
Yes,
here.
it's something he wrote as part of the case with this. Yeah, it's documents, papers in his possession regarding Pixie and this lawsuit. It's not privileged because it's his own
Signaling.
thing. So
That's painful. That is painful to even contact. Then this is what, if you hire a good attorney, they'll tell you instantly. This is why they would tell you not to write this. They'd say why you shouldn't write this is because everything that you write and all of the drafts are going to end up in the hands of the attorney suing you.
Mhm.
Yeah. Look,
and the thing is, somebody saying he said he sent it to the lawyer. It's like,
he sent
you're
it to
gonna have
his
prove
lawyer.
that.
He's
says
saying
that.
he claims that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're going to have
okay.
to prove that. You have to assert privilege, you have to demonstrate there's privilege.
Hmm. So the attorney signed off on this, right? This attorney.
Like, once again,
As an attorney, would you sign off on something like this, Sean?
No.
Yeah.
No.
What if he slides another $50,000 retainer across the table?
Then I would slide across a waiver of liability here for malpractice.
That's
You're
hilarious.
doing this against my advice.
That is hilarious.
Okay, that's a great answer.
Because they can slap. You can get in trouble if you mispractice for malpractice, right?
Right.
Well,
if you sign
that's
off
my
on something.
malpractice insurance. Like, he could sue
Right.
me for malpractice. Like, I couldn't get in trouble
Right.
with the bar, but yeah, I could get like my malpractice carrier would be like,
Yeah.
wait, you did what now?
So you think there's like no fucking way that a lawyer actually signed off on this?
Not something like this, because they would have to know everything front to back. Like, they would have to know the entire story, know all the information that's out there. They would have had to basically read the entire farms thread
Right.
of all the posts and things that are out there, all the logs.
That's a lot of billing hours, man.
Well,
I know,
I
geez,
don't.
those threads.
Well, I'm just saying you would have to know everything, because otherwise, your client tells you a story and you're like, oh, okay, cool, like, okay, I guess that's your this is your version of events, but I'm like, how do I know that's true?
Right.
Like there's
Sitch, are you leaning towards the Alex Cartman narrative, or
I mean,
which way are
Eric
you
Cartman.
going? Oh yeah.
I mean, I wasn't going into this, but you guys are talking me into it. You guys are talking me into
And
it.
then-
So
And then, yes, somebody is correct. Well, all the previous ones may not be waived because he didn't air them, but this
Mhm.
one certainly is no longer a privileged statement. But whatever he sent previously still might be protected depending on how it's done. If the attorney had commenting on it, might be work product. But yeah, Destiny just doing this, if he didn't run this really by counsel, this is all discoverable.
right.
Ugh.
Besides,
Her
I'd ask for
intent to-
everything anyway.
Signaling her intent to sue me. She has since filed her lawsuit in which she claims I shared explicit material we created together without her permission. Until now, I've stayed away from addressing the exact claims she's made in her post and subsequent lawsuit. While it's important to explain my purpose for writing this, it might be more illuminating to quickly explain why I'm not writing this. I am not writing this to appease the accusations made against me, my anti-fan communities, or other vultures who are here to simply hype up whatever stories they can involving me or others around me. Mr. Girl, love. I'm not writing this to divulge every single personal detail of my life for the public to comb through in order to harass me or others around me. I'm not writing this to respond to the multitude of claims made about me that have been circulating on the internet, sometimes for over a decade.
Is Mr. Girl doing a victory lap? He mentions Mr. Girl specifically, so
He must be doing it.
I noticed
Yes,
we
Mr.
didn't
Girl
get.
did a victory lap, and it's really bad when that guy's able to like.
Oh, I know. Nobody likes
this is-
Mr.
but-
Girl. Jesus.
But here's the thing: if like Pixie's attorney is still trying to figure stuff out, oh hey, Mr. Girl, hey, can we talk?
Oh
to you,
yeah.
sir?
Oh yeah.
Hey, would you sit down for a deposition? What did you know? When did you know it?
He's flying out there on his
Yeah.
own dime.
Yeah. Hey, Lav, can we talk to you? Would you like to sit down for a deposition? Tell us what you knew when you knew it. This is, when you're throwing names out there, and like this is a lot of words instead of just saying, I didn't do that. This is wrong. Why don't you just say that? Why can't you say that right away?
Yeah, the strip mall attorney knows where to dig now.
Yeah.
For the majority of these claims, I simply don't wish to rehash every single wild claim or baseless accusation someone throws my way, especially when they're demanding I divulge even more personal information to do so. And, more importantly, I shouldn't be forced to provide that level of personal access to my life. I've already had my privacy violated in the most extreme and disgusting ways over the past few months, and I don't enjoy having every single private interaction I've had held up under a microscope for the internet to psychoanalyze.
Oh, so
And once again, you're pointing out, oh wait, so Mr. Bennell, you're acknowledging there are times where privacy is very important. Violating the privacy leads to a lot of problems.
yeah, it
What's that,
seems
sir?
massively
Yes, is that yes
hypocritical.
or- yeah, so you're acknowledging that this is a serious issue. You don't like it when it happens to you. Once again, this is why you don't do this.
Yeah, why did you share the videos if you were so cravenous of your privacy?
You understand how it feels, okay? Then,
Oh my
you don't
God.
talk.
I do, however, feel compelled to provide a bit of backstory to my audience for you to have a bit of an understanding of everything that's transpired over the last few years relating to this incident, if for no other reason than to dispel at least the worst assumptions that some people have made about me, even within my own community. If you're unhappy with the level of personal details, or if you wish for me to divulge more about person ABC or situation XYZ, I don't care. You can simply leave. This isn't to say that I won't address other things in the future. I probably will, but one piece at a time, okay? Why wait so long? I'm sympathetic to people who view me negatively, even in the worst light, because it seems difficult to imagine why I would stay silent on everything that's been said about the situation so far. There are 3 reasons for the delay in transparency. The first was minimizing exposure to revenge porn. A great deal of explicit content of mine had been published on Kiwi Farms, including incredibly personal communications of mine. Giving this any kind of public attention is obviously a massive victory for vulture communities as well as the leaker, and a massive loss for the
None of this matters. None of this matters. None of this matters.
Yeah, I
How
was
does
thinking
this-
the same thing.
How does this counter? How does anything here make it more likely or less likely you did this?
Turn your microphone up. Or
Oh,
pull it
hold
up
on.
closer to you or
There.
something.
None of this matters. None
There
of
you
this
go.
matters. Person A. What about person B? We're not worried about person B. Person A is being sued.
Yeah, irrelevant.
privacy of myself and any of the other victims involved. It's irritating that, because I'm a man, the expectation is that any explicit material of mine leaked for sexually humiliating purposes is just expected to be laughed at by me while being made into a joke by every community on the internet, including my own. Whether that includes those maliciously lying about our hookups for purposes of public humiliation or selectively publishing explicit leaked material online, all of it is incredibly disgusting and invasive, doubly so when I've been expected to just roll with it. It's incredibly bizarre how many people are fixated on insisting that I'm not a victim in this when I was the primary target of the entire revenge porn posting. While other people were undeniably harmed by these leaks, they were seen as collateral damage to the publisher of the material and the website providing hosting for it in the goal to attack me, whether it was through reputation, monetary harm, or just some other form of sadistic humiliation. The second point is Pixie's privacy request. Once the leaker published and hosted all of my
It's funny when he talks about the collateral damage, he's calling Pixie collateral damage. I'm the real victim.
Right.
Yeah.
She's just an orbiter.
Oh God.
Once again, this is why I don't think somebody approved this, because it's like, why would you do like none of this is good.
It looks horrible. It looks
It does.
horrible from a moral perspective, from a legal perspective. I mean, you shared them.
Yeah. Oh no, it's been really bad for me too. Okay, great.
Then why'd you do it? Why'd you share it?
Well, no, it's really if this hacker did his elite hacks and he stole your stuff, great, go get that guy. In the meantime, we're talking about what you did here, sir. And
I just for me as a potential juror, the inevitability of the images being leaked just by him sharing it are 100%. Like some hacker, some person, like sooner or later they're going to get out there. So I don't see how you can claim, oh, I thought they were going to be shared in confidence. I don't see how anyone could make that claim and people just not laugh, right?
I mean, once again, it's the reasonable person standard. You're gonna have to convince a jury that this is reasonable. And
Yeah.
you're gonna have to, is a jury gonna think this is reasonable? And you're not gonna get a jury full of gooners, you're gonna get a jury full of normies.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. They're going to say, what? You shared what with who? What?
my explicit content on Kiwi Farms, Pixie messaged me and informed me that she didn't want confirmation of her in any part of the material. She said, I'm 100% denying it's me, by the way, since it's not super clear my face or anything like that. I haven't told other personal people in my life about it. This is me talking, basically, if you have any specific requests about like removing anything, and then it's just her saying, I don't want to testify or be named in anything. As far as people asking me, I'm just saying it's a lookalike. Don't tell anyone privately either if it's me or not, basically. Pixie messaged me.
That doesn't help you either. She's terrified and trying to hide because this is so bad.
Yeah,
You're acknowledging how bad this was because she had to hide. And she was like, oh my God, what can we do to like hide from this?
Yeah, I can't imagine an attorney reading this statement and being like, oh yeah, good to go right here.
Yes.
This will help. This will help me defend you in this lawsuit.
Mhm.
This will help me get that settlement down to some reasonable amount. You'd be like, no, you're going to destroy our case.
Yes, especially even if they don't know this stuff, they're going to be like, wait, I don't know if any of this is true or not.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Because that's one thing as an attorney, my client says, oh, trust me, bro. I'm like, no, I'm not going to trust you. I want to be able to verify all of it.
Yeah, how much do your clients lie to you? Oh, God, that's got to be
Well, they'll
incessant.
lie, they misunderstand or misstate or completely have no, like, the two TV, like the
Oh,
one
yeah,
viewer,
2 movies.
TV. Yeah,
Yeah.
2 movies. They saw it a completely different way. It's like, no, it's actually, no, I wasn't, the cop said I was like drunk in the middle of the road. It's like, that's not what happened. And the body cam shows a car and they're just like this in the driver's seat in the middle of the road. It's like, yes, guess what? You're in the middle of the intersection, passed out. Like, that didn't happen. And you show them the video, they're like, oh, that's not how I remembered it. It's like, all right.
Destiny believes, and maybe this is a problem because he's in the political space, like he believes he can just be middle of the road objective. Like he sees the world objectively, which is just laughable if you watch any of his content.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
So I'm sure he thinks this is all objective stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most dangerous thing is when you buy your own bullshit.
Yeah. I never buy my own bullshit.
Yeah.
'Cause, yeah, that's not good.
She messaged me and informed me that she didn't want confirmation of her in any part of the material. As such, I made no public statements regarding her appearance in any of the leaked material. She has since filed a public lawsuit, which is why I feel comfortable speaking out now.
See, look, he's making it sound like he's the good guy, right? Like he tried to hide her from the internet. But really, he's just illustrating how terrified she was of the whole situation. So he's adding to those emotional damages talked about in the suit.
All of our conversations until December 10th were almost exclusively about contacting law firms, removing any explicit material online, and minimizing her risk and exposure to any online abuse or harassment. Pre-trial settlement, the third reason. The vast majority of cases are settled. I Googled, there's a lot of numbers, it's all 90% plus.
Yeah.
Before they ever go to trial.
You're worried about me, Destiny, and I don't know what I'm talking about. I Googled this. It's like,
Yeah. How many answers are there on Google for that?
I mean, that's true. Most civil cases do resolve, but that's the funny part about this. Like, he doesn't know what he's talking about, but in the meantime, Google says
It's like if you get a traffic violation, you go to traffic school. Is that counted in this 98% statistic?
I mean, almost like, well, that's in civil cases. Criminal cases, like 95% of them are pled out or resolved, and I throw in traffic tickets with that too.
Oh,
Very
okay.
few
So
things
that's
go to
like
trial.
probably most of it. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
almost everybody does, because most people are like, I did.
I was speeding.
Yeah,
they had radar.
Or if you come back, well, now you have to take off another day of work. You got to take off time.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
like, it's easier to pay a ticket and move on with your life.
Wow.
So,
But I mean, that completely makes that
yeah.
statistic kind of irrelevant here, if that's the case, because if most of it is like traffic and
but
not
civil
Destiny's
cases,
type situation. So
civil cases resolve mainly because there's nobody wants to go to trial.
right.
If you go into trial, a lot of times it's because you failed to resolve the case.
Oh God. Every time I've
whether
gone
you're the
to
plaintiff
jury
or the
duty,
defendant.
like every time I've gone to jury duty, I'm terrified of being in a jury trial. Like I would do anything to settle just to not. Oh God. It's
Yeah. Well,
it does not
worse. You could be
instill
stuck in
faith.
a civil case where it's over something completely stupid.
Oh man.
Well,
Like,
I mean, it also just, it doesn't make sense to do like a complete average of all cases. Like you should be looking specifically at,
Cases like
revenge porn
yours.
cases,
Yeah,
or
exactly.
revenge, or
Yes.
cases, sexual litigation cases about, so like famous people. Like, I don't know, it just feels weird to be like, well, all cases. It's like, oh, that's irrelevant. And then also the line after it says 98% are, settled before they ever go to trial. The vast majority of them before they're even filed in court at all. Well, obviously that we've already passed the bar on that one.
Well,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say the vast majority are settled before you go to trial, but like P. Diddy and Cassie Ventura, they tried to resolve it. They couldn't reach a resolution. She filed a lawsuit, and the next day Diddy cut her a check. Shut her up.
Right.
So,
Mm.
no, going to court and kind of forcing the issue shows you're serious about it. So a lot of lawsuits are filed. 98% of those resolve. I think that's a
Gotcha.
fair statement.
Well,
Yeah.
he's only bringing this up because he's trying to make the argument that it's actually weird. He's trying to say, listen, I'm not stupid for making this manifesto publicly. That's the only reason he's making this argument.
He's trying to make Pixie look like the unreasonable one, because like she, why are we going to trial? Because she's unreasonable.
Well, yeah, make her look unreasonable and make himself look like he's still a big brain, internet debater.
Mm-hmm.
And the vast majority of them before they aren't even filed in court at all. One of the big reasons why lawyers encourage their clients not to discuss their case publicly, especially before it's been filed, is because you lose a lot of leverage that you might have otherwise when it comes to negotiating a deal with the opposing party. If this seems confusing or unintuitive, that's fine. Just keep it in the back of your mind, because
it's not really confusing. You don't talk, so you don't make things worse. Like that, it's pretty straightforward.
Well, he's making the argument that all of his leverage is already gone, so therefore he can drop the manifesto because.
Right, and it's like, okay, well, there you go.
We'll see how
I
Stephen K.
completely
Bennell
disagree.
II, JD.
I completely disagree that his leverage is gone, because right now we're talking about mitigating the damages. We're talking about the difference between a $15 million settlement and a $100,000 settlement, right?
Yeah. Yep.
How much?
And this dropping the manifesto gets us way closer to that $15 million settlement.
Yes.
I don't know how you can argue with that. That seems just for real.
Because it will become much clearer later on as I explain this. Events. In April of 2022, I was contacted by Rose.
I don't think his demeanor seems good in this either. I don't think he has the normal confidence that he has when he's going after these like conservatives in debates and whatnot.
Well,
There he seems extremely self-assured. He doesn't seem very self-assured here.
Well, this is a brand new territory for him, and he's like, how hard can it be? And I will give him credit. He is putting on a brave face here, but yes, he can tell. This is a new football field. I have not played at this stadium before.
Yeah. Yes.
We maintained an amicable friendship up through 2023. We never have any fights or disagreements about anything. We were always on good terms with one another. In November of 2024, so I was clearing out my Discord friends list of people I no longer speak with. I noticed the account was still added, and we hadn't spoken in a while. So I sent a message to it, checking in to see how she was doing. I have strong reason to believe that at the time I did that, someone besides Rose was logged into the account, scrolled up to see all of the messages we'd exchanged, and took steps to protect their identity so they could dump all of the materials they'd found in our messages to various Discord servers and eventually Kiwi farms. The leak.
Those receipts are going to be great from Destiny, cyber hacker extraordinaire. Maybe he'll get Jackie Singh to help him out. I mean, like, just saying there, like, I felt something was happening. It's like, really? So, yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
What was it? What is the details of that paragraph? Because I'm not sure. Just
he's
as
saying
a
that he was contacted by Rose, and he's like, oh, this seems sussy that it wasn't Rose, it was a hacker. How do you know it was a hacker? What seems sussy to you? Like you're saying, I have reason to believe. Okay, based on what? Like, this is where you could show us, like, what happened. Like, what did you see? Like, this is bust out. Like, this is where you show us, like, what is it you think actually happened here?
Right.
But
I don't know that the hacker even exists. I don't know that
doesn't.
Rose didn't just leak the stuff. So, and I don't know who this Rose person even is. So
it's another one of it's just another, chick that Destiny talks to.
Okay.
Or did.
Wow.
On November 20th, future posting, whoops. On November 20th, 2024, the Discord user Solo began to leak huge swaths of personal messages between me and another person across several Discord chat rooms. President Sunday was sent these messages and decided to do a dramatic reading of them for his YouTube channel. Several days after he and other parts of the internet had had their fun exploiting leaked material from my personal life, Solo messaged me sometime in the morning and said that he was unhappy with how the coverage of the leaks had been so far. He felt as though people weren't giving it enough attention, so he was going to leak more from my logs with Rose if I didn't allow him to come on my stream and speak with me. I don't exactly remember what the message to me was, as I just woken up, read it, and then responded briefly before going back to sleep. The next time I checked my messages with him, everything had been deleted.
Okay, so President Sunday's ecstatic. He's in the manifesto here. That's like a big win for President Sunday.
Well, and here's the funny part. This guy's threatening to blackmail you and extort you. And it's like, yeah, fuck you, and goes back to sleep.
Right.
Not like, oh my God, like DEFCON 1, assemble the Taliban. We got to roll, chat.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's like, yeah, but I'm tired. So I take it.
That's the Chad move. What do you mean, Sean? You just ignore it. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Well, is that the right move? I mean, I don't even know.
Obviously, it was not the right move. No.
Well, if some guy's trying to make a move on you and all this, why aren't you preparing to battle?
Right.
Like, somebody just said they're coming to take a shot at you, and your first move is like, I'm just going to lay down. Like,
You're not suiting up. You're not getting ready. You're not contacting everyone. Oh my God, guys, shit's going down. We got to prepare.
Yeah.
You know, he's just like, meh. It just doesn't make sense.
There's kind of two things going on here. There's the actual threat level in the situation, and then there's the narrative spin that's trying to be done with the manifesto itself, which is like a completely different thing.
Well,
Well-
this thing though about like I don't even know like I didn't listen. I didn't really pay attention through this. I listened to it, but does he actually show these messages between him and Solo, or like any
No,
proof
I
him
don't
and Solo
believe
ever
so.
talked? So yeah, Solo deleted. Oh, so the threats just from Solo. Oh well, you just have to trust me. They happened.
Who is
Well,
fucking
also,
Solo? What the
I don't know.
fuck?
Who knows? It detracts from his framing of being the victim here, because
Yes.
does he look like the victim if he's like, oh, when he's threatened, he just doesn't even seems like he doesn't even give a fuck
Yes.
at all.
Well, there's that
right?
too.
Yeah.
There's that too.
So
So it destroys the narrative as well.
right.
On that same day, November 29th, 2024, Solo dumped every explicit video I'd ever exchanged with Rose onto Kiwi Farms. One of these videos allegedly showed Pixie and I engaged in a sexual act, and she subsequently messaged me and informed me of the leak. When Pixie posted on her Substack that she had to contact me,
I mean, I guess you shouldn't have gone to sleep then, right? To have avoided some of this.
Yeah. Well, buddy.
If he just had the guy on his stream, all
I
this would
know.
be over. Oh
Look
my
at that.
goodness. Wow.
about the situation first, this was the first time I was actually even made aware that explicit material of me involving others was being posted on Kiwi Farms. I think she puts this in here. Note, I had to contact him asking about the situation before he sent me this message. I think I was in the shower when I got this DM, and I didn't even realize it had been posted, but okay.
Once again, you knew this was going to happen because the guy had messaged you and you just went back to sleep. You didn't even notify Pixie.
Well, the narrative
Not
is
good.
Destiny's a big Chad and he doesn't care
Yeah.
about all these people.
Yeah, and I had to, well, yeah, but remember, they're collateral damage. Isn't that right, Mr. Bennell? You called her collateral damage. Now, you see how I can circle back to that, and I'm sure he's going to just, his jaw's just going to wiggle right off.
You don't think the lawyer signed off on calling the potential victims collateral damage?
No, and
My
now especially I
God.
can keep circling back to that in the
Holy-
discussion.
Holy
You keep
shit.
calling her collateral damage. Is that how you view women? They're collateral damage because you're they're the Prince Eugen to you, the Bismarck. Is that how you see yourself, sir?
Well, I don't think the lawyer should say that in court.
Well, no, in a deposition or in court they will. Yeah, I mean,
I know. I'm saying I don't know if most people would get the reference.
Oh well, yeah, but that they're collateral damage. They're expendable.
Right.
You are the golden boy.
What kind of damage do you think collateral damage should be paid? That's the question, right?
Yeah,
There you
yeah.
go.
So what is she entitled to? Is this just she assumed the risk that you're going to do this and it was going to happen?
I mean, you're the one that brought up damages, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God, this is terrible.
Yeah.
This is terrible.
What did you mean? And that's all. Like I said, that's all I'd say. What do you mean by collateral damage, sir?
Yeah, my God. I would be terrified. I would say something incorrectly. That's why I couldn't imagine ever doing this. It seems very foolish to be doing this at all.
Well, listen, he says, right, he's about to say that he contacted a law firm.
And remember, I'm just a penny lawyer. So imagine what a
Right.
dollar lawyer can do. If I mean, if the penny lawyer can just bring this up, the dollar lawyer is going to be like a combo breaker to Destiny.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, just the ego to think that you could do something like this and not make a mistake. I mean, oh
Yeah.
God, that's like,
it's like being a criminal and robbing banks.
yeah.
Or
Mhm.
murdering somebody. You have to be flawless.
Right.
Well,
if
and you
you're
have to
not-
believe that you're flawless, which I
Yeah.
think is,
Yeah.
Time passes. I contacted a law firm in New York and began to pursue legal action relating to the revenge porn incident. Pixie made it clear that she did not
legal
She
defense
did not want
or
to be
action?
identified.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So he's trying to say like I wanted to sue the farms. And then they told him like that ain't happening, champ.
Okay. He's trying to get the stuff removed for Pixie.
Yeah. And he probably also wanted to sue Solo, and they're like, okay, well, who is he? What's some guy on the internet? And they're like, okay,
Right.
like, what do you want us to do about it?
in any way in these leaks, and it's just retweeting the same messages. I agreed, and I spoke nothing at all of it publicly and continued to work and stream while pursuing my legal cases in the background. All of my communications with Pixie over the next week pertain to removal of the material and pursuing actions against the leaker. I think I just like selectively went through some of these, but basically it's just me, like how to report comments, link me stuff if you want it removed, her asking me about updates on the law firm, asking me about updates about getting it removed from Kiwi Farm, stuff like this. Basically, it's all of our communications. Escalation. On December 11th.
See, I don't see how this is an admission, how this isn't an admission of guilt. Like if he's trying to clean up the mess that he made. It just seems like admission of guilt.
At times it can be. It's called like remedial measures. So like, for example, you're at a restaurant and you fall out down the stairs because the stairs are all cruddy.
Yeah.
And then you come back the next day and they're all fixed.
Right.
Like, completely renewed and like they rebuilt it overnight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Depending on how this works, here's the problem though. He's speaking in terms that are not 100% clear. What did you do? When did you do this? Who did you contact? How did this go?
Yeah. Yeah. So it's all an implication of guilt because of the timeline. Well, also, obviously, he fell down the stairs before all these repairs were done.
And he kept on throwing himself down the stairs. But this is just the idea of you speaking with specificity is very critical, because what sounds clear and concise to you, what did you mean by that? Now, like what did that mean? What did you do? Well, now that thing you said that was clear and concise, he's got to, give an answer to. This is why you don't do this.
God, if Destiny would take the stand, oh, so beautiful.
That'd be pretty hilarious. He's not going to. I mean, he can't defend himself on the giving the porn to Rose part of it at all. I mean, he's already seems like he's already admitted to that. There's no defense to that. So it seems like he's just trying to paint the picture of like, oh, yeah, I messed up there, but I was trying to clean up that mess. Look, I'm a good guy. I was trying to remediate that problem.
All of this has to do with giving it to Rose. Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Remember, he said they're collateral damage, so he was more worried about his own harm, his own damage.
Right,
because
right.
Remember,
That's a good
I
point.
interviewed Martin O'Malley. I interviewed Mayor Carcetti. If you guys ever watched The Wire, that's who they were styling it after. Out there in chat.
So, he's bragging about these people.
Well, no, but like they did that. Remember, they were doing all those interviews.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you're worried about your own career. Remember, she's collateral damage. So what are we worried about? We're worried about Destiny's thing, Destin, New York. We're doing it, chat. We're getting big. I'm on Piers Morgan. As he said when he was critiquing me, I'm the celebrity.
Yeah.
Once again, this is why you do not talk. Now it's all cleared. Okay, great. Now I'm using all the. You're giving me bullets, and I'm just stacking them in a magazine.
I mean, I'm ready to wager that this was not cleared.
Well, I just said, and this is the thing. I didn't even see the last. I only heard the last thing. Watching it and listening to it, it's like, wow. I'm just like, and I didn't hear this all the way through. Just once again, just clunk, 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 just shoving bullets in the magazine at this point.
Okay.
And he's handing them the ammunition to do this.
Anonymous Kyle for $20. Thank you so much. Says Destiny is a hypocrite for going after Kiwi Farms when he used it to write the Keffels manifesto. The e-girl he sexted hasn't had much attention. Could he be avoiding it because she could have been underage at the time?
Whoa, my God. No.
I mean,
it just keeps coming.
When he started talking to her?
It just keeps coming. Well, I mean, if he exchanged sexual images with a minor, that's like fucking.
Oh, well, yeah,
that's big time crime.
Pizza territory.
Yeah.
Pandering obscenities to a minor. God forbid he had pictures of her pandering obscenities to a minor, that becomes a crime, but that's a separate thing there.
Right.
Yes, people are saying I'm the leaker. It's confirmed. It's like I am the hacker known as 4chan.
I knew it.
Two strange things happened. Lauren Hayden, someone I hadn't had contact with for months, messaged me to tell me how much she hated me. On December 11th, what you did was evil.
How often do you think that happens to Destiny?
1,000 times a day.
That's a good point.
It's not strange, is it?
Well,
I've never hated anyone so much. That same day, just a few hours earlier, Pixie messaged me, informing me that she was planning on committing suicide in some manner in which she would expose me after taking her own life. Her message to me was, "Hi, Stephen. As my life on this earth comes to a close, I want to ask you to please be more careful with the people who place their trust in you in the future. Life is unfair."
And when you want to talk about the intentional infliction of emotional distress, revealing that the person you're in this situation with was seriously contemplating self-harm on a serious level multiple times over multiple days. You know, this once again plays in the narrative. Oh, he saw her just collateral damage. Okay, you know, I'm gonna air it out because you know what? It doesn't matter. Like, this seems like you are a psychopath bullying this person.
Mm-hmm.
This, you know, once again, yeah.
This is just like, it seems like every relationship goes down this path with Destiny, and like no sex is worth this fucking headache.
I know.
I don't understand. This is like insane.
I mean, it's he didn't choose the goon life. The goon life chose him.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
I guess.
It's at some time you gotta step away from that. Step away from the edge there.
But you should do your best in preventing that,
No
not
pun
contributing to
intended.
it. I said, hold up there. What's up? I wasn't actually sure if this was a super serious message or not because I'd never seen anything like this before from her, but I'm just tired of living anymore. It's a matter of time until my family discovers what happened, and I feel like there is no way to obtain justice. I don't want to bring a case against you, but I think you'll continue to send nudes to people even without their consent. Bringing a case against you would mean going public, which is the equivalent of a death sentence for me either way. So I feel like the best thing to do is for me to kill myself and schedule a post just detailing my feelings on what happened to try to ensure a situation like this doesn't happen again. I'm not going to kill myself at this second. I'm trying to get some things in order before I end everything. But I don't see a future where I survive for much longer. It's better to end things sooner than later and stop the pain than to let it continue.
Don't look, any woman this happens to, don't let a guy like Destiny get under your skin. Like, thank goodness she did not follow through with this plan, because this is bad fucking thinking right here.
Mm-hmm. And once again, if I'm Pixie's attorney, this is just more proof of, see, you didn't believe her because why her nudes got leaked all over the internet, and that's because you view her as, you know, collateral damage. She's not important.
Yeah,
Right.
it's
Well, then
sad.
also
It's
you
totally
said just
sad.
that you're going to share this to the world. I mean,
Well,
because
no, it's just his reaction
argument
to her
he's
comment. Her
Right.
reaction to her comment. I didn't. She was really going to do it. It's like I didn't understand what had happened. I thought you just talked about knowing the nudes have been leaked, and you understand how devastating and problematic this is, and you're just like, I don't get it. I don't get why you have a problem. You know, how does this
Right.
affect you personally?
if you're the victim, right? Shouldn't you empathize with this, understand
Yeah.
this? Right.
Yeah, but remember, she's collateral damage. Once again, you know what? If I'm Pixie's attorney, I'm probably gonna just make that the narrative. Collateral damage doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
There are all sorts of kids that do commit suicide over stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it is a real threat. And look, I could see a young woman easily contemplating suicide over something like this. So, I mean, I don't see this as an idle threat.
No,
Well,
I'm
believe-
glad she didn't. Go ahead, Sitch.
I believe the argument that Destiny's going to try to lay out is that he thought he interpreted this as a serious threat at first, but then he now believes that she was lying in order to coerce money out of him. I think that's the argument he's going to try to make here.
Mhm.
Yeah. So he's basically downplaying the emotional harm caused here.
100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which just sucks. That's why I keep saying, just shut up. Let the lawyers work it out.
Yep.
Your job is to earn money to pay that lawyer, right?
Pretty much.
Not this way, though.
Yeah, this is not a good way to earn money. I can't imagine these streams are making a lot of money. And he's completely signal boosting this whole fucking ordeal.
Right.
Oh, every move here is terrible strategy for someone who thinks of himself as a uber strategist.
Up until this point, all of our conversations had been almost exclusively focused on removing any material of her on her behalf and updating her on any legal progress, so these messages were very out of character. As a brief aside, Lauren Hayden is someone who's
Because the status had been, we can't do anything about it.
like the idea he's like, oh, there was legal progress on it. It's like there was no progress. It's all out there. It's still out there.
Yeah.
So, like, sorry, we can't help you. It's like, that was the progress.
Had bitter feelings towards me after we refused to date her about a year ago. She lies constantly, claiming that we dated, sometimes for as long as 9 months. I don't know why she keeps posting stuff like this. Aren't you guys up with the fact you got smashed by Quimmer, Gremlin, Destiny? How does it feel to get dumped by the little midget? Nope. Willingly did it for 9 months of dating him. Breakups happen. Did people forget this?
It's going to be really awkward if she's got a lot of text messages between you and her.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Just saying, Destiny, I'm sure that Pixie's attorney would be like, hey, Laura, would you like to sit for a deposition? Do you have evidence we'd like to have? Can we download your phone?
Sounds like she wants to get involved pretty eagerly here.
Yeah. So are you saying none of this happened, Destiny, and just flap down a stack of printed out DMs and text? Like,
Did
Well,
he say he
read-
doesn't know her?
Read the reply underneath hers. Okay. Well, she says, we dated for 9 months. He took our conversation out of context and I broke up with him. You can believe a liar if you wish. The response: everyone around you said you were lying and that you guys were just hooking up and not dating. You saw the messages. You told him he was the only guy you fucked in a while. That message makes it clear you guys weren't dating. Stop hanging out with Xena. She's making you crazy. Because the way Destiny's kind of like talking about this, it makes it sound like he never had any interaction with her or did
Yeah.
anything. Not
Like I
like,
said,
oh,
I'm
I
sure-
mean, we were hooking up maybe consistently for 9 months.
Yeah. Once again, this is why,
This is insane.
he's out there, I kicked her ass with that comment. It's like, yeah, and you just open yourself up to more
Right.
liability and more exposure.
Right.
This broad was begging, blah, blah, blah. We dated for 9 months, and he took our conversations out of context when I broke up with him. You can believe a liar if you wish. I don't know why. Oh, I'm sorry. I do know why she's... if this was last year, she's doing this because if Lauren is involved in something personally, she cannot help but constantly talk about it publicly as well. You can always tell like what Lauren is up to in her personal life based on who she's tweeting at, because...
Projection through confession there. We're seeing a lot of, I can't keep shutting the fuck up. Really?
If only Lauren could shut up.
Yeah.
Everything would work out for her. Oh,
Not wrong.
at because
someone needs to take their own
that's
advice.
just the kind of person
He's a celebrity, though.
Oh, okay. God, I
she
can't
is. I guess
imagine
her
calling myself a celebrity. That's like so cringe.
DMing
Oh,
me
yeah.
as well. I've already posted evidence of this in the past. I think that tweet even included like a video that I'd done on this. I've already posted evidence of this past. Here's an additional conversation I had with a mutual friend last year to put that claim to rest. Lauren came to a hotel room where me and another streamer person were having a conversation basically about her. And then she was very sad, I guess, that we weren't dating and we were trying to figure out like what was like the gentlest way to deal with her. But this is that conversation, I guess, and she keeps saying that we were dating.
What does this side quest have to do with anything? What the fuck
don't
is
know, but
happening
that's-
here?
He's gonna try to say that like Lauren poisoned Pixie's mind against him. That's the
Oh
argument.
my God.
Yeah, and I like how Destiny blocked it out. It's like, okay, well, Destiny, great. Now I can say, well, who was this with? Please
That
provide
is-
that information. Did you talk to this person? What did you talk about?
Oh my God. This is
Well, again,
so
but
weak.
this just plays exactly into the entire situation that we were talking about before, where it's like, how many times, like how many times can you say like, oh, I'm going to be in some open-ended relationship with a girl and I'm going to keep telling them it's open-ended and we're not dating, and it just keeps blowing up in his face again and again and again and again. You're like,
Exactly.
okay, you have to have responsibility somewhere along the line here.
Yeah, that's what every juror is going to think. Every single one.
Dating.
Hey,
This is that person saying, was I too aggressive with Lauren? LOL, I don't care about you. Oh, that's sweet. I don't think so. I'm really glad she brought up some far stuff in front of you, though, with me in the room, so I could clearly demonstrate that she twists stuff like crazy regarding her. Just demonstrating that Lauren fucking lies about everything in person when she's upset. This is just basically a conversation about how kind of like, I don't want to say, no, I will actually say it, about how pathetic Lauren's situation was. She was like becoming fairly obsessive with me since I'd broken up with Melina. And then had decided that she was going to try to date me. And then when I gave her a firm no, it was like, and basically she went nuclear at that point. And yeah, it's just, we were all silent when she said that in the car. Oh yeah, because she was talking to 2 streamer people. I don't know if I'll give their names. If she wants to deny this, I can invoke those people and they can say something publicly about it. But anyway, just that's our history, I guess. Since threats of suicide from Pixie were now involved, I reached out to a mutual friend, Aaron. Okay, yeah, I have no clue what to say or do. How much did she tell you? And then I pasted our conversation. And she...
Hold on. I was going back through because he was like really skipping through those texts pretty quick here. Let me go back a second here. Just want to read you one of the texts he skipped over when he's talking about this Laura person. Yeah, but this is like not healthy good for her, lol. Oh, absolutely fuck not, lol. We are all just silent when she said in the car. Destiny. Like I could tell her just no more sexual stuff, but then she's gonna take it as me basically cutting her out completely, lol. I could just cut her out completely, but geez, it seems so brutal. So basically it sounds like what he's saying is that he was fucking this girl and she wants to be his girlfriend, and he's like, no. And she thinks he's his girlfriend, and now he's like, well, I could just tell her no more sex, but that's just too rough. So I'm gonna keep having sex with her.
I'm just gonna
my
lie to her and
God.
string her along. Yeah.
Like, what the this is so awful looking.
And he said we're not in a relationship, but you clearly are in a relationship.
Yeah, you're in some kind of
You're a
relationship.
sexual
Like, what the fuck?
relationship, yeah.
Yeah, like why would you put this picture out there? It just makes you look terrible. What the fuck? Come on, Destiny.
He
Rookie
doesn't
maneuver.
know what looking good is.
I
No.
guess. Like,
And then
Yeah.
all these
Jesus.
conversations between him and Straighter Eight are going to be discoverable now too.
Right.
And she says, I'm surprised she told you. To be honest, she didn't respond to this, or did she delete it? No, if she responded and deleted, I didn't see, but I'm pretty sure she just didn't respond. She's not doing well, and she had made all the wrong moves in response to this. I told her to do nothing and not reply to people. I said, I don't think she's done anything too bad or anything, like just privating her stuff for a bit was fine. She said, people have sent me stuff that she said to them in DMs. She's denying it in private and DMing people to stop talking about it because it's not her. I said, oh, well, I mean, if it's helping her process stuff or whatever, it's okay, unless she's just blowing it up or making it worse or something. She said, Erin says, she went into spicy chat and said their comments make her want to kill herself a few days ago. She had told me she would do it if her parents found out because I suggested reaching out to family members that could be trusted to give her emotional support, but she's not really talking to people. Loner messaged me asking if I'd heard from her because she hasn't been messaging. I responded to the comment about spicy chat and I said, that is bad. Yeah. Then I messaged her tonight and she said, then I messaged her tonight and that's when she said she thinks that's what she needs to do. I said, well, fuck, I feel like going over there or asking her to just hang out for obvious reasons. Wait, I feel stupid going over there or asking her to hang out for obvious reasons, but I don't really know what else I can do or if I'm even a person who can offer support. Erin says, I don't know how she views you. When she told me, I wondered if I should tell you and ask you for help. But if she sees you as an abuser, then it seems like the ultimate betrayal to do that. Same with telling her family, blah, blah, blah. This is basically just like, I'm just trying to figure out like, okay, well, is there anything I can do to help? You need to calm the fuck down.
Oh, he's just like, oh yeah, don't worry about the rest of that. He's like, yeah, well, she's used abuser. Oh yeah, don't read the rest of this. Like, why can't we read the rest of it, Destiny? Why don't you want us to talk about the rest of it? He just keeps chugging along. Like it's very interesting. Like you have a receipt and you don't want us to read the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was yelling at his cat.
Well, that too.
Well, that too.
It seemed mean. I was like, oh, that's going to be in the video too. Everyone's gonna be
He
like,
yells
oh
at
my
his
God.
own cats.
Yes.
That's how you know you can't trust him.
It did not seem
Around the
loving
pussy.
at all. Yeah. Sitch, I see what you did there. That was
Thank you.
good.
You're welcome.
He's a
Start it up.
pussy. He's a pussy hater.
Exactly.
Why? Stop. Ooh. Yeah, okay, whatever.
The part where the cat stepped on the keyboard, I was like, it sounds like he's in NPR. The way like you hear the music playing.
Oh yeah.
See, yeah. Now, This American Life, Act 2.
I have no clue what I can rectify. These are actions I'm taking legally. And then Erin says, this is pure speculation, but I wonder if she was seeing if you'd even reply or if you'd go silent when she sent me that one message, the suicide one. My understanding at the time was that Erin was an incredibly close friend of Pixie, and so sought her advice on what I could do to help. I spoke with Erin while the both of us tried to console Pixie. Erin eventually suggested, approving the exact message even, that I offer her money to help cover at least her therapy or perhaps even payments towards law school. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know what else to do. Money, 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 or dollar signs, fucking offer to cover her therapy or some shit. I don't know her employment situation, but I don't think it's good. You really think so? LOL, I have zero problem with that. I thought about it, but it feels super ultra scummy, or like I'm just trying to buy off her feeling bad or something, but obviously 1,000,000%, I would absolutely do this. Yes, I really think so, LOL. She mentioned pursuing a case against you in that first screenshot you sent me, and this isn't a crime that's punishable jail as far as I know. So unless she thought it did, or some other punitive measure she felt would deter you, I'm going to assume she was considering doing it for financial damages.
Why is he showing these messages? This doesn't help his
He thinks
case
it shows
at
him
all.
being the good guy, and it's like, well, no, you're offering to settle.
Yeah, he's literally like talking straight away about like, oh,
Yes.
should I give money to this person? And
Yes,
she's
and
like,
these-
yeah,
the-
you're not going to go to
these are
jail. Give them
admissible
money.
statements that could show consciousness of guilt.
I mean, it just makes straight away look kind of shitty. Like,
Well,
honestly.
yeah, that too, but that's a
Like,
separate.
what the fuck?
Everyone involved in this looks super shitty, Sitch.
I
so-
know. I didn't even know she
Yeah.
was involved in this till this. I was like, God.
Yes. So
I asked her what was an appropriate way of approaching her about it, and she said being honest and front-loading it with genuinely not being able to rectify it neutrally because of the obvious conflict of interest, but you'd like to try, and that it's something you do if it would help her. Therapy costs for sure. If you're really feeling generous, something to do with her law school pursuits, like year one or something. I don't know how far you're willing to help, but I see it as offering her something to look forward to in her immediate future. That is a goal she was working towards in the midst of all this, and it would be a reminder that her life isn't over because of this, not even close. And I said, what law school was she looking to go to? Is money the only thing stopping her from going or something? I'm not sure, but she owes me $147 and is having to pay it back to me in installments because she can't afford the payments all at once. So I'm pretty sure there are hefty financial constraints.
yeah, we'll pay for your law school because you're a little person. You're collateral damage.
Well, and also, he's trying to do this like, oh, look, I cared. But obviously, if you're, Pixie's lawyer, you could easily spin this as you're scheming with another
to get out of
person
it. Yeah,
Yeah,
to
exactly.
try to,
it's exactly
how to
it's an
solve
offer to
it.
settle is consciousness of it's an admission of liability.
Right.
But this is like all things that Destiny's attorney should be telling him. Like Destiny should be sitting down with his attorney, and his attorney is going to say, this is how it's going to come off to a jury.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
And this is but this is where, what has he told his attorney if he has an attorney? How much has he told him so far?
You're really pushing this. He doesn't have an attorney thing.
Then he is completely going against any and all legal advice.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
Destiny, show us the receipts that not only have a lawyer, but they signed up on this statement. Okay. That's what we want to see.
We're basically giving free legal advice here. We're
there's
saying
no way in hell I could. There's just no way an attorney would be like, "Oh, this is a great idea." Like,
I
no.
know. It's unfathomable. It seems like malpractice.
Maybe he accidentally contacted Pixie's lawyer while he thought he was contacting
there
his
you
own
go.
lawyer. And they're like, oh, yeah, this is great. Yeah, we sign off on this
You
statement.
should do this. Yeah.
Yeah, of
Oh, you want me
course.
to represent you too? Oh, that's easily done. I'll send you a contract in 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
Financial constraints for her right now. Wait, hold on. $147. Yeah, because when I moved, blah, blah, blah. And this is just basically on her financial situation. And then I post this message here to her. This was super lame, and I don't want to imply that somehow just giving you money helps anything go away or fixes everything for you. But if you have any bills or owe money or anything or have any financial stuff I can help with, I can at the very least chip in and help you with any of that. So it's at least one less thing you have to worry about or stress over while you're worrying and getting through this. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this is where he tries to pay her off on the cheap.
Yes. Exhibit 1, settlement offer.
Yeah,
offer of
exactly.
liability.
Yes.
He asked someone else, is this a good way to phrase my statement
Yes.
here? Yeah. To a third party.
Free legal advice here from your friend. on Discord. Oh God, this just looks like a calamity of errors.
Sorry. Do you think this is okay? Yes, I think it would only be skeevy to do this if you're like, can I give you money so you don't take legal action against me? Please, thank you. Smiley face.
Oh my God. That's why you hired the attorney to make that skeezy offer.
Right.
Fuck.
Maybe, yeah. Okay. Aaron eventually suggested approving the exact message, even that I offer money to help cover at least your therapy or perhaps even payments towards law school.
Keep in mind, all of this is supposed to exonerate Destiny. That's why he's doing this, right?
I know.
This had to
Yes.
be done so that he could be exonerated.
Wow.
Destiny wrote this, or Destiny in his mind thought I do this and I get to go.
Yeah.
And then Pixie is like drops to her knees and begs for forgiveness. Pixie's attorney is like, oh well, I get him disbarred, and the whole bus claps. And Destiny's pronounced the king of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Destiny's strip mall or Pixie's strip mall attorney fucking loves watching this live stream. Oh my God,
Yes.
he's creaming his jeans watching this. He's like, oh my God, we're gonna get so much fucking money out of this guy. How much did you say this guy was worth? Oh my God, Pixie.
Yes.
Start planning because you're going to law school, girl.
Philip Kogan
After
for
sending the
$20.
message,
Thanks so
Aaron
much.
approved to Pixie. Pixie
Okay.
Says, imagine treating a woman so badly you make Brian from the Whatever podcast and Andrew Wilson seem reasonable. Yeah, I mean, it really harms his
His
past,
cred.
future credibility when he comes to debating those people. Yeah, definitely.
Sad. Remember when Not So Erudite came on our live stream and tried to turn everything in every conversation we wanted to have about evolutionary psychology, she wanted to turn into a debate over how bad the red pill guys were.
Yes.
Now she's literally defending a red pill guy. Here.
Yes. What's up with that?
Yeah.
Yes. Destiny is Andrew Tate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh no,
in what
chat.
I thought was an odd manner. So this was me sending the message to her. She replies, it's more complicated than that. I feel like there's no justice for what's been done. I feel like people for the rest of my life are going to try to send it to my family or workplace or wherever I go.
True.
I feel extremely violated with how so many people saw me non-consensually in a vulnerable position. I feel like people are always going to use this as proof that I slept my way into whatever achievement I garner. I feel like it's evidence that everything would be better with me gone. And then she replied to my specific suggestion with, I feel like whatever I ask you to cover will be too high a price too, and then I'm going to feel even worse over it. And then the rest is me, I think, just kind of consoling her.
Look at this. She has real empathy. She's like, I don't want to ask for too much money. I know I'm collateral damage here, Destiny, in your awesome life.
So I just wanted to read his reply to this. He says, I think the number of people who know or even keep up with it enough to go after you on this is probably almost zero. I think people hate others involved, parentheses, me, Lauren, Nick, LOL, way, way more. And it overshadows everything a lot more. So is that Nick, LOL? Was that a confirmation or a non-confirmation of Nick being the guy that he went down on?
I mean, why would you say it if it was like, what does Nick have to do with it?
Is that Nick Fuentes you're talking about there?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Well, he said LOL, so I don't know. You can interpret that
Yeah.
like maybe a not serious way.
Really? Look, I always assumed that was all just internet, like messing around.
It makes perfect sense given the internet, though.
I did too at first, but then I mean, the
There's
fact that he
credibility
was.
to this claim.
Here's why I thought it was just a meme, but then the fact that he gave Nick such weird charitability, which was very bizarre, before Nick went to
True.
Kanye.
True.
And then also, if you remember, the thing that got him hyper triggered was when I said about us, is when I said, why was he, he gave Nick so much more charitability than us or anyone else. That's what got him super
that
triggered.
did get him very angry.
Almost
Yes.
like a lover scorn. So I'm just saying, I don't know, maybe.
Yeah. Oh man. But if he went down on the guy, I mean, that's the ultimate charitability, right?
There you go. That's true.
Geez.
That's true.
Cover will be too high a price too, and then I'm going to feel even worse over it. And then the rest is me, I think, just kind of consoling her. She said that whatever amount she'd ask for would likely be too high, despite me not yet mentioning a dollar amount. At this point, I noticed her language was also taking a sharply pointed and more deliberate tone, with words like justice, non-consensual, and vulnerable showing up for the first time in our messages almost 2 weeks out from when the original leaks actually happened. I was trying to walk an impossibly fine line with my conversations with Pixie, balancing a few key things. I was concerned for her well-being and mental health, but I wasn't sure what she was getting at with her claim of me not giving her as much money as she'd want. I was also trying to comfort her in regards to the leaks without downplaying or minimizing what she was feeling, a concern I communicated with Aaron at the time.
I mean, this just comes off as Destiny scheming to me. This seems like, yes, I was scheming the whole time I was talking to this girl, right?
Yeah,
Right.
Yes.
I mean, what the fuck? Doesn't look good.
I want to send Pixie this thread and tell her that there are tons of people talking homophobically, and a few that mention Lauren, but none mentioning her, but I don't know if this comes off as me minimizing her complaints or not, lol. If you could minimize it, that would be good, actually, then she wouldn't think about it as much.
Thanks, Trader Aid.
Aaron
Yeah,
informed me that Pixie
wow.
was settling on a figure, hinting that she would ask me to pay for her law school tuition. Notably, no actual figure was ever sent to me for consideration. Aaron messaging Pixie, how are you feeling this morning? I feel better. I feel somber, but not suicidal right now. That's good. Well, not good. I'm sorry you're still somber, of course, but an improvement. Did you reply to Steven? Yeah, we got into an argument back and forth on why I shouldn't kill myself. I haven't replied to his last message or asked him to cover my tuition. I don't think he would do that if I asked him.
This makes this makes him look so much worse. So he's like he's talking about how he's like quote scheming or planning with Strader Aid about how to like handle the Pixie situation, and then Strader Aid's talking to Pixie on her own, and Pixie obviously does not seem to know that Strader Aid and Destiny are talking about this situation behind Pixie's back.
It's called conspiring, Sitch. Have
This
you heard
is
that
so
term?
bad.
Just a bit.
Why would you
just a bit.
post this?
Yeah, no. I keep wondering that. I'm like, this is what he's posting to exonerate himself. Who believes this is exoneration?
This is really not good. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, this is insanely bad. Yes.
LOL, okay, I need to think on that. Like, entire tuition for law school is like $200K, X face. I told her to make the request and y'all can negotiate from there. I don't know what law school she wants to go to. If it's like Harvard, then yeah, the whole thing being covered is probably not happening. If it's a state school in Florida, that's another story. First, she needs to actually apply and get in. That will give you time to think about the amount as well.
Once
Oh my
again, she's
God.
collateral damage. She can only go to the University of Toledo, and she doesn't get the Harvard money.
Right.
Oh my God.
Hey, they got good law schools in Florida. Okay, don't be mean.
Oh, there's some good schools in Florida, yeah. But
Yeah.
I'm at the University of Toledo, like where I went.
I
Shitty
know.
school. Yeah, she can't go to University of Florida. No, she
Right.
has to go to like Florida Atlantic.
Right.
I said, okay, we'll keep in mind. On the same day that she was expressing her thoughts of suicidality to me, she began to aggressively fight with trolls online about subject matter that seemed to be begging for people to bring attention to the recently leaked material. On that same day, December 12th, why do people think the woman body is automatically sexual? Why is it considered morally higher to be covered up? Why does other people sexualizing me makes my body a moral dilemma? Even Aaron agreed that this was a crazy Twitter battle to engage in at the time, and it seemed especially strange given that Pixie told me 8 hours earlier that she was still receiving DMs related to the leaks, was petrified of her parents finding out what had happened, and would kill herself if it ever got that far.
She's saying she's lying. This is all, how dare she react the way she's reacting isn't genuine.
Right. Right.
Once again, this,
yeah.
Imagine that people who are threatening self-harm are like all over the place.
Not doing rational, logical things.
Yes.
I
Not
know.
like Destiny. Mr. Rationality here.
No.
Yeah, more charitable reading is that she's just naive, totally naive, and not sure how to deal with the situation.
Well,
I mean,
that's
I
my
think that's
concern, too.
probably accurate.
Yeah.
No, listen, because she's in the situation with Destiny, she's trying to gain her power back.
Yes.
Okay. Through arguing with random Twitter assholes.
I think
that's
she's
what
trying
she's
to
doing.
minimize the damage that she's coming to terms with that will inevitably exist forever.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Bro, why fight about this today of all days? She's so brave. Yeah, I don't know if brave is the right word.
So there you go. Her friend talking behind her back about what an idiot she is.
Well, I mean, I'm
Great.
assuming when he says brave, he's saying sarcastically. So it's like really insulting. Like you want to post, DMs of you insulting her behind her back while you're trying to work out this problem.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. It's all bad. It's totally bad. Oh, so evil.
These were her
No, none of the self-reflection. Oh, well, this is totally my fault. If I hadn't have shared the videos, none of this would be happening.
Right.
Yeah.
messages to me earlier. I feel like part of the reason why I'm still freaked out about it is because it's been 2 weeks and I still have people commenting on my socials and DMs about it. I feel like Andrew and his fan base as well have some other psychos hate me for being a woman who disagrees with them, and that they'll use it during any opportunity they can to cause harm to me. But maybe I'm wrong. And then this is just us going back and forth over don't kill yourself, basically. And then that she'll never have a job again. You don't think it's realistic that someone might fire me over this, that I might lose whatever future career I work in because the office passed around my sex tape?
Yes, that could easily happen.
Yes.
I was now in an impossible position. Hold on.
Moment of silence. The impossible
yeah.
position
Listen,
that Destiny finds himself in.
he sent this girl's nudes without consent. They got leaked. She's like freaking out. She's talking to him about, deleting herself. But Destiny is in an
He's
impossible
the
situation.
victim. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. He's in such a difficult, impossible
This is a Ray.
situation.
He needs Ray Donovan to help him because
Right.
he's such a celebrity.
God.
Sean, let us know if you win and if you need to take off. You've
Okay.
been very generous with your time, so I just
No,
I
I'm
wanna
good. I'm
give you-
good right now. I want to see the whole thing here. I want to see.
Okay,
I've not been.
okay.
I didn't
Perfect.
get this deep into it. I read it at first because I could just read it, but I have not heard him actually react all the way to this.
Perfect.
The reaction is a whole new level, I think. Obviously, the clips make it much worse. I mean, that conversation would obviously come up in any sort of trial. But him reacting to the conversation, oh my God, that's like a gold mine for some attorney. Yeah.
Yes,
Mhm.
and this is him where I am the celebrity,
Yeah.
and she's just one of the mere mortals. Y'all don't know
Yeah.
how it is.
If he hadn't said anything, the attorney could spin the context of that conversation in a lot of different ways. Now he's pretty much clearly articulating the conversation for everyone.
J-Mac, our second fire, thanks so much for the $20. Says, what would Destiny and Fuentes' couple name be? Fuestiny?
I know. Oh. Terrifying to
Dente?
even think of.
Like al dente? It's a
Mhm.
joke there. You guys can figure it out for yourselves.
I was now in an impossible position. A revenge point of me was still being blasted across the internet with family members, including my 13-year-old son, being spammed.
Oh my God. Oh,
It's all about me, chat. I'm the victim.
this is
Yeah.
not going to play though, because when the blowjob thing leaked, he was talking about, just got to roll with the meme
Oh,
sometimes.
exact. That's another great thing too. Another
What?
great example of, well, it got leaked. I don't care. Like,
Yeah,
but also
there's-
your son already knows your son already learned about all this stuff. Like
Yeah.
this is what's worrying you, not your son knowing you're like every other thing you've done so far.
This comes off as horribly dishonest, completely dishonest. Yeah. Ugh.
And with explicit videos of me, sometimes even by popular social media personalities like Just a Minx. I love that. I guess it's because I'm a guy, it's cool. I'm trying to get better, but the image of Destiny sucking that cock is ruining it. Based. And then this is just her casually, replying to tweets of mine. It's good.
Who is this
Getting
person?
some good,
Some random
getting some
person?
good Twitter engagement here. Not that anybody gives a fuck because she's a girl and I'm a guy, but it's all good.
Oh, it's so hard.
She has a
It's so
1.4
hard.
million
Now we-
follower account, and
Okay,
it
first of all,
doesn't matter. But
it wasn't hard. That was the problem, right?
Now he's going the total men's rights activist route.
Yeah.
Jesus.
He's trying the big pun defense here. It's so hard. It's so hard being out here, man. You don't know what it's like being a G.
Well, I think the problem with this defense is like, if imagine there's a guy who's robbing someone, and in the course of the robbery, the person trips and breaks their leg, and like their leg is forever like fucked up in some way, and then as the robber's running away, they trip and break their leg too, and also hurt themselves in some way that they're forever harmed, and then they also go to jail, and they're like, oh, well, that guy, yeah, sure, that person broke their leg, but like I'm the real victim because I broke my leg and I went to jail. And it's like, but you caused the situation by doing the thing that was wrong in the first place. Okay.
Yeah.
If you hadn't leaked the nudes, nothing would happen. You created this situation. Pixie was the completely innocent victim in this process. That's why she gets more sympathy and you don't.
It's very easy for all moral thinking people to understand.
Yes. Well, apparently not. I don't know. Destiny's trying to like mind manipulate his chat into being like, no, he's the real victim here, even though he created the situation in the first place by doing something that's wrong and illegal and immoral.
You think it's working?
I'm sure it's working for some of his fans.
Yeah. Sad.
All right. Multiple large social media accounts were covering it, with Kiwi Farms bragging in a tweet that a surge of visitors consuming the revenge porn of me required a database rollback. And now, on top of everything, Pixie was coupling threats of suicide and a public note with an implied request for hundreds of thousands of dollars from me to make things right for her. The surge of traffic to the Kiwi Farms.
I mean, you should have taken that request. You should have done that. Been like, sold!
Yeah.
Related to Destiny's blowjob video has caused a fatal database error, and I will need to do a rollback to a recent backup.
Okay. You also
No
said you gotta roll
contact.
with it. You were acting like it was such a problem.
At some point after our conversation on the 12th of December, Pixie removed me as a friend from Discord. From that point onwards, a small bit of communication happened between two mutual friends. One of them communicated with me that Pixie needed me to suffer in order for me to understand that I'd committed a wrong, as though I hadn't already.
No, it's
Look, I
suffer.
still don't think he understands he's committed a wrong. This entire video is
Yeah.
a testament to that.
Right.
Well, and also, I want to see that conversation on the 12th.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I don't know how much we could see since Destiny deleted it, but I'm sure it was very entertaining.
Well, I mean, he's got a hyperlink there in the document, right?
Well,
Click
no,
it.
that's from somebody else saying that Pixie wanted him to suffer.
I thought that's
but
what
he
you meant. You
doesn't
wanted
have-
that conversation. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but I still want to see it. But yes,
He suffered
suffer.
enormously
Very
due to
based.
the explosive coverage that already existed of my leaked material. They said to Pixie, if you ever wanted someone to suffer or be dead, my first instinct is to say no, but I feel like an unfortunate byproduct of getting justice from Steven would result in some level of suffering, so I guess the answer is yes. Are you wanting him to suffer, or do you want justice there? I want justice. If I could have justice.
Wait a minute. Did the person prime her to say that?
A little bit, yeah, it looks like it.
The person asked the question, have you ever wanted someone to suffer or be dead? They're
Yeah.
they primed it. The way he
Yes.
described it made it sound like Pixie was like, I want him to suffer. It's like, well,
Yes,
someone asked.
and
Okay.
now we can. I want discovery on. I'd like to know who that was you were talking to, because it sounds like it's one of your people. Was this Erudite? Who was this?
And also his characterization is doubly kind of dishonest, because then her response, my first instinct is to say no, but I feel like an unfortunate byproduct of getting justice from Steven would result in some level of suffering. So she's saying, okay. So this is hyper dishonest, because he's framing it like, oh, she wants me to suffer, right? So therefore, she's just being vindictive. That's not even, first of all, she's teed up the question. And then her answer is no, but I guess some byproduct of justice would cause suffering. So I guess I have to answer yes. Okay.
Yeah, it's
That's not the
inevitable.
way he characterized it at all.
It's not willful suffering. It's inevitable suffering.
Right.
Yeah.
To say no, but I feel like an unfortunate byproduct of getting justice from Steven would result in some level of suffering, so I guess the answer is yes. Are you wanting him to suffer, or do you want justice there? I want justice. If I could have justice without the suffering, that would be optimal, but I'm just not sure if possible.
Okay, that literally just doubly, triply confirmed exactly what I just said. So
It did.
why would he bring this up? It makes him look worse. He just keeps doing this. This is so bizarre to me.
Hey, like I said, I can only offer, I can only offer a penny for your thoughts here. So
That's true. Thank you. Our penny lawyer and penny retainer, Sean.
We'll take it.
She also communicated to a friend that she was essentially ready and waiting to kill herself based on whether or not I responded favorably to paying out a massive amount of money. I think I'm going to decide my next course of action of what to do with myself and him based on how that conversation goes, a conversation my friend was going to have with me. Unless if you decide you don't want to talk to him, that's okay too. Basically, I have my plans / course of action paused and will choose something depending on if he agrees that he has to make up / repent for the action and wants to work with me to find a way to do that, or if he doesn't feel that way. I don't want to talk to him myself because I feel like I tried explaining what I was feeling and he didn't really understand. I also have a little anxious voice in my brain telling me to prepare for the worst because he probably won't care or doesn't care enough to willingly try to make up for his mistakes, and that means I'll have to start thinking of more extreme / nuclear options to deal with, but I'm trying to avoid spiraling down that line of thought because I'm trying to hold out for hope. And just not to...
I mean, she says that her problem was that she has a conversation and she doesn't perceive that he understands, which, I mean, this entire video is a testament that he doesn't emotionally understand or care about the situation, right?
Yeah, totally.
It doesn't come off to me like, because he's trying to say like, oh, it comes off to me that he's trying to make the argument that basically she's holding the threat of self-deletion over Destiny's head in order to coerce a payment. And that's not really what these messages are reading like to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, I agree. I 100% agree.
Scare you. I'm 100% not going to do anything to myself, no matter what he says during the holiday season, because I don't want to traumatize my friends during a time that's supposed to be happy. And even if he responds negatively, it doesn't mean I'll auto-kill myself. I'm trying to contemplate all different courses of actions, including going public, and then, if I can't take the amount of humiliation, then killing myself. Versus my plan before of scheduling a note for after I die. I'm still also looking into lawyers, but I just want to see what he says.
This is so fucking bad.
I know.
I can't believe this. She's like, well, if the humiliation gets too bad, I can always off myself. Oh, God, it's so painful.
And
This happens. You hear
I
this
feel
all
so
the
bad
time
for
on the
about it.
news.
Yeah. Like I said, my heart,
Yeah, I
feel
do
so bad
too.
for this woman.
Yeah, I do too. Look, I see these cases regularly on the news about some fucking 11-year-old that killed themselves because of bullying at school. Because of some humiliation. They hang themselves. Oh, it's so sad. But it happens quite regularly, so seems very logical for someone in this situation to jump to that. And Destiny just is not able to empathize with that at all.
No,
because he's in a
Von
completely
Drago
different
mode.
world. Yeah.
If she dies, she dies.
Oh my God, that's horrible. Well, he would think, well, if she dies, that's going to be a huge headache for himself. That's the way he's going to think about it. Just super unfortunate. Why can't you see this coming? It's so obvious to everyone. If you continue to do these kinds of things, this is the inevitable outcome. So,
right.
Yeah.
Before deciding to do any nuclear option. Can I share this with Steven? He communicated to me that he knows he fucked up. There is no excuse at all. He doesn't know what he can do to make it up for you. I'm trying to bridge between help, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, who is this person that's negotiating the settlement?
I mean, I'm guessing not so erudite or straighterate or something, right?
Yeah, I'm
It's gotta be
assuming
one of those two.
I'm assuming it's erudite because she was already involved being like doing consigliere stuff at this point, and she's got a lot at stake in this, the whole bridges
Right.
thing. And I mean, I don't know
Yeah,
who
but
else is
that
gonna
thing
be.
can't be like a huge money generator or anything. Not this kind of money.
No, but it's her money. It's her.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
her
yeah,
cash
yeah,
cow. Yeah. No, I'm just assuming like this is somebody Destiny super trusts. This isn't just like some rando like, oh hey Destiny, I was just talking to Pixie and she mentioned all this shit to me. No, this is somebody pumping her for information.
Didn't he super trust Rose though? I mean,
Yeah, but
he hasn't showed the best judgment with trusting people.
That's a good point.
Didn't he super trust Mr. Girl? He continually super trusts these people.
I mean, did he really super trust Mr. Girl? They didn't have sex, so
didn't he super
that
trust?
we know of.
That we know of. Mr. Girl would have told us, right? He would have been like, Destiny abused me. He groomed me. That's why he made the video. He's like, Destiny groomed me. That's how I know he does it to others.
Look, this is why you talk to a fucking attorney and not your internet podcast friend, right? Like, this is not good advice. Like, an attorney will say, well, look, as soon as she lawyers up, this is what you're looking out of pocket. So if you can negotiate some sort of settlement that's better than that, you're actually in a good place. These people don't know what a good settlement is if this actually goes to trial. I guarantee you. Not So Erudite is not a pro.
I mean, should you, if you think that the person is really going to self-harm, should you just agree to like anything just till you can get them out of the danger zone?
Well, that's an interesting question.
And you can get them like help. I mean, should you even like, fortunately, I've never been in this situation. Like, is this something you should even be dealing with? Like, should you be trying to get them like professional help instead of doing this weird, like, let me send Not So Erudite?
If you're trying to show you're a good guy, Gary, yes, you'd be like, where do you need to go? I will take you to whatever medical facility you need right now. I will help. Like, that would probably still be an admission of liability. But, you know, if you're trying to show everybody, like, look, I tried to fix the problem. I tried to limit the damage.
I don't mean legally. I just meant like morally.
Oh, just morally, yes.
Yes.
Like, what do you need? Do you need, like, you know, who do you need? Do you need someone you know there? Do, like, your family or friend, like, do you need somebody sent here right now? I'll pay for a plane ticket. They show up.
Look, this is why you talk to the attorney, because the attorney would better answer these questions. Like,
yeah,
because I don't. That's a tricky question, Sitch. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the worst course of action, right? You're going to talk to an Erudite, and she's going to negotiate some sort of settlement on the cheap for you.
Yeah, and sometimes there is no good answer. It's
oh my God,
it's too bad.
Right.
This is like the worst. The worst. Oh man, and the women are probably totally trying to lowball her as well.
It also just comes off weird, the whole like a woman's accusing a guy of something that's like a sex crime, and it's like, let me send my posse of women to, like, you know, calm you down. I don't know, it just comes off pretty
It comes off horrible. Yeah, horrific. And that they're all conspiring behind her back at the same time.
Right.
Eee.
You can share this with him, or you can share this in anything you want with him. I feel like when we talked, you really understood where I was coming from and can hopefully explain this better than I can. She reiterated that I needed to face consequences for my actions, claiming that she was on a mission to make this the most expensive mistake of my life, again, despite the insane amount of harassment I had already received regarding the leaked material. My friend had listed out what is it exactly that you want. Yeah, because the only problem is number 3, because even with removal of the video and getting the guy hacked charged, Steven has to face consequences proportional to his actions. I want this to be the most expensive mistake of his life, and I'm essentially asking him to self-punish himself in a way I don't think he will like or agree to without the law involved. I don't have a dollar amount from the top of my head. It just has to be enough that for the rest of his life, if he thinks of the word nude, he associates it with the amount of money he lost. Obviously, I don't want to make him destitute, but it should be large enough that he does feel upset about it and is not easily recoverable.
You think she's talked to the lawyer at this point? I mean, that seems pretty much like, okay, a lawyer clued her in on how much she could get as a settlement.
Oh, you think that's what's going on there?
I mean, that one is the most explicit message so far, right?
Right.
She starts to realize, oh, wait, I have some massive leverage in this.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I could see her just saying it because she is just mad. We don't know the context of the entire DM conversation. So,
I mean, I think she has a lot of leverage here. I do.
She does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, so much of this stuff is a lot of times people don't really know what kind of leverage they have. This is why the ambulance chaser becomes a meme, because the guy is like, holy shit, this person's giving it away.
Right.
This is like a giant settlement, and the attorney will get a large portion of that settlement. So he's like, $20 million. But this is why Destiny should obviously be talking to a real attorney and not just on a free consultation. Like,
listen, he went to the best Denny's he could find in the area.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, look, if
he ordered the grand sandwich, he talked to the waitress.
If his legal team is just attorneys that he's got a free consultation from, that he's thinking which one he's going to hire, like, that's not a legal team. Like, you don't have a legal team until you write a fucking check. That's the way these attorneys.
He talked to Pisco, Adam. Okay, he talked to Pisco.
You don't have a legal team until you write a check and fucking put up some money
I
as a
agree.
retainer. This is
I
how
agree.
it works.
You
This
know,
is
you know what he
exactly
did?
how it works.
He called up Vosh and he's like, "Listen," he's like,
Oh my God.
"We need to sit down." It's like in Heat, they're sitting at opposite sides of the table, and
Mhm.
he's like, "I never thought I'd have to ask you for help, but here I am."
Will you be my attorney, Vosh?
What do you think I should do here, Vosh? He's like,
Well, I think you should explain that water is also means agua.
Exactly. Yes. Have you tried that yet?
Treating this like an internet debate is the worst fucking thing you could possibly do. Like, you're in some legal trouble here. It's time to pay some money and talk to a real attorney.
Yes, but this is the thing: you go to what you know, and when you think you know what you're doing, this. How hard can it be? It's a debate, an argument.
Oh my God. This is
Yeah.
like insane.
Lawyers debate, and I've heard in law school, it's all about who's the best arguer. I could do the lawyer thing.
That is totally coming from a place of ignorance. Like, that is what's so amazing to me. Like, I never thought Destiny could fuck up this bad. I really didn't. I don't see why. I can't for the life of me understand why he's not just paying an attorney and having the attorney deal with this. Like, he has money. He's talking about how he has money.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
never underestimate the stupidity of the human mind.
Look, I get it. I don't want to look. Who wants to write a check to 50 grand for one of these professional liars? Come on.
I know.
But look, sometimes you got to do it. You did the crime. You got to do the time here.
She said that I had offered to simply pay some bills, possibly to the tune of $200, though I had absolutely no idea where she ever got that figure from.
But you did just basically offer to pay her bills.
Yeah, we saw a screenshot of that.
This is like that whole, the number of women that I've leaked the images of. That's not correct. And it's it was a lot more than $200. Come on now. You're like, so you're admitting you were just like downplaying. You're not downplaying I just agreed to pay your bills. It's just how much. Again, this is why, it wasn't that much, but it was still less. It's because she's collateral damage.
Well, I wonder, because there is a turning point where somebody actually talks to an attorney and the attorney just fills them with dreams, hopes, and aspirations. And as soon as the attorney says, oh, yeah, you're easily looking at a $5 million judgment here, all of a sudden that $200 to pay the bills turns into a giant insult. It's like, oh, my God, that's a fucking slap in the face.
And it's not even that, but I think it's the idea of, it sounds like Pixie's in a situation where, at least other people have said so far in these things, that she doesn't have a lot of money. Things are tough. So once again, this comes into, well, I'm the Big E celebrity, and it's like Mr. Burns. Here's $20 for your trouble. To Bart after he runs him over. It's like this is the idea that he did this, and it sounds very offensive. And once again, he's like bragging, well, I am the big celebrity.
I mean, as soon as you have to try to claim bankruptcy because you can't take a $15 million judgment, you don't seem like a giant celebrity anymore.
Well, there's that too.
Look, he's constantly talking about how wealthy he is. And it's interesting because wealthy people pay the attorney and put down for the first time, I'm actually questioning Destiny's finances. Because why would you do something like this if you really had money?
Wealthy people put problems to bed.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Because the amount of money you'll lose from the aftermath of this will hurt your ability to make more money.
Of course. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, honestly, I feel comfortable sending him these messages and asking him, what does he think this would look like if you're telling me that he is comfortable with the idea of proportional penance and how that would look like. I just feel like he didn't understand when he said he would pay some bills for me, because it makes me feel like he's telling me, oh, I'm sorry that happened. Here's $200. Hope you feel better, which I think really underestimates the gravity of the situation, to put it lightly, and somehow makes me feel like a cheap prostitute, or it makes me feel like that's how severe he perceives his actions to be, LOL. After assurances from my friend that I was willing to pay a lot more.
Are all these in chronological order? I'm assuming they
those-
are.
I
According
don't
to
know.
Destiny.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been clipping stuff, so who really knows what order?
Yeah,
everything's in.
yeah.
Than she had originally thought, she informed me that she was finally.
Also, his comment there of not saying that, just the way he quietly left that hang, it's like, and then he took a second to keep reading. It's like you gave that a pregnant pause, and you didn't have to do that.
About the
Mhm.
cheap prostitute thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there you go, Destiny. Once again, I think he said it right at the beginning. And one of the first words was collateral damage. I'm like, you wrote the narrative yourself. Congrats.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's horrible.
Without dickheads like him, it would be harder work. This attorney would have a really tough job. Like this is
This is a slam dunk case. You want to be Pixie's
it's not a
attorney?
slam dunk, but this makes it easy. A guy who won't shut up, a guy who won't stop, a guy who's mauling all the time. Yeah, I mean, you can manipulate people like this. Very
If
easily.
if you were able to take Pixie's case, would you?
Yes. Yes.
It's just what is it? What is like the standard judgment for an attorney that takes this case? Like how much
I
of a
mean, well,
judgment are they
she's-
going to get?
Well, they're getting she raised like I think like what 25, 50 G's so far. I'm
Right.
sure the attorney's using that right now, but at some point they're going to be like, we'll just take a contingency agreement and like
Of course.
30%. We'll take 30% off the top.
Of course. Yeah. They're like, you don't worry about, I know
Yeah.
50,000 isn't a lot of money for attorney's fees. You don't worry about the attorney's fees anymore. You go to sleep tonight, you relax. Okay.
Mhm.
We're going to start doing this on a contingency.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they take
or-
30% of the 5 million, right?
Yeah, or with these revenge porn statutes, there's attorney's fees involved. There's also with these torts, given his conduct, there would certainly be attorney's fees awarded. So,
Mhm.
I mean, they're going to get paid no matter what happens here.
So, but what happens if the attorney does some sort of background check on Destiny and they find out, oh my God, he's got a huge gambling problem. He's like 500,000 in debt. He doesn't own any assets. Like he's pretty much a deadbeat. And there's no way they're going to get any money out of him.
I mean, that would be great because then you could leak that and just destroy him that way.
Oh my God.
Because that's not illegal if you just run a credit check on him. But I think at that point they might just say, well, then, part of the lawsuit is you're not going to get any money from him.
Mhm.
Which at that point, then him trying to make all these offers of paying makes him look like a massive fucking shitbag.
Mhm.
So, that's where they'd say, like, look, you're going to have to pay us money because if we're not going to get any recovery, we're
Right.
not doing this for free.
So, and any smart attorney would obviously do something like that before they signed up for the 30% contingency. Like if they run the background check and they find out, oh, he's worth 5 million, they're like, okay, we're going to take all that money from him and we'll do it on a 30% contingency.
Yeah, and they'll find out how much he makes every year, what he's been making. Yeah, there's going to be things that will incentivize them.
And they can bring in private investigators to find all this stuff out relatively easily,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, they
That's what I
likely
thought,
have
yeah.
a guy they rely on.
Yeah. Okay. Some interesting stuff is going to come out of this case, it looks like.
Finally ready to reach out to me using this conversation as a starting point. I think he was worried you would feel he's paying for your silence, but did want to help but didn't want to overstep. I think he's offering a lot more than how you read it, but I totally understand why you read it that way. Okay, that makes me feel a lot better. I think I'm ready to reach out to him using this conversation as a starting point if you're okay with that. Like, I'll send him the conversation/texts so he can see where I'm coming from. Sure, but what I would outline isn't a clear ask, but a question of what you feel you need from him and what he's willing to give. Yeah, that makes sense. I really hope we can figure out a compromise and what works for both of us.
I mean, doesn't that undermine his narrative that she was just doing this for the money?
Yeah, she wanted to resolve this. Like, oh wow, oh no, she was trying to be reasonable. Like,
Right, and also that her contention was the money, but that she felt like she was being treated as like a cheap prostitute or something.
yeah, she's being treated like collateral damage.
Right, and when this go-between is like, no, that's not the case, she seems to be in better spirits about the whole thing. So
At this point, mutual friends tell me that she's expecting between $500,000 to $1 million as just compensation for her suffering, though I hadn't seen that in writing anywhere yet. At this point, I felt incredibly uncomfortable establishing any direct contact. Threats of suicide, paired with requests for huge sums of money that seemed to hinge directly on whether or not I was willing to self-punish enough, paired with threats to expose me publicly if I wasn't willing to make the right choice, left me in a very rough position. I was still dealing with the mountains of harassment my family and I were receiving, 5-figure legal fees in my pursuit against the original leaker, and now I was facing a decision about whether or not I needed to fork over some huge sum of money to prevent someone from either killing themselves or exposing me to the public. D-Day. On January 20th, 2020.
Sounds
Okay,
like
so-
Destiny's interest. It sounds like it's about the money for Destiny.
Well, you're number one, you're correct, 100%. But also, if we're reading the tea leaves here, this is interesting. So he's like, oh, here's, Pixie talking to whoever this go-between is, right? And it seems like things are kind of going a positive direction. And so and then Pixie says that she's going to reach out to Destiny, right? And so you say, okay, well, where's that message? But then we don't see any further communication. And then Destiny soft kind of walks this like, well, I don't feel comfortable talking to her anymore because, supposedly she's asking for all this money and she's, threatening to lead herself. So it makes it sound like, okay, what happened was after that last text message, Pixie tries to reach out to Destiny and Destiny doesn't communicate or reply back to her. And that's kind of what spars the Substack post from Pixie.
Right.
Is because he just
no resolution.
Right, because he just, didn't respond. He pulled an on or whatever you want to call it, right? He didn't respond back in the middle of the situation. That's what it sounds like from how he described this to me.
25, while flying back from the studio in New York, I was notified that 2 videos were going live.
Elon would hire the attorney. Come on, let's be real here.
That seemed to be centered on recent events. A video titled Destiny.
Man, Elon has a attorney on retainer 24/7 that deals with all these cases all the time. Adam.
He probably has 20 of them. Come
he
on,
has
let's
a
be
division
honest.
of lawyers that's constantly going out for
He's
all
got a
these
lawyer
sex
for each
claims.
baby mom.
Exactly.
totally.
Exactly.
Predator Unmasked by Coben Seeth, and Exposing the Destiny Abuse Machine by President Sunday. Both of these videos included a multitude of messages between different parties behind the scenes that I was totally unaware were coordinating with each other. In addition to these 2 videos, Pixie dropped her Substack statement about me. Lauren Hayden launched a Give, Send, Go for Pixie in order to raise funds to sue me, and other members of the Anti-Fan Discord made claims about me, sharing material on Twitter.
He's like, listen, I was conspiring against you. You're not supposed to conspire against me. What are you doing?
I'm the only one allowed to do this.
Oh, shit.
All of these events happened within 12 hours of each other. Basically, every internet friend I had publicly denounced me. Other streamers and YouTubers responded almost instantly to cover the statements, and a slew of videos went up with a variety of claims about me, the worst of them heavily implying I was a rapist.
I mean, they call Trump that every single day, so.
Yes. But I agree. That's not fair. There is no indication of any of that here. So
Oh,
that's
I totally agree, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, that implication, I mean, it just says rapist in giant letters.
Yeah, I mean, you just put it on the screen. That doesn't mean anything. There's no arrows pointing. I mean,
oh, okay.
It just happened to be a stock background.
No, you don't understand this. Like Destiny's streaming background just has the giant letters rapist that he just sits in front of when he streams, constantly. So.
Just like the Hollywood side.
Right,
Wow.
right, exactly. Take a shot.
Yeah.
All of this included refreshed.
I mean, you can't see the P, so it just says raist, right? It could be anything.
Racist.
Racist. Maybe he's racist, right? Maybe he's a ratist. He likes to rate things. Who knows?
Right.
All of this also refreshed the attention on all of the leaked material, mine and Pixie's included, and brought awareness of it to a much, much wider audience than ever before, leading to an exponential increase of harassment across every social media platform I'm on.
Oh, so this is like, that's not my fault, it's their fault.
Yes. Yeah, it's everybody else's fault for
someone who
putting out the
proudly
crazy shit. It's their fault. They're the bad man.
Right.
Had revenge point of me in the past and admitted to it. How dare I want the person who made my life hell for a year want to be humiliated? What the heck is wrong with me? It was advantageous for that to be leaked publicly, but it never was. This is in regards to something that happened like 6 months ago, where supposedly some.
So you do understand, Mr. Bennell, that this is not good to send out naked pictures to other people, and that if it leaks, it could lead to really bad things. So, but you still send out those pictures to Rose. But also, nobody cares. The lawsuit's not about your fifis. If you want to sue somebody, go sue and say your fifis got hurt.
Right.
This is about Pixie's fifis, not your fifis. You know, this is just so tone deaf.
But bad things happen to me because of my actions. So therefore it's okay when bad things happen to someone else because of also my actions.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Sounds so bad when you put it that way, Sitch.
Does it? Oh, okay.
It sounds horrible.
Material of mine had leaked onto a Discord server. I didn't want to get in trouble, and I felt bad doing it, so I didn't. And I encouraged Nico Sam to spread it and not get caught because I thought it was deserved. It's not a felony to send a picture of a leaked sex tape to your friend, bro, Limfeo. We were drawing things on it, my dick, back and forth like the Doom Worm. I sent it to people who Nico had already sent it to, supposedly. I made a screen.
None of this stuff helps. All these little side quests just hurt.
Screen grab of his foreskin, my profile.
Just say something.
Yeah, like, okay, great. Your cock's on the internet. Like, what is this? How does this make you any more like anybody feel bad for you right now?
Yeah. Yeah. The implication is like, look, this happens to everyone, Pixie.
Yeah.
Everyone gets revenge porn shared about themselves.
You're not. It's like Billy Madison. You're not cool that you have revenge porn. Look, I have it too.
Ouch.
I'll pick any private
also,
Discord
like,
server. That's
the issue is, like, if he just had images of himself or whatever that everyone was consensual with, and say they were on his computer or something, or his cloud, and someone hacked it and released it, like, yeah, it'd be embarrassing, but you know, I don't know if it would. I don't think it would prevent like politicians from necessarily talking to
that's a
Destiny in
good
the
point.
future.
Yeah.
Right. It's the fact that he shared them with someone else against their consent, which is like the real reputational damage here.
Yeah, to try to get laid just adds a whole different level of degeneracy to this whole thing.
Right. Because if it's like, oh, he has pictures, they're consensual, someone hacked them, it's like, okay, he's the victim. But then it's like, well, wait a minute. Now you're not the victim. Now you're like the perpetrator.
Yes.
Yeah. I think this happened to Scarlett Johansson. And
it did.
You guys remember the fappening?
Yeah, it happened to a crap ton of celebrities.
It happened to everybody.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's it. I wasn't sending it around.
Well, hold on. Zoomers, you may not know this, but there was an incident called the fappening. It was like somebody found an exploit in the iCloud. So like everybody, Jennifer Lawrence, like everybody, Kirsten Dunst. This was like an earth-shattering event. This is like how the Aztecs must have been when, you know, Cortez landed. You're like, wow, you guys have monsters on, like, they're clad in armor, and you have these sticks that shoot fire, and these massive, scary dog-looking. Well, they didn't know what those dogs were at the time, but yeah, you're like,
everyone's nudes every celebrity nude sex tape got published at once.
Yeah. People are telling me to speak louder. I don't know what is it louder, guys? I don't know.
Well, you keep moving away from your mic, so
I keep trying. All right, I'll be like a fighter pilot. Like,
yeah, there you go. Get on in there. Go on. You're doing good.
I'll do that. Who doesn't know? Wait, is it chat? Do people not know about the fappening? Like, is this something that we need to explain? I just assume this was common knowledge.
If you're a Zoomer, you might not know.
Okay. Well, if you're a Zoomer who's looked up porn on the internet, I assume you would know.
This is where all those sex tapes came from.
Okay,
yeah,
maybe.
You don't know the lore. You just know, like, it's a thing out there.
And Scarlett Johansson was caught up in this whole thing as well. Yeah.
Right.
Scarlett Johansson might have been the only one that I remember being leaked, though. So
I did not know about it. Wow, look at this. Crazy. Interesting.
Yeah. Did Apple get in trouble for this? Probably, right?
Right.
I don't think so, because it was like a very obscure, like this guy, whoever did it, it was a very technical exploit.
Interesting.
I mean, when did this happen? This was the
years
2010s, I want to say.
The fappening was 2014.
Oh wow, that was Gamergate year. Look at that.
Yeah. Back to
the Gamergate.
Oh, Aubrey
days.
Plaza was involved, huh? Look at this.
It's the
who else? Let us
like
know.
Lord of the Rings. It's the original battle. At Mount
I
Doom.
was there when the porn
It's-
was forged.
God.
I got a picture from a random person on Discord. What? That's a zoomed in image of the image of your cock she was sending. Based.
Yeah, so that literally contradicts everything you just said about this being a problem. Because
It was
Yeah.
a sad based. You
Yeah.
could tell from the sad voice.
based.
It was a sad based. It's a sarcastic based.
Yeah, but now this is discoverable too. Who are you talking to?
Right.
And Mr. Girl, LOL, made a grand return to Justical stream. Justical also began to reach out to other women, some of who had been sexually harassed by members of his own Discord server, to see if any of them wanted to come on and make a statement about me. I didn't decide to include all the messages here, but this was him to on it. If you're around, shoot me a message. Are you aware of what's going on with Destiny? Justical reached out to quite a few people, we'll say.
Mr. Girl's like, I knew it. Finally.
I mean, who cares?
Everyone's coming forward.
Yes.
So you have
Vindication.
Justical, you have Justical, Mr. Girl, doing victory laps or trying to stir up drama. Like, okay, so what? That doesn't absolve you of anything.
It doesn't. Not at all. Yeah.
And he's reaching out to other women. He's not saying,
Yeah, it's not time to make it up or anything.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, so these
Yeah.
other women who have been sexually harassed, okay?
Yep. Crazy.
People everywhere began to speculate that every insane narrative about me was true. Or, I'm sorry. People everywhere began to speculate that every insane narrative about me that had ever been spun had now been prophetically fulfilled, and I crashed on my couch for 3 days to contemplate retirement.
Oh, now he's depressed.
There you go.
Shit. He's going to self-delete, guys. Oh, my God.
Also, Justical banned laughed from his server because he realized how bad the optics were while he was trying to farm me. I just thought it was funny as the main cover of a lot of this.
Can't he just retire? Does he have like fuck you money that he's just like, I'm out of here. I'm
Who
retiring.
knows? I
Yeah.
mean, if he
He's
did,
probably
you would
got-
think he would have thrown some money at
At an attorney.
Pixie or at a
Yeah.
lawyer or something.
Or just Pixie. Here's like a $500,000. Go away.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, he may have money, but like it may not be as good as we thought it is. Remember, YouTube's like 30% off the top. All these other things out there.
Maybe he's like Tim. He goes, and gambles every night. Who knows?
Yeah, that's the thing. Who knows? Maybe it's all. Maybe he
His
likes
boss
cocaine.
man jacket's all gone.
Maybe he's got a giant cocaine habit.
Who knows?
Yeah.
He looks like he does his laundry though.
Hmm.
Here's the first thing.
Who is this? Now
This
there's
is
a
Lav.
video
This is-
presentation.
Here's the first thing.
What's a lav? What's the background on her?
She's
JST
she's an orbiter. I don't know.
An orbiter.
okay already knew about this before yesterday. We talked about it slightly. And he said that it was different to what Destiny did, but it was like still bad, and so he didn't want me on stream talking about the Destiny allegations anymore. I was like, you know what? I get it. Whatever. Like, I get it. Whatever. Even though it's like completely different than what Steven did. It I don't want to, it's like bad optics to.
Well, hold on. What was the point of including that?
Picking up the piece.
I don't know.
What was that?
Yeah,
all
that was
about?
very quick.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
The
Oh, man.
pieces. Seeing the number of people and schemes revealed initially made me incredibly paranoid about who I could trust that wasn't mining our conversations for some sort of confession or blackmail material.
Who's scheming here? Is this going to be, are we going to be called schemers? Are we scheming? Is part of the scheme?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm actually scheming to get Destiny to actually put a retainer down on an attorney and save his fucking career.
We're
okay?
scheming to help. Okay. Hire
Yeah.
a lawyer. Shut up.
Exactly.
Yes.
Hire a lawyer. Shut up. Spend as much money as you possibly can.
Listen.
Yes.
It's the time. Like is this not the perfect time for a massive controversy against Destiny? Like the Trump news is raining down like manna from heaven.
Oh, I know. And
Okay.
he can't even partake
He
in
could
it.
just be screaming Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad every day, and like at least half his audience would forget very quickly about
Yeah,
this
that any of this was
accusation.
happening. Yeah,
Yeah.
totally. The attorney can deal with it. The attorney can negotiate with her attorney. and call him once a week to let him know how things are going and what the settlement is likely to be, right?
Right.
God, I guess it's just he can't come to terms with he did something wrong.
Yeah, or it could just be,
yeah.
he's looking at his numbers. His numbers are declining downward, and he's like,
Oh,
I gotta, save this. I gotta stop the hemorrhage. I got it. I'm
yeah.
gonna do the manifesto. It's
Look,
like,
I
oh,
haven't
okay.
I haven't looked at Destiny's numbers in forever, so I don't know what's going on.
Maybe he feels he's got to rally the troops. His
What good is that? They're gonna make it fucking worse. They're gonna pester the girl. She's gonna get fucking $10 million.
you gotta tell the SS holding the right chancellery that Steiner is coming, and General Vank will relieve the city.
Oh,
if you want him
man.
to fight,
Fight how though? They're not of use in any fight. They're just going to cost him more money.
But that's the thing though. If they flee, then the money's gone. So you need them to stay in the
Oh,
trenches.
okay. I got you.
They can't leave.
He needs their sub money to basically pay Pixie's attorneys 30%.
Right. That's
of the
maybe,
$5 million.
Maybe that's the thing.
Oh man, that's bad.
Just to go messaging, hey, I really don't want to pry. Some stuff came out with respect to Pixie. I don't want to talk about it anymore, but just asking if you're aware. What do I do? Just say yes? As in, yeah, I'm aware? President Sunday, say nothing. Give him a night to possibly think to say something else. Tomorrow, say yes and ask why. That's my advice.
Okay, I guess he is down 16,000 subs in the last 30 days. So,
I mean, is that considering the allegation? Is that really that bad?
Yeah, no, and I mean, to be fair, Sunday is like, yes, good advice. Just like you don't react, you let him move first, and then you react to the move. You don't tell it like he's actually doing that. Like, as much as I think I've heard Sunday, like I remember when Sunday had you guys on with him, talked about Daniel Penny, and I was like, but this is actually
Sunday,
pretty good
Sunday's
advice.
a psycho, but doesn't.
Yeah,
but why is Straight Array talking to Sunday about this?
Yeah.
That's my question. What the fuck's happening here?
Straight Array's been on our show before too. I think she came on with Cherry, and she was actually really smart and kind of reasonable. So,
which is sad. That
like I told you, it's in orbit. Like all the satellites are in orbit, man.
It is sad. It is sad. She knuckled under and just did some of her own content. She'd probably do better than being a Destiny orbiter. But so I looked up Destiny's Social Blade, and I don't know if you heard me, Sean, but he's down 16,000 subs over the last 30 days. So I don't know if that's like good, bad, but he seems to be continually going down. He's losing about 530 subs a day. So I don't know. I don't care if he's losing subs or, not trying to send Destiny out of business or whatever.
Well, no, we're just questioning the motivation here.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Look it up. I don't
care. That's the only reason I looked it up was like, what is the motivation to do this?
Destiny said that this is like people scheming. I mean, is the implication or the accusation that Straight Array, who was the kind of like a go-between between him and Pixie, is she part of a scheme now against Destiny with President Sunday? Is that what he's trying to say?
I think so. I think he's basically trying to say everybody's in it against me, and President Sunday's behind this. It's a conspiracy,
right?
Okay. She was supposed to be his helper. He was conspiring with her.
Well, I think this is Straight Array, like kind of being the double agent here,
playing both sides.
Well, I think she's feeding information to Destiny, and she has enough of an inroads with Sunday. Because look, if you notice this is back at the end of November, so this is where everything really spiraled out of control.
Oh, okay.
So I think there's a bit of a
So these aren't chronologically, You could
wait,
jumping around.
Didn't the videos come out? He said the videos came out in January, right? The 20th?
No. They came out November 29th.
He said November, yeah.
So this is the day everything came out.
Oh, so this is after President Sunday has put his video out about the topic?
It sounds like I
okay,
don't know.
Why is she? It is weird why she's talking to him about this.
Well, I think that just shows you the chaos of everything. I mean, this was like dropping a JDAM on Beaver Cleaverville. when these videos dropped and it all hit, I'm sure that Destiny's world, like the training wheels fell off it for a second till they could get back together. This was like 9/11 times January 6th for Destiny.
Press play, you guys. What the fuck are you guys? We're trying to have a show here. Jesus. We need some professionals here.
It's the Sitch and Adam show.
Reason
So
being
I-
is that everybody at the moment, I think Justical is weird.
I'm deputizing you, Sean. You have to press
I was
the
trying
button.
to find when President Snake put his first video out
nobody
from
starts
Destiny.
talking.
Okay, I'm doing research here.
We're all doing
All right.
research.
I'll
here.
But he's got a
Play.
bunch of videos on Destiny. So I don't know which one's the right one.
I think Phil Labonte called us out on Twitter, so that's what I was researching. Phil takes every opportunity to tweet at Destiny, which is hilarious. So
Hi,
Yes.
Phil.
yeah,
Really, one of the few in trust at the moment.
I mean, if he had just shaken Phil's hand
I know.
and looked him in the eyes, obviously, Phil could have like sent the information into the windows of Destiny's soul to tell him to not behave this way, right?
Yes.
All he had to do was say, "What's up, bro?" in the green room, and none of this would have happened.
Right.
So dumb. Look, and even that exchange was all Destiny's ego getting in the way, right?
Right.
Yeah. Make me pay a retainer fee to some attorney. I have Wikipedia.
I'm so frustrated with her, but I don't see how getting upset with her for doing this will lead to anything other than making her feel bad. It won't do anything. You're going to have to let her torch herself and then pat her shoulder after the consequences of her own actions ruin her year. The smart move actually would be to maneuver as a victim of Steven and put those people currently jumping down her throat on her side. But outraged about the fact of the leak and make that the scandal instead of, ooh, Pixie, no. Nice. Kyle was being snaky about this. Pixie contacted her and was kind of trying to use her as a liaison. I told her Kyla can't be trusted to help with that. Dan contacted Pixie a few weeks ago. According to what she told me, basically said, ask Steven for a reasonable amount of money, and he'd probably pay it, plus wanting to convince her not to take legal actions against Kiwi Farms, which he's considering. You up for a call later tonight? Blah, 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 blah. Just,
At this point, Lycan and I are driving back from Texas. Oh, what did you guys talk about?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are
Right.
the conversations? What are your communications, Straighter Aid? Like, this is all like these. Destiny is implicating a lot of people have knowledge about this event.
Who are going to be subpoenaed in this case?
Well, they could be subpoenaed, but more importantly, Destiny's communications with like Straighter Aid, and then they're gonna try to ask around for everything they can get.
Hmm.
Like they're gonna start subpoenaing Discord logs. Those are gonna try to get subpoenaed for all these people.
Yeah.
Like you're telling them which rocks to kick over.
Right. Yeah.
So
Bad news.
also the way Sunday's responding to some of the stuff is so. The fact Destiny's like we're now into the new year, and Sunday's talking about stuff and like saying this is blackmail. It's like. Like this is just the amount of back and forth and who's on what side is just it's hard to draw it out.
Last I heard, Destiny had blackmailed President Sunday, and this look, I'm out of the loop on all this stuff, so I don't know. I don't necessarily know what you're saying here about. So Destiny's going back and forth with President Sunday now. Like,
Well, no, I don't know. Like when you're reading this, because like Sunday dropped this whole like content nuke,
right?
but Sunday's talking to Straighter Aid, and like I'm trying. It's like trying to draw out like who's on what side in Syria right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Okay.
I don't know
yeah.
I don't know who's on what side. In 6 months from now, it's probably going to change.
Well,
President Sunday is not on Destiny's side. Go ahead, Sitch. I keep
Sunday.
interrupting.
So Sunday's video was on January 20th, I believe. That was the first video.
Oh,
we
January
talked
20th.
about.
Okay.
Yeah, this. So him knowing about this all the way back in November is kind of interesting. I mean, he was working on this video forever, but I am curious.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Destiny says what's going on with Straighter Aid. Did she defect? Like, what caused her to switch sides here? Because now
Yeah.
she's like totally throwing not say erudite. That's Kyla, right? That's not her real
Yes.
name. Yeah, he's throwing her under the bus here, and she literally said, "I told Pixie not to trust not so erudite." Like, what the fuck? Like, what is going on here? That's what I want to know. This is crazy.
No, that's why I'm confused. Like these, they're just it's a Mexican standoff.
Mhm.
Right.
Everyone's out for themselves.
I think
Mhm.
so. I don't know.
I don't know.
I think Pixie's got the most leverage here. I really do.
She does.
And these people are just kind of shuffling around for how this is going to turn into content. Well, look, I don't know how much money they make off of Destiny. I know Mr. Girl was like, he wanted to basically unionize all the orbiters because they like made so much money.
Yeah.
It's weird,
So
but
is it? So okay, hold on. So Straight Rate says, according to what she told me, he basically said, Dan, oh, so maybe it was Dan. That was the text message that we were reading. Dan basically said, ask Steven for a reasonable amount of money. He'll probably pay it, and wanted her to convince him to not take legal actions against Kiwi Farms, which he's considering. President Sunday says this is blackmail. Tell her under no circumstances to do this. Dan is a fucking moron, or is he trying to sabotage her? Is that blackmail? If you ask, if you've been wronged by someone, you ask them for money, is that blackmail?
No, I mean, the idea it's blackmail or extortion implies that you don't have any right to what you're asking for.
Right.
When you make those allegations, like demanding money from somebody when like you're entitled to it because they caused you a harm. Like if you
Mhm.
smashed out my window, like at my house, and I said, Stitch, you owe me $300. You know, oh, it's blackmail. It's like, no.
Why are you
I'm-
blackmailing me? You
Yes.
fucking.
Yes.
He asked me
window
for
broke
money
itself.
because I broke his window. This is blackmail.
you're a car accident, anything
But-
like that.
Yes.
You're like, oh
but
my
Stitch, your window
God.
was broken too. It's so hard. Don't you? I don't empathize with you.
Oh, that's a good point.
You broke
Okay,
your
now
own
you've
window last
convinced me.
week.
Right. Okay.
I've had to deal with a broken window before. It's not so bad.
Interesting. So don't go to
Yes.
your legal. Don't go to President Sunday for your legal advice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
See,
Yeah.
Shockingly.
Ian's a moron, or he's trying to sabotage her. Yeah, it's so the web these guys weave is so convoluted.
Yep. That's why I'm glad I don't have any orbiters, just Adam.
I'm not gonna lie. Whatever caused this, whatever
don't
caused
interact
this
with people.
disintegration to happen when Sunday
Mhm.
made his move, I really want to see that because I'm curious to know how this all fell apart.
Fell apart. I mean, no settlement was negotiated. I
Well,
mean,
no,
they made,
just like how Sunday eventually became motivated to drop the nuke that he did.
I mean, I'm assuming he'd been working on it the whole time, and it took him a while to get all the pieces together. Maybe
Sitch doesn't
He
know how
hates
long
Destiny.
it takes to make videos.
I know. Well, no, I mean he hates Destiny. There's no way he would be like sitting on this for Destiny's sake, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. He's
So.
sworn enemies with Destiny,
Right.
and
Right.
Destiny's blacklisted him. The Sunday has to absolutely love this. Oh my God. He's so happy about this.
I mean, this will be Sunday's maybe only claim to fame ever, is that he helped get Destiny into legal trouble.
Hmm.
Which, I mean, you could take that as you will, but
I think Destiny helped Destiny get into legal trouble. So
well,
Yes.
obviously, at the end of the day, sure.
even if Sunday didn't drop his video, it's hard for me to imagine that some attorney wouldn't reach Pixie at some point and just say, "Oh my God, you've got a hell of a case here."
Well, it's weird because I mean, I only listen. I don't. There's like a million hours of all this drama and people talking to President Sunday, and all I know is I thought the accusation was that President Sunday didn't talk to Pixie or something about like she wanted him to not release information. He did anyway, or something. Like, I don't know all the details. I haven't been following this stuff, but the way Destiny is kind of laying this out is he's making it sound like Pixie and President Sunday and whoever the third person was that released the video, that they all timed, she timed the release of her statement and they timed to drop these videos all in the same day. That's what he's trying to say.
Right. That's just ridiculous.
Oh.
Like, but obviously, once she dropped her statement, then any plausible deniability on the fact that like she didn't want it out there was gone. So then that gives them the green light to drop their videos.
Yeah, but I think he made it sound like, I don't know the timeline.
They
but
dropped their
Destiny
videos
made it sound like
first?
dropped the videos first, which would make it sound like, well, maybe she just dropped her post. I don't know how long there was, but it made it sound like maybe she dropped her post in response to the videos.
Oh, okay.
So.
I don't know the situation there. President
Well, we don't
Sunday
know.
could have known that she was going to drop the post anyway and jump the
Right.
gun because he wanted to get the clicks. I just, the idea that if President Sunday doesn't drop his video, that she's not still going to pursue some sort of settlement. I mean, she was literally pursuing the settlement when they were talking about paying her bills. Like that
Right.
is going to continue to develop until she talks to an actual attorney who realizes what the stakes are and starts saying, oh, you're going to make $1 million judgment here. You got $1 million judgment in your hand. What do you want to do? Like
Right.
as soon as that happens, like President Sunday's video is completely irrelevant. Straighter aids, like double dealing is completely irrelevant. Like she's like, wait, I've got real leverage here over the guy that completely fucked me over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is why I don't like Destiny. If Destiny talked to a competent attorney, they would have said all of this stuff.
Right.
Right. So
would
then
think.
whatever attorney you talk to, you're like, you've got that guy on speed dial, right? You're like,
Right.
okay, well, maybe it doesn't blow up. Maybe I don't have to pay out anything. But as soon as it does, you call that fucking attorney and you say, what now? Right? You don't scheme on this stuff on your own. What the fuck?
People are saying that I shouldn't say that I don't have orbiters. I'm dating my orbiter. And that's not true. Okay.
Oh my God. You guys are still in the orbiter thing?
I'm obviously dating my stalker. It's very different.
Oh my God. Now I'm a stalker. This really is a comedy show.
I'm expecting a reaction to that.
This is
Grassroots
hilarious.
for $20. Thank you so much. Says Sunday destroyed a potential left-wing news network, destroying his own career. That doesn't make enough to feed my dogs. I don't. Wow. I don't know what the story behind all that is. Jeez. Interesting. Grassroots Hegemon for another $20 says, in the words of Marcus from Bad Santa, Destiny is an emotional cripple and his soul is dog shit.
Yeah.
There you go.
I just
Oh, and also for $10, I was thinking Grassroots Hegemon says apparently Straight Rated was a Sunday orbiter before she met Destiny.
Oh,
okay.
really?
Interesting.
Wow, they're old
that
friends.
explains a little bit there. Okay.
That's deep lore.
Right.
she's a mole. She got involved in
Gotcha.
the Destiny orbit just to take
Okay.
Destiny down. Look at this.
Interesting.
A Trojan horse.
Right.
Let's talk tomorrow. I'm going to talk with someone I trust. Sounds good. This is blackmail. Tell her under no circumstances to do this. Dan is a fucking moron, or he's trying to sabotage her. Seeing Lauren's name created by Lauren Dreeben Hayden. Seeing Lauren's name.
She did the GoFundMe? Holy shit. That's hilarious. He fucked me over too. I'll start the GoFundMe.
Pop up on Pixie's Substack confirmed to me that there was significant coordination going on in the background between her and Pixie.
Okay, does that make anything you
Yeah.
feel that's true?
Exactly.
Okay.
Thank you, Sean.
A lot of
Thank
people
you.
hate you. And
Yeah.
is this a defense? Is this an excuse?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant.
Yes, yeah, that's they don't like me, Judge. Why? Well,
Yeah.
because I'm a complete piece of shit. Well, like, this is the thing. How does this exculpate you? And it doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah. He keeps going on these side quests that I think are meant to inspire empathy from the audience, but
Yeah, that's all it is.
I just,
It's not legal.
yeah. I don't
At
think it
least
makes him
in seeing
seem
Aaron.
empathetic at all.
No.
Yeah.
And President Sunday talking and scheming so much made me wonder what everyone's ultimate goal was.
Dude, if you don't know what President Sunday's ultimate goal is, you are dumb. You are fucking stupid, right?
Right.
President Sunday wants to see you lose your YouTube channel.
It's a kamikaze mission.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to see you pour under a bridge somewhere. That's fucking
Yes.
obvious. For as
Yes,
long
he
as
wants
I've
to
known the guy, that's what he's wanted.
He wants to see you suffer.
He
Right.
does. Yeah, exactly.
He's a cruise missile.
Look, if you hired an attorney, he would have told you that's a stupid line. You should take that out of there. You know what that guy wants.
Pixie going public was something I hadn't heavily considered because it seemed to worsen both of our positions on virtually every front. Her part in the leaked material had been virtually unknown up to that point, and she had also proclaimed several times up to this point that she would kill herself if her parents discovered her role in it.
See, this is totally ridiculous because from Pixie's point of view, she wants some kind of judgment, but she doesn't want to make a big deal about it because she knows it'll make the pictures go more viral, right? But as soon as they start going viral, the more the judgment starts getting bigger and bigger because the damages start getting bigger and bigger. It's so weird. This is going to be so easy to lay out in front of a jury.
Well, and also I do want to know what was the he posted that message without a time stamp that was of Pixie talking to somebody about
Yeah, it could be
talking to
the Dan
Steven
guy.
again. We don't know
Yeah.
when that was. And then Destiny makes it sound like he never talked to Pixie again. And so it's like, okay, if like a month went by and she's trying to get a hold of him and he's not talking to her, like, what do you mean you didn't expect her to like go public with it, right? At that point. So that's why I want to know what the timeline is here.
Yeah, we need to know what that conversation was. I guess maybe he just dared her to go public. I wonder
don't
if
know.
there
Who
was a
knows?
monetary request. I wonder if she did make a settlement offer. And
Right.
he just balked at it. He was like, "Oh my God, sue me." Right?
I don't know.
God, that's the thing. Like, I would not want to have that conversation with Pixie. Look, first of all, I would not be in a situation like this because I'm not doing fucking stupid shit like this. But if you're in that situation, you want to talk to the attorney before you have that conversation with Pixie because you want to know, like, what is the real deal here? What could the judgment be at the different levels of damages that are being inflicted as we go, right? He said he talked to attorneys about getting the videos removed. Wouldn't the attorneys he talked to there have some information on this?
Well, that once again, that's implying he actually talked to attorneys.
Yeah, look, and it seems like he just went the I'm going to do a free consultation route. Like he didn't say, I'm going to cut you a check for an hourly rate and talk your ear off for an hour, which you'll get much better results that way.
I think if it was public info that you were
He probably talked to Pisco.
taking legal action, 99% of people
See,
who
here's
come
the-
across it would assume it was
Like, okay, I'm gonna say, I would expect Pisco to have told him like, you need to get counsel ASAP.
Yes.
So
You would think.
I'm sure he did talk to Pisco. I'm sure Pisco told him like, buddy, you need to get counsel ASAP. Like, don't do any of this without an attorney advising you. So
Yeah, you want the attorney doing all the talking to the people about the various negotiations. Yeah. Yeah. Especially if it's trying to negotiate a monetary settlement.
Mhm.
Yeah.
because of your own videos and not even know about the other stuff, to be honest. I follow the bottom feeders and drama frogs who discuss all of this stuff, and very few people have even mentioned Pixie. I haven't actually heard Melina's name come up once. The blah, 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 this guy, Smith, some weird dude.
Well, if he's not gonna read it, there's a reason why. Let's see why.
Well, also
Yeah,
he ran into the same problem you talked about with the not so many girls because Stray Ray didn't say nobody mentioned it. She said I heard a few people mention
Yes.
Pixie. So that means first of all people did know about it, and then later in the bottom of the part, Stray Ray talks about how it's being talked about on Kiwi Farms and that Pixie is going on Kiwi Farms and searching her name and make herself crazy, which means all the people on Kiwi Farms knew about it. So like this argument of Destiny being like, well, not that many people knew about it. It's like, well, that's not true.
Yeah, not
Under
true
your
at
own
all.
pick. Yeah. What does
Mhm.
not that many mean? That's a subjective term, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, no, that's the thing here. No, I'm just reading like he's just glossing over this, and it's like, why are you glossing over Destiny? Why don't you want to read this with us?
Right.
There's nothing she can do about randos on Twitter, but as far as communities that are close to her, it's pretty much a blacklisted topic. She's driving herself crazy because she's clearly name searching herself and just going through Kiwi Farms. Queeman watched the video, and even most of his gay little chat was like, okay, even I didn't know Pixie was involved. What the fuck?
Yeah, but now they do. That's what they're by saying that in the chat. Now they do know she's involved. Isn't that the point of that phrase? Oh God.
Queefman?
So many implications here, huh? They just keep coming.
The only thing her going public seemed to accomplish was to make the material far more publicized than it ever would have been otherwise.
Oh my God, he's blaming her for this.
Yes, this is her fault. If nobody would have known about the rate, nobody would have known about the crime if you'd have just shut up.
Yeah, but
Nobody would have known I stole your car if you didn't go to the police.
Well, I guess the question is, wait, when was her? Did her Substack come out before or after? the videos, because if they came out after, it's not like those. If those people put those videos up there, like that's not on Pixie, right?
No, I think this all came out after everything broke.
Oh, okay.
So-
No. But I'm saying like who did President Sunday and that other person put up their videos before Pixie put up her video? I mean, put up her post.
Is there a date on the Substack? I think I closed.
Well,
the
there's a date
tab.
on her Twitter post. Her Twitter post says 11:44 a.m. Eastern time. So I guess I can. I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying, like on the 29th when everything hit, that's where I think is really the only part you need to worry about, because that's when it blew up.
The 29th
Because
of
from
what?
that date forward is when everybody started noticing it.
When did they start noticing it?
Well, when it got posted on the 29th of November, because that's when he says all this started.
Oh yeah, but people didn't know that it was her, right?
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we weren't keeping tabs on this.
Because I mean, obviously, President Sunday's video came out on the 20th. Obviously, a video like that takes a long time to edit and put together, so that'd be something in the making. I mean, Destiny's implying that Pixie and him were all working in conjunction to release all this stuff at the same time. I mean, I don't know if that's true. Maybe she wrote what she wrote in response to the videos, or maybe President Sunday told her that he was going to drop the video and there's nothing she could do about it, so she prepared the Substack post. Like, I feel like there's a lot of ways that, she could kind of, even though this is a very flimsy claim against her, I feel like there's a lot of ways she could still dodge it pretty easily.
It also became clear to me that Aaron and President Sunday weren't the main people Pixie was listening to in the background. Update, nope, haven't heard from her since the 8th, but she's been active, so she's just ignoring me. We'll give it a couple days. I'd like for her to update me, and she kind of randomly had been throughout this whole thing, but I think she's annoyed with me. I told her to gently readjust her expectations with money that she could receive in any sort of settlement, plus said the demand letter first wasn't a good idea. Let me know when you're able to talk. Serious development, good development. Oh, I'm not free until tomorrow night to chat. TLDR, should it wait?
Didn't President Sunday, I didn't actually watch this video. Didn't he accuse Pixie of being bought off?
I
don't
recall. I don't even think I saw clips of the video. I'm not sure. I watched the whole video. Isn't it like a long video?
No, it's like, I think it's like 20 minutes or something. But I can't stand listening to President Sunday's voice. So, I didn't sit through it.
His condescending voice.
Yes.
So this is all
Hegemon.
taking place on 1/16, so January 16.
Right. So this is 4 days before the drop. Our Grassroots Hegemon, thanks so much for $20. Says, send help. I'm being held hostage by the thing I did and continue to do.
That's exactly right.
There you go. Potato says he accused her of extortion. In the video, he accused her of extortion. Okay. Interesting.
President Sunday accused Pixie of extortion?
Well, he accused her of blackmail in the little message we read. I don't know if he accused her in the video itself or something. But people are saying in the chat he accused her of extortion. I'm assuming you guys mean in the video he accused her of extortion. So
extorting Destiny? That doesn't
Yes.
make much sense because he hates Destiny. What is? I mean,
no,
how's
because
he did it so wrong.
Because I believe I listened to the first like 2 minutes of President Sunday's video. He seemed like he was trying to make this frame that like Pixie was like the reason like the evil people like Destiny keep getting away with this because like the victims are bad because they just sweep for them or they just take a payoff. They don't like, do the right thing and expose them so that, other women will not be caught up in their web.
Oh,
so,
I gotcha.
But so what I'm saying is like, if that's the route, like if that's the route that President Sunday went with his video, I guess I should have really watched it before we did this. If that's the route he went with his video, obviously Pixie and President Sunday were not working in conjunction. Because like, why would she work in conjunction with someone who was going to like attack her character? And if he does attack her character, then her post kind of makes more sense why she would go in the post because now she has to defend herself. Now she has to defend her credibility.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she does. I mean, I did completely disagree with Sunday's framing of it. Obviously, she doesn't want the videos to go more viral and to destroy her reputation even more.
Right.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is like Destiny's trying to frame the narrative like, well, no one really knew about this, that Pixie was involved until she posted her Substack. It's her fault. Like he's trying to like shift the blame
which
to
is
her,
ridiculous. Yeah.
which is obviously ridiculous because he did the thing in the first place. But putting that all aside, if it was President Sunday who released the video first, then Pixie has no control over that. If she released whether she put a Substack or not would have been irrelevant because President Sunday dropped his video. Everyone would be talking about it.
Yeah. And it seems like if he's mad at her in the video, then they are obviously conspiring together. Unless he is. I mean, aren't they back and forth in this exchange talking about how they were talking to Pixie, but Pixie ghosted him on this whole thing?
That's what it seems like they're talking about in
Yeah.
this DM. Yeah.
Pixie got smart. She's like, why am I talking to these people? I should be talking to an attorney.
What is this thing you put in the watch together chat? I like never look at the watch.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't. So I was just going through the farms, catching up on the Destiny thread, and apparently there's somebody put this.
Oh my god.
He's doing live research. Okay.
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
So it happened like around 3 a.m. But Mike from PA said, "Hey, Team YouTube, why are they going? Destiny's trying to brigade Jay Stuckle or however the hell we pronounce it.
Right.
Destiny's trying to brigade him. Will you do something about this?" And Team YouTube's like, "We'll look into it."
Right. Isn't it? I mean, that's just the automatic response with that.
Maybe, but that's not good when they're looking into you.
Well, sure.
I mean, he's calling the Thunder's getting called down.
Right.
What is brigading? What is involved in that?
Going after people and trying to,
like sending all your fans to
sending everybody
flag someone's channel or downvote their videos. Or something.
Okay. Well, flagging is obviously
and people are asking. He's demanding the docs, and it's like, oh, buddy.
Flagging is obviously bullshit, but like if the Destiny stance want to come and yell at us in the chat, like more power to you. So I didn't know that the distinction you were making there.
Urgent, actually. Tell me I can't pass anything to Pixie, though. She's not replying, and I just don't feel comfortable bringing anything about this up to her.
Well, that's smart. Good job, Strader Ed.
Yes.
That, combined with Lauren's creation of the give, send, go, plus the message she sent me the same night Pixie began to threaten suicide to me, made it more clear to me that Lauren was likely the one guiding her behavior.
Oh my God, she doesn't even have any sort of self-agency here. She's being manipulated.
And?
Yeah, how does this, who cares? Like, does that matter? It doesn't matter.
Objection, irrelevant.
I think there's just a picture again of her creating that give, send, go. I also felt far more confident in my suspicion that this was all ultimately about extracting the maximum amount of money from me. Pixie had deleted her message to me.
Duh. I mean, that's how lawsuits work, dude.
Where she even implied...
It dawned on me. They wanted as much money as they can get. Whoa, zoinks.
A higher dollar amount than what I'd be comfortable with. So we are in our DMs where she said, I feel like whatever I ask you to cover will be too high a price too. And then I'm going to feel even worse over it. This message, the only time we'd ever discussed an actual dollar amount kind of, was deleted now from our DMs.
What was a dollar amount, Destiny?
Was it... Wait, was the message there? I couldn't say for that. Was the message there? Or is he saying it doesn't exist anymore?
He said it doesn't exist anymore, but I didn't. I'm believing that the screenshot he pointed out was some message was missing. I don't know if you can delete DMs from Discord or not. I don't know how that works.
I guess you can.
I don't know. The amount of people who have been convicted over crimes involving Discord may indicate that it's not.
Like it's there somewhere, hidden away.
Yeah, I'm sure it doesn't go away.
Oh, wait, he says right here. Confirmation that she was indeed seeking a payout of at least $1 million in order to prevent her from going public. Okay.
When?
Wow.
That's what I want to know. So, but wait, so here's my question. Did she send some message to Destiny asking for the $1 million and he just never responded? He just left it on read or something.
That's not a good way to negotiate a settlement. Sitch.
Though there is, but here's my question. So you have this whole thing, so you have this whole thing where Strader Aid and President Sunday are talking about the situation. They know about the situation in November. And then Destiny, in one of the messages between Destiny and Strader Aid, it sounded like he knew that President Sunday knew about the situation, like in December or something. So why the fuck would Destiny, and maybe this is part of the thinking and he just is not saying this because it makes him look worse. Why the fuck would he pay Pixie to not say anything when he's pretty confident, or should be pretty confident, that President Sunday is going to drop some big nuke on his head about this whole situation?
Yeah, sooner or later, you'd think, right?
Right. Okay.
Seemingly tried to cover her tracks by implying that I could donate to a charity while texting a mutual friend.
What?
I don't think if Stephen faces consequences, he will change it again. If he wants to, he can donate the money to some charity or organization. I just think that other than jail, or even more than jail from the studies I read, money is the strongest reinforcer, and losing it is the strongest punishment.
I mean, look, and even Destiny's orbiters and victims are talking with this like retarded just say you want the money, okay? It's fine. You're a victim.
Look,
you deserve compensation. You don't have to be like, well, according to the studies I read, like, what? Come on, like, the fuck? It's fine, girl. It's fine. Just get the money, okay?
Isn't it weird? Some people are just weird about money. So,
guys,
well, oh my god, I have money that now I can buy groceries. I feel so bad. I have so much privilege.
Right. I just think it's funny.
Cover her tracks by implying I could donate to a charity while texting a mutual friend. And now I was seeing Aaron telling President Sunday that her suicide threat was done just to get my attention. And the messages here that she had been sending to President Sunday, Aaron says she was threatening to kill herself to him, but she told me this wasn't serious. It was just to get his attention.
Oh, bom, bom, bom.
Why do you believe this fucking random shit?
Because it helps them.
Oh.
I mean, is Sherry like a double triple agent?
I also
at this
saw
point?
that she
like,
put together the statement that she published on her Substack at least 12 days earlier, and perhaps unknowingly to her, actually exactly outlined her schemes and messages to Aaron that looked similar to texts she'd sent to Kyla. Update, she sent me a statement she wants to publish, but it's terrible. This was on the 8th of January.
I mean, this doesn't look good when you basically have a bunch of people you sent to mind her, and it's like you sent a bunch of like handlers over there.
Yeah,
Right.
totally. You're
Like-
basically. It looks like he's trying to manipulate her.
Yeah, it looks like it totally does. I mean, it's just
Not only that, it's so weird because it is negotiating a settlement, which normal people are just going to think is fine.
well,
So
also,
go ahead.
well, this is all this complexity. Like, I feel like when you talk about these stories to most people, when you start getting to like double, triple, quadruple levels of complexity, most people are just going to be lost, right? It's just gone.
Of course.
And
yeah.
so basically at that point, people are just going to they're going to like use the complexity and the sort of vagueness or the complicatedness of the complexity. Because most people aren't going to be like autistically be going through this. They're going to just use that to justify whatever they want to justify. So all this complexity of like all these people talking to each other behind the scenes, like that's all great for Destiny's defense for his fan base, because they can use all this complexity to be like, oh, well, this somehow shows that Destiny is innocent and he's being, Pixie's being manipulated by these people behind the scenes, blah, 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 blah. But from a legal standpoint, I feel like it's the opposite. Like you go to some jury with this like hyper complex shit and they're like, I don't understand. Like they're just going to like write that all off and be like, fuck you. Like you're just, you're the one sending all these people to this girl. Just like you said, Adam, you're the one sending all these, people to manipulate this girl behind the scenes, blah, 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 blah. So it feels like his legal strategy and his saving his audience strategy are just completely the opposite from each other, or would be the opposite of each other.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like he's trying to make this argument that she just wants money, like she's greedy or something. And it's like, yeah, you fucked her over. It's like, what do you want?
It's like, so what?
Look, it's called restitution. Okay.
Right,
That's what it's
right.
called.
Well, first of all, it's like, that's not how these messages come across to me, but even if they did, so what?
Yeah, of course.
So what? Right. It's funny.
the entire time we just sit here and go, and
Yeah.
Yes, I know. All of this is completely irrelevant. Yeah, she wants restitution, okay? And you trying to make her look greedy because she wants restitution that you fucked her over does not look good for you, right?
No.
You should be coming out and going, she deserves some restitution, and I should give it. I mean, look, he intuitively knows this because that was the first move he went to in the very beginning, right? I mean, they literally talked about paying for her college and shit.
Right.
So I don't understand. I don't understand how this is so complicated, right?
Because he makes it complicated that way, you can't come to an easy answer.
And then to Aaron, she says, what day were you thinking about releasing it? I mean, the most I can think of is the Virginia stuff or Nas, but I have trouble seeing how he would do that in a way that doesn't make him look worse for trying to deflect. I don't know what she's talking about here. If she thinks I would like attack her friends, I don't know. I'm going to talk to my
Look, Destiny, I would never attack anyone. Look, I'm harmless here. Why would you think I would attack her?
lawyer first, send a demand letter, and based on his response to said demand letter, release it. I originally wanted to do it by next week, but it seems unlikely. This was on January 8th.
Very important. January 8th.
Have immediately been speaking with an attorney once he knew that's what her plan was.
I know. I would have, yes. Yeah.
Although I will say, and I don't know if the best thing about all the stuff happening to Destiny on January 20th, it's like not only was Trump getting reinaugurated, but also this was happening to him.
Oh, wow. Yeah. He was pretty mean about that Trump supporter. I know a lot of our fans dropped him over that.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah. Which just seemed insane. So I think he went on Piers Morgan after that, and Piers was asking him, because Piers got it, obviously.
Yeah.
I saw him on Piers Morgan recently debating with some conservative, and it seemed that Piers hasn't gotten wind of this story just yet, because I don't think it even came up.
Well, I'm sure Destiny says, can't bring this up. I won't be on your show if you bring this up. Like, come on.
Yeah. I'll debate you about anything but this.
Right.
I don't think Piers Morgan would not book somebody who made that kind of stipulation, though.
No,
that's my
I'm just saying
understanding
in
of
general.
Piers Morgan. No, I agree, but I don't think Destiny has the power to tell Piers Morgan you can't talk about this.
Piers Morgan, although there's times I think he's a little kind of like, he kind of doesn't push back on things. But yeah, I don't think he would never agree to that.
Yes, yeah.
You
Look,
you don't think? Wait, who wouldn't agree to that? Pierce or Destiny?
Piers Morgan would not agree to that.
I don't think that. I can't imagine Destiny would show up on Piers Morgan without an agreement that they're not going to talk about this.
I think he would. Yeah, I don't think that Destiny has that much power. And he just went on.
No, wait, hold on. He just went on Piers Morgan with Andrew Wilson.
I can't
imagine that he would be like, "Oh, I'm going to debate Andrew Wilson on this fucking."
Oh yeah, no, that's what I mean. I think I forget where I saw it. Somebody made the joke about like, I guess he's not going to debate Andrew Wilson about morality anytime
right.
soon.
Like I mean, I don't know. I would be shocked. I'd be shocked if Destiny would go on to that conversation without that agreement.
This is like a big thing for reporters, especially reporters as big as Piers Morgan. Like, I think it could damage Piers Morgan's career if he agreed, especially with just Destiny. Like, Destiny's not some big shit
on the internet.
Yeah, if he agrees, I'm not going to ask you this question because it's going to get you in trouble. That would hurt Piers Morgan's career substantially. There's no way he's going to agree to that.
But I think he's got enough integrity; he wouldn't do that anyway.
Yeah, look, I agree.
You're completely correct. If it's like I'm interviewing you, if it's I'm setting up a debate panel where you're going to debate current events, maybe the perception is different. But it's like it's not really about Destiny; it's about them debating the current events.
But here's the thing, though: anything Destiny goes to from now on, people are just going to start throwing that in his face.
I was shocked Andrew Wilson didn't throw it out there in that conversation. That's what we were watching that conversation.
How long ago was this with Destiny, Andrew Wilson?
Not too long ago. And look, I watched some of that too, and I was thinking since Piers did not bring it up, I thought the only reason Piers didn't bring it up is because he didn't actually know about it. And look, Sitch, I'm willing to bet if he continues to go on Piers Morgan, that Piers Morgan will eventually bring this up, because obviously Piers's producers are going to bring this up, and Piers is going to know that he's got some internet gold, and he's going to put the thumb screws to Destiny. and it's going to be hilarious. So
Yes,
look, that is
maybe.
going to happen. I guarantee you.
The
So
problem is,
if that happens, you know that this arrangement situation that you're hypothesizing
Right,
just
would not
wouldn't
be the
happen.
case.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Maybe.
So that's how we'll know
right.
that
yes.
there is no secret deal. God,
Yes.
it's hilarious. But
It's-
Destiny
it's-
might not go on Piers Morgan if he gets wind that this is gonna happen.
Mhm.
The
But he
problem is,
might. Look, he's got attorney's fees to pay.
the problem for Piers Morgan is he's worth like $20 million. So telling him, hey, Piers, it's gonna rain super chats if you let this come down.
Oh, you're right. Totally.
It's like it's hard to tell him like this is gonna be your big break, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then again, it puts him in. I mean, I guess he doesn't really care. He's already obviously Shawnee doesn't care about speaking about this to hurt his case going forward. 'Cause
Yes.
obviously, this would be him debating it with someone on Piers Morgan. I'm sure many things would come out. So,
He should debate Andrew Wilson on whether
Oh
or
my
not
God,
him sharing these videos is technically revenge porn.
there you go. That's exactly who you want to talk to about it, right?
His attorney will sign off on that for sure, obviously.
Yes.
His whole
I-
team of attorneys.
Grassroots Hegemon, thanks so much for the $50. Says have more money. Well, thank you.
Oh, that
Sunday
is
Sunday is uniquely shitty in the situation because Sunday literally directly and knowingly leaked this conversation after saying to Nick Dioro it would harm Pixie in a conversation he ironically recorded under false pretenses.
great. Really? Holy shit.
Wow.
That's
I
so
mean,
bad.
listen, should anyone really be surprised that President Sunday is uniquely shitty in any situation? That seems to be his entire MO.
I think President Sunday actually got Quackademic Agent fired from his university gig.
Yes, that's right.
Really?
I
Yeah.
believe that was what happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a scalp to collect.
Is it?
No, I'm serious. Like I'm just saying though, like that's jeez.
Do
Are you
know,
saying that
you
it-
know who Quackademic Agent is? His
I know
academic
of him.
agent. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know
Yes.
of him. Yes. That's like
Wait, is President
geez,
Sunday
that's-
Jewish?
I don't know.
He's not Jewish, right? Why is he
know.
blaming the Jews for
you're
something
supposed
President
to know,
Sunday
Sitch,
did?
don't
What
you
the
know?
fuck?
That's
Like,
true.
why does my people gotta get hit for
Yeah.
something President Sunday did? What the fuck? Okay, that's man quack. What are you doing going after the Jews? Go after I don't even know what random white strain of people President
See
Sunday's
that's
part of.
something the Jews would try to do. Say, don't come after us.
Oh,
Just
that's
deflecting.
true. That's true. You're right. Obviously, we hired President Sunday under the table. So,
Look at this.
Uh,
Grassroots Hegemon is not done giving. Wow.
oh my God. Thanks so much. Got sent for $100. Thank you so much. Says, I'm officially a retired DGGer, but I was horrified about his comments about that firefighter because live there. Oh, because you live there. Butler is really strong Trump territory, but I had friends that were at that rally in 2020 and he would have been cheering my friend being shot.
Yeah.
That is
Yeah.
crazy. That his comments were, that was really gross
Yes.
at the time.
Yeah.
The
about
thing
the-
that made it super gross was people
Yeah.
asked him about his own family. And if his own family was there, he was like,
Yes.
yeah, they'd have it coming because they'd know what they were getting into. And that is
right.
just,
It was like, holy shit. Yeah.
I know. It's totally insane. So, but Piers Morgan did call him out about those comments. That I think was the first time he was actually on Piers Morgan. So
Mhm.
Right. Mr. Cross for $20 says, ask Sean if a judge can tell a general how to execute a war or a prosecutor on how to run their case, or if it would be unconstitutional. If we have time, I'll argue with Sean after the stream or after all this about that. See, get what Sean's take is on that conversation. But thanks,
That's
Mr.
great.
Cross. J-Mac, thanks so much for Circuit Father for $20. Says this drama is morbidly fascinating and I would have zero exposure to it if it were not for you guys. So thanks, I guess. Glad you two are wholesome, normal streamers. S-Class has a nice ass and A-Team makes me cream. Well, there you go.
that's great. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, it is fascinating from a
Right.
legal perspective. It makes it more fascinating that none of us are actually involved because
That's the
it
best
is a
part.
it is a total shit show. Yeah. You're able to maintain your objectivity if you're not attached to this situation in any way, shape, or form.
Right.
All right.
And then this looks similar to the text sheet sent to Kyla, or my friend, I should say, about deciding our course of action based on how I respond. This completely destroyed the idea that President Sunday's video had forced her hand. Ironically enough,
Oh wait, I completely wasn't listening to anything he was saying there. I guess I should have paid attention there.
President Sunday seemed to understand the extortion angle as well, though he was incorrect in saying that it was Pixie's first impulse to do this, as that seemed to develop sometime around or before December 11th.
It's not extortion, it's restitution. You should look up the word restitution.
Right,
That's the
right.
word you're looking for, Destiny.
Which is when, I'm guessing, Lauren began coaching her more ardently.
Well, okay, I guess the only argument, if I'm going to be like Destiny's lawyer here, the only argument you can make here is if you could show or prove that Pixie was only after the money, but then lied about being self-deleting and was just trying to use that to get money out of Destiny. Right? That would be the argument you'd want to make.
That would be some sort of extortive action.
Would that be extortion? I guess that would be.
mean,
would that be extortion to threaten?
Well, no, you were just showing she wasn't really. She didn't have severe emotional distress at that point. So yeah, that's a tough gambit to run.
I mean, I feel like if that was the play from her, that at least from the text messages that Destiny was showing us, you would think it'd be a much more explicit, like, give me money or I do X, right? Like it seemed like it was very beating around the bush here. So
no, I think hers was, she was awash with emotions and kind of like from day to day, hour to hour, it was different.
Right.
And then she kind of got it. She got through the initial problem, and then she kind of chilled out after that, and she realized she needed to she's got to deal with her life. So because
she talked to an attorney and she realized, hey, I got something to live for here. This $5 million judgment.
I got 5 million reasons.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, 1 million at first, but maybe it's been upgraded.
Yeah.
This is his take on everything, but I don't know if it matters to get his take, but
wait a minute. Let's see what Sociopath President Sunday said here.
This is his take on.
This is not an honest person. Her first impulse was to try and blackmail Stephen with her suicide. Well, shouldn't be surprised Sunday would see it that way. Will continue to be gentle. In fact, if dissuading her from the demand letter seems to put up barriers, I choose a different tactic. Go along with it. Try to adjust what she says. I'd ask her, quote, hey, do you want to go over your demand letter and then keep a record of everything? What? President Sunday's like a psycho. What the fuck is going? Like, why? What is his?
He's
what are you
telling
doing here?
people to infiltrate and double, spy on Pixie.
But why does he care?
Yes.
Why is he so involved?
I think
in
he
this?
just likes the whole manipulation and court intrigue angle of things.
Is it
He's
like
a
just
little
for
too interested.
Yeah, this is fucking psychotic. Like, what the hell is going on here? Is it all just for his stupid video?
I don't know.
To drop, he's like buy time. I'm not finished editing my video. Buy more time.
Yeah, or maybe he just wants them to incriminate themselves more and ruin their case. So he's giving them inducing them to commit sabotage. I don't know.
How do you? I guess I just look too much at the frog and the scorpion thing. I don't know how straight or any of these people, if you're interacting with someone who you think is your friend and they're telling you to do the most crazy manipulative shit, I'd be like, wow, I don't know if I trust this person. What the fuck? What are they doing to me now?
Here's the issue though. They were already thinking that, or they thought that's acceptable conduct. So when you're when you're suggesting that type of conduct to somebody who's already a shithead, they're gonna like, oh yeah, that sounds great. I'm glad someone else agrees. It doesn't seem like Straight Raid pushed back and was like, oh, you really think that's a good idea? She's like, oh, brilliant.
Right.
I got you, fam. It's like, that just indicates, that tells you how disgusting all these people are total.
Definitely.
On everything, but I don't know if it matters to get his take, but I also finally saw in writing confirmation that she was indeed seeking a payout of at least $1 million in order to prevent her from going public.
Pay attention, Sitch.
So you're spying on her.
What?
You're
This
spying
is where
on
you said you weren't paying attention.
No,
I'm trying
the
to-
other.
I heard like a $15 million settlement. I went over to President Sunday's channel, and his videos, I mean, they get maybe 2 to 8,000 views. I was looking for the video, this video, Because it didn't get like a lot of views, did it?
It got no. His Destiny video got 100,000 views.
Oh, it did. Okay, so that's
Which
like a
I
big.
mean, well, for his channel, it's big, but like in the grand scheme of things,
Yeah, it's not
like,
that
who gives a
big.
shit? That's not
Yeah.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and this is interesting because this reveals Kyla was spying on Pixie and giving a straighter age. Straighter is funneling it on Destiny. So basically, he's using them as his enforcers and spies,
Yeah, which
like a
looks
celebrity does,
manipulative.
extorting and manipulating people and using. He's got his henchmen.
It
Because
looks
remember,
awful.
Pixie's
Yeah.
just collateral damage. She's a little
Wait,
person.
This is Straight Rate says these are the messages Kyla, who's not so erudite, and Pixie exchanged on 12/18. Kyla was telling Pixie that she would talk to Steven IRL about the whole ordeal, but then said scheduling issues prevented the conversation. Oh, that's nice. She also said every time she tried to ask for details via messages, he's not engaged. But I think that's a lie, obviously. Well, I don't know if that seems like Destiny kind of said that. And for context, Pixie wanted to sue for a lot of money, literally $1 million, but I told her that amount isn't realistic. If she did that, which I doubt, that would incredibly misleading. She wanted an incredible amount of money from the start, and I repeatedly, but generally, God, I can't read the fucking quality of this text message. Generally told her that she will not get the sum she wants. There's no legal basis for her getting $1 million payout, which she repeatedly discussed with me. So
Sean-
that, I mean, this looks really bad because then again, it looks like Destiny's sending Straight Away to tell Pixie to like push down the amount that she wants. So it makes Destiny look even worse in front of like a jury.
No, he's using his people to manipulate, and none of this looks good. He's this is the kind of he's sending them out there to do his bidding, and this makes them look like accomplices in all of this. I mean, they are, but that they're his little underlings, and they're willing to go out and do the dirty work.
Right.
To harass this woman, he sends out other women.
Yeah, that looks horrible.
And these are supposed to be feminist, and they're funneling this information back.
How is restitution determined in cases like this? When she finally talks to a lawyer, how is the lawyer going to determine the number?
Well, you argue for statutory like minimums, so like in excess of X amount of dollars, and you could say we're asking for in excess of $1 million, as it says in the complaint later. And you just start out from there, and you're like, look, what type, and you go to the jury and say, what type of number monetary value would you put on this conduct? Where life has been ruined.
Well, I'm thinking like 50 million myself. I mean, this is horrifying for a young woman.
Yeah, and she could end up with a situation
her entire
like
life.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm on the jury, I'm pressing for 50 million. Sitch, what do you think? 50 million seem like a good starting point?
I don't know 50 million, but I would definitely be in the
50 million. What? You heartless.
I know.
Heartless person. Sitch. How old is she? She's gonna live to be 80. Know. Like, look, she's gonna have to deal with this her entire.
By now.
Yeah, like she's gonna have to deal with this her entire life. This bullshit forever. It's gonna fall around forever.
Yeah, but listen, if the economy goes south, she can just buy on the dip with her $multi-million dollars, and she'll be like set for life, right?
Sitch wants her to get paid restitution in crypto. That's how evil he is.
She better get paid. No, I'm saying she better get paid before the stock market goes down.
She wants to get paid in Tesla stock.
Okay, exactly. So wait, but so to be clear, $1 million isn't. You don't think $1 million is like some crazy amount for this?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I mean that's a little on the steep end for a settlement, but like, if a jury came back with $1 million, I'd say they took it very easy on Destiny.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
Right.
They're gonna be horrified by this.
Yeah.
All of this stuff. This
is making it so much worse.
It is making it so much worse. Yeah. He looks like a manipulative schemer. And it's so funny. This whole entire manifesto is supposed to make you think the opposite. This is supposed to make you think Pixie is a manipulative schemer. But all of the stuff that he's shown from Pixie makes me think like she's worried about Destiny's feelings, right? She's like, oh, I don't want, I want restitution, but I don't want it to hurt my beau Destiny, right? That's the attitude that she has. Like she cares more about him.
Yeah, she's
having to pay.
Yeah, she sounds like a regular person. Like, I want justice, but I feel bad asking for it.
Yeah. Which no, baby, the jury's gonna be like, no, we're gonna help you get some justice here. 50 million.
Right.
That's the judgment. Sitch is not on the jury, so he doesn't count. Me and Sean are. We both side with 50 million.
I mean, listen, I'm in like the 5 to 10 million range. I don't know if I'm in the
Are
50 million
you? Oh
range.
my
Yeah.
God. Okay. Look, we're having a conversation here.
So Sitch
Right.
cares 1/5 as much as we do.
Exactly.
I know. It's
exactly.
it's disgusting, but I will accept it as long as she gets her 10 million.
Okay.
And we get to see Destiny cry as he writes a check. Oh my God. Oh, $10 million. Can you imagine making a $10 million mistake, Sitch?
I would hope not.
I think he had to be fucking high out of his mind when he sent this video to this Rose character.
I don't think so. I think he just does it so frequently that it's just like not even.
So it's never
not
come
even
back to
concerned
haunt
about
him. Look, as soon as he gets a $10 million judgment, every single girl he's done this to is going to be like, attorney?
Well, that's. I mean, I guess that's why I should have settled. You're saying like, well, maybe that get people to show up, but if he doesn't settle and loses big, then they're really going to show up, right?
I mean,
he said that I guess it wasn't this video, another video. He said that some girl was like already did this. He accused some girl of like saying she wanted like $500 or $5,000 or something. So
Really?
yeah,
And he got her to go away with his
he didn't say what
manipulations
happened.
and
I think he said he told her to just fuck off.
not so erudite, probably poisoned her. She's probably buried in the swamp somewhere in Florida.
There you go. There you go.
I, Adam, you were saying like he had to be tripping balls when he does. No, that's what he does all the time. He's
Well,
just
that could be. Yeah.
He's coon brained. He's like it's all about.
Well, and if nobody's brave enough to step up, which I got to admit, it is ballsy for Pixie to even do this, but I guess, are people just stupid? Because why don't you just, look, Zoomers, right? They don't want to fucking talk to anyone on the phone. Pick up the phone, call an attorney, have a conversation. The attorney's going to tell you, like, whether or not you got a case. Oh my God. I'm sure if she started calling attorneys, the attorneys are probably calling her back once a day. Like, what's going on with that case? Are you going to file that case or what? Attorneys like money.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. When you call that attorney and you're like, the attorney's like, what happened? Okay, so it was on the internet. What? Discord, Twit, and they just click.
Oh, okay.
I mean, like,
so they don't get it.
I don't think a lot of them will want this. They're like, I can get other money other ways.
Oh, okay. But as soon as she says, "Oh yeah, I have a gift send go for $100,000," or like, "What time can you come in?"
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm assuming some of them just passed on. They didn't think it was worth the time. Also, I am not a Gen X or Chat. I am a millennial. I'm an 85
there you go.
baby. So there you go.
There you
How
go.
How dare you throw me in with those people?
Millennial party.
Yeah.
All right. Hopefully there's a good ending on this where Destiny actually makes a good, logical, coherent argument. Empathetic argument, right?
No, I don't think it's going to happen.
These were messages Kyle and Pixie exchanged on December 18th. Kyle was telling Pixie that she would talk to Steven IRL about the whole ordeal, but then she said scheduling issues prevented the conversation. She also says every time she's tried to ask for details via messages, he's not engaged, but I think that's a lie, obviously. And for context, Pixie wanted to sue for a lot of money, literally $1 million plus, but I told her that amount isn't realistic.
Of course, because that's the money you'd pay.
If she did that, which I doubt, that would be incredibly misleading. She's wanted an incredible amount of money from the start, and I have repeatedly but gently told her that she will not get the sum she wants. There's no legal basis for her getting $1 million payout, which she repeatedly discussed with me. Aaron?
See, that's the thing. I don't know cases like this, how much of a judgment they tend to bring in. So I would think that would factor in.
Well, I remember in Florida, you had the Gawker case.
Oh, you're right. Holy shit. That made bank. That put Gawker out of business.
Yeah, their suffering was made known throughout the ages. So
yeah, and it is a similar case, isn't it?
I mean, it's not exactly a similar case, but yeah, the idea that there's no precedent for anything. There's not a ton of it, but do you really want to become like the trailblazer for this? Because you're setting a really good example going forward of people getting nuked.
Right.
Why did you? I had totally forgotten about that Gawker case and how weird it was, and now you brought it all the way back in my mind. Thank you.
Yeah. It
That was
was
so weird. Bubba the
Jesse
Lud.
Ventura like having sex with some
No, it's
lady,
Hulk
right?
Hogan.
Hulk Hogan.
Oh,
Bubba the
Hulk
Love
Hogan, you're right.
Sponge was
Yeah.
friends with Hulk Hogan, and he knowingly had Hulk Hogan fuck his wife. Bubba had Hulk Hogan fuck his wife, and then filmed it because he
Right.
gets off on it. Oh,
I know.
so
it's
weird.
awful. Yeah.
So gross. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says Destiny's liquid assets were $8 million 2 years ago by his own words. If someone did to me what was done to Pixie, I'd clean absolute house. I'd want them to sleep outdoors.
Wow. So look, 5 million is not inconceivable. Look, that's oh my God. Destiny's shitting his pants at 1 million.
Yeah,
If
maybe.
he's got
Well, that
8
was 2 years
million.
ago, right? Good investments, you know.
We
I
could
mean,
have
to
a
be
lot more now. Yeah, sure.
Maybe.
Could have a
To be
lot
f-
less.
That's
to be
true.
fair though, for him, I mean, like let's say his total net worth's like $5 million. That's 20% of your net worth, man. Like
Oh, I know.
if you only have like if you've just ground and you've been doing the grind and getting after it for a while and you just now made like a couple mil, yeah, it's gonna be like you're gonna have to give at least one of that away. That's a pretty
Yeah.
tough. That's a pretty tough reality to grasp.
That's true. That's
Yeah.
true.
Especially when you've already done it like 30 times and you didn't have to give anything away.
There's that as well.
Point.
Unfortunate.
Thinks for whatever reason, I guess, that I'm lying about having talked to Kyla, but every single person close to me, I basically said, hey, I'm not talking about this with you. We're not discussing this, except for the things in relation to the communication through Pixie, because I had no idea who was talking to who. And I just didn't want to be the mastermind manipulator or anything. So I didn't give instructions, talk to anybody, say anything, do anything. Unless they were communicating things to me from...
So after all the manipulation has been going on, he's like, oh, wait a minute. These people are all double dealing against me. I'm not going to talk to them anymore. I'm not going to be the master manipulator. Okay, that's good to know.
Pixie.
Nobody got
Sharing
to this point in the
videos.
video.
As a quick aside, and to get way further into my sexual life than I'd ever publicly want to, trading nudes or videos with someone isn't done to impress anyone, as Pixie writes in her Substack. In my world, it's generally just fun to see someone you're speaking with engaging in sexual acts. When the idea of making recordings comes up with someone, there are a few different categories that people tend to fall into. For people...
Wait a minute.
Oh my God.
Wait a
This in front of the fucking jury? Holy
know.
shit.
Mm-hmm.
He says, to get way further into my sexual life than I ever publicly wanted to, trade nudes or videos with someone isn't done to impress anyone. Okay, so he's claiming that's from his end, because obviously that's like the number one reason that people trade nudes.
Yes,
Is
in my
to do
world where you're a
that,
celebrity.
In
If you're
any
collateral
world.
damage.
Okay.
You're collateral damage.
Okay.
You don't
Gotcha.
understand.
Gotcha.
What's and can we hold on? I need to see Destiny's thing again. Like he wrote collateral damage like almost right at the beginning, and it's just like you see how you can just keep running back to this, and he keeps on. You just don't understand. You just don't understand what it's like to be us.
I get what is this next sentence? I don't even understand what it means. He says, so he says,
In
To
my
me-
world?
In my world,
Yeah.
as a celebrity,
to be clear, so he says he's not doing it to trade, he's not doing it to impress anyone. In my world, it's generally just fun to see someone you're speaking with engaging in sexual acts. Yeah, but that would be saying like, why would you record it in the first place? That's not why would you give it to someone
he's
else.
saying that we all totally do it. It's okay in our circles.
Yeah, how's that going to play in front of a jury of
Yeah, because
fucking
everybody else
housewives?
in the jury is going to be like, no, I text Darlene from accounting. I don't want to see your tits.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
They're just, this is
Yeah,
like
it's-
so
But
fucking
Destiny's
weird.
going to try this. I'm a celebrity. You don't get it.
No. But what I'm saying is, so you're
Yeah.
like, this doesn't work on two levels. First level that you guys just said, which is like really
Yes.
gross, but he's basically saying whenever he's speaking to someone, he wants to
He
see
wants
them
to see
engage
them-
in sexual
Yes.
acts, which
Yeah.
is like fucked in the head. All right, that's
Yes,
number one.
it is.
We've
But
had
then
him on
number-
our stream, Sitch.
Oh god,
Oh,
shit.
no. He went to see the two of you together. He's probably got
Wait a minute.
AI deepfakes.
that's why he was asking for those pictures. I'm so sorry, Adam. This-
Oh
He
shit.
broke Grok asking him
He
to
did.
ship you two.
He did. But no, exactly. But the second thing I'm saying is that like this thing that he says that doesn't address why, like what he's saying just shows that he's like a degenerate that wants to see everyone engage in sexual acts. It doesn't
Mhm.
say why he would want to trade the nudes.
Mhm.
unless he's saying unless the implication is that I'm trading to try to elicit them to engage in the same behavior, which is not really that's not really better than saying you're doing it to impress either. That's what everyone interpreted that you were doing, Destiny.
Yeah, he's trying to make the argument that he wasn't doing that. That he's just
Right.
he casually shares nudes with everyone that he texts or message with because it's just it's
Okay.
fun.
It's just fun.
what the
He
cool
says it
kids
right
do.
there.
Right. This is like, who was that comedian that would like jerk off in front of people?
Yeah,
Louis
in
CK.
the plant.
Yeah, listen, it's just fun. You just do. It's just one of those things you just do, right? With a
It's
friend.
just generally fun to see someone you're speaking with engaged in sexual act. Like, what the fuck? Just the idea that you send this to your attorney to run it by him before you post it.
I know.
Yeah, can you imagine?
This puts like a psychotic image in your mind that whenever Destiny's talking to someone, whether through text or like audio, he like brings up like a nude of them or like a sexual act of them, like in the corner of the screen, just so you can just keep looking at it while he's talking to them. That's what it makes me think of, which seems like crazy.
This line is very interesting in the context of all those chicken and waffle dinners with Nick Fuentes.
No. Oh, no.
It's generally
See-
just fun.
And if it turns out him and Nick Fuentes got it on, that'll destroy him actually more than anything else.
Oh my
Listen,
God.
what did
Sucking all
no,
right
no.
wiener,
Wait
that's
a
it.
minute.
You're done.
I disagree with you. Okay. Destiny is the modern day Daryl Davis. He's trying to bring them over to the light through sexual acts.
I do not
He's
think
a
Daryl
saint.
Davis would approve of this
He's-
analogy at all.
He's like
He
Daryl
collects his
Davis.
He collects them.
Yeah, so Daryl Davis, you guys don't know, he's like famous black guy. He would go out to KKK people. He would convince, he'd become their friends, right? He'd convince them not to be racist anymore. He would collect their KKK hood. He put it on the wall behind him, right?
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, once they became his friends,
Yes.
he's like, and their friends
Right.
after a while, he's like, look, if you're really my friend, give me your robes. And he's got like a whole
Right.
collection of them.
Give
So
me your
how do you know
nudes.
Destiny doesn't want like a wall of condoms from
Yeah,
Nick behind him
That's
on the
what
wall?
I mean.
You know,
His
his trophies.
He's
He's
destroying the
changed.
alt-right one blowjob at a time.
Exactly. But then, Kanye enters into the scene.
No,
and Destiny just
Pixie
can't
enters the
compete.
room trying to stop him from destroying the alt-right. Pixie is the real enemy.
Oh, okay. Well, I just meant why Nick, Nick dropped him for another man. So
Although-
Do you
he's
think
for-
Nick
for-
and Kanye screwed around?
I mean,
Probably.
probably.
The one
Oh
thing
my
I'm surprised with Destiny and Nick. Do you think Destiny had to wear cat ears to make Nick feel comfortable?
Probably.
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Am I crazy? Was Milo involved with the Kanye thing too?
Yes,
He was,
for a
yeah.
while.
Okay, well now
So was
Blake's making-
Sneeko.
oh.
Sneeko
Oh my
was part of
God.
that thing.
Oh my God! It just gets worse and worse. Okay.
Yeah.
It's all connected. Alex Jones is
Damn.
right. It is a cabal.
Oh no. Z Hang for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I think I can convince Sitch to 50 million. What Destiny did will affect her for the rest of her life. 50 million will guarantee his wages are garnished for the rest of his life. I mean, I
Right.
understand that's what that would do.
Florida has tort reform though, so I think it has to get reduced to an extent.
Mhm.
There would be a reduction, I think, in that ultimately.
Thanks, Republicans. Oh my God. Terrible.
It's
I don't know.
not
I'm
even
still in
way.
the $50 to $10 million range. Okay. But, I mean, I'm sorry, the 5 to 10.
5 to
million range.
10. Yeah. I was
Yeah,
like, what?
right.
I think
No.
that's a reasonable answer if this goes to trial.
5 to 10.
Mm-hmm.
He's only got 8 2 years ago. So, I mean,
Should have gone with the 1, I guess.
Steven.
this is why, this is why it seems like Destiny's just trying to do shit on the cheap.
I wish you guys wouldn't muddy the water saying it was Nick Fuentes, Destiny Blue. It was clearly Turkey Tom.
Was it?
I mean,
I
there's
don't know, I just-
allegations that's out there too. Yes.
Really?
Right.
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
Interesting.
That's the other fanfic out there right now.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, listen, if it's Turkey Tom, then Destiny's just doing it for his own enjoyment. If it's Nick Fuentes, he's trying
Oh,
to transfer, he's trying to blow the racism out of him. Okay. That's
Yeah.
a laudable goal.
if it's Turkey Tom, it really is getting into the reaction commentary community. He certainly got
Right.
a reaction out of him.
No, there you go. No one, yeah.
Huh,
Doesn't get any
boo,
points
that
for
was a
choking
bad
the
joke.
chicken there.
People who are extremely concerned with their privacy or material possibly leaking, I generally just recommend that we don't record anything at all, as there's always some risk that stuff can leak, and it's just not worth the anxiety of having any material like that recorded. If someone still wants to
So you acknowledge there's a risk shit leaks.
What? That's so. You're right. That's terrible. Why would you say that?
Once again,
Oh,
this is people like,
God.
oh no, he needs to say all the shit. No, well, yes, Pixie, like, geez, but yeah, no, there's a risk this stuff leaks. So you understand there's a risk of leaking. You knew this. Did you explain that to Pixie? There's a risk this could happen.
Yeah, he's making it
the
sound
risk
like
is
she
there, this
signed
is-
a waiver or something.
Yeah, if you knew this risk is there, that sounds like when Destiny's like, foreseeability, say foreseeability and proximate harm.
Mm-hmm.
You acknowledge
making,
this is called foreseeability.
He's making it sound like he's the argument he's trying to make is he's trying to say that by implicitly allowing him to film her, she must have been not very concerned.
Yeah,
about
it was
the leaks
consent.
anyway.
Yeah.
Right? Which is a pretty fucking retarded framing.
That's not
but
the standard. There's got to be explicit consent, not
Of
implied
course,
consent.
of course.
So, but once again, this is just, Destiny as a penny lawyer,
Right.
penny wise, pound heavy, many pounds heavy. Just telling you, buddy. I'm just telling you. This is what's called foreseeability. So
Right. Oh my God. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, I'm pretty sure OJ was innocent because the farms have video evidence of him giving OJ a mouth hug at the time of the crime. I can tell because I just made it up. There you go.
That's
There
hilarious.
you go.
Record something after that, I would generally just have them record on their phone for them to keep hold of the material. Other people don't view it as a catastrophe if the material leaked, and I've already made recordings of themselves and others and exchanged them with other people. With that out of the way, conversations guessing as to whether or not any of the leaked material was consensually shared was a hot topic of discussion following the initial leaks. Pixie would send messages to people to tell them that she had never sent videos of other people to me before, and she portrayed herself in her Substack as though I was the first person to ever suggest this to her, and I was the first person she ever recorded material with. I know that she's messaged people with stuff like this. This statement and implication, however, are both false. She'd sent me videos of her and other guys multiple times prior to us ever meeting and requested material from me as well. It was also her who suggested multiple times that we record stuff when we met later in 2020. I took some videos of the guy. I can send you later if you're interested. Also, okay, I'll send you when I get them. This is just basically her talking about sending me.
we go back to that little bit where she's like, I'll go see if I can go get him for you. That implies she doesn't have them. And notice he doesn't have, like, in the Rose and Destiny thing. Where's her sending you stuff? She just says, oh, I'll try to do it. We never have a, here you go. What do you think?
Oh, okay.
I mean, like, we're don't I look awesome? Taking that dick. Like, you don't have any of that here. Like, where's that thing?
Yeah,
Yeah, what was the
let me
specific
read. So she
response
said,
that
I'll read
she
from the
said?
top. She said, I took some videos with the
Oh.
guy. Well, first of all, you don't have like why are they even
That we
talking about
record
this,
stuff when
obviously.
we met later
So let's
in
just get back to
2020.
it. Yeah, notice he
Okay.
just blasts over this so fast.
Right. So yeah. So first of all, we
I
don't
took
have like
some videos with the guy. I can
we don't have
send
like
you
what
later
s-
if you're
what
interested. also.
started this entire conversation. In
Well,
the
no, it's
first
not
place.
even that. It's just she's clearly doesn't have them. I'll see
Yeah,
if I
she's-
can get them.
Yes, when I get them. Okay, I'll send them to you when I get to them, which is weird, right?
Yeah,
What does
implies
that
she
mean?
doesn't have them. So how did she
Right.
get them? And
I'm open to
She never
anything
sent
you
them.
want to send me. I'm super curious person. I think he's asleep, so you might have to wait for vids until tomorrow. Rip. Yeah, it's Okies. Wait a minute.
So
That
this
means
is her
that implies that
boyfriend.
she's getting it directly from the guy, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so she has consent.
well,
Well,
but-
that's what she claims after the fact. She's
Yeah.
claimed now that she had his consent. This message makes it sound like she would have to get it from him.
Yeah.
So unless she like lied about it, like, oh,
And
by
it-
the way.
yeah. And once again, how does this make it clear that you have consent to go do this, Destiny?
Right.
I
Well,
mean,
also,
this
yeah,
is,
even
this is a stronger argument for him if he can prove this, but he hasn't said like in there like any clear evidence of it that this is alluding to her sharing something, but that she necessarily has permission for it.
also it's gross to see Destiny say, "Ooh, fuck yeah, I want to see the finish. Holy fuck, you look so hot and adorable sucking him off." God
Where is that?
We got to keep going here.
damn. Down
Oh my
I
god.
took some
here.
videos of the guy. I can send you later if you're interested. Also, okay, I'll send you when I get them. This is just basically her talking
That's
about sending me videos of her with.
God damn it.
Everyone stop.
Multiple
Yes,
people
we're-
pausing.
You
Everyone
deputize me,
stop.
so I'm
No.
Oh, you're
I'll do
right.
it.
Damn
I took
it.
some videos of the guy. I can send you later if you're interested. Also, okay, I'll send you when I get them. This is just basically.
Okay, it's right there at the bottom of that
Yeah.
second paragraph chunk there.
Read it again,
Ew.
Sitch. Do it in Destiny's voice.
I no. Oh fuck yeah, I want to see the finish. Holy fuck, he looks so hot and adorable sucking him off. Goddamn. Oh, that makes me like want to throw up in my mouth. Just reading that, let alone speaking it. Then she says, Ja, that's the whole video, but I have another video of me fucking in lingerie that won't send through here. Rip. No worries. We can talk about it more tomorrow. Ooh, probably too long. I use Google Drive for that kind of stuff.
Well,
That's good
there
to
you go.
know.
Now there's more discovery.
There
I
you
use
go.
Google Drive.
Right. Do you have anywhere else you think this video would send to? Maybe Instagram, but otherwise I just throw stuff into Google Drive and link from there. Should I send it to you tomorrow or through Instant right now? Yeah. Do it now. Hell yeah.
So this is, I mean, obviously this is like a stronger case. Like the jury is going to feel she's somewhat implicated with this. Obviously, you're still dealing with the issues of consent. So
Yeah, but if she says that she had that guy's consent and that guy says she had my consent, then it's like, who gives a shit?
right,
Doesn't
right.
matter.
And they're
Right.
just like she's willfully sharing stuff with him, not thinking he's going to share it with somebody else, right?
Right. Well, and also, I mean, it's just this is all whataboutism. Like,
Yeah.
even if theoretically she was giving nudes to Destiny without consent,
Yeah, she's
like,
not
okay.
publishing them on the farms.
Right, but it's like, okay, so she did a bad thing, but does that absolve you of doing a bad thing?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously not.
Mm-hmm. Well, it does seem
it's
like
also-
she had consent from her boyfriend or whatever. I think that's a case that she's going with. I'm just thinking in terms of these are the first messages he's shown that makes her seem not as sympathetic to a jury who's going to decide like on the 50 million versus the $50.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I
also-
just, why wouldn't he just front load these in the video? We're 43 minutes in and he's finally gotten to the first thing that makes her
Well-
seem unsympathetic.
Yeah. Well, it's
A lawyer,
just-
a smart lawyer would tell you this, right, Sean?
I don't know. I'm not a smart lawyer, so I can't.
Well, I mean, but this is all just emotion. It would all be just emotional vibe.
Oh, of
Obviously,
course,
logically, it
of
doesn't
course.
really help.
Look, obviously you've never had jury duty, Sitch.
I understand that people are fucking retards, Adam. Okay, I
Yes.
get it. That was my argument about the complexity.
he could have
but-
just tweeted this DM and dropped it and just like nuked it and walked away.
I kind of
Maybe.
agree. Yeah.
If
But
you
then-
really wanted to act like you had something on her.
The messages actually again makes it look worse, or makes him look like what he's saying is not true. Because if you, well, let me see if I don't know if we're there at the. here, let me
Basically,
scroll
her
down
talking about
to the
sending me
video.
videos of her with other people on Instagram where she DMs this to me.
Okay, so at this part, Pixie says, I can't wait to feel that in me. Ew, gross. Would you want me to send you a video later? Destiny says, yes, always. Pixie, is there any particular photo or position you want to see me in? Destiny, I love you on your knees so much. And then Pixie says, I'm with my guy friend right now. I can probably get a photo or video of me sucking him off if you think that'd be hot. And Destiny says, yes. So that implies to me that she's specifically doing a sex act with the guy then and there to send to Destiny.
Maybe it's not clear. The problem is
That's what
like,
it sounds like.
Yeah, but this is where there's enough ambiguity here. Like, how is this construed? How does this look? Like,
Right.
This is.
No, but
The
what I mean is
the guy's
that would
like,
make
my
it seem-
face isn't
I
in the
agree with you,
video.
Sitch.
that
I'm
would
just
make it
saying-
seem more likely that she got the
Yes.
guy's permission. Because
Mhm.
she's like literally like, first of all, I mean, that's weird. If I'm that guy, I'm like, wait, you want to blow me to send a picture to who? Like, oh,
Oh yes, yeah, totally.
like,
That's what
what's
the
happening
jury.
here?
That's what the jury's gonna think.
All right, that's weird.
It's the
Okay.
whole- it is all weird, but
Degenerates. Guys, just don't be degenerate, okay?
Well, this is
Stop it.
what I was talking about. Her not seeing sympathetic now. I mean, obviously, it's hard to look at these messages and think, "Oh yeah, she's really worried about her future," right?
Right.
Mhm.
Like this is super stupid behavior. Okay, it's hard to make an argument that you know acted stupidly one time. When you see this, you're like, oh shit, you're acting stupidly all the time. What are you talking about?
Mhm.
It's
Right.
just a matter of time before something like this happens. So
This is also she's 19. He's like what 35 at this point or 30.
Well, that is a good point. Obviously,
Yeah.
that Pixie's attorney will bring up. So
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she only 19 in this point?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's bad.
yeah.
That's bad if that's the case.
Okay, so now all of a sudden Destiny seems terrible as soon as you bring the age
Oh,
into
that
it.
makes it really bad. Commander Rosarius for 20 New Zealand dollars says, when do we find out that Destiny's legal counsel is actually Nick Rekieta? Also, nice to catch one of these live, fellas. Good stuff. Well, thank you for the $20.
Why are you laughing? What's wrong with Nick?
That's good choice. Good choice.
Just not good legal advice, I guess, is the implication there.
Really? Yeah.
Right. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, it's been like half a decade. Where's my wrench communism? Should we give Grassroots
Look, he
a
gave
wrench?
$100.
He
That was the
did.
old. That was the old.
That was
super
the
chat,
old
yeah.
system. That was the old system.
You
Okay,
give
we've
$100,
evolved.
you can buy a
We've
wrench.
evolved beyond that system, but
I say you give him a wrench.
I'll still
yeah.
give Grassroots Hegemon. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for the generous super chats.
Right.
You've been super
Thank you.
kind today. So
There you go. There's your wrench.
don't
Wear it with pride.
don't ban too many of the Destiny stands. They're fun to make fun of. So
They are funny. Look at that date, Sitch. George Floyd is still alive. That's terrible. Okay.
Basically, I don't want to read these. They're cringe as fuck. I'm with a guy friend right now. I could probably get a photo or video of him, blah, blah, blah.
oh my god, he immediately understands. Oh yeah. Me, a 35-year-old texting this with a 19-year-old looks bad. I probably shouldn't read these on stream.
Right.
Yeah. Once again,
And
that's just rewind it because it's really good to hear him do that.
later, if you're interested, also, okay, I'll send you when I get them. This is just basically her talking about sending me videos of her with other people on Instagram where she DMs this to me. Basically, I don't want to read these. They're cringe as fuck. I'm with a guy friend right now. I could probably get a photo or video of him, blah, blah, blah.
Destiny says, I love you so much on your knees. So much. That's what he doesn't want to read.
I know.
Oh, God. I could never. This is some activity I would never
And yet he
engage in.
showed them to us. That's the weird thing.
Oh.
This is him curating all of this. And he
Sean, are
doesn't
you
want us to
married?
watch it.
You're married, right?
Engaged, but yes.
Oh, okay.
pretty
Yeah.
much.
Oh, so.
So let me read. This is Pixie's response to this part.
Mhm.
She says, Destiny's implying that I am guilty of the same crime he is. This is false. The guy was my ex who consented to sharing. I was not recording random one night stands. Destiny knows the truth. He's taking screenshots out of context and attempt to twist the narrative. And then she posted 3 screenshots of, I guess, the same conversation where Pixie says, do you have any cute pics of it? Also, I made a bad life decision. The guy I currently am in love with was encouraging me to contact people I've talked sexually with before. So I contacted the guy who played me a long time ago because other than you, he's the only other one who knows me in that context. And now I'm kind of sad about it. I don't know what that means. And then the next message is, yes, I'm talking to that one guy, LOL. I still have feelings for him, RIP. And he won't get super mad if I visit you in LA as long as I talked to him about it before and I'm honest with him. Okay, so it sounds like she's basically saying he won't get mad if I ask to fucking fuck you.
This is so like, oh man.
God, kids are fucked up nowadays. I feel like whenever I hear these like young Zoomer kids, or I don't know however old Pixie is, talk about like the way they interact with sex, it's so bizarre.
Even
for my
like,
millennial mind.
I mean, if the guy really just wants to share you around like that, how much respect do you think that guy has for you? Right?
Not a lot.
Like
yeah.
he's like, oh, look, suck me off and email it to fucking Destiny.
Mhm.
Like what a fucking
right.
That's not a keeper, right? That's not the
Right.
guy you want to get engaged to.
No. Destiny, you were the second person I ever slept with. I thought I could trust you. Now you're using intimate details of my life against me. I need you to stop. You already shared some of my most intimate moments for the world to see. Why are you forcing me to share more? What do you gain from this? Well, he gains, trying to defend, himself from you, from his audience. And she said, quote, I had consent. I believe the court will exonerate me. Ooh, interesting.
Yeah.
There you go.
And see, and Pixie, it sounds like is doing the right thing. Let Destiny put all kinds of shit out there, and then she can just go, "Oh, you said that. I kind of have the doop, doop, doop." Just start dealing cards out.
Well, it did seem
This
like
is-
she had consent in the messages that Destiny shared. So, yeah.
This is once again, this is why you don't do this, because Destiny, if you know what she, maybe you don't know what she has because you deleted everything.
Right.
But like, she's laying a trap for you, and you're running right into it.
Destiny is an influencer. I mean, they call him an influencer for a reason. And isn't he openly polyamorous?
Yes.
So
Yes.
a bunch of people in his audience probably think, oh, that's the thing to do.
Right.
Destiny does it.
Fondue for 35 months says, "Oh boy, just in time to hear Sitch reading naughty Discord messages. You're welcome."
Yeah.
Okay.
It was painful.
You're welcome. Sam can remix that to a cartoon or a song or something. I'm sure she'll enjoy.
There was no
And then-
woo-woo.
The times that for us recording anything, it's going to be something you do. Would you want to make some videos together? If you want to, yeah, sure. Do you want to take videos when we do stuff together? I think I'd blah, blah, blah. Jesus Christ. I was engaged to Melina at the time, so there's no way I would have agreed to anything that wouldn't have allowed her to view anything I recorded. Pixie was comfortable sending me videos of her and other identifiable men, with them even.
Wait a minute. Wait, what the fuck? He's like, okay, listen. She should have I had her implied consent because I was engaged to Melina, so she obviously should have known that I would show anything that we did together to Melina. That's a terrible fucking argument. Oh my god.
You don't
Jesus
leak
Christ.
your affairs to your significant other, Sitch?
Even if that was true, okay, that would still only be like, well, wait a minute, it's in between you giving it to your fucking wife versus some random asshole that you met on Discord that you're trying to bag.
What if your wife leaks them on Kiwi Farms?
Well, then, yeah, there you go.
Even having saved the videos on their own phones. I took videos of some guy. I can send you later if you're interested. Sure,
Okay.
I'll send them to you when I get them.
You're circling
Okay.
back. You already covered that one, Doug.
At no point in any of these conversations did Pixie ever mention having explicit consent from any of these other men to share these videos with me. I have no way of contacting them today to find.
Did you ever ask if there was consent? But Destiny, I don't see any of those.
It seemed totally implied in that exchange, though. So I don't know.
I know
why
that, but
you'd
Destiny's
think
going
that.
on and about consent. Like, did you ever ask for consent? Did
Yeah,
you make
if
sure there was
Destiny
consent?
is so concerned with consent, why shouldn't he have asked her in the exchange? Well, make sure
I
you
don't
get
know if there
consent
was
from those
consent. Well,
guys.
then why'd you accept them?
Right, yeah.
It's like so you understand consent's an issue.
Well, not only did accept them, but explicitly asked for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
It's like,
I
what
mean,
the
like,
fuck?
this is,
Oh my
but
god.
like I said, this is, and I'm
He
Oh
says
my God, you're right.
identifiable. He says identifiable men too, like they had their face in
faces
there, and
invisible, yeah.
No, but that makes it so much worse because you're like, Mr. Destiny, like, what is the jury to take about how you feel about consent when you're eliciting, when you're trying to draw, nudes from Pixie, and you're not even asking to make sure that she has consent from these men? Doesn't that show the audience what you think about the consent of trading nude photographs?
it's just for fun.
Okay, it just seems really bad.
Like when the judge asked me a question, I think I'd like to exchange dirty pictures with this
Yes.
judge.
All right.
everybody in that jury is going to ask to wear a burqa after that.
Exactly.
Fuck yeah, they are.
But no, here's the funny thing though. It's just, this is more of, nobody would have thought this is a good idea for you to go rambling on and on and on about consent, which is a material issue in this lawsuit.
Mhm.
Like this is not
Smart, intelligent,
no. This is
wise, perceptive,
and this is
advised.
the problem. You get, when you're emotionally invested, you don't think clearly.
Right.
Find out if she did. All this to say, consent was being reasonably understood by both sides of the situation. Back to the Substack.
Wait, no, it's not. Wait, so this whole thing is that, okay. Wait a minute. He's saying that just because he was engaged to Melina and just because he didn't ask specifically, if Pixie was getting consent for these guys, that somehow means that consent was reasonably understood by both sides of the situation in terms of like showing it to whoever the fuck you wanted. What? That's a
Yeah.
ridiculous argument.
It is ridiculous.
Pixie DM'd me first, I believe after we'd had a debate on some Twitch panel on October 23rd, 2019. She told me multiple times that she was 20 years old. You're 20, right? Yeah, I am 20. I had a fake ID, blah, blah, blah. I'm 20, yeah. So I'm not entirely sure why she said I was hitting on her when she was 19. By the time we met in person, she was 21. Based on my interactions with her, I find it odd that she describes herself as extremely sexually inexperienced and sheltered as well. When I was 19, over 5 years ago, I was extremely sexually inexperienced and sheltered, being severely terrified of leaving. So
It doesn't matter if she takes dick as a hobby. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if she's been run through.
Well, I mean,
How
it will
does this-
matter. It will matter to a jury, though, as
Well,
far as the size of the judgment.
Yeah, maybe, but running around screaming she's a hoe doesn't really help your case here. Even hoes have privacy.
Right.
What if she had sex with 1,000 guys?
I
in
think
one
that
day?
hurts her case, Sean.
You
I
think that
One
would
really
do?
day,
do.
yeah. And she bragged about it and she was talking about it, yes, and she
Right.
filmed it.
Then I think it would. Yeah, I think that would.
I think it would hurt her case. So,
Right.
I mean,
but look, the argument the attorney will make is that these videos were shared in private. These messages were private. They were never intended to go public. Like,
well, more importantly, I'd argue they're irrelevant. He's trying to basically slut shame her.
right.
So it's not relevant to the issue at hand. Are you arguing about her credibility? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how well that's going to go. Saying isn't it true, Pixie, if that's your real name? That when you
When you said
just
that
like-
you were extremely inexperienced.
but when we know you just love yuck, and it's like, I confess, I do. Like, that's not
Oh
how you
my
win here.
God. What if it comes out that her boyfriend was the one texting back and forth with Destiny the whole time?
Oh God.
Well, Destiny would be like, oh my God, that's so hot.
Yeah.
He was behind all of this, the master manipulator.
Yes. And his cousin is President Sunday.
Oh yeah. This just took a turn for the totally bizarre. I can't. What kind of relationship is this, Sitch?
All right. It's not a good one.
I'm dumbfounded.
It's not a good
Like,
one.
and why would Destiny want to be involved in this kind of relationship? It's just so
Because
fucking weird.
This is he goes to the women that he can manipulate, and he, just like anyone who starts manipulating and taking advantage of people, they find their mark and they exploit them.
She has a boyfriend that she's sexually active with, but only so she can produce pornographic videos for a streamer online.
Mhm.
This is terrifying.
It's not
This is
good.
like, okay. I think it does hurt her credibility a bit. So,
I mean, remember though, is he telling the truth about how this is all set up? Like, did she have those messages from that far back, the first ones like that?
you think these
don't-
messages are manufactured, maybe?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, does
Okay.
she have all those original messages? Maybe she forgot the date and time when they met. Like, I don't know. I don't remember. Like, it was around that time. Like, what's the exact date? What's her birthday? Is
Right.
she off by like a week or a month? That there's a lot of things there where you can, you're like, aha, you lied. Were you wearing a red hat or a blue hat
Right.
that day? And you're like, aha, you were wearing a green hat. And then that's not a mic drop. That's not.
Well, yeah, she could have been completely sexually inexperienced until her boyfriend started like having sex with her and
Yeah.
prodding her to produce videos for Destiny. So,
Yeah. Or she could have just been really bad at it. Experience doesn't mean good.
right.
In several places, Pixie deliberately uses language that makes it sound as though I'm simply sending explicit material containing only her to another person. Pornographic content of me online, So you can imagine my surprise when I discover he distributed pornographic content of me without my consent. Yes, you read that right. He sent pornographic content to me, was trying to barely using my body and my privacy. This is not the case. The material in question is an explicit video of me and her together. I would never just send around explicit material of another person on their own. Any material I've exchanged is done so because I'm in it, not to impress someone by using someone else's body.
That's not helpful at all.
Yeah, this
Like
doesn't-
if you're sitting around sexually explicit material that you're in, you should have consent from the other person. Obviously. Fucking obviously. Obviously.
Yeah, he thinks this is the big brain take.
Yeah, no, this is not. And look, the messages she shared, it seemed like she did have consent from the dude. It seemed like it might even been the dude's idea, which is...
Well, I mean, but also what Destiny's saying doesn't he says any material I've exchanged is done so because I'm in it, not to impress someone by using someone else's body. Wait a minute. That's obviously not true. If it was just about you, you could just send a picture of you jacking off this person, right?
Exactly. Very
Like,
good point,
you know,
Sitch.
you
Very
are
good point.
using the person's body to be like, oh, look, I can bang, you know, women. I can bang hot women. Look at me. Like, I can please hot women. Like, be impressed, you know, also be interested in me. So, yeah, this is a whole meme like, oh, once you have a girlfriend, other women are, you know, suddenly interested in you. But when you're alone, they're not. Right? Everyone know, like, this is so obvious.
Yeah, it's true.
She also repeatedly claims that the main purpose of the statement was about preventing me from harming other women. If that was the case, why did she contact me at all prior to releasing it? Why was her publishing this statement contingent on my response to her and how much I was willing to pay her? One of the most irritating and conspiratorial...
That is so obvious because she didn't want the videos to go more viral and she wanted restitution. If she could get restitution without the videos going more viral, that's best case scenario. I would argue for both parties. So
Right.
what she did was prudent.
Yeah, but well, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure the whole I'm releasing this statement to prevent from harming other women. I mean, you know, maybe that's not true. I mean, it doesn't really matter at all, really, to the morality of what Destiny did or even the legal case. But don't know.
Guys, I'll be right back.
He's releasing the statement though because she's releasing the statement because it looks like Destiny's not going to play ball on restitution. So she has nothing left to do. Obviously, she's going to pitch it as like, I'm doing this as a moral good. But ultimately, I think she wants restitution.
Right.
claims she makes against me is that I was sending material to a person intentionally hoping they would leak. This all comes from her statement.
Look, and we all said we didn't think that was a good claim.
No, that's probably not true.
A probable claim.
Right.
I don't think I need to explain just how unbelievably baseless, callous, and malicious this point is, as I have suffered irreparable privacy and reputational harm due to all of the publicization of the leaked material. Similarly, I find it both incredulous and ludicrous that she would imply that I was somehow attempting to intimidate her based on comments I'd been making about Hassan. I have never at any point in this process told her that she had no right to take legal action against me, nor denied her any right to pursue whatever justice she felt was reasonable. On the contrary, she has been the one threatening me with going public and with suicide the entire time if I wasn't willing to pay her a massive sum of money. She also manages to twist every conversation we had in the most malicious way possible, claiming that I was downplaying my actions, when in reality I was trying to talk her off a ledge from killing herself with the advice of her friend. In addition to the misrepresentation...
Destiny's such a good guy. Oh my God.
And lies in her statement, she is also sure to link directly to any tweets involving other high-profile figures I spoke with, likely with the goal of getting others to tweet her statement at them. She also makes it explicitly clear that her goal is to simply inflict as much damage onto me as possible. Also, the wording of her Substack tweet heavily implies that I
mean, that's not... We saw those messages. That's not what those messages said. But okay.
I was also publicly posting revenge porn of her. On November 29th, the streamer Destiny accidentally showed my nudes, making me a victim of revenge porn. I'll be suing him in federal court. I'm not clicking these links. They're just like links to her quoting her Substack, basically. Negotiations begin. On January 31st, 2025, I received the first written demand from Pixie's law firm. This time, the letter was citing Florida Civil Statute 784-049 for sexual cyber harassment, which...
So now we know she talked to an attorney before January 31st, right?
Right.
She's got a demand letter written and all that shit.
Yeah.
Requires malicious intent for publishing
well, I would
images.
imagine I mean,
Um,
I would imagine she
basically
talked
for
to
Hey.
the lawyer. I would imagine she talked to the lawyer before she posted her Substack post.
You
I would
think so?
hope. Maybe not.
Because she didn't
I
have
would
the
imagine.
money for an attorney. Well, she might have talked to an attorney, but the attorney says, you know, I need some sort of contingency. Like, you could win, you could not win. If you had some money, we could look into it. So she knows she needs money. They do the give, send, go, and she raises a substantial amount of money. So now the attorney's in with both feet.
Right.
Yeah. Ready to produce a demand letter and get going.
Yeah, that makes sense.
For this, it's saying that you're sending these for no legitimate purpose with the intent of causing substantial emotional distress to the depicted person.
Look at this in Destiny.
Thankfully, the demand...
Hey, Destiny goes like immediately, oh, I'm going to
The
look into this statue. Like, the first thing I would do is like, fucking attorney, look into this fucking statue.
Right.
Like, what am I going to do reading the statute? Every time I've tried to read some statute or something, I completely misinterpret it. So the attorney's like, nah, this means this, not that. So
Let's see. I want to read the statute.
Sitch is like,
Let me read the statute.
he's like, I'll get it.
I'm going to
work
read
on
the
this.
statute. Listen, Destiny's going to hire us for, what was it, $300?
Look, in all honesty, I just was going to do a total shit show response. Like,
Okay.
yeah. So I was going to make it bad on purpose, but
There you go.
I don't know. We might get sued for like malpractice,
We're
legal
not lawyers, though, so
malpractice
who
or
cares?
something.
It doesn't matter.
We might get sued for
What are we
practicing
gonna get,
law
disbarred?
illegally. Yeah,
We can't get
exactly. We can't
disbarred.
disbarred. I think you can get in trouble for practicing law though without a license or something.
Yeah, if you pretend you're a lawyer. If you
can
say
we
I'm not a lawyer.
can we just file a response for anyone?
No.
I'm
don't
pretty
think
sure you can
can.
represent yourself, but I don't think we
You
can
can.
represent somebody else. So.
Not without you. I guess.
But look, I
don't
knew
know.
if we
I don't know the answer to that question.
if we wrote out a response, it'd be funny enough. We could probably
It
get
would
like
be.
$2,000 in
There you
super
go.
chats.
Okay, let me read this. A person depicted, this is the law he's talking about. A person depicted in a sexually explicit image taken with a person's consent may retain a reasonable expectation that image will remain private despite sharing the image with another person, such as an intimate partner. True.
Okay.
B, it is becoming a common practice for persons to publish a sexually explicit image of another on an internet website or to disseminate such image through electronic means without the depicted person's consent, contrary to the depicted person's reasonable expectation of privacy. True, comma, for no legitimate purpose, comma, with the intent of causing substantial emotional distress to the depicted person. Okay, so that's, I guess he's going to say, well, it was for a legitimate purpose. I was trying to bang this other girl.
Right. I don't know that that's a legitimate purpose. See,
Oh, okay.
that's where
let's
the
see.
attorney usually logs in and is like, oh, yeah, legitimate means this, 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 and this.
Right.
Like you had to
right.
save someone's life or something.
His biggest argument's going to be, I didn't intend to cause harm.
Right.
Right. Well, is that a correct reading that this statute requires this intent to cause substantial emotional distress?
Yes, but I think once again, you can imply his intent through his actions afterwards as well. Like he clearly.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
So like
I
that
gotcha.
really defeats a lot of this. And then this whole thing defeats a lot of it. And then his
He
whole,
does
I'm a
seem
celebrity.
he does
Right.
seem to be wanting to inflict harm at this point.
Yeah, so it's easy like to get people like, I guess you had that bad faith back then too. Oh no, it was just afterwards I was a complete scumbag. It's like, see how well that cell goes.
Interesting.
When you're messaging, is your boyfriend there so you can produce a video for me?
Oh God.
You don't seem like a scumbag asking for that, Sitch, at all, do you?
Terrible.
I know.
Terrible.
Can you imagine? Oh my God. Please make it stop.
Saying
Anyway.
that you're sending these for no legitimate purpose with the intent of causing substantial emotional distress to the depicted person. Thankfully, the demand to settle our dispute was a reasonable one, with Pixie only requesting $15 million plus legal fees in order to come to an amicable settlement. Notably, there was no request for any of this money to go to charity.
No, he forgot the lull in there. $15 million, including legal fees, lull. He totally
Gotcha.
gave it away. He totally gave
Right.
it away. He's like, look, you asked for too much money.
And how dare you not want to send it to charity?
As a result of this violation, my client has suffered considerable harm, including but not limited to severe emotional anguish, damage to personal relationships, and public humiliation. The unlawful actions have disrupted my client's personal and professional life, and we are now compelled to seek monetary compensation for these damages.
Oh my God, the attorney's asking for $15 million.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Yeah.
$15 million
Yeah.
in compensation is in the original complaint. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. He put lull.
I've not
If
seen
he-
this part.
He put lull in his little document. Yeah.
Yeah. but
There's
the
no
idea,
lull
it's-
in this document from the attorney.
Yeah, and the
Right.
idea that she thought about charity at first and then she didn't want to do charity. It doesn't matter where she puts it, man.
Yeah.
Trying to say she's a gold digging hoe is not gonna help you.
Yeah, totally.
In light of the foregoing, we hereby demand the following. Immediate monetary compensation for the damages caused by the unauthorized disclosure of intimate images. Specifically, my client is entitled to at least $15 million in compensation for the following things. A formal written...
Let's read those. Emotional distress, reputational harm, pain and suffering, the loss of privacy, the loss of personal and professional standing, and the ongoing impact of my client's life. Okay, there we go. Those are all things. Look, that's just collateral damage, right? Destiny's the victim.
An apology from you acknowledging your role in the unauthorized disclosure and the harm it caused, immediate cessation of further things,
That's the most painful part for Destiny, right? The apology.
Right.
It's like, I'll pay the $15 million, but you're not getting an apology out of me.
For a lot of times,
Personally-
that is the biggest thing.
Oh, I know.
fees, failure to resolve this matter within 5 business days. All right.
So this is just the demand letter. They haven't filed the lawsuit yet. They're just sending this to Destiny going, fucking send us a check.
Pay up, sucker.
Yeah.
A phone call followed between our two law firms to discuss the absurdity of this demand. I was incredibly irritated at this point, as Pixie had already launched a maximum pressure campaign against me publicly, and I was forced to sit on my hands while these negotiations took place.
Okay, so this sounds like he does have an attorney. Like if obviously his attorney's talking to their attorney.
Since I didn't want to compromise her ability to settle things with me without having to publicly out our prior private interactions. It was also unbelievable to me that someone could so quickly go from being so suicidal over the prospect of her parents discovering the leaked material to posting a public statement against me, implicating her in all of the leaked material and exploding its popularity, filing a civil suit against me without even trying in good faith to reach a settlement beforehand, and publicly provoking and continuing fights with others who were also publicizing aspects of the leaked material.
Okay, so now he's moving away from the slut shaming to the she's a liar, a bad faith liar.
Yes.
You can hear it escalate in his voice.
Is this
now.
going to work? Is this a good move, Sitch? What do you think?
I don't think this is a good move.
Okay, I don't either.
No.
I tried to settle this in good faith when I offered to pay her bills, and then she asked me to pay $15 million.
Let's assume, just for the sake of the argument, let's assume that Destiny's characterization of Pixie is 100% correct. That she
Mhm.
was lying about, the self-harm and she's trying to get money out of him, blah, 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 and all that stuff, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Assume it's all correct. He still is sharing people's nudes without their fucking consent to try to bag other women.
Yeah.
What the fuck? He's still a piece of shit. Okay. It's like
True.
it doesn't absolve him of any of that stuff.
True. Big piece of shit. Look, and if she was really after the money, she went in the most roundabout fucking way to do it in the world.
The dumbest way to do it too.
Yeah.
Because the way, if she was just about the money, the way she'd do it would be like, I'm not going to go public with this, unless you don't
yeah.
pay me, right?
Yeah.
You know,
She would
I
talk
wanna keep
directly
this-
to the attorney.
Right. I got an
Yes.
attorney, he'll talk to you, you'll work out a deal.
Negotiate a
privately, right?
payment. Keep it all
Yeah.
quiet. Yeah.
Right.
Just randomly bashing
Who's this guy?
some dude's physical
That's
appearance.
Beardson.
You
It's
look like a
Beardson.
hard-boiled egg wearing a toupee, and you think you're qualified to comment on someone else's looks. And then him bringing up, obviously, the
there
leaked
you
material.
go. Case closed. Destiny is innocent.
Because this other guy was involved.
Oh no, she made fun of Beardson, therefore she's bad man.
First of all,
Oh, yeah.
How does she doesn't that's not even that's like a fake picture, isn't it? That's not even like Pearson just runs around trolling people on the internet. That's his whole like MO.
Oh, it is? I don't
Yeah,
know.
I thought so. And Pixie just fell for it.
And even then, this whole
Completely.
Pixie thing, when she puts this picture up of the picture of Destiny, it's like, wow, you're like, that's a self-felt. You're like, yes, that's what you let Mac on you.
Well, doesn't this just make Pixie's argument
Hmm.
that this will forever follow her around?
I think so.
Like, like, why would he show this? It's
Yeah,
like,
just
oh,
some random guy is like, oh yeah, you're the girl that had sex with this.
yeah, right. Yeah, it's like, oh, argument made. Thank you, Destiny.
Yeah. She's gonna post her with her engagement, and it's all gonna be Destiny memes.
Right.
So fucking sick. So sad. Get away from the internet, girl.
Sir, you flirt with one. Sir, you flirt with one. And then her quote tweeting it and responding about it.
Oh, he's saying because she quote tweeted it, she must not care. Okay.
Mm.
I mean, it's already out there. Everyone knows about it now. So maybe she had changed her heart. Maybe she leaned into it. Maybe she's using anger to get over her depression. Right. That's a very common thing.
The present. And that's where we're at now. The last few months have been an utter nightmare for me. It's frustrating that no one cares that Kiwi Farms is still, to this day, hosting all of the revenge porn on their own servers.
Not relevant. Not
Well,
relevant.
I mean, he's going to try to sue Kiwi Farms. So is this all
He
this
can't.
is?
It's Section 230 of the
Well, he
CDA.
could try. I'm not
I mean,
saying
he
it's
could
gonna
try,
be
yes, and
successful.
then
He's
he
gonna
won't get
spend his
embarrassed.
15 million judgment money on this fucking Kiwi Farms lawsuit. That's
Well, wait a
dumb.
minute. If someone has like illegal pictures of you and they post on a website and you notify the website that they're illegal, don't they have to take it down if you tell them to? Like you can't. I thought you can't sue them if they don't take it down in a timely manner, but I thought they do have to take it down.
Well, no, they're not liable for the content someone posted. Like the hacker is the bad guy, not the farms.
No, I thought because wasn't there some lawsuit against Pornhub because I thought there was some like revenge porn lawsuit. People were uploading it to Pornhub's website without consent, and then I thought they won, or did Pornhub settle? I thought this was adjudicated already
I
to some
don't.
extent.
I don't know specifically about that.
Yeah, I don't either.
Okay.
But good
Crying
for
about
bringing
the
it
farms,
up.
it's
We
like
got to check into it.
Right.
the farms is. Remember, as Destiny said, proximate cause. Yes, who is the direct, like, who was the first domino? Who went?
Mm-hmm.
Destiny was obviously that's where the videos originated.
Well, obviously, but that doesn't that doesn't absolve anyone in the chain
No,
necessarily
I
if they're all
understand, but
doing
I'm
wrong
just saying
things.
at the end of the day, it's like, well,
Right.
I like the line "No one cares." Like, were we supposed to care?
it's not relevant
Right.
to the issue at hand.
To reiterate, the reasons
Kiwi
it's
Farms has
taken me
since
so
taken it down.
I
Oh,
have. I won't-
long to make any
that's what someone
statements about
says, though.
Oh, Kiwi Farms did take it down. Okay.
this are because initially I wanted to minimize publicizing both mine and other people's explicit material. Then it was due to Pixie's claims that she would kill herself if the material ever made its way to her parents. And finally, it was done to allow Pixie to have the maximum room possible.
Once again, another recognition that having everybody shit out there is not a good idea.
Right. Yeah.
So
He knows it's harmful, painful.
To negotiate some sort of settlement with me
But I
without
thought
me
you
having
said-
to come
but
out with a
remember, he
statement of my.
says- But remember, he says, "In my world, we do this for fun." But
Mhm.
but
Oh
now
yeah,
it's bad.
he is contradicting himself, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, imagine that. Imagine that. Like, it's like somebody warned you. Probably shouldn't talk about. I don't know.
We need to get Sean in here to impeach a witness.
My own that
Maybe we can do a debate with Destiny, Sean.
on the law.
Honest to God, though, I
you can
really wouldn't do
impeach
that
him.
because I wouldn't want him to just. I feel I had an ethical obligation not to induce him to do that.
Right.
Right.
I feel that would be actually really bad.
Could
So
you get in trouble
according-
for that? Get
No,
disbarred if
I
you made
wouldn't
him.
get in trouble for that. On a personal level, I feel that would be highly unethical to, as an attorney, just induce a guy into slitting his own throat.
Come on, you
like
could
that.
be like Tom Cruise. He could be like Jack Nicholson. You could get him to say
Well,
the
and that's
thing.
different
He'd be
when you're in
like,
court and you're doing your thing. Like when we're on opposite sides of the thing. Like I get like it's just business. But like in a situation where I'm talking to him, I remember I did this. I got invited on
but
this
there's
thing
no,
where
there's no cameras allowed in federal court, though. We got to do it on live stream, okay?
well,
It's the only way. You
Well, I was
got to
just
get him
joking,
to
but-
say, "Hell yeah, I sent the pictures and I'd send them
Yeah.
again."
yes, you're goddamn right. I ordered the code red.
That's exactly right.
Well, he already did it. He's already done it here. So
Right. Were you gonna say something? I know I kept interrupting you. So
no,
So I was looking up this
Not you,
question.
Sitch.
I was looking up this question of whether is it do websites have to take down revenge porn? Because I thought they did, but actually I'm looking at it. I don't think they do actually, because
Oh,
it sounds
wow.
like which is kind of surprising to me. Because when I'm looking at it now, it seems like usually the way in which people try to get revenge porn taken down is they try to file copyright claims on the material. So maybe there isn't any actual law that you have to take it down, which is kind of surprising. But there you go.
And I thought Pornhub cleaned up their act because they were making billions of dollars in advertising. Like it's a completely different model now. So
Maybe. Okay. Well, there you go.
anyway, Sean's gonna get Destiny to say it that he ordered the code red.
Oh, I like it.
he covered
Yeah.
up the fence line shooting too.
He did.
It sheds more light on her character and her behavior.
Look at this character assassination already. He's innocent.
Always room for improvement in my own behavior, and I've obviously reflected on and changed the way I've engaged with people in this space over the past couple of years. This entire ordeal involves a video recorded 5 years ago and sent 3 years ago in April of 2022.
When was January 6th? Anyone remember? Anyone remember? January 6th?
It was
It's
after.
in the
It was
past.
before.
You can't hold
It
us
was
against
January
them. Change.
6th?
Right, right.
Was
That's
that 5
hilarious.
years ago, everyone? Is the
hilarious.
statute of limitations up?
Yes.
Apparently.
Trump has changed.
It's a changed man.
Look, I'm
Oh,
only
God.
doing this for a joke. I know some people, they're lose their minds over January 6th. So, but anyway, this is a bad argument, right? Because Destiny would never accept that January 6th was no big deal because it was 5 years ago. That's the point I'm making.
It's irritating that my prioritizing
and
Pixie's
just-
well-being
And just this whole thing of like, I kept quiet to, allow her to in the maximum room negotiate some sort of settlement with me. So she tried to do it, and the minute you didn't like it, you fucking spurged out. Like, that's what this sounds like you're saying.
Oh, totally.
The minute
Totally.
she didn't do what you wanted, which goes back to like, I'm the powerful celebrity, and you're just, if you're not cops, you're little people.
The minute his social manipulation didn't work,
Yeah.
all of his Confederates couldn't deliver on the scheme, the conspiracy. That's when he decided, I'm going to have to go nuclear
Yes.
on this.
Yeah, and there's room for improvement in your behavior. So you're saying your behavior wasn't good.
Yeah.
How was it not good, Mr. Bennell? Please tell us.
Tell the jury, tell the ladies and gentlemen of
Yeah.
the jury how you could improve. Maybe by paying restitution of $5 million.
Once again, this is where the idea that anybody said this was a good idea.
Well, look, his legal team talked on the phone with their legal team. So
Yeah, which the thing is, he's got lawyers. Okay, then where are those lawyers?
How did they
Like,
okay
they
this?
did
Yeah.
Yeah, unless they like were for the negotiation, then they fucked off. Like, where are they now?
what if Pisco took that call? Oh my God.
I wish. I
Ooh,
fucking
buddy.
wish so much.
Oh, buddy.
Oh my God.
Please.
Oh my God.
Let the meme be real.
Look, we haven't been paying attention to Destiny for quite some time, so
Yeah,
we
but I
might
just-
actually have to be aware of this situation now, this unfolding disaster. Sean, you want to say something? I don't want to.
No, I don't know, but I will like, I'm sure that Destiny approached him for advice at the beginning. That's part of the reason why he's been pretty quiet, which is a good thing because he shouldn't be talking about something where he's advised one of the parties involved.
Right.
So like people are like, "Oh, what does that mean when he doesn't want to come?" And I'm like, I'm sure Destiny went to him almost immediately and said like, "What do you think?" And he gave him advice, and doing the right thing, not talking about it.
God, if he took the call with her attorney, oh my God, that's gonna be so fucking rich. Oh, I can't wait for that to leak.
But if it's done properly, that's part of a settlement negotiation, so that would be protected. So that necessarily probably wouldn't be something we'd have access
We'd
to.
ever know. Okay.
Like we really wouldn't know the details of it, except for what he's disclosed already.
Well, I want to know that he did that. That would be fucking hilarious. We don't need to know the details.
Out who the other party was on that call, but that's about it.
Yeah.
So
God, oh my God, if it's Pisco.
after this, I have a video where there's a clip where he talks about what he offered her.
Pisco or
what Destiny offered.
Okay,
because I thought it was in this video, but it's not. It's in this other video.
We have to watch this.
Yeah, we will.
We have to watch that
because it's pretty interesting.
Read the super chat from Shu so Shu can go to bed.
Oh, thanks, Shu. I didn't see it. Where's Shu's super chat here?
Sitch. Oh, it didn't pop up, really?
Is it recent?
Yeah, she just sent it a little
there
while
it is.
ago.
Hey, Shu and a half for $20. Thank you so much. Says, I cannot believe you guys are still streaming. Have some money. Well, thank you.
Look, we got to get to the bottom of this.
We have
it's
to
a
get
mystery.
To the bottom. Okay.
We got to figure out who's at fault.
And in a
here.
completely non-degenerate, non-sexual way, we have to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Now go to bed.
Lives are at stake. All right.
Every stage of this after the leaks has resulted in me being maligned so heavily, but alas, I don't look forward to the next 12 to 18 months of this drip feeding onto my content. Maybe we'll spend it trying to beat Elon into space.
You so mean, Sitch. How dare you?
He ends it with a meme. Look at that.
Why are you dripping on Destiny's content?
That's gross. I would never drip on the Destiny's content.
What a fun adventure.
This is where
he's
imagining in his mind the standing ovation.
Yeah. I think that's what he realized. Like he's like, oh wait, I'm on the internet. But it's my prioritizing Pixie's well-being at every stage of this after the leaks. I'm really the good guy. I'm doing this because I care about you. You don't understand what it's like. A pimp's love is different from that of a square's.
Oh my God.
It's basically what he's doing here. I'm the one who I really do care for you. You just don't understand it.
Mm.
And you people out there, you little people in the jury, you just don't understand how it works when you're a celebrity and how you care about people.
That's so cringe. Destiny is not a celebrity. Like he's an e-celebrity, yes, but just okay.
And once again, it goes back to I was doing what was best for Pixie this whole time by having people spy on her and report to you everything that's going on. That seems really weird, but okay.
How many people on this jury are going to be Destiny fans? Destiny watchers?
It's just, you know who gets on a jury? Normies.
Yeah, totally. They're
Like,
going
I've
to be
tried to
like,
explain this,
Destiny? I thought that was a girl's name.
Exactly.
No, but it's, I don't know if you guys remember seeing this. There was the father son, they got into a shooting over a dumpster.
Mm-hmm.
The old guy's like, take your swing. I don't know if you remember seeing the video clip of this.
I
Okay.
don't remember.
So it's a father and a son, and they get into a shootout with their neighbor over throwing a mattress in a common use dumpster the city would pick up.
Okay.
And eventually the neighbor gets shot to death.
Oh my God.
And killed. And the dad and the son, they're both adults, shoot him and kill him.
Okay.
The son gets acquitted. The dad's going to prison, and the dad's probably going to die in prison because he's already in his 70s.
Okay.
And people are like, I can't believe that happened. And I try to explain to people, your jury is going to be normies. The people that get on a jury are normies. That's how it works. Like the average person is completely oblivious and could give two shits to the life and the world we're in right here. In this world that Destiny's in and that Pixie's in, the people who are going to show up for jury duty are people like, I'm worried about my kids. I'm worried about getting home. I'm worried about my job. Like they are not going to give, they're going to just see Destiny as a big piece of shit who treats women shittily and doing all the problems here.
Yeah, they're going to throw the book at him.
None of them are going to go, well, yeah, what if we really do call water agua? Like none of them are going to be on his side.
Yeah, I completely agree. I've had jury duty twice, and it totally just demoralized me as far as there being any such thing as a fair trial. So
Yeah.
What does that have to do with the shooting story?
Well, I'm just saying because like the people were surprised the person got convicted because the guy who got killed seemed like the asshole, and it's like you have to convince it. Like the people on this jury were probably more like absolutely horrified that these guys were. There was somebody got murdered over a
mattress,
piss-stained mattress in some dirty, dusty alley in Hee Hawville, Texas.
Yeah,
right.
That was the problem. They're like,
I see.
The idea that you would even do any of that, like it blows their mind. And like this guy's running around leaking nudes, and then he does all this, and then if I'm Pixie's attorney, you play this video at trial, they're just gonna be like, what the?
Yeah,
the way he's sitting there, and he's just like
they just play the part of him talking about, oh, it's just fun for me to share nudes of people I talk to casually. The jury's going to be like, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
$15 million. I think it'd be very hard for a jury to watch this video and empathize with anything going on here.
Yeah.
They'd be horrified of it. Every moral infraction deserves some sort of retribution.
I don't really want to get into like a huge back and forth on whatever bullshit. I know there are other situations and things that people have made, other accusations or claims that are all entirely fucking baseless. But I'm trying to do this one piece at a time because I'm managing multiple stuff, especially stuff that might become legal. I just have to be careful with exactly what I say about the other person, so I don't.
You have not been careful at all. It's comical to even say that you have to be careful after doing a 54-minute live stream on this. Not careful at all. Totally high risk.
Invite
Ted Kaczynski
further civil action.
What's that?
Ted Kaczynski was more coherent.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Like Ted Kaczynski was actually like a super genius.
Yes, I'm just saying. Even in the middle of schizophrenia, he was far more coherent than this was.
Yeah, it's Destiny has lost a lot of power, I guess. It's crazy. Especially if he's got $8 million, because I'd be focused on preservation, talking only to attorneys. I mean, this is just so weird, high risk, but I guess the motivation is really to save his audience. Because if he doesn't have the audience, what does he have, right?
Yeah. He's back to being Steve from Omaha.
Right.
And I'm sure for him that's something. Who is it that keeps saying it? Destiny, the status quo is the best thing for Destiny, because otherwise, in like any other situation, it's any other timeline, it's not. What has happened to him does not happen. I don't know if you guys have heard this before. For Destiny, it's like otherwise he's Steve from Omaha, or like if the Civil War kicks off, just like most other people, he's dead, like 99% of everybody else. So like this situation is the best thing for him to preserve the situation and preserve the status quo, and yes, keep his what semblance of power he has at this point. But yes, the minute he loses all the DGGers, it's over.
Well, I think a lot of the DGGers seem to be demoralized by this situation. I got to tell you, I haven't really been following it closely until like this live stream. So I wasn't really interested in it. I'm super surprised. And look, people were making fun of me in the chat because I mean, a lot of people are making it seem like, oh, they knew this was going to happen. I mean, if you asked me, I would have said, oh, Destiny's smart. He'll keep it under wraps. He's going to hire a good attorney and he's going to shut his mouth. That's what I would have guessed.
I am completely amazed that he did this.
I am too. I really am. Maybe not so smart after all.
Like, oh, now he's defaming me or blah, blah, blah. So, but
Rich Jammer is right. It was Josh from Kiwi Farms who talked about Destiny.
Anyway, I'll post this.
Listen, I'm interested in this shirtless dumpster shooting that Sean brought up.
Oh, are you immediately? trying to
I was
figure out
watching the video of that the whole time. Listen. This is why those two guys went to jail. It's because they're two fat, shirtless guys. So it doesn't matter if you're in the right or the wrong. If you're two fat, like ugly, shirtless guys, and you're like involved in the crime, the jury's not going to look kindly on that, right?
Yeah. Oh,
Put
did
some
you find
clothes
it,
on.
Sitch?
I did find the video. Yeah,
Did you watch the thing with the whole?
I did.
part too?
That's
Yeah,
an
the
insane
deep part.
story. I'm kind of
Yeah.
surprised I didn't hear about that.
Bring it
Wow.
up. Let's watch the shooting video. That'll
Let us
really
not
get our-
watch the shooting video. I'll just
YouTube will demonetize you.
Yes.
They
Yeah.
take you down.
So remember, folks, in a conflict, if you're fat, put on a shirt, okay? If you want the jury to
Mhm.
sympathize with you. Or actually, better yet, just walk away, right? Just
Before
walk
you
away.
engage in manslaughter, be sure to get properly dressed. Wear a suit and tie.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
but just walk away, all right? Just don't get in a fight over a dumpster. You pull out your gun and you're like, I'm gonna walk away. If you come at me, then I'm gonna shoot you. You don't just stand there and argue for like 10 minutes. All right.
But if you must kill the illegal dumper,
make sure you're
okay?
dressed very well.
Go in there
okay?
Pulp Fiction style, okay? Make it look good. You'll get off.
Exactly. If you look like Patrick Bateman, then people would have been more sympathetic. They'd be like,
Of
"Oh, look,
course.
he's wearing a 3-piece suit. Obviously, he's in the right."
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Bring up the other video. Do we need her to? Is there anything in this
I don't
last
know.
few minutes?
I
Just good
didn't
luck.
listen to this last part.
I don't know if we're doing anything else tonight. We're not with Dan, and then tomorrow I will.
I
Wait,
think
see, I
right
thought-
now, it seems
I
like it's
thought-
dawning on him right now that this whole live stream was a complete stupid thing to do.
I don't know. I think he's just the mental exhaustion of finally letting it all out. It's been building up and now it's off of
Mhm.
him. Just the burden. He feels he's lifted a burden off his shoulders.
Right.
The sense I'm getting is the burden is just getting heavier and heavier.
Yes, but
What?
at least for the second, it feels like he finally got this off his chest.
Oh,
Tomorrow I will play video games and do fucking commentary and all that bullshit. Any comment on how Kyle and Dan got raked over the coals for no reason by your detractors? I really feel for them. It's all just like conspiracy posting. Me and Kyla, I literally, I don't know what it is about Kyla, but she
Except you literally showed they were conspiring and reporting and spying for you.
yeah.
Yeah.
And these
That's
people
why
were
she got raked
manipulating
over the
her. Like,
coals.
yeah, so
Right.
it's a conspiracy, yes, that you orchestrated. Yes, yes, it's the lack of self-awareness.
it's literally the most deranged, obsessive hatred ever. Pretty sure most people in this situation, at least that I've communicated with, have basically been trying to communicate with Pixie for Pixie's sake, and that's every communication I've seen has seemed to further that. Now, there might be other communications that I'm not aware of that contradict that, but I haven't seen it. Generally, when I go to write stuff like this or do research, I usually have like 20, 30, 40, 50 people that are communicating with me, different logs or different things at different points in time. After this whole situation exploded, I literally have nobody communicating anything with me because I'm apparently a rapist. So every piece of information I've gotten is just what I've been able to piece together on my own, and then what other people have managed to leak or post in public videos. So,
Oh my God. He just admitted that when he does all these manifestos, he has a team of like 30 DGGers that
A
basically
network
do
of
it all for him.
spies. Yes.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck?
And he had to do this whole thing. Well,
Mhm.
look, even 30 people, you're going to get constant feedback on it. You're going to be like, oh, this doesn't sound good. This doesn't sound good. This is all
He
100%.
workshopped it.
Yeah, this one is 100%
legal team.
Destiny's.
This is his legal team.
Right.
Listen, he should have, when he wrote this manifesto, he should have at least put it through ChatGPT and said, "Is this good?"
Yeah. Does this make
think
me
this-
sound guilty?
Yeah. How does?
Oh,
make you
yes,
sound?
Steve. Thanks for asking. This makes you sound totally guilty.
Specifically, these parts here.
Most people who want to seem empathetic write sentences like this. Oh, this is sad. This is completely
hilarious.
sad.
yeah.
Like, why would you even say that? Oh my God. You're basically putting chum out in the water for all of your detractors. You're saying, look, I'm isolated and alone. I'm easy to attack.
Right.
Oh. Good luck. Have fun. Be careful. Stay safe. I will, yeah. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, wait. Sorry, some guy asked this. Will you explain what I hired a more aggressive law firm means? Like, what does that more aggressive mean in this case? And how does it work having two firms? The first firm I contacted was to basically deal on the plaintiff side, to deal with the person who is maliciously leaking and posting all of the material. However, they're, I don't know how much I want to get out of this. If you have a good law firm, they usually specialize in certain types of things. That law firm is, I would say, specializes in plaintiff stuff. Like, they go after people who do certain things, but they don't really specialize in defense cases. It's just not really.
So look, the law firm that he hired to go after Kiwi Farms doesn't do criminal defense. So they basically.
Well, he's saying he
said,
hired a different. Yeah, but it is. I'm on Sean's position. It's hard for me to imagine a criminal defense law firm is like, or a civil defense law firm is like, oh yeah, this was a good statement.
No, look, when he says I have a legal team, he could be talking about the legal team for going after Kiwi Farms.
Right, but he's claiming he has a second one.
I heard that. Yeah, I heard he says he's hired a more aggressive team. Right. Yes, yeah. I get that.
Okay.
We don't know what the team is though, right?
What that law firm does. So I retained a second law firm that specializes more in defensive stuff against people making claims against you, hence the second one. But
yeah, when did he retain that legal firm? Because he talks in this piece about multiple times about having a legal team, but I wasn't catching. Is it the legal team to go after Kiwi Farms, or is it the legal team to defend himself?
Yeah, or is it, and he's got all these, like, if he's workshopping this to 30 DGGers, that can destroy attorney-client privilege on things too. If he's like, him and his attorney are talking, and guys, here's what my attorney said, boom, that's all discoverable now.
Really?
Don't work.
Yeah, because if you're my client and I give you something, that's privileged. If you turn around and tell Sitch about it or give it to Sitch to take a look at, it's no longer privileged.
Oh, okay.
And you're the party who
destroyed the privilege.
You can break privilege because it's your stuff. So yeah, if you share things, that's how. It sounds like he's using them.
Right. I've seen that in some cases where the attorney tries to get some witness on the stand to mention something so that they can bring in some piece of evidence that's been forbidden in the case. What do they call that when they do that?
Well, I mean, just opening the door.
Opening the door. That's exactly what it is. Oh, he opened the door. Look, now we're going to bring in all these prior rape convictions.
Yeah. And maybe
anyway, what is the other video, Sitch?
Okay, let me put the other video in here.
What were you saying, Sean?
I'm just saying, this is just, buddy, this is.
Well, look, I want to know the date that he hired the criminal defense attorney. I think that's relevant. That's why I was making such a point of it. Because that little exchange that he had at the end of the video didn't tell me when he hired the criminal defense attorney. And look, if he's thinking the whole time he's already got an attorney, he's good to go. Like, if something happens on the defense side, he's just going to talk to the same people he's been talking to on Kiwi Farms, on the Kiwi Farms situation, then he's completely in the dark, right? Then he hasn't talked to any attorney about his criminal liability.
Yeah, but I don't think when he keeps saying criminal, I think he means civil, because there's no need for a criminal attorney yet.
Defense, defense attorney.
But I mean, it's civil defense. There's civil plaintiff and civil defense side litigation.
Gotcha, yeah.
But once again, this is the problem. He's saying these words, and it's like you're not even using the right words. So,
Grassroots Hegemon, thanks so much for the $40. Says the first thing I would do is be horrified by my behavior and make a sincere apology. Fortunately, I'm not human dirt, so I don't have to worry about that kind of thing. Destiny violating someone the way he did is unacceptable, even in the box he made for himself to crawl back into. It really is unforgivable, disgusting, licentious behavior. True.
Yeah, it's hard for me to imagine that the people unsubscribing from Destiny aren't doing it because of, like, I think Turkey Tom said what he did was abhorrent. ABBA from ABBA and Preach pretty much condemned him wholeheartedly. So I do think it's pretty hard to be in a situation where you're supporting somebody with this level of, really just disdain or I guess kind of ineptness on what they've done, right? He doesn't really seem to have any empathy, but I don't know. Maybe he'll have some sort of revelation, right?
Okay, so let's watch this video here.
I already went over it. It's to give her flexibility to make a public statement.
Wait, hold on. Let me go back.
Jesus. But what was the unintuitive reason not to speak publicly? I already went over it. It's to give her flexibility to make a public statement. Retracting what she said and then making some kind of statement with me that kind of like maintains her reputation, because she has like perfect victim status. She's like, the way she's written her Substack is just, it's so much of it is untrue and so much of it is insane. But for me to give a counter to that Substack destroys her ability to make any like reasonable comments on it. So the goal is like, okay, well, I'm not going to say shit, so we can sit here and try to renegotiate some type of like pretrial settlement, which is what we're kind of working on. But then once she dropped that $15 million demand, and I'm like, excuse me? So as soon as she said that, I hired a second, more aggressive law firm.
So that answers your question, Adam. He didn't hire the other law firm, the actual defense law firm, until the complaint was filed, I guess. That's what he's
That's
saying.
just retarded. Like,
yeah, that is so terrible.
that is
retarded.
so retarded. Like, even
No, I think he's saying after the negotiations broke down, he hired a more aggressive firm. And it's like,
No,
okay,
yeah,
well,
but no,
that's
wait,
still
hold on,
retarded. That is,
hold on.
look.
Wait.
On. But then once she dropped that $15 million demand
Demand
like,
letter.
Excuse me?
So the demand letter.
Right.
So look,
right.
she drops the Substack. She's raising the money. Like, all of this is happening, and he hasn't talked to a defense attorney once
no,
about
he says
this
he hired
case.
a more aggressive firm, I think is what he's saying here.
Yeah, but he said that what that means is that the lawyers he had at that point were the lawyers that he had got to try to go after the hacker in maybe Kiwi Farms, and those weren't even defense lawyers. So as soon as she drops this, yeah. So as soon as she dropped the Substack, then yeah, that's when you get defense lawyers are like, whoa, wait a minute.
Yeah,
oh, Jesus Christ.
I can't imagine waiting for the $15 million demand letter, and then you're going to start calling attorneys.
That's pretty bad.
Well, no, I understand though. He kind of thought like these attorneys all, I'm sure he talked to those attorneys and they said, we will be like whatever you've paid us, we'll handle the negotiation too. Because they thought, okay, look, we'll negotiate this and be done.
Right. But as soon as the demand letter showed up, they're like, nah, we can't handle this.
When the demand letter shows up and they call and they probably had a settlement conference and, Pixie says they can die in a fire or settle. Right. Like, she's offering no quarter. And they're like, oh, well, and they're like, well, what do you want to do, Steven? And he's like, well, okay, sorry. And then he's like, they probably told him, you need to hire, like, we're not representing you any further on this matter. You need to hire other counsel. Because they probably don't want to be involved in that.
Right. Well, it was January 31st where he got that demand letter. So it was after that at some point.
Okay. But still, where is this firm at? Like, if he hired them, where are they?
I don't know. Let's find out. But anyway.
As soon as she said that, I hired a second, more aggressive law firm. We had another call, and then her lawyer was like, something along the lines of like, okay, wait. What about like, just make me an offer over 150K? I'm like, this is fucking retarded. What the fuck am I? What is this right now? This is so stupid. And so, yeah, I don't know.
Is that stupid?
Pixie's attorney like says that.
I don't know if that's true, but even let's say that's true. You look now, this is an admissible, like, I told you sometimes settlement discussions aren't allowed because it's protected by the rules of evidence.
Right. But now this is admissible.
Now this is. And guess what? I won't even settle for $150,000. Fuck her. She's collateral fucking damage.
Right.
Yeah. This looks horrible.
This makes him look like a fucking shitbag.
This is why you want to talk to your defense attorney about how much they can really get. And
this is also why you don't talk about your goddamn case.
Yeah.
Because he's just riffing. Chat's talking about him and he's riffing. And, this is where You're not even paying attention. You're just, you're stomping all over your dick.
Right.
Yeah, look, if we're looking at, like, why wouldn't he just say 150K?
Well,
Okay,
here, he-
you
Because
want
that's still a lot of money for him. And I've been
150 and 1K. Oh, 150.
151, yeah, 175.
well,
But I
here,
bet
he's
for
gonna,
him, that's still a lot of. I mean, for anybody really, for
he's
like
gonna lay
any
out
of
the
us.
thought process here. Okay.
Okay, let's
Okay,
hear.
he does. Oh.
Make me an offer over 150K. I'm like, this is fucking retarded. What the fuck am I? What is this right now? This is so stupid.
It's a negotiation. Duh.
Yeah, I don't know.
If he
So-
had read the
as soon-
art of the deal, he
then
would
I
understand
made my
this.
demand, and then after that they stopped responding. It seems like, and so now I guess they're like, oh, let's just file a lawsuit. It's like, okay, well, good.
He said 25K.
No, wait, no. He says what his demand was.
Oh, he does? Okay,
He's
good.
about to.
We'll see what happens. Good times.
How much was your demand,
Did
Destiny?
you call Harvey Specter? No, I called Mike.
Who's Mike?
What was your demand?
Wait, hold on. What did he say? Who did he call?
He said someone named Mike. I don't know.
Is
Okay.
that the?
I don't think it's Mike from PA.
Is that his attorney? Like, is that what he's saying? Like, who did you call? Like, is that what they're talking about attorney wise?
I think.
No, I guess they're
maybe.
like, oh, let's just file a lawsuit. It's like, okay, well, good. We'll see what happens. Good times. Did you call Harvey Specter? No, I called Mike.
Harvey Specter and Mike.
What was your demand?
He's talking about from Suits. Because Mike Ross is the other
I should
guy.
wait for I want to get that whole statement approved. My demand was basically, I said, you can keep the bullshit you raised on the GoFundMe. I'll cover your legal fees, and then we have to make a statement where you walk back basically everything in that sub.
His response was nothing.
Yes.
His
His
response
response
was
was-
nothing. I
Yes.
give
Yes.
you nothing.
Yes.
Oh my
Mhm.
God.
That's why I wanted to play this.
Oh
look at his
my
reaction on
God.
Okay. Fuck me.
Oh my. So look, this
And
is
more importantly, why would you tell the world what you're settling? Like, are you like, oh, I showed that bitch. I told her you want a settlement, settle on these nuts.
Oh my
Is what
God.
he did.
Look, you would want from your attorney to give you a realistic, like, worst case scenario.
Whoa, buddy.
And if the worst case scenario is like $5 million and they say 150K, you're like, done. 150K, let's do it, out the door.
Yeah.
But he's like, no, nothing. You get fucking nothing.
That is
He did-
astounding.
Yep. He did the Willy Wonka. You get
Because he even
nothing.
said before that, he's like, I need a compensator. I know there's an amount. And
Oh my God. Oh my God. Look, if he's worth 8 million and he says you get nothing. Look, if you're worth 8 million,
Well, listen, it wasn't
150K.
nothing. He was going to pay for the legal fees that she incurred for over the course of a week or 2 weeks or however long it's been. Okay.
oh man, that's that's
Isn't it
just a
insane?
ridiculous offer. Yeah.
oh my
But
God.
That's why this is so crazy.
bad.
It's
oh
like
my God.
they're like, okay, $15 million boom in the complaint. Then supposedly Destiny or his lawyer talks to their lawyer and they're like, well, make an offer over 150. And he's like, my offer is I'm going to pay you however little much, you were supposed to get for the few weeks or the month or whatever. You get to keep the money you raise, which is weird. I don't know what that means.
The
Obviously, you should get to keep that.
100K, yeah, you get to basically embezzle the
The
money from
50K.
your fans. Oh, it's
Yeah.
50K
50K
that
from the
she's
fans.
raised? Okay.
Yes. You get the 50K you raised, and you have to walk back publicly all the things you said in the Substack.
And you have to publicly apologize to me.
You have to
Yeah.
publicly apologize
Yeah.
to me because I leaked your nudes. Like, what the fuck? Obviously,
This
they
is-
stopped.
This is actually a
responding.
deal
What
for
the
you,
fuck?
Pixie. You
This
just
is
don't understand
insane.
it,
This is crazy.
Crazy. Oh my god.
buddy.
I wonder what these
Buddy.
attorneys think they can get. God, that's all I want to know. Like, what are
God.
they saying? I mean, they demanded 15 million, but I guess you're saying
sure.
5 to 10 million.
Yeah, I think they were hoping he'd come back with like, I'll do 2, and they'll be like done.
Yes, totally.
Well, but then they even said over 150, so they were like really.
Yeah, I'm sure
scratching,
Pixie's like, I'm sure Pixie's like, I just want to be done. he had said before he'll do like a year or two of law school and some some money and just give me 150. Let's call it good.
Right.
And Destiny's like, fuck you. And it's like,
Oh,
Wow. Okay.
Captain Autismo.
This looks bad. This does look bad.
Hey, man, was basically I said I said you can keep the bullshit you raised on the GoFundMe. I'll cover your legal fees, and then we have to make a statement where you walk back basically everything in that Substack because that's
Look, he even calls the 50K bullshit.
bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How's that going to play to a jury? He literally
That's
called
not
the
gonna
money
play good.
bullshit. 50K bullshit. Like it
Yeah.
was nothing to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The chump, you can keep the chump change you raised on Give, Send, Go.
Right.
Substack was unhinged. But I told my law firm, I was like, I don't think there's any chance that I think she's maneuvered into a position where she can't undo any of this. So yeah.
What? Oh my God. Of course Destiny is not doing any of this. It's all what she's done. She can't back off the ledge. It's not me that told her to fucking pound sand. Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably a stupid question about, are you okay through all of this? No, I'm not okay. Okay. I don't feel okay. The amount of insane people who have contacted me, other people who've tried to extort me on things. I had some woman DM me and she's like, we sexted a long time ago. Like, if you don't give me $5,000, I'm going to contact the Daily Wire and tell them this story. I'm like, what the fuck?
Here's the problem: since he deleted all his fucking messages, it's going to be hard for him to prove that didn't happen.
Right. Oh man, shit. He's opened himself up.
Fucking galaxy brain. I deleted all evidence of everything. Now I can't disprove anything.
But anyway, that was the main takeaway from this video that was just so crazy. Was just I'm not going to pay you basically anything.
Lord child.
Well, there it is.
That is crazy.
Because I guess it like my reading from this whole video was just he basically got so triggered by the Substack that he's just like, no, I'm not going to pay you now.
Part of the triggering is the fact that he's been completely isolated. Like he doesn't feel like he has anyone he can turn to now. He went from, in this pretty much in the catbird seat where everyone was coming to him to now he's just all on his own. That's got to be majorly isolating, and he's not getting good feedback from anyone close to him.
Right.
I mean, ABBA probably gave him good feedback. Well, look, a lot of the feedback ABBA mentioned in the video where he cut ties with him was good feedback. He should have taken that feedback to heart.
Right.
ABBA would have been right there saying, look, you need a defense attorney. You should, the sooner you talk to them, the better.
If only he would have, if only he said it when he was dancing with Melina in front of him. Maybe he would have listened then.
Jason, thank you so much, Jason, for the $50.
Oh,
Says
wow.
Destiny is on a lot of ADHD drugs. I took those drugs on prescription as directed, and they nearly ruined my life. They made me more narcissistic, less empathetic, more impulsive, and less able to relate to those around me. Quitting saved me. Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
That's
Aren't
crazy.
they
I
a
didn't even
lot
know
like
those were side
prescription?
effects.
I think a lot of those drugs are like prescription speed. It's basically like
It's
methamphetamines. Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy. Interesting. Well, I'm glad you quit. So, guys, be careful if you're on those ADHD drugs.
Yeah,
because I know a lot of people take them very liberally.
It's you're taking basically legal meth.
Yeah.
So yes, it's going to turn you into a lunatic.
Food and exercise are the best medicine you can have. Your food should be your medicine, and your medicine should be your food. Eat healthy, exercise. You'll do much better than being hooked on some prescription drug.
The RFK, yes. Apparently, Adam's on the RFK team.
There you go.
Well, look, I don't listen to
No, I
RFK because his
understand,
voice drives me insane. So, but if this is a message that he's promoting, I endorse. I totally endorse.
I just wonder when he's going to outlaw being fat, because I'm getting a little worried.
I try to stay away from processed food. I think processed food is really bad for you. So, yeah.
Well, as long as you're not on food stamps, Sean.
Sean, do you drink a lot of like soda or
stamps? No, no, really. So not my issue. Just
Oh, okay.
honestly, I got real freaking lazy. That was my biggest thing.
Yeah, if you don't exercise, it's
That's really my biggest thing is eating a ton of crap and just being really lazy. I mean,
yeah.
well, I like to say it's glandular, but it's not.
You got to
Do
get
you
like
think
an
you have
extra.
insulin resistance?
Knock on wood, not yet.
Okay. Well, better lose the weight.
Yeah, no,
You don't,
try.
you don't want to get insulin
I'm down
resistance.
I'm
That's
down
not
like 30
good.
pounds to my birthday, so.
Okay.
But it doesn't have, when you're really fucking fat, losing 30 pounds
Right.
means you're still really fucking fat. So,
Right.
but you got to start somewhere.
Gaza for Monday for $5 says, have you seen the DMs with Rose where Destiny tells her about his PDF file fantasies? I know what? I have not seen that. No. That sounds crazy.
Holy shit.
Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says, for a meager few million bucks, Destiny won't break into your house and steal your money. For $1 million more, he'll stop sharing your nudes. There you go.
Oh no.
After a $15 million demand letter, $150K seems like doable, way doable.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe Destiny is not worth 8 million. If you have 8 million in investments, I cannot fathom not just paying 150 grand to like be able to sleep good tonight and to get my life back on track.
Well, he still could have asked. He could have been like, I'll pay you 200 grand and you have to retract and apologize for your Substack, right? I don't know. Maybe she would have taken it.
And I think there's also the issue of he knows the other women are out there and circling, and the moment there's a settlement, even though it's for an undisclosed amount, they all start attacking, but there's really nothing you could do about that because you deleted all the evidence that may have helped you.
Yeah, I just like that's part of the negotiation though. No one would have to know. All he would have to do is say we've come to an amicable settlement, right? Like the 200K wouldn't have to be public, correct?
No.
I mean, that's all in the terms of the settlement, right?
You can agree privately the settlement terms stay, like they don't have to be included, but it'll just say, we reached a settlement that's, not as part of the agreement that's being put on the record.
Right.
Just a settlement for an undisclosed amount.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Chad is saying it wasn't PDF fantasies, it was age play fantasies.
Oh,
or he was the
actually,
okay.
They were EB files.
Okay.
Oh,
it's different.
I'm just saying what the chat's saying. I've not seen these texts. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
He was wearing the diaper.
Yeah, he's wearing the diaper. Kiwi Farmer for $25. Thank you so much. Says unrelated, but if you guys could go up against anyone in Creator Clash 3, who would it be? I'm thinking Adam versus Vosh, but can't think of another shadow person for Sitch. This class is best class.
I debated
have to be a shadow person. So.
I've already debated Vosh. I debated Vosh like 5 years ago.
No, Creator Clash is the boxing thing.
Yeah. Oh, it is? Oh, okay, boxing.
Yeah. I don't think there's anyone I'd want to box. It's like a YouTuber.
Yeah. I'd be weary of getting. I'm pretty out of shape. I don't know if I'd go boxing against.
I want Nancy Pelosi. That's who I want to box.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I'll set up a YouTube channel for her.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let me start from the beginning here. Oh, Crash just headed him out for $20. Thanks so much. As I'm pleasantly surprised Destiny doesn't have a sex tape with me at this point.
Remember that apparently like some of those videos were taken with phones in pockets, so you never know, man.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Yeah.
He's pulling a sneaky.
Well, it sounds like it.
Wasn't there some accusation of like him having an audio recording of a guy?
Cherry.
I don't know. Like, is that who's
the audio recording?
No. I thought there was an audio. I know that, but I thought there was an audio recording I saw circulating. Well, this is true, unsubstantiated, that there was some audio recording of that Destiny had that was from a phone that was like of him having sex with a guy, and Destiny was claiming that it was consensual, but then people were saying, how's it? It didn't seem consensual because you could hear like outside noises, like they were walking, like he like walked into this person's house. So it doesn't seem like, that they knew about it.
Because the guy said, I hope you're not recording me.
Well, I didn't listen to the. Listen, I don't want to listen to it. I didn't listen to it. I'm just saying how people described it on X. Maybe it's a total lie. I don't know.
I have seen none of these videos. I don't want to see any of these videos. Like,
Right.
it's horrifying.
Right. Okay, let me start from the beginning. Chad McThundercock, thanks so much for the $5. Says, wait, what happened between Destiny and Lauren Southern? Do I even want to know? So essentially, since I'm gonna have to reset, but essentially what happened was we found out from a bunch of I guess from the original batch of leaks that that apparently it seemed like Destiny and Lauren Southern were having sex and that she wanted to have some sort of deeper relationship with him. And I don't know if he was with Melina at the time or something, but he was basically like, no, like I just wanted to bang you. And that was it. So that's what happened. JMax, thanks so much for Fire Die. JMax with the 50 gifted memberships. I don't know. I think I missed that earlier.
Nice.
Thank you
I
so
have
much.
Stargate 404 as the top.
Yeah, I had the refresh.
Okay. But yes, welcome new members and thanks a lot, JMac. It's always
Here,
always
you
great.
read from the top then because I can't see the earlier ones for some reason.
JMac is our official executive producer, so welcome new members. Stargate 404 for $5 says you don't need to remember everything from law school for work. You do need to memorize everything from the bar for the bar exam. Yeah, I had a friend of mine who was an attorney, and I think he moved here from New Orleans and failed the bar exam in Los Angeles like 4 or 5 times. It was pretty comical. So,
Yeah.
but he was much
him.
older. I think he was in his 60s. So,
Yeah, I don't think he thought it was very comical.
I mean, we were laughing about it at lunch and stuff. So, I mean,
He's probably more like,
I think it was more like he just didn't want to study for it. He had this idea that, he knew the law the law wasn't that much different and he should be able to just take it and be able to pass. So look, I've never taken the bar, so I don't know the experience, but.
Well, oh no, that's the thing though. California is entirely like when you're in law school, there's books for like the classes you can take. And then it's like like there's property law and it's kind of like a general survey of like basic property concepts.
Right.
Then there's like the study aids have a special one saying for California because it is everything is so
because it's different. Oh, okay.
Yeah. California is pretty unique. You guys are special snowflakes in a lot of ways.
Of course we are. We're all very unique.
Thank you so much, Bohi Pans, for the $100. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I saw that.
Bohi Pans.
Yeah.
Says, thanks for your time, Sean. Oh, and you too also. Well, you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Stargate 404 for another $5 says, Sean, even if he isn't charged criminally, couldn't the crime statute here be used as evidence of negligence per se?
I mean, I'm certain if I'm the attorneys, I'm trying to bring it all in, but I don't know how that would work in Florida.
Short Stack Goblin for $2 says, Cash Patel going after Destiny would be so funny. How do you feel about that, Sitch?
That'd be very funny. So I know I brought up the YouTube and there was earlier super chats that even aren't on yours for some reason.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The first one is lives in Deswall specifically for $2 says, Adam, Dev wants to debate you on Trump.
Oh, I remember. Look, I was in the chat when that came up. That was like way before the stream began.
Yes.
Yes. And I told him no, I wasn't going to debate Dev on Trump. I told him I would debate Dev on whether or not it would be good for Canada to be the 51st state, because that would be a more interesting debate. So,
what does he want to debate you on Trump yet?
Yeah, I don't know. And then I said, look, I'm not a Trump supporter. He should debate a Trump supporter, and everyone in the chat was like laughing at me. Look, if you don't have TDS these days, people accuse you of being a Trump supporter. So. Or at least like carrying water for Trump. So do I seem like a Trump supporter to you, Sitch?
No.
Okay, good.
Zero for 19 months says, thanks so much. Says, well, after having received my comics and reading through them, all I can say is I want more. Great job, guys.
Nice. That's good. That is good.
Sammy G, thanks so much for being 35 months of Order of the Enlightened. Look at that.
Wow.
35 months from Sammy, my girlfriend. Says, gosh, these online streamers always seem to have and cause so much drama. People should really think twice before dating such a type. Wait a minute. LOL. Well, there you go.
Look, I think
be
me and
careful.
Sitch might be two of the few normal people in this space. It's kind
Right.
of
It
bizarre.
feels like it.
Yeah.
Feels like it. Okay.
Sitch has always given me good advice. I think I hope I've always given Sitch good advice. So just as like a normal person. Sean seems like a good guy to go to advice, to give advice.
I mean, he doesn't seem like a normal person, but he seems like a good guy.
I mean, I would have thought just anyone in the legal space on YouTube, like Nate's been on our show, Nate the lawyer. He seems like a good guy. I
Right.
would have said Nick Riquet.
Well, that turned out not to be.
I
true.
know, that was like even someone in the legal space turned out to be a little nutty,
Right.
but
So the way I'm trying to find your
What'd I
members
miss?
chats by don't worry about it. I'm trying to find your members chats by like scrolling through the stream because that's the only way I can find them. So if I missed yours, let me know. Girl Sarah, thanks so much for 34 months. Says it took about 3 years to start getting our comics. Does that mean that the free will I've been ordering for 3 years will start to trickle in soon? I mean, you've been getting the free will ever since. What do you mean? Every time you send money to the Sitch and Adam show, your free will is immediately delivered directly to you.
yeah, you're not waiting on free will. Free will is dispensed immediately. So
That comes immediately, right? The comic is just what takes a little bit of time. Okay. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, I'll give you money not to have Dev on.
oh
Doesn't want
wow.
to have that conversation. M8566 for $5 says, my comic arrived. Thanks for the trading cards. Also, I don't know who this blonde chick is yet, but I think I'm in love. Look at that.
Well, that was the desired effect, so that's good.
That was, yeah.
And she's prominent in the second book too. So
There you go. Short Stack Goblin for $2 says, let me know if you guys need a gooning expert.
oh my god.
Right.
Appropriate for short step goblin, right?
There you go. Fawas for 10 Sardoses says Destiny hired a hitman to get you guys to be careful. There you go. I'm sure.
Did he really?
I don't think so.
Please, no.
Lives at Dev's Wall specifically for $2 says spill the tea all into the harbor, boys. There you go.
Wow, we missed a lot of super chats here.
We did. Yeah. I think I read Rico Zoro's. Oh my God, for $2 says justice for the #1 Playboy Destiny. There you go.
Is Oh My God a Destiny fan? I don't know.
I think they're being sarcastic.
Okay, good.
Alex Wisecup for $2 says you guys should get Nicholas Diorio on the show. Maybe.
Sure.
Maybe.
I don't know who that is, but
You've been talking about a lot of the Destiny drama stuff. Too.
love to have him. Sean's a trooper here. We've been streaming for 7 hours here, and Sean's
That's
been with us
true.
for most of it. So,
I've done trials before that go 8-9 hours, so that's not a big deal.
oh, okay. Look at
There you
this.
go.
Never maxed it out like you guys do though.
He's a champ.
Right. Alex McKee for 5 Canadian says, I hope the Trump DOJ charges Destiny for the porn. It'd be hilarious to see him complaining that he feels persecuted by Trump as a deflection tactic. There you go.
That might be good for him, though. That might revive his career.
That would, yeah. PC for $5 says, I really hope Destiny, Pixie, and Cherry can make up. I'm not sure the Bada Bing can
Mhm.
survive losing any more talent. Okay. Is that a Sopranos reference?
Well, the Bada Bing's a strip club, so he's like, I'm not sure
Right.
the strip club can lose that many strippers.
Oh, I got you. Destiny, Pixie, and Cherry. Because
Oh yeah, those are all stripper.
Oh, I
names.
got it. Okay. Thank you.
Boom. The Bada
Took a
Bing.
while. I got it. Listen, Des Wall specifically for $5 says Stephen Bennell II, a more dramatic story that while it brought more attention, ultimately ruined the franchise.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's true. The Dark Conservatarian for $10 says, what a crazy time we live in. Just 4.5 years ago, we were all cheering on Destiny for defending Kyle Rittenhouse in debates, and now he's cheering on conservatives dying and revenge porning exes. Listen, things change. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Right.
It all could have been avoided.
Oh my God, coming at Sean. Look at this for $4. Says, why is Sean here? He got spanked by Anna, the Star Wars girl, weeks ago. Anna mopped the floor with this Sean clown.
Yeah,
I
people
mean,
were talking about that in the chat.
If that's how you want to look at it, I guess. I don't know what to tell you.
What did you lose a legal debate against
No.
Anna, the Star Wars
It
girl?
wasn't a legal debate.
Oh, okay. What was the conversation about?
Somebody spazzed out a little bit. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Okay. Interesting.
Look, I like Sean and I like Anna, that Star Wars girl.
Mhm.
So I don't.
So,
Okay.
I mean, but if that's your idea of like, whooped. I mean, holy shit! Like,
They're just
I'm
they're
just saying.
listen. Oh
I'm
my
just
god,
saying.
likes to stir the pot.
Sitch right now is searching that Star Wars girl.
I'm curious now. Now I'm
Politi-
curious. Yeah, what's going
Potentially
on here?
criminal.
So,
Okay. P Not for $10 says, I wish Destiny watched Horseborn instead.
So he'd rather him go down the
Oh,
Vosh route. It sounds like.
That's
Yeah.
terrible.
Yeah, it is
Malcolm
terrible.
Malcolm McKee for $2 says, I wonder who got shared the Lauren Southern tape. Dun dun dun.
Is there a
That's
Lauren
true.
Southern tape? I mean, I would like
I
to
bet
think
there
Lauren
is.
Southern is smart enough that there's not
I
a
bet
Lauren
there
Southern
is.
tape.
I don't
but
know. Maybe she doesn't know about it.
I'm
Mhm.
horrified to think there is. Lauren Southern is pretty smart. How do
I mean,
women
she
find
got-
themselves in these situations?
She got involved with Destiny in the first place, so I can't be that smart.
Hmm.
You're in for $5 says, are you tired of winning yet? The Trumpomania is raging, brothers. Destiny sucks.
Well,
Wow, okay.
Suffa Destiny Suffa should be a meme. It really
There
should.
you go.
That's really catchy.
Safa.
Exactly.
Lewis and Devs Wall specifically for $2 says really changes the concept of Mafia Goon Squad.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
The Gooner Squad.
That's good. That's good. Lives in Deswall specifically for $2. Max Attacks for $5 New Zealand dollars says Destiny's biggest crime is proving Mr. Girl right.
Yes. Yeah.
There you
Terrible. Unforgivable in my eyes. That's for sure.
Right. I for £5 says, please ask Sean if he saw Epstein's latest comments where he referred to Sean as a penny lawyer, saying Sean has no experience with famous clients. Well, we watched it.
Oh my
We watched it,
God.
so-
He's really
Right.
pushing
the law for
famous
famous
client.
people is the same law.
Are you
And
sure
yes.
about that?
Yeah.
Are
Well,
you sure?
we're the same. There
Okay.
isn't a famous people law book they crack open for him.
Right.
Okay.
They
They always say
he's
the
like,
rules
he
are
walks in,
different
he
for
says,
them.
I'm a celebrity. And you're like, oh, son. And they open the law library and there's like another library inside. Like, this is
Right.
how we help the rich people.
I think a famous celebrity would have jumped at that 150K offer.
Yes, then just to shut her up.
Yeah.
I don't think you read this one. Stargate 404 for $5 says opposing party non-hearsay statement adverse to interest. It seems Destiny doesn't know his rules of evidence.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Those are, yeah. State,
I wouldn't
Stargate
even-
404 is another resident attorney as well.
Yes,
Okay.
there you go.
But yeah, there's a lot. Yeah, it's all party opponent.
Squeeze Louise for $10 says not to mind read, but I think Destiny's talking about the case because he has the serial killer quote, I'm smarter than everybody else narcissism thing going on, and he just thinks he can get away with it.
I agree. I think there's a
100%.
bit of that going on.
Interesting. Wit Gribitus, thanks so much for 8 months. A member says, huzzah. Huzzah.
There we go.
Lou Silver for $5 says, Destiny under deposition, televise this, please. Popcorn out.
They'll come out eventually. It's like the
Really?
oh yeah, eventually they get released. Like if you guys go on right now, like Steven Crowder, Owen Schroyer got deposed by because they had named
Oh yeah.
some guy like
The text
depositions come
document
out.
gets leaked though. The video recording doesn't get leaked, right?
No, the recordings are released.
Really? Oh wow.
Yeah, you can watch Steven
Okay.
Crowder and Owen Schroyer do depositions right now.
Interesting.
I'm gonna be getting ready.
Did
to
you
go over
watch
those.
them? Was there anything interesting in there?
I mean, Owen Schroyer's really good. He did a really good job at evading questions. So
Interesting. Phil that remains. Hey Phil. Phil for $5 just sent in. I have an Erudite story. I'll tell you guys later. Oh, interesting.
Come on and tell us now. I don't like erudite, so
Right.
yes.
Okay.
I'll have a little Schadenfreude when I hear the story, I'm sure.
I have no feelings really about her one way or the other, but obviously she doesn't look good in any of this stuff.
Mhm.
Gary
Yeah.
Man 502 for $2 says Destiny has a very Trumpian persecution complex.
Isn't that funny?
That's not wrong. That's not wrong. Lethal Strain for $5 says Destiny should have hired Dr. Disrespect's attorney and not Pisco. That's true.
True, yes.
That's
very, very much so.
Zero for 19 months says, well, having received my comics and reading through all of them, all I have to say is I want more. Great job, guys. Well, thank you.
Thanks a
Zero.
lot.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm glad you liked it.
Wrongful Rage for $10 says, do stupid stuff, win stupid prizes. Destiny is Rackets 2.0. Now begin the Coomer Pope fall. Yep, there you go.
I just like he's saying all of this stuff that just normal people will see as complete dumb moves. I don't see how he doesn't see that they're dumb moves. And not like, why would you want to say, oh yeah, I totally shot myself in the foot by not taking that 150K offer? Why would you put that out there, Sitch?
Because he thinks he's gonna win.
Yeah, I don't know, because that makes him look real bad. That clip that played at the end.
Look, even if there's some judgment or settlement down the road for more money, everyone's going to be like, oh, I guess you should have taken that 150K offer.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting. Adam, I want you to read this next one.
The
All
$10
Souls
one?
Night for $10, and I'll send Phil the link because he said he'd come on.
Oh, okay, cool. I mean, there's too many S classes, best class in this one for me. But
Well, just read it.
high S and A, finishing up an afternoon of meal prep, BG3, and walking the dog since it's it's beautiful out at the moment. Just popping up to say S class is best class, and A team can't pronounce Worcestershire. Worcestershire. Okay, well, obviously I can't.
You can't pronounce it.
Potato for 200 knock knock says, in trial, how much could a jury demand he pay?
A lot.
We talked about that other one, but
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay. I just want to see you say Worcestershire.
Zach
Worcestershire.
Anderson for, you don't like my reading? Come on, I'm doing so
I liked
good
it.
here.
It was great. Okay,
Zach
keep going.
Anderson for $5. I find it hilarious that Destiny has chosen the Ricada strategy of spurging online about the case all day. Makes it so much more entertaining.
It does.
Well, look, he's trying to win you guys back over, obviously, and that might take some spurging. Look, he might
Phil.
suck on a penis in front of you guys. Who knows?
Phil.
Who knows what he'll do to win you over?
Destiny.
Yeah, not
Hey,
Phil.
Phil,
Destiny, obviously.
How are we doing tonight, guys?
What's up,
We're
guy?
doing
How you
good.
doing?
It's been a minute. I miss you guys.
You're like
I
a
know,
star
look at
on
this.
Tim Pool now. I guess Tim had a kid, his first kid. So congratulations.
He had his first baby. She and Allison is home, and everybody is happy and safe. I have yet to meet the child. It was just Friday. Wait, no, I think the baby was born Friday morning. So I did IRL on Thursday, and I did a Friday, and I did the culture war on Friday morning too. So
Look, you're
and I
working your
am-
ass off.
Yeah, I mean, well, that was kind of the deal. Like when I went down to start working with Tim, was like he initially was kind of like have me help out doing stuff with music, have me pop on once in a while, and then I was going to cover for him when he had to do other stuff. And he kind of, he likes to keep Timcast is his baby, so he likes to make sure everything is a certain way. So it took him a little while to feel comfortable to let me take the reins, but now
Let you fuck shit up.
yeah, I mean, he's like, get in there. He had me do the culture war a couple times first and saw that went well. Then I jumped into IRL. And so now whenever he's like, I got stuff to do, you're doing it. And so I'm just like, yep, no sweat. So
Yeah, I saw the episode that you did with a bunch of J6 people. So, and that was really good. You asked great questions. They had a great perspective. That was interesting. So
thank you.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't want to be Tim. Like, not that there's anything wrong with Tim, but I don't want to try and.
None of us want to be Tim. It's okay. You don't have to be embarrassed.
I tell you what. You look at Tim's bank account, you want to be Tim. But
good point.
But like, I don't want to be like the guy that's trying to be Tim. I want to be kind of be my own person.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I do a little more interviewing than Tim does, and I try.
Listen, we'll have the Daily Wire. Well, Tim can leave. You can put on a beanie. You could just do his mannerisms, right?
Yeah.
Let's take over the show.
I think my beard's a little too thick for that. For people to take, So, but anyways, the erudite story. So it's not a big deal, right? It's just it was a small thing. I don't know.
She wouldn't
her.
shake your hand in the.
No, it wasn't. It was similar though. I don't know her. I'd never met her, but I think Dev was like friendly with her or whatever. Maybe I heard. Has she been on your show?
She has.
Once,
Yeah.
She has.
Yeah.
Maybe it was
It
because
was
of that.
terrible.
So
I thought she was a terrible guest. So
Wow.
She's kind of a terrible person, though.
Yeah, of course. We lost Phil. What happened?
Oh no, she got him.
They got
She
him.
got him.
They got him.
No!
Chat
Oh my
DGG
God.
mobilized.
We were just talking
No.
shit. What happened?
Oh,
She got him. Oh my god.
That's terrible. He'll be back. We'll
the
just
Listen,
give it
civil
a
war has
second.
begun.
There you go.
We can read a couple super chats. He'll be
Okay.
back, guys.
Okay.
We got to hear this erudite story.
I am curious. Leica001 for £2 says, here's one small super chat toward the lawyering. Thank you.
Nice.
Potato for 50 knock knock says, it's not a mistake, it's a pattern of behavior. Watch Ryan Beard's Nuke. It's pretty good. I tried to watch it. I stopped because it was very he was attacking Destiny for just not towing left-wing talking points, and I was like, oh, okay. But I'll give it another shot.
Yeah.
Fairman 502 for $5 says, plaintiff is so full of shit, his eyes are brown, is an acceptable answer in federal court.
Okay, good.
There you go.
It's going to be a lot of that.
There is, yeah. Whatever. Let's see. Did Phil respond? Did he send me a DM? No, I don't know. I don't know what happened to him.
He's halfway through the story now. That's so unfortunate. Here, maybe. I wonder if I can text.
No. Hail, the free voice for 2 hours says, if we are lucky, Hassan will be taken down next. There you go. That would be nice. Asayar for 31 months. If this equals freedom, thanks so much. Says Destiny's legal team is Wikipedia and ChatGPT Associates Chatters Law Group. True.
The funny thing is,
how far did you get through the story, Phil?
I just got. I started. Sorry about that. I didn't realize that my phone was dying, and so
that's okay.
It actually went out. So I apologize.
No. We were worried you were still telling the story and not knowing that. The connection went dead.
As soon as it went out, I saw the phone just everything went black, and I was like, oh, that's not supposed to happen.
Yeah.
So I followed her, right, and and she tweeted something, and I replied.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't I'm not a creep or anything, so I don't say weird shit on to people I don't know. And someone insulted me or insulted my reply or whatever, and then she liked it, and I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess we're not going to be cool friends then, huh? And so I unfollowed her, thinking no big deal, whatever, it's just the internet.
Right.
And then when the whole Destiny thing happened, I posted a link to the Mr. Girl video, and apparently that guy's controversial. I don't know anything about him, but I guess
he is controversial. Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't like him, I guess. And she hit me up and she was like, yo, I really would appreciate it if you would, share any other video aside from this one, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, and I replied, I was like, the only interaction you and I ever had is you liked a tweet where someone was insulting me. And she was like, well, it's not, don't do it for me, do it for Pixie, blah, 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 blah. And I didn't reply because I'm not going to.
Oh my God. You shared Mr. Girl's Pixie video.
Yeah, I put up the Mr. Girl video. And like I said, I don't know Mr. Girl at all. So I don't know, I don't know the deal. But Dev tweeted replied to the tweet with that. He's like, yo, this video is kind of fine. He was fine, but Mr. Girl's the POS. He's like a real bad dude. And I was like, all right, well, I don't know. And I'm not his homie or anything.
Yeah,
like that,
who cares? Yeah.
Yeah. And so, but it just struck me as funny, there's been no interaction between me and that girl, that erudite chick, ever. And the one time, and she tried the first interaction is like, yo, this guy's a really bad guy. I'm like, yo, the only thing that I know about you is you talk to one of the scummiest guys on the internet, Destiny, and you're running interference for him apparently.
Right.
He's sharing revenge porn, and you want me to worry about this other dude that I don't know? And then she tries to cover it up by saying, oh, well, I'm just looking out for Pixie because he says things that this and he blah blah blah. And I'm like, this whole thing's a mess because of Destiny. If you actually cared about Pixie, maybe you should go talk to effing Destiny, not to me. But again, I didn't get into a big back and forth with her because I'm not really into that kind of stuff usually. But
yeah,
so I thought it was funny, I got nothing to say to you except for, Mr. Girl's a bad person and it's really for Pixie. I'm like, yeah, you're just as scummy as Destiny is.
Well, the takeaway here is like she's still sweeping up for Destiny. Jesus, like
Is she?
she's all up in your DMs trying over some
even worse
Mr.
than
Girl video that you tweeted out. Who cares?
Right.
Well, even worse than sweeping, those girls are helping Destiny spy on Pixie and report on everything. It's like,
Yeah,
they are his henchmen.
Hey,
yeah.
Sean,
there's-
I just noticed you followed me, so I gave you follow too. It's nice to meet you. I'm Phil.
Nice to meet you, Phil. I know who you are.
Um,
I'm very aware of you.
cheers, cheers. But yeah, like it does seem odd, right? Like she's not like she. I know that she's got a financial incentive because she's got that other podcast, but like yeah, I don't understand like how it helps at all to like try and help Destiny clean this up. This is just a bad scene for like from the get-go.
Yeah, look, if Destiny was my business partner, I'd be like, "What? You got 150K offer on the table and you didn't take it? What the fuck? Jesus
Right?
fucking Christ!"
That's the cheapest hush money I ever
Well,
heard of.
Remember, though,
Yes.
he's navigated all kinds of storms before,
Uh-huh.
so this probably was just like another one of the same for him.
Oh yeah.
And the problem was when all these happened before, he wasn't really on the verge of making it big and all his attention, everybody on him. It was pretty insular. It was just like Twitch politics. He was able to hide, so this wasn't a big deal. They overplayed their hand. They thought it was they could, and I'm assuming, and I'll say it like this: this is how he's done it before. Like he has all his orbiters inform on each other and give him information. Like this didn't just happen.
Right.
So I'm assuming this is kind of normally how it goes.
Yeah.
And
How do
he's
you
able
have
to
such a
kinda crush
good
it.
take on Hassan and such a bad take on things like what you do when it comes to like revenge porn?
Me?
Who
No,
specifically?
like Destiny. You've got something
Destiny.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
he's
yeah.
dead
like-
on about Hassan being garbage, and like yet he himself has to act like garbage.
That's because they're grifting over the same people. They want the same space. That's why they're doing that.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's always easy to cast, the moral net against others, and then
they're communists.
completely-
What better thing? They like fighting each other.
Well,
I
that's
feel
not
like
communist, but
the thing about that like with Destiny, like my beef with Destiny is not at all political. Like
Yes.
there's stuff I agree with him on, stuff I don't agree with him on. But for the most part, I could like find common ground with him, except for when he turns into like a total scumbag, like the way he is about Trump supporters should die
Yes. Yeah.
and the that kind of stuff. It's like, all right, so you take that to the extreme, but like his takes on Israel, I'm like, well, he may not have like deep knowledge, but they're at least reasonable. And I disagree with him about like how much social safety net there should be, but at least he says he's a capitalist and stuff. Whereas like Hassan's a literal communist. I thought the content nuke that Ethan put out was brilliant. I enjoyed the hell out of that, But yeah, I mean, Destiny, I find it surprising that he has navigated this so poorly so far. Like Sean was saying, it's like it does make sense that he's navigated other stuff so well previously, and that's probably likely why. Go ahead, Sean.
I know. I think it's what he did back then was very poorly navigated too. It just didn't matter.
Because he didn't
That's
have
the
the
thing.
profile.
He didn't have the profile.
He's much
He
higher
didn't have the
profile
size.
now.
They could sweep it. He's doing the same thing. He's going to the same playbook, and it's not going to work because what he did. Because this isn't the first time he's had big scandals, and
He's
was
the
able
first
to
time the law's
navigate
been
them.
involved, right?
What's that?
First time the actual law's been involved.
Yeah, and it's the first time everybody's looking, and like he's making the news, and yeah, there's so many eyes on him now, and you can you can ham fist your way through a lot of things when nobody's looking.
people are saying that Not So Erudite's green card is tied up with Destiny.
Yeah,
Oh
because
my
the Bridges thing,
God.
the Bridges
'Cause-
stuff. That's
Yeah.
So
that's
she got like an H-1B visa, like.
no,
That's
but
hilarious.
it's employed through her employment.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm sure she's got a hell of an incentive to keep that thing afloat. And if Destiny, like, here's the thing, he crashes and burns, it all goes down.
She's married,
Everything
isn't
goes.
she?
She is.
Oh no.
What's
Oh,
that?
no.
Yes.
Why are
Isn't
you
she
asking
married?
that, Phil? What do you? Why does
Well,
that
because
matter?
is her husband tied up with her visa as well?
Ooh, I don't know.
I guess
That's
so.
I mean, it's like if they because they're Canadian, right? Or she's Canadian.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
they're
if
both
she's
Canadian.
here on a visa and her husband's here too, and he's working, if it goes up, like his job's on the line too, maybe.
Interesting.
What do you
Yep.
think all
yeah,
these
I don't know.
Canadians weighing in on American politics, Phil?
I mean, look, people can have opinions. They literally don't matter at
Well,
all.
people can have opinions, but these are Canadians, Phil. Let's be honest here.
You know, they're getting ready. They're going to be future citizens. They should
They're frostbacks.
start getting
No,
ready.
we are not taking Canada because I don't want all those leftists up there. Even the conservatives up there are leftists, so I don't want their
Yes.
them voting down here.
These disgusting prospects, these disgusting syrup
right.
suckers.
those
Yes.
those maple flavored frostbacks. I'm all set. Stay up there. They can bask in the warmth of the United States, but their opinions do not matter.
Very true.
Look, I agree. I
Yeah.
wholeheartedly agree. And we go
So-
hard at the We have a bunch of Canadians in our audience, so
I say it out of love. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
I mean,
totally. We're trying
look,
to
man,
reform them.
There you go.
Canada's like Europe when it comes to metal. Like metal is respectable up in Canada. So I got love for
Wow,
the
look
Nice.
at that.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm
I
right
got love for
here.
the Canadians.
Yeah.
But genuinely, when it comes to like our politics, it doesn't matter. And not to sound like the point of saying this stuff isn't to be offensive to Canadians or whatever, but it's like Canada really does live because of America. It's like if the United States was a socialist country or was an oppressive country, was an actual oppressive country or something like that,
Mhm.
Canada would be the same kind of country. Like
Right.
whatever the U.S. is what is basically what Canada is, because Canada doesn't have enough people, it doesn't have enough GDP to
Right.
actually stand on its own feet in considering there's such a massive country to the south of it, right? So the United States
Right.
with 340 or whatever million people, there's like 60 million Canadians. Whatever the country, if the United States went full on commie, then Canada would do that. And if the US gets more more libertarian or more
Mhm.
conservative or whatever, Canada will likely respond slowly, but will likely respond in a similar way because we're so closely intertwined.
So they're just like
Right.
copying us, basically. Like we went
They don't
woke,
mean
and they're
to.
like,
It's just
"Oh, we're gonna go woke."
Yeah, they
Yeah.
copy our homework. They have to change it up a little bit though.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. So, but
They throw
all
a
right, guys,
couple
I
of
just
you
wanted to say
betches
hi.
in there.
Well, thanks
It's
for the
been too
story.
long, and I love you guys to death. So I'm gonna
No,
jump
thanks
out
for
of here.
coming
Sean, it's
on.
nice to meet you.
Nice
Love
to
you
meet
too,
you
Phil.
too. Phil. See ya.
Spilling the tea. Take care, Phil.
See you guys.
Later. And thanks so much, JMac, our circuit father, Daddy JMac, for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Wow, look at that. Welcome new
Yeah.
members.
Oh, look, you brought the little tea clip art out.
I did. Look at this.
Nice.
I got some steaming hot tea here.
There you go.
Phil
I
was
like it.
spilling the tea.
There it is.
We got to get some tea for Sammy G, one of our favorite guests,
Of course.
and favorite audience members.
That's why you got the stream taken down. Like playing a fucking movie.
Oh,
You're
remember
never,
that?
Never gonna live that down.
Was that with her on?
That was the
the-
first time she was on. She went through this whole thing about health and everything, and then the stream got taken down.
Oh,
I
no.
re-uploaded that video though.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I found out I could like screen record it in the
Right.
the studio. So I screen recorded it like 140p
Mm-hmm.
and I uploaded it. So it is on the channel somewhere.
Okay,
The
somewhere.
missing stream, because people were
missing
asking
stream.
about it.
It was a call-in stream, yeah.
It was, yeah.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, great work on the comic, Sitch. Adam too, I guess. Well, Adam did like 99% of the work on the comic, probably.
Right. Well,
So-
we did. It was a 50-50 arrangement on writing it. So
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I'm talking about just thought because obviously
On the
we
artwork,
finished the,
I
we
did,
finished the
yeah.
writing, a while ago. So,
yeah, a long time ago.
right.
It was
so.
great.
Poboxy for 10 euros says, so Destiny's lawyers are Gordon Ramsay doing the idiot sandwich meme to Destiny, but with some large legal textbooks.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Yeah.
Potato for 50 knock knock says, you're saying this because you're not the sushi lawyer. If you were the sushi lawyer, you would have signed off on the manifesto. That's true.
Oh my God,
true,
that's
Sean.
amazingly
If you were
terrible
some
legal
nice,
advice.
yeah, if you were a nice Mexican roll, that's one of my favorites, right? You would have understood. Maybe a dragon roll. Stargate 404 for $5 says, as one of my professors said, every page of every law book in the library involves situations where two people were convinced they were right, but one was wrong.
I love that. Yeah.
Right.
Very true.
So true. It's so easy when you're sitting there going, I'm so fucking right. Most people can't contemplate, oh, that's exactly how that other person feels.
That's how you end up shooting someone over a dumpster and going to jail.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's something you always have to be willing to stop and say, what if I'm wrong?
Most
Yes.
people cannot do that. They just cannot even fathom doing that.
Right.
Yeah. I do that
Oh.
all the time. I'm just constantly like, am I right here? Am I right in this situation?
Am I the asshole? Am I the bad?
Yeah.
Blue Silver for $5 says Eric Cartman's repped Destiny in front of a jury. Best South Park ever. Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. Lethal Strain for $2 says, at this point, I swear he didn't even call Saul. That's true. Stug for 34 months, thanks so much, says A Bug's Life 2. Quote, they come, they eat, they leak. Destiny is the bug.
Oh
That's
my
terrible.
God.
That's terrible.
That is awful.
Lethal Strain for $2 says, he should have Googled, hey, Grok, how fucked am I?
Yeah.
Dave Puff, thanks so much for the 10 Canadian, says, shout out to my dad, Chris Puff, who turned 65 today. Well, look at that. Happy birthday, Chris Puff. Congratulations. Happy birthday, Dad. Also, check out my trailer for my short film, Genesis. Oh, wow.
Cool.
You did a
Happy
short
birthday.
film.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I'll check that out. Anonymous, wait, I read that one. Did I read that one? Yeah, I read that one. Living Does Well Silver for $2 says, a Denny's lawyer can still deliver the Grand Slam. That's true. Anonymous Coward for
This looks brand new. It looks like it just came out a couple days ago. So do check it out. Here, I'll throw another link in the chat. Don't leave, but check it out later after the stream. I know I will.
The Anonymous Cow for $5 says, also big Lauren Southern L. She threw her TradCon reputation for a guy who was seeing guys on Grindr when he's, quote, trying to be monogamous with her. Oof. Oofa. Oofa.
Yeah, that's sad. I like Lauren.
Rand Murray for 10 months says, dude, imagine being Steven's son and getting older and learning about all this. Yikes. Yeah, that's not good. Not good at all.
Right.
Brandon Norman for $10 says, why wouldn't Destiny sue the 19-year-old who leaked an intimate video of himself he shared with her, or Pixie for sharing it with her sister? Isn't it basically the same thing? I don't know.
Maybe.
Fate of Morality for $5 says, Mr. Borelli, please don't put on a public display that you're a moron. At least have the self-possession to shut up. There you go.
Yes.
That sounds like a quote from that famous legal movie. Its name escapes me at the moment.
Famous legal movie. The Firm?
No, it's about going to law school.
The Paper Chase.
Paper Chase.
I
There
hate
you
that
go.
movie.
Sean knows it.
Look at
That
this.
is not at all what law school is like.
Coming in for the win.
It's not that harsh. It's
No,
not
no,
like
if your
Whiplash, but
professor's
for
like
lawyers.
that, everybody's sitting in the room just hoping he strokes out. If that were a real professor,
Right.
like it in the Socratic method, they make it sound like it's some like dark arts or like. No, it's literally a professor cold calling people and a bunch of people going like, "I actually didn't read today. Sorry." That's law school.
Okay. Well, that's how it is now, but back in the day, it was real. Okay, before everyone got wussied out.
Yeah. Before they got woke.
Before they got woke. That's right. That's right. Lethal Strain for $5 says, I just found out that he hired Sydney Powell and she released a statement. It was Hammer and Scorecard that actually leaked everything.
Oh my God. That'd be
Wow.
hilarious.
That
Sydney
makes sense.
Powell is his arch nemesis, though.
That makes sense. Messy Tenant for $2 says, you think Destiny did something to Candace Owens? No, I don't.
Well,
I mean,
he
if he
did-
was Jewish, it would say, oh, it suddenly all makes sense. But
He did
No.
talk to her though, so he probably desired to see her sexual
Yeah.
explicit videos. You know,
the whole
just for
time he was
fun.
talking to her, he was
Yeah.
like imagining it. Yeah.
Right.
Commander Rosarius for 5 New Zealand says, call them dente because they're both absolutely cooked. LOL, exactly. There you
Ooh,
go.
yes.
Yeah.
Satan for $5 says, what's the likelihood Dan or Eurydice incepted pay off as an option to see the extortion argument? How much of any of this is her being led around? I mean, that would be real crazy.
It
but-
looks like it. I mean, now we
Right.
see that he sent these people out to go do his bidding.
Mhm.
I mean, it seems like he's been fishing around for some sort of settlement like the whole time. So,
Yeah, he's hoping they could suck her into like just $10,000 or something.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Settle it on the cheap. Pay
Mhm.
a couple bills.
Graham Fine-Soy-Fee for 4 months says, will Destiny hire Pisco to represent him? I fucking hope
God, that would be
pray.
amazing.
the content gold mine
Please
from
let that happen.
would be so good. Oh my god. Lives in Desert for 2 hours says Denny's lawyer defending goons over my handy. Oh, that's
Look at a
bad.
Denny's joke. That was solid. That's solid. That's
a
the
good
moon's over
Denny's
my
joke.
hammy, right?
Right,
that
yeah,
was a
that's a
good
good
Denny's
one.
joke for
That's
once.
good.
God, I haven't had one of those in forever.
Boof Ski McGee, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. And says for 19 months, Destiny really fucked up here, but how is this not extortion on her part? I mean, I don't think it would only be, I guess you could only argue that it'd be extortion if she was lying about the self-deleting, self-harm thing and was just trying to use that. Maybe you could say is extortion, but otherwise I don't see how it would be extortion. So
I mean, like it comes down to at the end of the day, extortion generally implies you're wrongfully asking for something. The
Right.
idea
Yeah.
of pay me or I will sue you into poverty isn't really, that's not extortion. That's did that person do wrong? Yes, I'm allowed to seek recompense.
Yeah, she has
Right.
damages that she can report. Like if she said, I'm going to leak your nudes if you don't pay me some large sum of money, I mean, that's extortion, right?
Right.
Grassroots hegemon. Oh, I guess we
read
already
that
read
one.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I read that one. Losing Death Swaps for $5 says Denny's lawyers know how to trip someone up with the breakfast question. That's
Yes.
funny.
How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast, Sitch?
Bravo.
Oh, apparently that quote was a direct quote from Finkelstein. Wasn't from Paper Chase. Okay. Well, there you go. Never want to get one up by Finkelstein. That's pretty bad. Lethal Strain for $2 says we need a Meat Canyon Freedom Tombs mashup of this. That'd be amazing. That'd be amazing. Occupancy for 35 months of discipline equals freedom. Thanks so much. Says little behind, but wealthy people frequently do not pay the attorney. Many wealthy people are shockingly cheap and self-confident about their ability to do something. This happens really often. Really? The only person I ever heard about doing that was Trump. But I haven't really heard other people doing that. So
I mean, there are a lot of idiots out there, but there are also a good number of people who just cut a check and call it good.
right.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I'm one of those people, but this is why I don't get in messes like this because I know they can be costly.
Martin Cordy for 50 months. Thanks so much. Has any thought on the nearly 160,000 millionaire civil servants in the federal government? I don't care, but people are irrationally mad. Everyone hype up S team. I don't even know what that means.
I think he says the
160,000
amount of
millionaire?
people that are nobody feels bad for all the civil servants that are collecting exorbitant amounts of salary.
Oh,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
But I don't.
yes.
We're not following a lot of the Doge stuff. I mean,
No.
we followed some of it. We did a
I
live
mean, if there's
stream
news
last
today,
week.
obviously we've been live streaming, so I don't know what's going on with that. But
Seems like
Yeah.
kind of the fog of war at the moment. I tried to look up how many people have actually been fired by Doge, and there was no clear number yet.
Well, I mean, it depends who you ask. Like if you ask Trump supporters, it sounds like they got rid of 1 million. If you ask Democrats, they say it's 1 million. I mean, but they'll say it for different reasons. That's a good thing or a bad thing. I don't think it's been too many.
Although I'm surprised that so much has happened so far. I initially thought, oh, they're gonna get like, we'll save like $20 and get rid of like one guy who's a janitor somewhere. But they've done a lot more than that.
Okay, remember, Sitch, we were monitoring the receipts tab on the Doge website, correct?
Oh, yes. Are there receipts now? I believe
Okay.
there were, because I saw that the Wall Street Journal was criticizing the receipts tab
Oh, were they?
this weekend. Yes.
Well, the receipts tab is no longer here.
Oh, wait, what? What happened? It got taken down?
The receipts tab is not here. Well, they have a
Interesting.
savings tab. Maybe they turned the receipts
Oh,
tab
into
into the
savings tab.
savings tabs. Oh, wait, wall of receipts, a transparent account of Doge's findings and
Oh,
actions.
there it is. It still
Okay,
exists. Okay.
here it is. I guess they just hidden it.
Yeah, because I'm trying to remember. I don't remember the exact number. The Wall Street Journal, they were claiming that they went through their savings and that it was significantly less than whatever they were saying that they saved.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
Department of
Offset.
Health and Human Services, Atlanta, Georgia, $2 million. Okay. Department of Labor, Washington, D.C., $26 million. What's that? When do we get to the trillion? He said he said 1 trillion, didn't he?
1 trillion. Well, they gotta pay, they gotta try to pay for the tax cut somehow.
How many million is a trillion?
1,000.
No, 1,000 million's a billion, so 1,000 billion.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. You said trillion. You're right. Yes.
So it's 100,000 million.
100. Yeah.
Okay. A little bit at a time, right?
We're getting there.
I mean, the
Chipping
Department
away.
of Justice, they saved $75,000.
Right. We're getting
General
there.
Services Administration, $51,000.
We'll be
Lease
there very slowly.
termination. They cut a lease.
$1 million. There you go. Look at that. It's a lot.
That's not, a trillion is 100,000 million, though. I don't think a million is the next one up. What's higher than a trillion?
No, people are saying a trillion is 1 million.
Is it?
That's what they're saying. Well, maybe you were doing from billion and they're doing from. Oh no, you're doing from million. Yeah, so I don't know. It's
yeah. Look, you add another 4 zeros on, right?
It's a lot of money. Stanley 6 for $5 says, "Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys. Nick. Don't worry, guys. Nick on his show said he viewed the video multiple times to confirm it was not him. Clip on Kino Casino clips. Definitely not gay, by the way. There you go. Well, that's good to hear from Nick. He knows. Okay. After extensive viewing. Lethal Strain for $5 says, after Destiny's statement about the people shot at the Trump rally, he showed he has a total disregard of collateral damage. That is true. That is true.
According to the AI, 1 trillion is equal to 1,000 million.
Well, so you were wrong, and everyone in the chat. I mean, you were right. Everyone in the chat was wrong.
1 million equals 1 trillion.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm a lawyer. You guys shouldn't be asking me math questions.
Okay. There you go. Doing the math here at midnight. Lives and does well specific for $2 says Shaggy defense would be better than this. I mean, anything would be better at this point. So.
Oh, I guess 100 million is not a billion. 1,000. Look, this AI is fucking wrong. That can't be right.
Okay, so the AI was wrong and chat was right.
The fuck?
It's hallucinating.
These AIs are stupid.
Yeah, they are.
Don't AIs have a problem with like doing math questions?
They have a
like
problem with doing law work. They cite cases that don't exist.
Yeah.
And
it says 1 trillion is equal to 1 million. So the AI just got it completely wrong. 1,000 million. 1 trillion is equal to 1,000 million. What?
Mr. Ubercross for 34 months. Thanks so much. Says, seen people raise the issue of no malice from Destiny. After very brief research, Florida considers recklessness can be malice. Haters gotta cope. Ooh,
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, this just exudes recklessness. Even this like live stream is reckless. Got reckless written all over it.
Well, at some point, your recklessness becomes just straight maliciousness. At some point,
right.
Oh,
Stargate.
Anyways, I didn't realize it's already midnight.
Yeah, you gotta get.
What are you doing, Sean? I gave you an out like 5 hours ago.
I gotta
You
go
go do
chase some
real.
pennies down tomorrow, guys.
Okay.
Thanks for coming on. This
Sean.
was
It
great.
talking
Yeah.
to you.
Yeah, we'll see you guys, and
Take care, man.
yeah,
care.
I'm sure it's only gonna get better from here.
I'm sure.
So,
Well,
good
you're
night,
welcome
guys.
back anytime, obviously.
Thanks.
So, yeah.
Appreciate it. See you guys. Bye, chat.
See you later. Stargate 44 for $5 says, I thought Severus Snape was the best triple quadruple agent, but I guess Snape must have gone through training at Daliban Wicca University. There you go.
Ooh,
Low
ouch.
Pan for $2 says, didn't Andrew Wilson call you boys out in a video? Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, not to mine
No.
either.
I don't believe so. Sade Ray for 2 SGDs says Destiny fans are like Trump supporters after January 6th. Oofa, ooh, ah, right in the gut. Malcolm McKee for 2 Canadians says, why did President Sunday try to get Quackademic fired? I don't know. That's a good question, actually. Was it because was Quack like full blown like ethno-nationalist back then? Is that why President Sunday was going after him? I don't know the answer to that question. Or is he just like, I don't know.
I am
Someone in
not
chat know the
sure.
lore.
I'm not sure. This was way before we even had our falling out with Quackademic Agent. Quack came onto the internet as a John Hydean loving centrist. I don't know if you remember this.
I don't remember this. First of all, we never had a falling in
Mm-hmm.
because I never had an interaction with him before the falling out. So I
Well,
never had a falling in.
I was on good terms with him. He'd been
Right.
he'd asked me to be on his show. I went on his show. He did a live stream with me.
Oh,
So this
okay.
was like,
Interesting.
yeah.
Interesting.
And he loved Jonathan Haidt and was a centrist at the time. Like,
Mhm.
so I think he even did like a YouTubers that he liked, like a 10 of his favorite YouTubers, and I was in his top 10 of favorite YouTubers. So
Wow,
yeah.
look at that. Look at that.
So, but then I think President Sunday had reached out to me and wanted to do a debate with Academic Agent and asked me if I could set it up. And I said, oh, sure, I'll DM him and see if maybe he wants to do a debate with you. And I DM'd Academic Agent, and Academic Agent said, that guy's fucking crazy. He contacted my university and doxed me.
Oh,
So, but I
shit.
think at this time, I think he was still working at the university, but President Sunday was like involved, trying to get him fired. I don't know. And then later I heard he got fired from the university, and I just kind of put one and one together. Maybe President Sunday was involved in that.
But what, like, okay, but like, what did he do or say? Why was he trying to, like, what would he do or say that would even get him fired in the first place? Was he just being like anti-woke, and it was just back in those days?
Yeah,
Like,
I
you're not
mean,
allowed to be
look,
anti-woke?
this was when people were constantly calling people's work and accusing them of being Nazis and stuff, right?
Right,
They
right.
did this with Thunderfoot. They did this with Sargon. Like, this was a typical move. So I never really dug into it because I thought just it went without saying he was contacting Academic Agent's work and claiming that he was a Nazi, right? But
Crazy.
then later it's
And he became that. He's like, listen, I'll show you. I'll become the Nazi. Okay.
well, he does have far more radical right-wing views than us, obviously. And look, after a while he was like, I'm not a centrist anymore. I'm calling out for the conservatives. I'm a right-winger, and he started wanting to make right-wing content. So, and then look, this was kind of comical because you remember the falling out. It was over that tomboy abs thing. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So look, he made some wacky video just completely spurging out about some tomboy abs cartoon on the internet. And look, this was catnip for Sitch and I. Of course we're going to cover that. He sounded crazy, right?
Yeah, but he
then-
was already on the Ebola train by then. So he was already lost.
Well,
by
you're
that
the
point.
one that dug into the Ebola stuff. Like, I didn't even
Right.
know about Ebola or any of
Right.
this stuff. So you went completely digging into his backstory and was like, oh, this guy's suspiciously into super
fascist
type stuff. Yeah, exactly. So,
right.
But I don't know if you remember because he was in the chat the whole time, and God, we
He
were
was
just
very
so
mad.
fucking milking it.
I know.
And he was saying, look, he couldn't come on because his microphone was broken or something like that. Because we were like, just come on and talk to us.
Yes.
But then it never
I
happened.
forgot. Yeah, I completely. Oh man, I just put all this stuff out of my mind. I forgot because he got really triggered by that, and then we're like, okay, well, come on and talk to us about it. And he didn't want to come on. Then he made a response video, and he
He
wanted
made
us.
like 5 response videos, 10 response videos.
He made a bunch
they
of
kept
response
coming out
videos.
over and over again, and we wouldn't watch any of them. And he got madder and madder and madder.
Yeah, because he was like, no, he made one response video, and he's like, okay, now watch this and respond. And we were both like, pass. And then he got really mad. And he made a bunch of response videos. He was very mad that we never responded. So I was like, okay, whatever. I don't know.
Look, we were just having fun. This is look, I'm serious about the comedy show thing. Like I don't want this show to be depressing or so many of these internet shows, they get into look, who the fuck watches David Pakman? That's like depressing as fuck, right?
Millions of people. What do you mean?
I guess you're right. I guess we're doing it. I guess we're doing it all wrong. Like Sitch and I just want to have fun. Okay. Look, David Pakman is dead inside. He doesn't believe any of that fucking crap he puts out about Republicans or Trump or any of that.
You don't think? I actually, I'm curious because David Pakman's big thing was saying like that Trump had cognitive decline.
Oh, I know.
And I haven't really heard anyone bring up that argument.
Oh, it just vanished.
Recently.
Yeah, vanished off the face of the earth.
I don't know. Is Pakman still putting those Trump cognitive decline videos out anymore?
Look, I look forward to every single stream we do together. Like, I do not believe David Pakman looks forward to getting up in the morning and like making content. I don't think he does. I think he's dead inside about all this stuff. So
interesting.
We have fun. I like to have fun. We had a lot of fun with Quacking Age at that time. Look, and Carl even tried to patch things up and remember Carl came on.
I do remember that.
Remember he did the us or them. Yeah. Like Carl, it's between it's between them or us. And then Carl came on our stream and totally that got under his skin. This falling out just escalated.
That ultimatum went out the window because
it did.
Still interacts with Carl, so.
And Carl was laughing and making fun of him for even presenting the ultimatum.
Right.
Carl was basically like, "I'll talk to whoever I want." So
interesting.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. There's some lore there.
Yep.
Theoden King of Brohan for 23 months. Thanks so much. Says, watch Destiny have to pay her out and then try to spin this as him being generous and saving her life.
He will. Oh my God! Look. That is one of the things that bothers me most about Destiny. Destiny is a giant prick and then tries to sell it as he's doing you a favor. Like, that's the one thing that triggered me because he did, when it was when he reviewed the clip of us where you mentioned the Fuentes thing, right?
Right.
In that clip, like, he tried to cast it as he was giving us all this free clout. Like there was all this free clout coming our way from Destiny when all he had ever done was badmouth us. When is bad-mouthing free clout, Sitch?
Yeah.
Why? It's just so infuriating. Like, what the fuck?
Peter Keys for 3 months says, imagine my shock. The guy not only shared his wife, also shared other people's most intimate moments in DMs. Maybe he's just a generous guy. There you go.
Oh, yeah. That's a good. You should send that argument to his attorney, his new attorney, his brand new attorney.
Lethal Strain for $2 says, Sean, does it make them co-conspirators in this? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think she's going to go after them. I don't think anyone's going to go after them financially. And I think Sean's probably right. I don't think Destiny's going to get hit criminally with any of this stuff. So,
I mean, she's got enough money to do a lawsuit. She's going to do a lawsuit.
Right.
Yeah.
Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, I read that one. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says the first million is where the punishment starts.
Ooh.
There you go.
Yeah. God, I can't believe, like, if I was Destiny, I would have just jumped at that 15K.
I know, right?
Yeah.
150K.
Oh, yeah. 150K. I would have just said 150K sounds like a good offer.
Yeah,
I'll do
150K.
that.
And
Yeah.
you apologize for that Substack. Jordan Rogers for $5 says, Adam, debate Dev on Trump. Quote, this time a friendship will not end over a healthy disagreement on politics.
I don't want to defend Trump. Like, I don't know enough about Trump. Like, there are people who are obsessed with Trump. They only watch Trump. Most of the time, they're the people that fucking hate Trump, right? Constantly. What would the debate even look like? What am I going to say? I think Trump and the Republicans and Elon might cause a massive recession.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Trump will not know what to do about it because he has no idea what he's doing economically. So I'm not a Trump supporter. I don't think Trump is necessarily doing smart things.
This is from the cuts would cause the recession.
Yeah. Look, I disagree with most of what Trump is doing economically. I mean, look, if he's really finding waste and fraud, obviously I'm 1000% in favor of that. I don't necessarily know what the game plan is. I don't know if the tariffs are going to work out. I do like the fact that he's going so aggressively after the woke stuff. But you think Dev and I are going to disagree on that stuff? I don't think so, right? What is Dev? Is it going to be just on January 6th? Oh, please. Let me just kill myself right now, okay? I don't want to talk about January 6th. I know about January 6th, but my position is January 6th. Like, the Democrats way overplayed their hand about the relevance of January 6th in the public's mind, okay? I know certain people think that it's completely career ending and immoral and all that stuff, and I respect that. I think you played that card in the election, and the election kind of adjudicated that case, and now we have to move on. And I don't want to dwell on January 6th. I want to dwell on the next crazy thing that Trump does, right? I think Trump is going to be forced into adopting the status quo in Ukraine. What are we going to debate on that? Sitch, why don't you debate, Dev? You're a big Trump supporter.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's so funny because like the fucking, oh my God, the timeline on the whole, like the Trump Ukraine thing, like every day it fucking goes back.
Does it get worse? We did a great
like,
live stream. Check out our live stream from last week. Sitch did a lot of work researching the whole Ukraine negotiation timeline.
Thank you.
Yeah,
but no,
excellent.
what happens is like every day, actually like twice a day it changes. Like it'll be like, oh, we're coming up like Ukraine, like Zelensky and Ukraine seems like they're going to be in favor of the deal. Then later that day, it's just Ukraine and Zelensky are not in favor of the deal. Next day, oh, fucking, Zelensky and Ukraine totally caved. They're in the deal. Later that day, oh, turns out they're not in favor of the deal. Like it just keeps it goes back and forth every I'm just like total whiplash. I was like, okay, I'm just sit back and just do nothing until we actually see what happens with this fucking deal.
Zelensky kind of called Trump's bluff because he said that if they gave him NATO, if they let him in NATO, he would resign.
Which is a pretty brilliant
That's
move.
A baller move. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The thing is, and when we researched when the Ukraine war began, you can't get into NATO if you have any active conflict on any of your borders. So obviously they're not even eligible for NATO membership. If we let them in NATO, it'd kind of be the same thing as when Russia wanted in NATO, just, without jumping through the hoops that you got to jump through to get in NATO, right? So anyway, they're not eligible.
Yeah.
They want them in NATO. Like, what would happen if they join NATO? The conflict has to come to an end and be resolved for like years before they're even eligible.
Right. It would be, well, I guess the agreement would be like, it's kind of like a fuck you to Putin. And to say like, oh, oh yeah, you want me to step down from being president, I'll step down, when you agree that for peace, if we, join NATO. So
optically, it completely undercuts the dictator line. I saw that you retweeted. Yes. I looked up the old tweet of Trump saying "President Forever." I was like, Zelensky should retweet this.
No, it is a brilliant optical move because you're 100% correct. Optically, it completely undercuts the whole dictator.
Yeah. He's like, I'm a dictator? Fuck, I'll step down tomorrow. Just end the war. I want my people to stop dying.
Right. So, I mean, obviously that's not going to happen, but. So
Look, I think Trump is coming to terms with the fact that he's going to get pigeonholed into adopting the status quo, because that is the most
you don't think he's going to
prudent
go
thing to
on the
do.
threat to pull funding from Ukraine?
Well, he is going to threaten and bully and do whatever he can to get the war to end. But do you think they're going to give in? You think Putin's going to give in? You think Zelensky's going to give in?
With Putin, I don't know. With Putin, I have no clue because as I said, I heard rumblings saying that Russia has too much of their economy set to war manufacture, so it doesn't make sense they would give in. But on the same token, I mean, maybe that's true. By the same token, I'm just thinking like, God, I'm not in Russia, but I think the loss of life and the morale and all that shit would just be so draining that you got to stop at some point.
So look, if Trump does that, Putin takes all of Ukraine and talks about what a fool Trump is. Like,
If Trump does
how
what?
is that even fucking possible?
If Trump does what?
If Trump withdraws all the U.S. funding from Ukraine.
Oh,
that was what you said. Like, you don't think
that was
Trump
the question.
will do that?
Will he do
Yeah.
that? Well, actually, does Trump even have? I guess Congress has to do that, right? Trump can't do that himself.
Look,
can he?
let's say he gets obviously,
right.
even if he got Congress to do it, Trump is going to be the fall guy. Like,
Of course,
Putin is going to take over Ukraine.
Yeah.
Probably murder Zelensky.
Right.
Install some Russian stooge and laugh in Trump's face. That's why I think what option does Trump have other than the status quo? I mean, the status quo looks a lot better than that, does it not?
Well, I don't know. It's weird because it depends what's happening. We could be in the world, and I'm not sure which world we're in. Trump could be in the same world that the left was in, where the left essentially let itself become dictated by the internet, not realizing that the internet is not real life. Because the internet right, I think, would literally be totally fine with Russia taking over Ukraine and murdering Zelensky and all that stuff. The average person, the average normie right-wing voter would not be fine with it.
Of course. That's what I'm talking about.
And it would be completely, ultimately, like a massively devastating. And you're right. To me, that seems like incredibly obvious that the average voter would just be horrified if Trump and the Republicans, push after all of this, they just pull all the money from Ukraine and Russia just runs right over it. But I don't know where people's headspace are to try to predict how they'll behave.
How do you think the average Republican voter would feel realizing that a significant number of the Republican Party is in favor of that? Like, oh my God.
Not good.
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
good. Yeah. Right.
It could tear the entire Republican Party apart.
Right. Well, it's funny because, today, Scott Adams, back when people thought that Zelensky had bent the knee on the mineral deal, because it's so weird. They keep flip-flopping on this every fucking 2 seconds. They're like, Zelensky bends the knee. We'll sign the rare earth mineral deal, even though this is not true, unless there's been a new update. But it wasn't true at the time this was tweeted out. And Scott Adams tweeted out, Trump doesn't bluff. He really would have withdrawn all support from Ukraine. This is the result.
Bullshit. Fucking shit.
So he thinks, Scott Adams, who's Trump's #1 supporter, thinks that Trump would just pull all support from Ukraine.
I'll believe it when I see it. Look,
Okay.
I think it would be crazy, but I do think it would. I don't think it would be good for the markets. I don't think. Yeah, that's a crazy move. Hey, I got to run and just grab a snack or something. I'm starving.
You get a snack.
So read a super chat or something.
Before you get a snack, I'm saying the most recent thing I can find is an article from the Wall Street Journal from 7 hours ago. It says Zelensky wants better terms on mineral deal demanded by Trump. So that's the latest update, supposedly.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So we'll see.
Good luck.
We'll see what happens tomorrow. Okay. Lives and does hospitality for 2 hours, says Fuentes and Destiny, chicken and offals. There you go. That's pretty funny. Stargate 44 for $5 says if she wanted to be an attorney and jury believes this foreclosed that, take an annual attorney salary, multiply it by 40, you get a ballpark number to ask for. Oh, that makes sense. I don't know what that number would be, but yeah, that's probably pretty high. Grassroots Hegemon for $10. I read that one. That was the OJ blowjob one. Michael for 29 months says, I just want to acknowledge how great a guest Sean is. This has been fantastic. Oh, well, here, I'm going to screenshot that and send that to Sean. Just so he knows. Stargate 404 for $5 says, maybe chicken and pancakes was a code. Choking on roosters and slapping some cakes. That's terrible. That's terrible. Fondue for 35 months says, oh boy, just in time to hear Sitch reading naughty Discord messages. You're welcome. You're welcome. Oh my God, for $2 says Sean is so hard right now. Terrible. Terrible. Equishitox for $5 says, online leftists, sexual degeneracy. Name a more perfect pairing. True. True, true, true.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Don't mind me, I'm eating.
That's okay. It's okay, Hassan. As long as you're not watching terrorist propaganda while you eat.
Never.
Stargate 404 for $5 says, regardless of her and the other guy, even if it's not sympathetic, it doesn't pass the bar for relevance, a fact that makes the events more/less likely. That is true. That's very true. Accounting Dave for 14 months, thank you so much, says, read out. Yes, that's right. Read out. Read is out of the readout. Joy Reid is gone.
Really? Holy shit, they got rid of her. They finally canned that crazy bitch.
I think she's got like one more show or one more week, and then she's out. The show is off air. And oh my God, though, before you all start celebrating, okay, before you start celebrating that Joy Reid is out.
I'm already celebrating. What are you talking about?
She's being replaced with 3 people. Okay. It's a panel show. One of them is, what's his name? Michael Steele. Okay. Which is okay. One of them is a woman I never heard of. And the third person to replace Joy Reid is
Philosophy Tube.
Drum roll. No, come on, listen. You're on MSNBC, okay? You're firing a black lady. You have to replace her with another black lady, right?
I
you
guess.
Know that, right? Yeah. Okay.
Sure. I mean,
who do you think it could possibly be?
A black lady, huh?
Yeah.
Kamala Harris.
Simone Sanders.
Oh my God, no.
So
she's the one that said the Democratic Party's done with white people.
Yes.
Simone Sanders, yeah.
Yes. So obviously when people, it was funny because I saw people were like, oh, is MSNBC finally learning they're firing Joy Reid? The answer is no. They're not fucking learning shit, okay? So
that's
Simone
so
Sanders, yes.
I should have guessed her. I should have.
You should have, yeah. Adam Gadbaugh for $5 says, breaking news, internet liberal fails to see actions have consequences. And other news, water. Is it agua?
I don't think it's fair to blame all liberals for that, though. So
that is true. Thank you.
But it is a funny joke. I do agree.
It's a funny joke, though. Yeah. Lives in Desval Sicily for $2 says, just typing this to make Sitch say, ooh, nuzzles. You're welcome.
A woo-woo.
A woo-woo. Oh my God, for $2 says, whole thing seems like anti-Cuban Semitism to me. True.
Oh my God. We're going to be accused of racism now?
We are. Stargate 404 for $2 says, victim sexual history is not admissible. FRE 412.
Great point.
There you go. Equishocks for $5 says, I'll say it. Sitch and Adam is the political stream for political streamers. Kind of like how Norm Macdonald was the comedian's comedian. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. We do have a good
true.
community here.
That is true.
Shu is another person that seems like a normal, put together person. Anna Kasparian, obviously, very normal, very put together.
Everyone that watches
Jank
our
seems
show.
very normal.
Right.
Yeah. Not going to steal your wallet while you're sleeping.
Right. Stargate 404 for $5 says, unlicensed practice of business is punishable by $1,000 fine or 1 year in jail in California. $5,000 fine or 3 years in jail in Florida might not be worth the $500 LMAO.
But what about the content?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's just a fine, right? Maybe we'll just get the
exactly.
Fine, so.
We're gonna jump in there. We're trying to get her that $15 million. That's what we're trying to
Right.
do.
Right. So. Oh, look at that. The Drunken Peasants is in the chat. Says I'm normal. Well, there
Really?
you go. Yeah.
Oh my God. Is that TJ?
I'm
Or was that one
assuming.
of the other people on the Drunken Peasants?
Right.
TJ,
welcome.
you are not fucking normal. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Be nice to TJ. Okay. He's like he says he's extra normal. Okay.
Look, I would like to have TJ on it. I thought we did a couple live streams with TJ and they were fun. So, but he
TJ
gets a
Kimani
little.
was a great sport. Oh, this
he
isn't
has-
TJ. Oh,
Oh,
we've
it
been
isn't?
duped.
Okay. Gotcha. Well, that's cool.
Who
You
is
can
it?
come
Who
on,
are
too.
you? Whoever you are, you can come on.
Yes. Oh, it's Ben.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, what's up, Ben?
Ben does seem normal, but look, sitting next to TJ, anyone seems normal, right?
It's funny. Rigo Zoro for 35 months says, off topic, will we have a moment of silence for Joy Reid's career on Tuesday? First, Brianna Joy Gray, now Joy Reid. There
Yeah.
you go. We'll
Look
get
at
the little
that.
trumpet out. We'll play taps. It'll be very sad.
Can
Right.
we play that on the show? I don't even know. I wonder if I
Is there
can
any-
learn that on the harmonica.
Yeah, learn that on harmonica. Okay. That's what you need to do, Adam. Is there any joy left in Lol Cowtown? I think Rachel Maddow's still on, though, isn't she? She's not as fun, though. Maybe Simone Sanders will say some crazy things. Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says, to be fair, it was a pretty dope mattress. I gotta watch that video. That video looks insane. That video looks totally crazy to me. Stargate 404 for $5 says, a few months ago, Destiny said he could stay in a hotel at $300 a night for a year without beginning to think or worry about money. So 300 times 365 is only 110K.
Oh, wow. That is not a lot of money.
Yeah, but to do that without thinking about it, without even worrying about it, that's a lot, right? You could just like piss away that much.
So, but he's worried at 150K.
I don't know. I don't know if it was just that or it was a pride thing, but Grassroots Hegemon for $5 says Destiny looks and sounds like a wounded animal. I mean, listen,
I agree. Yeah.
I'm sure this has taken a great toll on him mentally. So
who's gonna stand by you when you do stupid shit like this though? It's completely ridiculous. Nobody should stand by you, okay? Jeez, and to ask people to stand by you while you're doing stuff like this is a big fucking ask. It's a big ask.
You think if he would have just said, yes, it was totally wrong what I did, it was totally crazy, I will pay, I'm
restitution,
I'm
yeah.
gonna
Call
pay
it what it is.
restitution to Pixie for the 150, the whatever, 200, $500,000, $1 million, whatever the fuck it is. This was 3 years ago. Totally wrong. I learned from my mistakes. Forgive me, right? You think more people would be forgiving of him if he just kind of threw himself at the mercy?
It would be a lot easier for people to do that. He would give them cover to do that. How do you embrace him after this fucking nightmare?
Right.
Like, he doesn't even seem to be aware that he's done anything wrong.
Lucifer in the chat says Destiny was making $40K a month from DGG donations alone.
Well, that's probably why he's doing this, because the DGG donations are probably out the window now.
You think they've increased because of this?
No, I think they've cratered. I think.
Oh, out the window.
Yeah.
I got you. Right.
Yeah.
Right. I inverted what you were saying. Gotcha.
Yeah. What do you think? I mean, it's
I
hard
would-
for me to
I would-
imagine that he's losing subs and people are
agree.
are unsubscribing from his free YouTube content.
I
But
would suspect that as well. Yeah.
But he's not losing
that as well.
money.
Right.
I
That's
mean,
why
would
should have paid
you?
the 150K?
Would you, if you had a $10 membership with Destiny right now,
I
would
would
you
cancel it? Yes.
Why? Why would you cancel it?
Because he seems like a bad person. I like
You
to
don't-
support bad people.
You wouldn't want to be supporting this lifestyle. Look, I think that's a
No.
logical conclusion a lot of people might make. Like,
Right.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
people have, sisters, girlfriends.
Ben says,
Nobody
I only had
wants to see
Destiny on my
somebody-
stream once to debate the creator of Earthworm Jim. Oh, that must have been fun. Didn't we talk to him or you talked to him? Was I there?
Yeah, I've talked to him a bunch of times.
I don't
Yeah.
remember what the fuck you talked about.
He came on, I think, didn't he debate Vosh? Was that Destiny or Vosh? I thought it's Doug. What is
Doug,
his
that's
name?
Yeah.
What's his last name? Earthworm Jim, Doug. I can't remember. They called him Dirtworm Doug.
Tenaple. Doug Tenaple.
There you go. Doug Tenaple, exactly.
Right.
I don't think he liked the Dirtworm Doug moniker, but
I
there it
loved
is.
Earthworm Jim as a kid. That was a great.
Yeah, but they
great
called
video game.
his nickname was Dirtworm Doug. So that's different than
Right, I
Earthworm
understand.
Jim, obviously.
Yeah, I get it. I get
Yeah.
it.
But yeah. I think about Doug Tenaple occasionally recently because I'm doing the fulfilling of the comic and I'm like, oh my God, the international shipping is coming quick here. I think Doug Tenaple cut off a bunch of his backers because the international shipping was too expensive. So he's just like, fuck, I'll just refund everyone. And everyone got super chapped at him, super mad.
Ooh, okay.
But he made $1 million on his campaign.
Wow.
And I think he would have been out of pocket like $3,000 if he just ate it and did the international shipping.
Oh, really?
Well, first of all, he made a
should've done
book that weighs like 500 pounds. Okay.
Right.
Like our book is not that heavy. It's one of the reasons why I stuck to the 48 page that we kind of constrained ourselves by because I didn't know what I was going to see down the
A lot of
road.
symbolism for the 48 laws of power.
I like that answer better.
The
Yes,
deep
that's
meaning.
exactly what we
Okay.
did.
Yes.
I didn't want to get in trouble with the budget. So,
Okay.
but now look, I'm going to have to do international shipping here soon. And I'm thinking, oh God, all anyone's talking about is inflation and tariffs. Like,
I know.
yeah. But I'll share that sob story.
I mean,
with you
listen,
if
we're
it turns
lucky-
into a sob story, but
We're lucky we actually got those comics shipped out of Japan. I mean, China. They almost got the Chinese government almost confiscated our fucking comics.
well, the Chinese government did confiscate, I think, a dozen of them
Yes.
for indecent material. So
Right.
I don't know if anyone said that they got the full nudie cover. So the full nudie cover is pretty amazing.
When you said, because Adam sends me this message and I had a panic attack. I thought, wait, oh my God. Wait, what? They took all the comics?
Yeah.
It's like, what do you mean? What the fuck? How much
Yeah.
did we just lose?
Nope. We just lost
Okay.
the proof. They sent a proof ahead airmail, but the
Right.
rest of them went in a ship and they didn't dig in on the ship. Thank God.
Right.
So we smuggled them
Okay.
out. We smuggled
Got 'em out.
1,000 nudie comics out of
Out of China. China.
China.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
was
Stargate-
surprised how many people backed the comic and just got the nudie cover.
I don't know
Just
why that
got the
surprises
nudie
you.
cover. It was about like 200 people.
I don't know why that even remotely surprises you.
Well, I figured a novelty added on to your order. Right? A lot of people did do that, but just like, I'm just going to get the nudie cover. I mean, I would do it. Let's be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Stargate
Yeah.
44 for $5 says Sean is right. Attorney I knew was in a deposition at the break, spoke to his client while the court reporter was still in the room, broke the AC attorney-client privilege. Wow. Interesting.
Oh, wow. That
Look.
sucks.
Philip Kogans for $10 says Suits has to be the dumbest legal show ever, knowing that New York is one of the states you can get a law license without going to law school. Really, my
Oh,
dad, I think my
wow.
dad loves that fucking show.
Huh.
I think it Suits. Is there maybe some other legal show, but
Hmm.
God Before Monday for $5 says, have you all seen the DM? Oh, I read that one.
God Before Money. Not
yes,
Monday,
God
but
Oh. Oh,
obviously
you're right.
God
Yeah.
is before
God is
Monday.
also
Nobody
before
likes
Monday and Monday. Yeah.
Nobody likes Monday, so
Right.
some people like money.
Right.
Money's not bad.
Jason for $10 says Destiny learned that sometimes in Deal or No Deal, the first case is the best case. Now he gets to experience personal bankruptcy and public embarrassment. He will still have fans, but far less. There you go.
Yeah, it's making me wonder because I've heard Destiny many, many times say, "Oh, I'm very wealthy. I'm wealthy." Okay. Now, look, I'm not hurting for money, but I would never say I'm fucking wealthy. Okay. I don't know, Sitch,
Right.
are you wealthy? Are you
No.
independently wealthy?
No.
So just
I
when
mean,
somebody,
not yet.
oh yeah, hopefully someday. But when somebody says wealthy, there's like a range, right? There's like Elon Musk wealthy, there's like Trump wealthy.
Right.
There's like your uncle who has a McDonald's franchise wealthy, right?
Right.
Where's Destiny in this wealthy
I couldn't tell you.
spectrum?
Right.
Look, in my book, if you're not able to just pay out 150 grand to make this thing go away, I don't know how you can say you're wealthy.
Right.
Like that completely calls into question his whole premise that he's like a wealthy person to me.
Mm-hmm.
And that undermines his credibility in a lot of other ways, just in my eyes. I don't know. It probably does in other people's eyes too, right?
Mm-hmm. Gnarly Bonesful for 5 Canadian says, if I save Discord DMs before deleting them, is that still tampering with evidence? Probably. I think if they give you an order to not delete anything, and then you quote save them, but then delete them, they'll say, well, how do we know you actually saved everything? Right. So I'm pretty sure that's still tampering with evidence. Lives in Deswalls for $5 says, Sean, did you hear the one about the jurisprudence fetish? His lawyer got him off on a technicality.
Whoa.
That's pretty funny. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, my will is so free right now. It's just out there doing its shit. There you go. There you go. Love it or hate it. 127 for 4 months says, Adam, please check out the show Pantheon. The show deals with artificial intelligence and the concept of uploaded intelligence.
I love that. I'll check it out. I'm still watching Severance, and
I will check out Severance. I was like, every single person and their mother is talking about this show, so I guess I'll watch it now.
it's funny too because Sitch has pitched me as a bit of a homophobe. Now there is like a love affair, a gay love affair.
The way you phrase that was very interesting.
What was interesting about it?
I mean, there's when you talk about pitching to someone, there's euphemism.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
meaning.
Look, see,
Okay.
I'm pitching.
Sitch
Who's
has pitched
Sitch?
me.
Who's catching? Who's pitching?
Oh,
and who's
I'm pitching, so yeah.
Oh, I get it. Well, there is like a gay love affair in the show. So look, if
Right.
that's gonna bother you, if that's not your thing, maybe Severance is not.
I mean,
for
as long
you.
as they don't show like fucking hardcore gay shit, gay sex, I should
They
be
don't.
okay.
There's not like male kissing or anything like that. They seem
Right.
aware
I
of
don't
where
care.
the line is.
I'm not a homophobe.
There's one scene where the guy gets on his knees and sucks the other guy off in the. No, I'm just
Wow,
kidding. That
okay.
doesn't happen. But it's Christopher Walken and I never can remember the name of the other actor. He was in The Big Lebowski. He's in pretty much everything, but it's like two amazing seasoned actors that really sell it. It's kind of fascinating.
I thought the main guy in Severance, he's the guy that played the asshole,
the brother, yeah,
demon in The Good Place. That's the main guy, isn't it? Adam Scott.
Adam Scott, yeah. But
He
he
was
also
in-
plays the mean brother in Step Brothers. Your favorite movie.
Yeah, he was in The Big Lebowski. Adam Scott.
No, the guy who plays opposite Christopher Walken. John Turturro. That's it.
John
yeah.
Turturro, the guy who got peed on by the Transformer. Okay.
John Turturro and Christopher Walken are amazing actors, completely amazing actors. Adam Scott is pretty good. Just everyone in the show is really good acting wise, even the no-name actors. So,
Right.
yeah, Joe Rogan tweeted out that it was a great show, and so I retweeted it. But then people in the comments were saying it's gay, and I was thinking, well, yeah, it actually is kind of gay. There's
Right.
like a gay storyline going on.
Okay. Good for them.
But Sitch loves that As
love that gay shit.
as a catcher, Sitch loves that gay storyline. So
Equishit for 2 hours says destitunity.
oh yeah, destitute.
I got it.
Destitute.
I got it. Funny. Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, yeah, don't make me agree with Mr. Girl. Now I'm aligned with a wood chipper lubricant against a debate, a phoebophiliac.
Oh my
That's
god.
terrible.
If you know these terms, oh,
Right.
it's not good. Yeah.
Mike Cole for 32 months. Thank you so much. Says, I've been sub for 32 months. Crazy. Can't wait to read the comic. Thanks for keeping me sane during these past few years and for all the free. Well, thank you so much for the 32 months and your also even longer support. So thank you.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. It's very cool. This was a fun show. This was a lot of fun.
Grassroots Hegemon for $10 says, NSE doesn't justify having a financial incentive to be a janitor. She has the quote, I'm in danger of getting deported level of investment. Right.
Not so erudite. Yeah.
Not so erudite. Yes. True. Lives and Does Well specifically for $2 says Adam the ableist.
The ableist.
Yes.
Hmm.
Fate of Morality for $2 says they act like they're in the court of Louis 15th. Well, I don't know
The
what happened with
Orbiters?
Louis 15th, so but I'm gonna say yes. That's a
Might
good
not have
joke.
been good.
Good joke.
This link here is to David Puff's trailer,
Yeah.
which everyone should check out.
Check it out. Chat for $5 says difficult to take Destiny's anti-Red Pill Crusade seriously after this shit. Thanks, guys.
Very much so. Yes.
Very much so,
Seems
yeah.
like a massive hypocrite.
Muggy for 22 months says Destiny should hire Phoenix Wright. That's the only chance he can get out of this unscathed. Also, you should play that on your Dead Media channel. That'd be fun.
Phoenix Wright, is that a game for us to play?
It's a game, yes.
Our media channel is not dead. How dare you say that?
How
That's like
dare you.
saying Sitch's main channel is dead. Think
Look at this
about it.
fucking
Look,
piece of shit here.
we
Look at this
have
asshole
streamed
scumbag.
relatively recently
This
on our second channel, Sitch's
total
channel. Now that
horrible person.
look,
This
we
jerk.
we can do some content. I want to do some
guy.
content.
Lucifer Doman for 2 Canadian says you need to ask Grok about your show. It glazes. Oh wow, that's nice.
Grok glazes us. Nice.
I appreciate that.
We do.
Grassroots
take
Hegemon
it.
for $2 says lick the abs. It's good for you. It builds character. True.
That's kind of the stuff we were saying in that
The
live
tomboy
stream.
abs. Yes.
Yeah.
Wonton Tiger for 5 Canadian says I can handle his form of comedy. My biggest relief this week was that Canada won 4 Nations hockey. If we had lost, DT would have been relentless.
Yeah, that's great. I know you guys are super into your hockey, so
Right.
that is
Hey.
always cool.
Josery.
Hey, yeah.
Joser. Naxless for $5, eh? Says Dev this morning wanted someone to pass on that he wanted to discuss debate Trump with you, eh? As he thinks you and he had diverged on your Trump takes. Don't you know?
Dev this morning wanted someone to pass
He couldn't
on
understand it.
that he wanted to discuss debate Trump with you. Who? Me or Sitch?
With you, Adam.
As he thinks you and he have diverged on your Trump takes. I mean, look, all this seems to be January 6th stuff.
I don't know what it is about, but I don't know what it's about, eh? But
Look,
whatever,
I
he doesn't
don't
want to do it, eh?
I don't think Trump should have done January 6th. I don't know what I can say about it. I
don't know if it's about have anything to do with January 6th, but
it looks bad optically to continue to drone on about January 6th. You look like a fucking crazy ex-girlfriend.
Amoeba Sheep for 20 knock knocks. Thank you so much. Says 8 hours late, but I'm here, boys. Well, better late than never. Eh?
Amoeba Sheep leaves great comments on our videos too,
Thank
so
you,
you should
Amoeba
thank
Sheep.
him, Sitch.
Thank you, Amoeba Sheep.
Sitch
for the
doesn't
great
read any of
comments.
those comments, but I read every single one of them.
There you go.
They're very thoughtful and considerate. Yeah.
J./ for 5
Informative.
Canadian says to Adam's point, when Destiny was breaking up with his wife, he seemed overly happy she paid him back the 100,000. Fuck me for knowing this. What was he? What was she paying him back for?
Oh my god.
What was 100,000 for?
She borrowed like $100K. How do you loan money to your wife?
To your wife, yeah.
Oh
That's
shit.
confusing.
That is
I don't know
awful.
what's going on there. That's not a good sign.
Hmm.
Okay, let me read the Streamlabs here. Dr. Dealer for $3 says, I know Destiny may have ruined this woman's personal and certainly professional life, but he's the real victim here. Have you considered his feeling while he was sharing someone else's nudes? Right? That's the real thing.
Yeah.
That's
Oof.
the real thing.
That is such a bad PR move.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Dr. Dealer for $2 says, shout out to all the DGG meat writers who immediately ate up Destiny's response of, nuh-uh, you also shared news and I'm the victim. Can't imagine simping over a sex-addicted goblin. True.
Yeah, that's going to hit hard. That's going to sink in sooner or later. I mean, a lot of people are experiencing a lot of trauma over this because they have such an investment in DGG and the DGG community. But hey, if you guys want a sensible place to hang out, just come hang out over here.
There you go.
Look, we had a bunch of overlap with Destiny's audience until Destiny went on a tirade to call us like secret conservatives and Trump supporters and all that shit, which seemed completely unfair. I think DGE fans would be comfortable here. So
whatever the hell she was doing for Swedish taxes, but you know, for someone who's rich, 100K shouldn't be such a boon. It's a good point.
maybe overstated. Isn't it funny that that's the accusation of Trump and now that's the accusation of Destiny, that, you know, he says he's much wealthier than he actually is?
Right, that is cheap. Yeah, I don't know. That is interesting. That's funny. Dr. Dealer for another $2. Thanks so much. Says, imagine if Destiny actually felt sorry in any way. He would do more than go, quote, maybe I can pay her, followed by staunch denial and vitriolic attacks. Ryan Beard's video does paint him out to be a psycho towards women.
I'm going to try to watch that video. You said it was god awful. I think I did try to watch it, but there was a lot of like leftist stuff in there.
That's exactly what I said. I didn't say it was god awful. I just said what you said.
Oh.
The hyperbole. This is why Adam gives people such a leniency with hyperbole. Does it too?
Well, you didn't say it was god awful?
No, I just said, I was like, oh, it was weird. You had like a bunch of like lefty stuff in the beginning, and I was like, oh, okay. I don't know about this.
Sitch said it was terrible.
Okay.
Sitch said it was an abortion of a video. I remember it.
Well, I'm pro-abortion, so I wouldn't say that. I'd say it was an anti-abortion of a video. I say this was a rape baby forced to come to term of a video.
Oh my God, Sitch. Oh, you're a hyperbole god. I fucking bow before you.
Thank you.
That was great.
Okay. Dr. Dilla for $2 says, doesn't this chud lawyer realize that Destiny Googled some legal concepts once? Better step down, buddy. You're dealing with an expert on law.
Oh God. Make it stop.
Right.
Whatever. He thinks I guess maybe his fans eat this up like, I'm so smart I can be an attorney without even thinking about it. Okay, that sounds believable.
Wasn't there some arc? I have this vague recollection. Didn't he try to take the LSAT and like fail it or something?
I vaguely remember that too. Yeah.
Yes. Which I mean isn't surprising. I'm assuming it's a pretty rough test to do without prep. It's not, if I recall, it's not really like a quote legal test. It's like a logic test, isn't it? But I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've never taken it. Death by Sloth for $2 says, it amuses me that Destiny spends countless hours talking about how he's explored and explained his moral code so much. Yet every time he's caught, his response boils down to, quote, those people are as bad or worse than me. There you go.
A lot of whataboutism there, huh?
Right. Dr. Diddler for $2 says, let the records officially show that Sammy only won at mini golf because it was because it has mini in the name.
That's hilarious.
I'm surprised he didn't make that joke at the time. That's good. That's good. Okay. Solid for $2 says, I've been watching the Destiny debacle partially, so the leak was from the 19-year-old's computer, not his. Is this proven? Also, the person who believed Destiny was innocent said he was just rage baiting about the firefight. Well, I mean, if you're just rage baiting, I don't think it's really like a defense of anything. So That's like, oh, I was just trying to make everyone fucking hate me. It's like, congratulations, good job. As for the leak, I don't know what's been proven about that or not proven. So I saw it for $2. Says another funny contrarian opinion from yeah boy Zach is that he believes super chats incentivize audience capture, which is a good point, but that they are also gay because you are paying someone to talk to you. Okay, I don't see how it's
Super
gay
chats are
unless
gay.
I don't see how it'd be gay unless it's someone of the same sex and you want them to say something like sexual, obviously.
Your boy Zach has a lot of strange takes. Doesn't
Right.
he not like to do live streams? So doesn't this take really? Aren't these excuses being made for why he doesn't do live streams?
I don't
Could
know.
be.
Lizard Doberman says, serious question. Do people think Sam is a lolly when you take her out in public?
What is it?
Okay. Sam does not
She's
look
just
like a lolly.
short.
She's just
She
short,
just
guys.
yeah. She
Okay.
doesn't seem like a child or anything. This
Not
is
seem like a child, no.
this is weird. You guys
No.
need to
It's pretty funny.
abandon this line of questioning.
Listen, you guys, Sam gets more compliments from
Mhm.
women on the way she dresses. I've never experienced this. It's crazy. Nonstop.
That's good.
Yeah. She's
Women
very
always
stylish.
compliment the women that they want to kill,
Very stylish.
that they're extremely jealous of.
That's exactly the way Sam describes it. She's like, listen, fashion and clothes is like a weapon, okay? That women use to fight each other.
It's true. It's totally. She sees right through it. She's like, "Oh,
Right.
thank you," right? And then she's like, "That fucking bitch."
No.
That
Okay.
bitch.
No.
She knows what she's doing.
Okay.
Fucking whore.
It's always, listen, people, they always say it. They always say it out of kindness and sincerity.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Naive.
Okay. Sell for another $2 says, oh no, Hanoi Jane just said at SAG, quote, woke just means you give a damn about other people. Cringe. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
that.
when
It was
are
very
the
cringe.
Academy Awards so that we can relish
Laugh
in
at
that
them?
fucking shit show? Did you see
Right.
that the
We still gotta
LA
watch that.
mayor fired the police, the fire chief? She finally did. She finally got her revenge.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I didn't see
She's
that.
like, "Oh, look, the national press has turned away. This is a perfect opportunity for me to do the thing I wanted to do from the get-go. Fire this bitch who tried to make me the fall guy."
The mayor of LA seems so fucking out to lunch, retarded.
Oh, of course, yeah.
TikTok.
She
It was
was a
crazy.
big Obama Biden person.
There was like, I saw this story and it was like lesbian fire chief, killed in domestic squabble. And I was like, holy shit, what the fuck? The lady from LA got killed, and it was like a different lesbian fire chief in California. And I was like, why are there so many fucking lesbian fire chiefs in California? Is this like a thing? This is crazy.
Welcome to California.
Right. Saw for 2 hours says, I can't send regular super chats, so if Sean is still there, he's not there, but sorry. What is the advantage of a plaintiff filing a jury demand as opposed to having a bench trial? What's the advantage of a defendant doing the same? I don't know. What does ChatGPT say about that? What does Grok 3 say about that?
Oh, Grok 3 is obviously way better than ChatGPT, so I'm sure it'll have the correct response, the correct answer.
I only use Grok 3 to make that one picture. I haven't really fooled around with it, so.
You haven't fooled around with your Grok?
No. That's a terrible name. What does that mean?
It's some reference, I think, to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I think
I've
that's
read
a
all those
reference.
books. I don't remember that. Grok
Oh, maybe
reference.
it's not then. You can look it up. Just ask Grok. What the fuck does Grok mean? Ask it that way though.
Chat. What is
Say Grok
mean?
is a rape baby of a name.
That's what I should.
What does it? What does it actually mean?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Grok. Why is your name, your rape baby name, exist? Okay. It means to grok something. What does that mean?
That's not helpful.
Grok is a command. You guys are not helpful in the chat here.
Oh, I thought you were actually asking Grok.
No,
You're
I was
like-
reading the chat.
You're asking the chat. They're not going to know.
Right. When a plaintiff files a jury demand, they're opting for a trial by jury rather than a bench trial where a judge alone decides the case. The advantage for the plaintiff often lies in the belief that a jury might be more sympathetic to their story, especially if the case involves emotional elements, personal hardships, or a David versus Goliath dynamic, like an individual suing a big corporation. Yeah, that's. I
Cool.
mean, usually my understanding is like, yeah, if you think it's something is like a complicated legal matter, you might want to just have it with like a judge or something. If you think you can win on the emotionality of something, you usually want to hit a jury. That's my understanding of it as well. So,
Because the jury will fall for anything.
right,
They're like, holy shit, he's so guilty.
right. Or if you
I
think
give
that
you
there's
$5
something
million.
in the, if you think there's something in the case where you think you're legally correct, but you think like a normie will read it and be like, fuck this guy, maybe you don't want a jury trial. So
Do you think Destiny's going to start crowdfunding for his legal defense?
that would be funny.
Oh my God.
Rock is a universal. What is this command? Oh, well, it's a terrible name. It's a terrible, terrible fucking name.
I think it's, I mean, I'm ambivalent about the name.
It's
Grok.
when I hear the word grok, I think of like a caveman with like a club, like a bone club, like hitting a wall. That's what I think of when I think of grok. Okay, that's a name of a caveman in a cartoon show. Lives. Oh, Metalworks 411.90 for $5 says Dev thinks Trump and the right is getting as bad as the far left and is coming close to becoming authoritarian now, so he's not just harping on January 6th. So I guess that's what it would be.
Is
I mean,
he?
I think both our positions would be like a more wait and see attitude. So obviously, I don't like the direction some of the things are heading on on X. Some people are like literally just fucking deranged, but we'll see
Yeah,
what happens.
fascist posting on X is not really.
Right.
Sitch and I have come up with kind of clear lines for things that we would have to see publicly to kind of make that kind of assessment. But
Right.
people posting racist shit on Twitter just does not reach that. Because I don't know if it's some scammers in Russia or China or something like that
Mm-hmm.
trying to fuck us up. Obviously, Dev falls for all that shit. I was like, oh my God.
Well, I think Dev is very triggered, and I understand the emotion of this. He's very triggered by what he views as the hypocrisy for a lot of people who are just like, oh, we're all in favor of like free speech and freedom and stopping the authoritarian left. And it's like, psych, now it's our turn, bitches.
Yeah, but we've been saying like people just in general are hypocrites forever.
Why?
I mean,
Maybe
that's like
right.
that's
Right.
like
It's not a surprise
standard.
for us. We said that was the way it was
Right,
gonna
yeah.
go down. So
As soon as people gain power, it's like,
Right.
now we're going to use it. Fuck free speech. Fuck you.
Right.
Science out the window. Who cares?
speaking of that exact thing, the Wooster for $5 says
Oh,
me before.
don't throw Wooster under the bus. Come
well,
on.
let me read the super chat. It's
okay.
I
Wooster,
didn't-
this
not just
better
randomly.
be good.
Me before Cash Patel was confirmed. Cash is not going to go after is not going to go after Shift, but he should. After Cash is confirmed, he should go after Shift at all costs.
I saw
Right.
there's like a bunch of super funny memes. I don't know if you've been seeing them on Twitter, but people really want Cash to start going after people.
Well, listen, that's what I said. I thought he was. So, Luthen Deswall specifically for $2 says install cup holders on short people. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Amoeba Sheep for 50 Knock Knock says, I should probably stop watching live. You'll lose all the precious interactions from my million comments. Thank you, Adam, but also sorry for my tism.
No. I know, I'm serious. I like your comments. I think you leave thoughtful comments. So
there you go.
Look, a lot of people don't. A lot of people are just meanies.
That's true.
So
that's true.
Yeah. It's
Anyways,
nice to have some good. Oh, is this it? Did we finally
That's
finish?
it.
Holy
We got to
fucking
the end.
shit!
Right.
How long did we stream for?
It was a classic stream.
Seems like
it was
an
a classic,
eternity.
classic Sitch
No, this was
stream.
way too long.
8 hours and 46 minutes. Well, you and Sean just gab. Okay.
Look, we got to give Destiny
Okay.
a nice long video to respond to, right? Now
There
he can
you
make
go.
a 16-hour video, correct?
Right.
That's how this works. He listens to the whole thing.
True.
So, expounding upon how he's giving us free clout the whole time. Oh my God, all this free clout for these
All
guys.
the free clout, yes.
I mean, I think
Right.
we at least gave him some good advice. He's not going to
Yes.
take it, but
We gave
you
him
know,
lots of good legal advice. Three of
I
us.
do think he's going to look back at that initial offering and think, "Oh man, I really fucked up. I should have just jumped in."
They're just taking that 151K.
We'll see how it plays out.
Right.
Where's your isekai protagonist?
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you who have made it to the end of this. Oh, and thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean, so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate getting your take on all these matters, legal and otherwise. And thank you, Phil, for coming on and telling us that short little story. That was a lot of fun. And thank you who made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai protagonists. You are the true gentleman who would never, ever, ever, ever share nudes without the consent of the individual and then get into a long, protracted legal battle where you try to claim that you are, in fact, the victim for doing such an action because you watch us and we will tell you that that is the wrong thing to do and you will use the free will that you've bought from us to prevent yourselves from going down such a dark path. And we'll see you all on Tuesday. Oh, wait, before we end, the poll results, Adam, 3,000 people voted. Should Destiny have known sharing these videos would eventually lead to the videos being leaked? 77% said yes, 5% said no, and 18% said LOL. Okay. Well,
All right,
you.
great. That was a great stream. Bye-bye, you guys. Bye-bye.
Take care. Who's at 5%? That's what I want to know.
Destiny stands, obviously.
Obviously. That was a good picture you have of Destiny in the thumbnail with a crazy smile.